in this theology, but I've just recently learned about black people actually Israelites and everything.
But you're not able to understand that because you're bucking against it.
I hear you, but it doesn't seem like you're paying
No,
attention.
you heard God. I'm just a messenger. You heard what God said.
All right. You can also email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com for more information.
I'm trying to deal with. I'm trying to build up.
You chose a bum, and now you're saying you're miserable for being with a bum that you chose.
Really hate that we really got on this subject because y'all, you know, damn, y'all really just, I'm trying to live my life. Now y'all making me being held accountable.
He was like, nah, I'm not dealing with the scribes and the Pharisees because they are unrighteous judges. Take me to Caesar. Take me to the white man. I'm not dealing with y'all. I'm not, no. Take me to the white man so I can get judged properly because some of y'all ain't right. But shalom, everybody.
Shalom, Jud.
Shalom.
Yep. Pay no attention to this big creature. This
Yeah, that Sasquatch is crazy right there.
That's a woman. That's a Elamite woman.
That's
I
a
just want
woman?
that.
That's an Elamite woman.
Yes.
Hold
Yeah,
on, let me zoom in real quick.
it's a
Damn.
woman, bro.
It's
I
the
was
great Khali. The
that
great
was
Khali from
crazy.
wrestling. About to
When I
choke on
seen it,
Khali.
when I seen it, I was like,
Damn.
"What the hell is that?" And I took a picture. I was afraid. I was like, "Man, I wish my brother, Captain Yawanathan, was there." because I would like throw him at the thing and run. 'Cause I know only he could beat that thing up. He's the only one that could do it. I wouldn't stand a chance. We needed muscles.
Yeah, that thing is huge, bro. What
Right?
the hell?
It's all weird shape, bro. This picture don't do it no justice though. Like actually watching it walk, I wouldn't even
Mm.
say walk. Actually watching it, fluffer, fluther. It was like it was fluttering down the street. You know, it was scary, but whatever. I mean, my mic. It was thumping. Yeah, to watch it thump down the street. It was a beast. I thought the zoo got compromised and they let it out. All I was thinking is, be sure to tell them Large Mars sent you.
Oh, that's funny.
Can't see the shares, but we got a red ticket on stage. We got V. V, what's going on? Good, good. Hey V, what you got on the topic? Will all nations be one in God's kingdom? All right, there's your answer. There's your answer. He jumped off stage. All right, Black Rose. What's going on, sis?
Yes, Black
What you got on the
Rose.
topic? Black Rose, what you
Uh,
got on the topic? How you
I
doing? What you
don't,
got on the topic?
I don't have enough knowledge to know that. That's way above my pay grade.
Really?
Yeah, it is. That's above. I can't say who's going, what nation. I just, I don't. That's above my pay grade. I can only deal with me and those around me and try to spread them the word and to keep the commandments and stuff. But as far as who's going and what it's gonna be, that is above my pay grade.
I mean, let's just throw out a couple races. This
But
is first
believe her. Believe what she's
race to come out.
saying. She's telling you the truth. Believe her.
Please do.
Please do.
Yeah, I can't say who's going nowhere. I can only say what I'm gonna try to do for me. I can't say what nothing's gonna be. I didn't create this earth, so I don't. That's way above my pay grade.
Well, you had a question in the comments too. What was your question in the comments?
About Christianity and Christians,
Go
that
ahead, ask your question.
I said, isn't there a difference between Christianity and Christians? Because our first Christians, per the word of God, were Israelites, and Christianity is a religion. And as this white man I was listening to the other night said, Christianity was formed before Jesus came, which lets me know he don't really know when Jesus came. He knows when he came in the physical, but that Jesus, he don't understand the beginning of the Old Testament. But Christianity was something formed in Rome for them, for their unity. This has nothing to do with religion at all. When you really look at Christianity, that's why I say there's a difference between Christianity and being a Christian.
Okay, okay. Moderators, y'all got anything on that? Sister saying?
They trying to apply it to religion, but it's really not a religious thing. I mean, that was just them trying to find them some unity, and now they're using it again, bringing it up, trying to make it in a religious state, and that's what's gonna cause the biggest of the war that's got to come, because they're gonna make it religious. a religious war. And that's just how I see things. That it's gonna be a religious war, and you better have your own faith together where you need to be at. Because these folks is crazy down here. And this LGBT stuff definitely don't got out of control. And he already said somewhere in the Bible, I'm not that great with where things are located at. But he said, if you saw what I done to sodomy the first time, beware what's gonna happen next. So they better start repenting. That's all I can say. Because it ain't gonna be nothing nice.
Okay. So, then Mods, so I'm going to ask a question.
Oh,
Yeah.
TJ, you got
Go ahead, y'all.
you some. I let me ask you something. You sound like you got you know a little bit of scripture.
A little bit, yeah.
You, yeah. Enough to navigate. So you never come across nothing where we can allude to who may have at least a chance to get the kingdom of heaven.
Oh, I believe that the believers and keepers of the commandments got a chance.
Right.
But
I'm saying as far as like nation, religion.
I don't
Uh,
think Islam is gonna make it. I don't think Protestant, Baptists, and all that's gonna make it unless they start changing up and teaching commandments, because that's the biggest problem that our own black people have, is that they listen to the pastor instead of actually reading the Bible. Because if half of them just read the Bible, they wouldn't be believing in abortions. They wouldn't be believing in sodomy. But they don't read the word. That's their biggest problem. And so they actually believe what they really believe and think is good, what some pastor don't taught them. And they really stand hard on it, not knowing you need to pick it up and read it and get with somebody to give you some basic understanding. Just basic, because that's all I got is just basic. I can't quote scriptures and stuff, but I do read, probably not as often as I should, but I read because my father taught me that as a child. When he read the Bible to us, he didn't just tell us a story. He actually read it to us, and his father read it to him. But somewhere along the line, black people stopped reading and thought they had to even come up with a new international Bible, because I don't understand the those and the thous, but yet their grandmother and their great grandmothers did. So I mean, we got to get back on track. That's all I can say. And start reading. So when that man standing up in front of you ain't telling you the truth. Or all the truth, I should say. Because they really do believe that. That's why they get into debates with you guys on here. Because they actually really do believe it. And don't want to stop and read the scriptures for what they're actually saying. Am I lost here talking to myself?
no, you're not talking to yourself. We're listening. You got some good stuff. You got some good stuff. I definitely want to see what some of the thoughts of. I know Black ain't the only one. You know.
No. No, I just speak to black people. That's me, my job.
Right.
I don't know what to say to a white man. I'm gonna tell you, I went to work every day with them, and I
Yeah, it get
I went there
weird.
and done
It get
my
weird
job and
quick
retired.
sometimes with them.
I can't even try to figure out what they doing. I don't even
Yeah.
try to. That's like trying to figure out this election stuff they got going on. I ain't got time for that. Who doing what and why?
Hey,
No, that
hey,
just
hey,
take up too much brain space.
hey, hey, Black. Stay on the stage. Let's see what somebody else got to offer. It'll be good to see if somebody could pick up off of what you were saying though, and
Okay,
kind of take the room a little bit further, take the topic a little bit further.
please do.
Yeah.
I speak.
Hey, Angelo, what's going on, bro?
Most high in Christ. God bless, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. What you got on the topic, my man? Will
Um,
all nations be one in God's kingdom?
well, I'll just put it
Deep
this
breath.
way. That's what the Sunday keepers like to teach and preach. Especially with the tried and true John 3:16. Where all people, you know what I'm saying. But when we talk about nations, at least the Bible, I wouldn't say we, at least what the Bible refers to as all nations. I'm pretty sure it means Gentiles, everyone who's not a Jew or an Israelite. So any other nation outside of an Israelite, I don't think it's basically written. I'm not gonna make it in. It's not for you. Nobody was talking to you. Wasn't talking to all people. Wasn't talking to all nations. Was talking to the people that were there, which were who? The Israelites. Also, to kind of piggyback of what the sister was saying there, it's unfortunate that because I'll just be honest, I was a minister of music for the longest time before I while I was in the truth. I'm not gonna lie. While I was in the truth, I played the music on Sunday with people just to make like a buck. This that's like a few $100 easy just for 2 hours. But I had to stop because it ate at my conscience and it ate at my spirit. I'm like, especially during this time of the year, what you got Thanksgiving coming up, you got Christmas coming up, everybody doing a Christmas program or a trunk or treat program, and I'm just like, I just couldn't. I just couldn't stand to watch it anymore. But anyway, not to get off track, it's just the Sunday keepers, which basically like not tell the truth, not tell the truth, just want to make you feel good, not tell the truth. But anyway, I digress. That's all I have to say.
Hey, bro, so you was out there moonlighting.
If you want to put it that way, all right, I'll go ahead and take it.
Yeah, I'm glad you came out of that. Hey, but you bring up an interesting point. Hey, to bring it back to Black Rose, did you hear what the brother said?
Yes, I
I know he said
did.
below your pay grade.
Yes, I did. I
So
heard
you
him.
with that? You talking about that? The white folk.
I know, and like I told you, I can't even rattle my brain with them. I don't go there because
I
It's
got
not
you.
even the
something
white folk so
wrong.
much.
Yeah, it ain't so much, but I'm just saying, I can't rattle my brain with Arabs, Ham, white folks. I can't rattle my brain with them folks.
But
There's something wrong with them.
It
but
be
would
your
it
own
be?
people.
But if they
Ham ain't my
all,
people,
well, can't they get
I
the
ain't say
kingdom
that.
though?
huh?
Can't they get the kingdom though?
Not on the track, not on the track they going on with all that. I don't understand Egyptian religion. I don't understand Islam. I don't understand, and this Baptist and Protestant and stuff following Roman teachings. All of that is just crazy to me. I still to this day do not understand how 10 people read the same King James version and then they can create a Mormon Bible, a Jehovah Bible, a Islam Bible out of one Bible that told you what was what. I ain't got no understanding all that, and I don't even try to rack my brains to understand it because they sound like crazy people to me. But whether or not the Lord is gonna let them be somewhere, I don't know. But reading the Word of God, I don't see it, but I can't make that calling because I got to worry about me.
I ain't
And all
much.
I can do is try to pass them on, what I know and feel from it. But how do 10 people read the same sentence and come up with all these different Bibles saying all these different things? And that's what people get confused at. What happened to just one word of God? Where all this other stuff come from?
All right, but ain't much got anything? If not, I'm Sister Shira got a question.
No, move.
All right, Sister Shira, your question.
Shalom, brothers. How y'all doing?
I was gonna say something. I'm sorry.
Um,
Good, good. How you doing, sis? What's your question?
I'm great. Thank you. My question is, once you came into this truth of knowing you're an Israelite and you took the proper steps, but you congregated, you celebrated the high holy days, but less than a year, I would say. I wasn't on it for long, and then I fell off. I have two questions on it. How do I get my spirit hunger back? And the second is, what is the unforgiven sin, and how do you know you committed that sin?
All right, so your questions are how do you get your spirit's hunger back?
Yes.
So explain what you mean and let when the minds take over. What do you mean your spirit's hunger?
Um, so when I first came into this truth, I was hungry for learning everything, the basics, even way beyond the basics. And I don't feel, I feel like because I fell off, I'm trying to get that hunger back. Like I was always in my Bible, always searching, even outside my Bible, with the Zonovan dictionary and all the other books that you all bring out.
Do you still wear
And
pants?
no, I've actually just started wearing my fringes and my skirt this week.
So
I
you
started.
so were you wearing it when you was into it?
No.
But you wasn't really never keeping the commandments, sis.
Um. So in the
You were
beginning,
lukewarm at the beginning. You had one foot in, one foot out.
okay.
So you were never really in it.
So in the beginning, I was wearing my skirt and my fringes and congregating,
Did you
and
take the
then
fringes off your skirts or something?
I just put back on the pants.
Okay, so you went back to wearing. That's what I asked you. You went to wearing pants. Like if you was
It,
in it, you would have threw away your pants. You wouldn't have kept your pants.
well,
That's like
I
That's like
wound up
me
buying
saying I'm
them.
gonna stop messing around with other women, but I got a book with all their phone numbers in it still. You know, my mind was never fully set on changing. It was never fully set. You know, like Bishop Kanai says, I left a little hot pocket, in the back so I can return to my sin.
Well, actually, if I may, I like I said, I did throw away everything. I just bought them. I wanted buying them again.
So you went back. So you threw away all your pants, and then you went back to buying pants.
I did, yes.
Well, that's what I asked you at first, and you said no.
I apologize. I didn't understand.
Do you have pants now?
Just pajama pants, but the pants that I have are like tight. They go underneath my
Well, the pants that you
skirt.
went and bought, what did you do with them?
I wound up throwing them away.
So you threw them
A-
away again. Are you
Again.
congregating now?
No.
Okay. Well, you got to keep the commandments, sis.
Yes, sir. I understand that. It just this week I got back to it.
Okay. Well, I mean, when it comes into zeal and things like that, I can't read you a scripture to make you be excited about being God's chosen people. If you don't see that, um, I can't make you see it. You have to understand, like, why, what makes you congregate? What makes you keep the commandments?
And even going back, I it's like I still always knew. I would tell people around me or whatever, like, no, I don't believe that, I don't believe that. But people say if you want people to believe you change, you got to stay changed. And that's where I messed up at. I wound up going back into the worldly things and hanging out with my family and with the unbelievers. And I just
Yeah,
I get
you didn't fully cut those ties. You didn't fully separate. Like, did you communicate with sisters in the body outside of the school
I
often?
did I did for a while. Every week I had a sister I would communicate with that I had to check in on, and I actually reached out to her this past weekend, and she advised me to reach back out to the school again,
Okay.
and
How long you been gone?
um, all summer
Okay, you committed fornication while you was out.
I did.
Okay. Just make sure when you come back, you be honest about the stuff that you went through to your counselor. If that's your decision, if you really want to come back, if you really want to come back, make sure you be honest. And then, when you get back, you have to make sure that you give me that what I want. Give me Romans. Give me Colossians 3. Colossians 3 and 5.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 5. Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth.
Right. So it's telling you have to the things that's holding you back, you have to kill those things. Right? You can't play around with it and still have, the person you talk to the most while you're in the truth is somebody not in the truth, then you're not in the truth too. And that go for everybody. If the person that you spend your time outside of the body talking to more as your mom, your sister, your dad, your cousin, your uncle, your best friend, and they don't believe what you believe, then you pretty much probably not in the truth either. You halfway in, you lukewarm, right? um because you haven't really mortified your members. You still have pleasure in people that have pleasure in sin. You haven't let that life go. um, you got to let that life go, sis. Because that's why it's so easy to come back to it. Read it again.
Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth. Fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscence, and covetousness, which is idolatry.
Right. You have to let all that stuff go. You have to kill it. You have to kill it. And the only way you can do that is by being around righteous people. You know, that's it. You have to let everything else go. A lot of people say, y'all just try and tell people to stay away from their family. Well, when you're around people that's still in the world, um, guess what happened? They end up bringing you back into the world. So you got to make sure you fully immerse yourself in what you say you believe in. You have to be around people for when you do get the urge to want to go to the club, want to go to the party, your ex-boyfriend call you. You got somebody speaking some real wisdom into your ear and not saying, girl, y'all used to look good together. You need to give him a chance again. Maybe you can make him want to be an Israelite. And then you end up being another statistic, end up pregnant, STD or something like that, because right from wrong, but you just dallying in the sin, right? You gotta kill those things,
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I thank you for that scripture. I wrote it down.
right? Read Proverbs 12:26.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 26. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth them.
Right, it's gonna happen all the time, right? Either you're gonna lose the friend, they're gonna come into the truth, or you're gonna go back into the world. And if you knew in this walk, more than likely you're going back into the world because um, you don't have the scriptures nor the spiritual experience to deal with somebody that is in Christianity, that's in the world, to basically fight against the wiles of Satan. You too new. You're not built up enough to deal with that. So what's gonna happen is that you're gonna go, you're gonna go right back into the things that you used to do. We don't tell people to um, come around, be around, call, make friends and stuff like that because, just because we tell people to do it because we know that sin is pleasurable. It's fun to be in sin. It's fun to go out and hang out, get drunk, get high, mess with women on your thing, mess with men. It's fun. Sin is pleasurable, you know. So you got to feed your spirit more than you feed your flesh, and we feed our spirit through dealing with one another and by hearing the word of God. That's why we have classes all the time. We on Clubhouse all the time. We got everything going. And the reason why we do that is so we can feed our spirit more than we feed our flesh. But when we dealing with the world, you know, we dealing with the flesh. Read that Romans 10 and 17.
Romans chapter 10 and verse 17. So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God.
Right. So you got to make sure you in your book, you reading the Bible, you listening to the Bible, you listening to class, you having biblical conversations. That's what's going to get you, you know, back in the position to where you love hearing the word. Because that's anybody. Anybody could be strong Israelite brother, strong Israelite sister. Anybody could be that. But then you may work a job to where you're around a whole bunch of niggas. And hearing that all day long can have you participating in those conversations. And then next thing you know, you find yourself like, wait, why am I thinking like this now? Why am I saying certain stuff? It's because of the surroundings that you have and the people that you have around you, and the words that you listening to and you hearing. So you got to make sure that you feed your spirit more than you feed your flesh. You know, and that, at the end of the day, that's pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? If you hang around a bunch of hoes, you're gonna be a hoe. You hang around crackheads, you're gonna be a crackhead. You hang around Christians, you probably gonna be a Christian. You hang around Israelites, you probably gonna keep the commandments in the face of Jesus Christ. That's just the way it works. So you are who you are around. And if you spend most of your time around people that's not in their Bible, that's not keeping the commandments, then that's what you're gonna be.
Thank you for that. Um, could I ask one more question?
Sure.
Um, how do I know? I'm sorry. What is the unforgivable sin, and how do I know if I committed that sin?
Are you still alive?
I am still
Then
alive.
you can repent. So you ain't commit no unforgivable sin.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
All praise, all praise. Sister, saw your question, sure.
Now I gotta change this picture. It's look weird.
Any other mods got anything? All right, we got Kendra on stage. Sure, you stick around. Kendra, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
What you got on our topic right here?
So, topic: will all nations be united under God and the kingdom? Hmm. All nations?
Yeah, all nations. What's the song again? Is it
I
black, white, yellow? I forgot how the song go that you sing in church.
hmm.
There's some song you used to sing in Christianity. Black, white, yellow. Everybody gets in. I forget the song. Somebody know it.
Jesus, the little children of the
Yeah, that
world,
one.
red and yellow, black
There
and
it is.
white.
There it is.
Your precious in his sight.
What you said?
Go ahead. But no, I don't think all nations are going to be united under God in the kingdom. No, I don't. Israelites, yes. Everybody else, no. Uh-uh. That's just my opinion, though.
What leads you to that good opinion though? Where you get that from?
When I was watching the news, I got depressed, so I stopped watching it because I'm like, this ain't never gonna get no better. Can we hear something that's not depressing? Okay, so who's at war now, and why are they at war, and what we got to do with it? That's really not any of our business. But yeah, okay, yeah. So I was coming to the conclusion. I'm looking at this. I'm like, yeah, I really don't think that. I really don't. But
And
I may
because of
be
who?
wrong.
Well,
Hmm?
you say because of who's at war and who's doing the wars. Is that what you're saying?
After watching the news and stuff like that, I don't think all nations will be united. I'm sorry.
But who's excluded? Who's the first one you think of is excluded?
I honestly, I think that Israel is going to be excluded with that because we kind of stick to our own and we kind of stay out of it and let them, do what they gonna do. Yeah,
When you say Israel, which Israel are you talking about? Like the people in Israel, the actual Israelites.
I'm just coming to the truth, y'all. Seriously. So that was my question. My question is, when we're doing the 4 chapters a day, where do you suggest that a person start to keep from getting confused? That was my
Start
question.
at Genesis, and whenever you have a question, write it in a book, and then you go. You are you in one of the schools?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then when you get to the school, ask your question.
And you know it. And I do.
Well, there you go.
But
Yeah, all praise. That's a good question. You got any other questions, sis?
not right now. Thanks.
Like, all praise, all praises. All right, topic is will all nations be one in God's kingdom? All right, y'all can email biblicalsmoke at gmail.com. Get a beginner's packet. Uh, we also have on the stage, let me see. Ain't I have to read it. Ananiah. I might be saying that wrong.
You actually said it right.
All
Shalom, Most High,
praises.
Christ bless everyone, leadership, everyone. Can you all hear me?
We got you, sis.
Oh, can't hear you at all.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. No, all nations will not be allowed into heaven. I shouldn't say it that way. And that's another thing, is because sometimes I need to not speak because I don't want to mess up the word, you know. But I do know for a fact that all nations will not be in the kingdom. I also know that if they are in the kingdom, then they will be as servants and handmaids, correct?
Correct.
Okay, okay. So I just wanted to address the topic. I couldn't see the topic. Forgive me, y'all. I haven't had an iPhone in 20 years. So y'all, I didn't got an iPhone, so I didn't know how to kind of work it to see the topic. But I just wanted to address the question first. I had a question for you all. I work on Sabbath, and I do. well, before I worked on Sabbath, I was congregating faithfully until I started working on the Sabbath. Now, I have been working on trying to get, I messed up, y'all. I took another position as a file manager, basically being moved up, but I wasn't informed that everything would change until I was informed. So now I've been fighting to try to get off of this schedule. They've pretty much let my manager go that was trying to assist me. So I have another one looking in on it to try to get me changed. I just got a request for a meeting, another one, as far as changing my schedule. But y'all, at this point, I feel like my head keep getting bounced against the wall. What do I do?
Put on a helmet.
Oh, oh, oh no. That just made my head hurt.
Judge,
I feel like, okay, the in my head,
So
in my
so
spirit, I feel
so
like
so
go
so you
ahead and quit, but I
so
can't.
so you chose a position that's gonna keep you from the Sabbath.
I didn't choose the position. Well, I get, yep. I just wasn't aware that my schedule was going to change.
Did
No.
you ask him?
No, I did not,
So
hey sis,
why didn't you
I,
ask?
because
The
I'm
money?
a part of the dispatch team. The money to, yes, sir, the money to, and it didn't even, you know what? It didn't even cross my mind like my schedule was going to change.
Why,
It
why
took
why
as
why 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 didn't it cross your mind? Because you want to keep God's laws. You know that should cross your mind. You don't understand that, right?
I do. 3 months was the training class, and my schedule never changed all through the training. So I assumed
So you
my
didn't ask.
schedule, but I didn't ask.
You should have asked, sis.
I didn't ask. I didn't ask. I assumed, and I should not have assumed. I feel bad as it is, y'all. Like, because
So where do we go from here?
where do I go from here? Because at this point, I feel like I am getting my head bounced against the wall.
Judge say put a helmet on.
And I know I
Yeah.
don't,
Well, sis, this what I'm gonna
okay.
say, sis. Did you send them the paperwork like requesting off?
I haven't sent them the paperwork.
Why?
No, I haven't sent them the paperwork.
Why not?
I haven't requested it.
Why not?
I think I was, you know what?
You ashamed that you're Israelite?
I'm not ashamed that I'm an Israelite. You know what? Is it being ashamed that I'm an Israelite, or more like, okay, I just got the job, the position, and now I'm trying to renege on the position, and I think I was afraid. So is it? It's a shame. It's not afraid. And God didn't give us the spirit of fear. But I did sit here for 6 months and I didn't have a job. And I know how hard it was because my unemployment wasn't even paying the rent. And now that I don't have an extra help because my son moved out, I was like, oh, I guess that was my test and I completely failed it.
Okay. Well, um, God gave you a job to where you can keep the Sabbath, right? You
Mhm,
had it, and
mhm.
then you got an opportunity, and you getting tested. So, I guess the question is, what you gonna do? I ain't gonna never tell somebody to quit their job ever.
But
I
can
would
I say
never
that
tell. I would never.
that's
I'm never
been
gonna
what's
tell
been coming to
somebody.
me?
I'm never gonna tell anybody to quit their job. Um, have you put in applications in other places to
Yes,
see if you can?
yes. That's what I was saying. Like, am I wrong for thinking like I just need to just quit this job and just step out on faith again? Because that's literally what's coming to me. I
Well,
watch my
if you're
classes.
gonna what's this? If you're gonna quit the job, why not turn in the paperwork first? If your mind is like, I'm just gonna quit, why not turn in the paperwork first? Then
Yes, sir.
that don't
Okay.
make any sense. It's like why would you jump past a step? You got you know you how long have you been working the job where you can't keep the Sabbath?
I'm freaking out. 6 months, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, for 6 months you've been trying to get your schedule turned back.
The first, well, not the first 6 months. So I'm
And
gonna
that's
say
and that's
three,
it right
three,
there. That's
because the
it right
first
there.
3 months was
Hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. That's it. That's the problem. The problem is when you're working a job
Uh-huh.
and they ask you, "Hey, can you come in Saturday? I just need you to come in this one Saturday." And when you do that one Saturday, they know you're not serious about what you say you believe in. They already know it right there. She ain't serious. She don't care, right? She don't care. She don't mind at all. Me, it was like, hey, nah, I'm not doing it. Like, well, I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I won't be there. Like, it is what it is. I'm just not gonna be there. And I know other brothers that done dealt with this, and you have to stand stiffly for the word of God. That's the only way they're gonna believe that you believe. But if you go 3 months breaking the
Mhm.
Sabbath without
Mhm.
opening your mouth, then they don't think you care about the Sabbath day. They're gonna be like, well, you worked for three
Oh,
months
wait,
without
wait, wait,
saying,
wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait.
sis, hold
I
on,
did.
sis, please,
Oh,
sis,
okay.
stop talking. I'm trying to
I'm
talk.
sorry. I'm sorry.
If you went that long without even making a big deal about it, then they ain't about to. They don't think you serious. That's why that first Saturday when you saw the schedule, it should have been it right there. No, I don't work Saturdays. It's against my religion. I don't work Saturdays. That's my Sabbath day. It should have stopped right then and there. That's when the problem should have been, right then and there. Even to the point where you've been like, well, look, I'll just go back to my regular position.
Mm-hmm.
Right there is where the problem should have been fixed. But you worked because you was worried, I don't want to lose this position. I was out of work, this, that, and the other. So you chose money and over God's laws because that was in your mind. Right? You wasn't afraid that you was gonna die, get put to death, get
Mm-mm.
punished from the Lord. Your mindset is that I may lose this job when it was the most high who got you the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you should have did it right there, and that's for everybody. You can't play around with these nations when it comes to um, keeping God's law, statutes, and commandments. You can't do no favors. You can't trim your ways to seek. You can't do it. You can't trim your ways. You 100% have to be in it because once you show them that you are willing to bend
Mm-hmm.
on your beliefs, they're gonna bend you until you snap. That's what they're gonna do.
This is a serious life-threatening situation. People play too much. Thank you, brother. I hear you. I hear you.
So there you go, sis. I don't know what school you go to, but get in touch with the leaders there, and maybe they can give you a little more counsel on the situation.
Okay, I'm sure they can. So your suggestion would be just like you said, go to the council, get the form, if you will, and just submit it on over to the job. And if they do not accept that, then it's time to move on. Would you
I'm
say
not.
so?
I listen. You're a
Okay.
grown. You're a grown woman. I'm not.
Understood.
Like
Yes,
I
sir.
said,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not gonna tell anybody
Yes,
to
sir.
quit their job. I ain't gonna tell nobody to leave their wife. I ain't telling nobody to leave their husbands.
I
Y'all
know.
gotta make y'all own, and you gotta stop cutting off people. That's something you gotta stop doing, sis.
Yes,
Get
sir.
your spirit right. Y'all got to make y'all own decisions when it comes to stuff like that. I'm gonna tell you what the Bible say. The Bible say the seventh day is the Sabbath day. You're not supposed to work. After that, you're gonna have to figure out what you're gonna do. Do I want you to not work and not make any money, and then you get kicked out of your house, you're living on the street? No, that's crazy. But you're gonna have to figure out what you need to do to get yourself in good graces with God.
Understood.
All right, all praises.
All praises. Thank you. Shalom, Most High in Christ bless.
Hey, for instance, tomorrow is a new moon.
Mhm.
Tomorrow night is a new moon. Thursday is gonna be still a new moon. You think I'm gonna work?
No, sir. I know you won't.
Why?
Because you are, like the brother said up there, you are steadfast in your belief.
It's a new moon. Some brothers gonna work. I understood. They gotta do what they gotta do. But guess what? I told the Most High, His high holy days. I'm not working. I'm just not gonna do it. Um,
Right,
do
we
I?
we can we can move on with this.
I understood. Understood. I
Understood.
mean,
Thank you. Shalom, Most High in Christ bless.
Hey, shalom, sir. We got game changer. Game changer. What's on the topic?
Yeah. I kind of just got here, but I was listening to what y'all discourse, and I get what you're saying as it relates to not doing certain things as it relates to certain things. So I don't know. I guess I probably should listen a little bit more to be able to comment in depth about the topic. Or do you got a question for me and I can answer? Or no?
Well, you can give us some of your thoughts. You can stay on stage and keep listening, but just what comes to mind when you hear the statement, "All nations will be one in God's kingdom." That's like a true statement. That factual. Is that off?
I think uh look, I guess I got a green thing on my thing. But I actually do think that all nations will become. And the reason why is because everybody is not to be separate. I think that people separate themselves based off of some of the beliefs that they decided to pick up over time, and that was you just
Hey,
put.
just a quick question: since you believe in the Bible,
I believe in I believe in the Bible, but there's some things that I can't take reverence to.
so you don't believe it's the word of God.
I do believe it's the word of God. I definitely do, but I believe that some of the things that the people, I guess maybe the people decide to have their doctrines, and I think that those things aren't
Like what?
necessarily
Like what? Which one? What?
like all the dressing and the clothes and
So you think people came up with that? Like, if you like men, right? You would say some people would say men are chauvinistic or we sexualize women, right? If that was the case, wouldn't we like tell women to dress immodest?
yeah, yes.
Because I mean, look, I mean, I think every man in here would say a good-looking woman, a nice shaped woman in a pair of tights, it would be something that would be okay to look at all day.
Hmm.
Or a mini skirt or whatever that new skirt that everybody wear that women walk and they whole butt cheeks hanging out. I mean, if the men that
Tennis skirts.
what they call them,
Skirts.
nah, it's another name. That's old school. The tennis skirt. It
Mm-mm.
got something else. It's like a loop or something. I don't
I
know what.
don't know. I don't know.
But
But yeah, I don't wear them,
if
so
the
I don't
men of
know.
the Bible were objectifying women, the word wouldn't be for women to be modest and covered up. That's not the nature of evil men. The
It's
nature of evil men would be get naked. I mean, I
is
mean,
that
wouldn't it be?
I yeah I wouldn't know what the nature of men
You don't
is because
know
I'm not a
that evil
man.
men want to look at
Evil
naked
men.
women.
Yeah, I would think that probably would be their stance. Yes.
So you're telling me that you think that the people in the Bible, the people that wrote the Bible, changed it up by adding women to be modest?
No, I think that not the people in the Bible that wrote it up. I think that is all about the doctrine of the church and the
Well, we're
religious
not talking
beliefs.
about the church. We're talking about the Bible.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, okay. So the Bible says that we got to wear skirts down to our ankles.
Yeah.
We
Well, they
supposed to.
women never wear pants in America until a certain period of time. Like, so, I mean that couldn't have been something that they added because women didn't wear pants.
Okay, all right. I get that, but what about the skirts though? We got to wear them to our ankles. Like, is that what the Bible say? Like, I mean,
You
where in
got
the
to
Bible
wear
does?
them. You got to wear them modest. What would you consider
Okay,
a
modest.
modest?
I mean,
This. Well, you
to
asking me
your
and then you
knees.
talking. Like, which one is it? You
I'm
like?
sorry. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay, so what would you consider modest for the length of a dress or a skirt to be?
All right. I'm speaking when I get the chance to speak. I think to the knees or right to the knees or right below the knee.
Because if it's to the knees when you sit down, it's higher than that, right? It'll be to your thighs will
Yeah.
be showing.
Yeah, but you cross your legs and you know how to. I mean, females know how to sit. I
Not
mean,
all females.
Well, I guess those are not modest women or people that's working under under that aspect.
Yeah, I don't think the Bible says that the skirt has to go to a certain length. It says modest. So I guess it would have to go into what your definition of modest is. The definition of modest that I read is not attracting sexual attention. So if you wear a dress to where when you sit down your thighs are showing, I wouldn't think that's modest. I
Yeah,
mean, what
well,
you
I
think is
mean,
modest, is that modest to
but
you?
see, so being a man and for you and your woman, that would be y'all conversation, and that would be how y'all would operate. However, yeah, I don't think our thighs should be showing. No, I think that the skirt should be down to your knees, and then yes, when you sit down, of course, it goes up a little bit when you cross your legs and pull, but you still pull it down, and it still works.
So you
And
got to
so.
pull it down. It doesn't. It's not natural.
You sit down. I mean, women does. We sit down and we cross our legs and then we pull our skirt down. Yeah, we do that. We
Okay.
always do that. All of us. Well,
Well, my wife don't have to do that because
because she
her
wear
dresses
a
and
skirt.
skirts are long enough to where she don't have to worry about being exposed. And I think that's what it's about. You shouldn't have to worry about your legs or thighs or vagina popping out of your dress because you move your leg the wrong way. That shouldn't be a worry.
The
You
vagina
shouldn't
of
have to
what?
have that issue. You know what I'm saying? If the wind blew and caught my wife's dress, she would have enough time to react to not show off her goods because my wife wears a modest length dress.
Okay, but I don't think that you. I mean, you. So you don't want your wife to go outside in public looking kind of halfway, a little bit sexy
My
to a
wife,
certain
my
extent.
so you saying you can't look sexy in a long dress?
I mean, what it got to be down to your damn. It got to be down to your ankles,
My wife can wear a dress past her ankles under her feet and still
and
look
she's still
sexy.
sexy. Oh, okay.
Like what are y'all
I
talking?
don't know. I think
What
that
is
I
you're?
think that
This the
there's a.
thing. You're a woman. What's sexy to you don't mean nothing to a man.
So what do you think that? I mean, when you look
I mean,
at a.
that's what I'm saying.
So you
To
ain't
look
listening to
to
me, but
look
okay, you got it.
sexy, right? You mean you want my wife to attract sexual attention to look sexy? My wife
Mhm.
needs to look sexy in the bedroom with me. That's when she needs to be sexy. I don't want my wife going to work sexy.
So she needs to kind of like be kind of in
What
a way where she's unattractive
do you
to the
think my
people
you
in
think
the
do you
streets.
think do you
She needs
think
to
my
be
wife
unattractive to the people in the streets.
do you
Is
think
what
my
you're
wife
saying?
want me walking around with tight light gray sweatpants where my print is hanging out for all the women to
You're
see?
tripping. Like you're
I'm
tripping. Like
asking a question. I'm
no,
asking a question.
because
Don't
you're
women
kind
like
of
that? Don't women
what
like that?
you're
Don't they say
doing.
it's sweat is what they named it? I forgot what they call it. It's
The gray
sweatpants season.
sweatpants. The gray
Joggers.
sweatpants.
Yeah, it's
The gray
sweatpants season. Ain't
sweatpants.
that what women say?
Yeah, I
It's
get it. I
sweatpants
get it. I get
season.
it. I get it. I
So
get it all
so
day.
so so why can I wear that?
Nah, hell nah. You ain't
Why I
supposed
can't
to.
wear that?
I
Why I
mean,
can't
cause
dress like that?
that's provocative to a certain extent. I
Oh,
mean,
so
but
well,
a
you
skirt
mean to
that's
tell
down
me
to
I can't
her
go around looking
a
sexy?
skirt down to her knees is not necessarily that provocative.
I
However,
can't
it's
look
sexy to.
sexy? You mean to
Oh
tell me I
my
can't look
god,
sexy?
you can't be showing your print. I don't think your wife
But
would like that.
you can wear pants and show all your creases.
Okay, so what you saying that a woman should always be reveal everything about her and have on a big ass. I'm sorry, cursing.
What
My
sis?
bad, y'all. My bad,
If
y'all.
you
A
may just
big
need help,
dress.
you just may need fashion help. That's all. You
So
know,
we have to have a dress on. We got to
maybe
cover our
maybe
head
you
and everything else.
maybe you just need help with fashion because there are many beautiful, attractive sisters that wear dresses that's
And I
past
do
their
too.
knees.
And I do too.
You know, so I
But
think
I don't think that I think
you
that
may need
you're missing something
you may
though.
need help with fashion. If you think that
Judge,
because a woman has on a long dress past her knee, she's not, you
Judd, you
know.
missing something though, Judd.
I'm
I
just going by
think
what you said.
No, why don't you listen to what I'm saying though?
I heard what you
You're
said.
talking over me,
I was listening
Doja.
to
May I speak a little bit, just a little bit? Jed, is it okay?
Well, what you about to say, sis?
I asked for permission. Um, I don't think that that is all that it is all that serious to wear a dress that's down to your freaking ankles.
Well, it's not serious to
I
you.
think that you could wear a dress that is to your knees at least, and it still looks sexy. And so I don't think, and I think that a man that feel like that their woman has to dress like that is a man that's somewhat insecure because they feel like I
Oh
don't
no,
want
no.
nobody else looking at my
Hey,
girl.
look, listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm insecure. I'm jealous. I'm what's the other words they got? I'm territorial, right? I'm sorry that I give a damn about my wife. Like, they got a lot of dudes that don't care about their wives. A lot of dudes let their wives do whatever they want to do. Walk out the house with a nipple showing. Go and be in the gym bent over in tights with a whole birth canal is exposed to the world. Some dudes like that. I think them dudes don't care about the well-being and safety of their wives. Me, I'm every possessive word you want to call it. I'm gonna
I don't
protect my
think that she
wife.
should be
I
provocative.
promise you that. I promise you that. I'm gonna
I don't
protect
think
my
she
wife.
should be provocative, but I think that she
I'm gonna
should
protect my
have
wife.
a
Now, if
sex
you
appeal
want a
about.
dude that let you walk out the house any kind of way and be a work wife to somebody and everything like that, that's on y'all relationship.
I
That
think
ain't me.
that
It
she
ain't
should have
happening
a
over
sex
here.
appeal about herself, but I don't think that she should be
It ain't
provocative.
happening this way. I mean
Okay,
and that's
so
the
no
reason
sex
why
appeal,
that's
no
the
sex
reason why
appeal.
we in
So
the
when she go to
position
work,
that
she better be covered
we in
completely.
that's the reason why we in the positions we in today. When you think about a lot of jobs, especially like plant jobs and stuff, everybody's smashing one another. Everybody. All the that's like a regular known thing. The nurses, they say the nurses having sex with all the doctors, the teachers having sex with all the other teachers. When you look at our society as a whole, you know, we are we are in the midst of fornication at all times. Now we read the Bible about Sodom and Gomorrah and how it was destroyed over fornication. And we see the world that we live in today, it's just full of fornication. You think the world is this way because people dress modest or because they dress how they want to dress?
Yeah, if you're worried about that stuff, then that means that you are with somebody that you have to worry about that stuff with. I mean, because that isn't a thing for a person that you are secure with. Like if you're with somebody and then you're super secure with her and you know that she ain't even on that type of time at her workplace or out at the grocery store, then you wouldn't have to even worry about that at all. But I think that your insecurities, yes, like you said, you might have those, which you probably do, really. And even though I know you were speaking with sarcasm, but you might have some insecurities.
No,
That's
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not playing with sin. See, that's what happens. You see what people think is that when somebody cheats or step out, it starts off with oh, he look good. I'm about to get his number and have sex with him. It don't start off that way. It started off with like, hey, how you doing? Hey, what you do this weekend? Oh, I did this. Next week, hey, how was that? Y'all, you said you was going out of town. How did that go? Oh, it was this, and the other. Okay, yeah, this, and that. Then you got a month, 2 months, 6 months, a years of just playful, kind conversations. Right. And then you and your other half, y'all get into an argument. You should go to work, she out the spirit, this and that. What's wrong? Everything good? Well, we just having little problems, this, and the other. It go with a lot of like that movie in Nefarious. It's a many small yeses which lead you to a place, and once you get there, you don't know how you got there. You like, how did I get to this point to where I'm eating lunch with this sister? How did I get to the point to where I'm letting this man bring me breakfast in the morning? How did we get here? We got here from playing around with sin. Go to First Peter chapter 5, verse 8. That's how we get in situations like that. By thinking the devil ain't working. We think,
Hmm.
oh, I'm stronger than the devil. No, you ain't. You ain't stronger than the devil. I promise you, you ain't. That's why the Bible says two better than one. You ain't
Oh
stronger
no,
than the
I ain't
devil.
gonna never,
You
ain't
ain't
gonna
you
never
ain't fighting
get
the
the devil clout
you
like
ain't
that.
you
I ain't
ain't
gonna
fighting
never
the
get a
devil.
devil clout like that.
You
I'm
ain't fight. You
sorry,
ain't stronger than the devil.
I can't get a devil
Let's
clout.
read that.
I ain't gonna give him that
First
clout.
Peter chapter 5, verse 8. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour.
Right, the devil is real, and he walking around and he looking for those small yeses, those small okays, those small good mornings, those small this, those small that. Every man know this. It ain't about
But if we give
oh,
him,
sister. I'm talking still.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm talking still, right? Everybody know that, you get in a situation like that. It ain't because you just was like, hey, I'm just about to go be wicked as hell, man. I'm about to go do this. Nah, you get in it because you slowly and slowly get walked down into a situation like that. And it comes from a yes here, a yes there, a smile here, and a smile there. Rather than just, nah, we ain't rolling that way. It ain't happening. It's not gonna happen. You know, it's like it's an issue if my wife wear a dress, but if I go to work wearing tight gray sweatpants, then you like, nah, you can't do that. Like, well, why can't I do it? What's the big deal? Well, she don't trust me to where I could dress like this, that no woman gonna try and talk to me, right? And that's the thing. We live in a world to where we know that men try and talk to our wives every day, and that women will try and talk to your husband every day. We live in a world where we fully accept this and we know this, but we don't want to put up barriers to God, to guard ourselves from sin, to guard ourselves from the devil. We just like, hey, we just gonna put it to the test today. Let's see who gonna win today. Is it gonna be me or is it gonna be Satan? That's insane. That's insane to me. That's like having a pedophile living next door to a school. Like he done went to jail, he done paid his time, he done did his classes. He still can't be next to a school. See, the other nations understand this. It's our people don't understand it. Read that scripture one more time.
Mayor. Oh, okay.
Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour.
Right. We can look in the Bible, we can see a lot of mighty men in the scriptures that fell, that lost to sin, that did wonderful works for the Lord. We've seen King David. We saw he fall to sin. We seen Solomon fall to sin. You can look in the Bible and see mighty men of the Lord fall to sin. Adam and Eve had paradise. they had paradise. And guess what Eve did? She threw it away. And then he threw it away too, following after his wife. I ain't never had paradise before. But if somebody can throw away paradise by falling into sin, I'm pretty sure that I'm subject to sin in what I'm living in right now. I'm subject to sin being in this world. This world ain't nowhere close to paradise. So if you say you stronger than Adam and Eve, you stronger than David, you stronger than Paul, you stronger than all these mighty people in the Bible that God chose to put in this book for us to write about. If you saying you stronger than them, then you on another level. You're on a whole nother level, sis. You probably should be teaching us.
May I? No. Is it okay? Okay. Yeah, I like what you said, and I agree with every most of the things that you said. However, I do still feel like that there are people that don't I don't know how to kind of put it. You know what I'm saying? But I look at the scripture. I looked at Exodus 20:14. I looked at Hebrews 13:4, Matthew 5:28. And so I get I get what you're trying to say. However, though there is still, so you're saying that there is no temptation. Like you are not tempted to do nothing. Like everything, I mean, you're so super happily married and everything is roses. and everything, and so there's no
I,
submission.
I never said that. I actually said the exact opposite of that. You said that, well, you sound like you what word you use? Um you said I sound like that I am, what did she say?
Insecurities.
Insecure. That's what you said. I sound like I'm insecure. If I sound like I'm insecure, that's definitely not somebody who's sounding like that everything is perfect. So I don't know why you're trying to flip the position you had before.
No, it's true. It's the truth because it is what it is. Because if you think about it, if you worried about what your woman got
If
when
I'm
she got
that wouldn't mean I think everything is perfect and we have a perfect life
okay.
and we have perfect, that wouldn't make any sense.
All right. So if you're married to that one that is supposed to be the one that you love, honor, and cherish, and you married her because of a reason and stuff like that. And so if she is not to walk out of the house with a shorter skirt on, or she is not to. To me, I feel like there
But
has
so
to.
she could do whatever she want to do. She just can't be my wife and do whatever she want to do.
So how do you change that, or how you make it work for y'all?
But she got
If
to make that
you,
decision herself. I don't beat her up and tie her down and tell her she got to do
I
something.
don't think you was
She
gonna do
I,
that.
I
I
don't
don't
I
think
don't
you do
she
that.
she made that decision
I know
herself.
you don't do that.
Yeah, she had to make her own decision. I didn't make the decision for her. She had to make the decision. She had to look in the scriptures and say, "This is what I want to do." That's what she had to do, and that's what everybody like.
Do you
I
force feed her a little bit though?
force
Like,
feed her what?
is she already in it?
She's a grown up professional woman. She's gonna do what she wants to do. I can't make her do anything. Like she can't make me do anything. She has to do what she wants to do. And if she wants to live her life according to the scriptures as she see it, then that's what she's going to do. If she wants to wear a mini skirt or put on pants or tights and leave the house with her titties out, then she can do that. She just can't be my wife and do that. Read First Corinthians chapter 7 verse 28.
Yeah.
First Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 28. But, and if thou marry, thou hast not sinned. And if a virgin marry, she have not sinned. Nevertheless, such shall have trouble in the flesh, but I spare you.
So the Bible is letting us know that you're going to have issues in your marriage. It's going to be problems. It's going to be all types of stuff that go on in a marriage. So
I
what do you
mean, so
do?
a male
What
don't.
are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just disregard what the scriptures say about being modest? We supposed to just, say, hey, look, if you shouldn't be thinking no type of way about this or that. It just is what it is. I,
Okay,
I should feel that
I
way
guess
if
from
in that case I should feel that way about everybody who called themselves an Israelite.
I guess from the
Like
street,
this
the
person
street, the
calls
street.
himself an
I'm
Israelite,
sorry.
so I know that he's not gonna sin against me because they say they're Israelite. This sister, she say she an Israelite, so I ain't got to worry about this. I can leave money on the ground around all Israelites on the planet and not worry about it getting stolen. My wallet gonna be turned back to me, right? I can leave my door open in the Israelite community and not worry about nobody coming to my house. That's insane.
Okay, well, so before you found your way here, you know what I'm saying? I know that, you probably kind of had a little bit of a street aspect about yourself. And so here's my street aspect is that when I feel like that I would think, where you go? Oh, there you go. That men want his woman to be somebody that looks pretty, and other men maybe turn their head a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily on the aspect of her titties out and her ass out and stuff like that, but I'm saying that he want his woman to kind of have a aspect about herself that's kind of cute, revealing to a certain extent. No.
Well, if I was attracted to my wife, um, I met my wife for the first time in ninth grade, and I was attracted to her. So, do you think I felt like I was the only one that was attracted to my wife? But do I want my wife to look like a whore?
Mm-mm. Of course
I
not.
mean, said there are some men that like other men lusting after their wife. I don't get it, nor do I understand it. And before I was an Israelite, I never liked that. Before I started even believing God, I wasn't that type of dude. I never wanted somebody lusting after my wife. But I'm not married to a ugly woman. Let
If
me go
you
find an
if you got a
ugly
woman that
woman.
no other people
Let me
won't
go find
like,
an ugly woman so nobody will want her. Ha
if
ha
you
ha
got a
ha.
woman that no
Well,
other people
I'm gonna
like,
punish myself because I'm insecure. That's retarded. That's retarded. Right? My wife is beautiful, but do I want her dressing like a whore? No.
I get it. I mean, I think I thought this is just my thought process in this as a, from a female perspective and not necessarily being married to Israelite or whatever. Um, um, that men want their woman to be kind of looking good so they can say that they got that deal, or they looking like they did their big one to a certain extent. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm saying it
And that
wrong.
and
That's
that's
in the
the
world.
reason.
That's worldly. That's a
Yeah,
worldly
it's
sense.
worldly. I said this. I said it from the street.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's why women hated Kevin Samuels because y'all think y'all know what men want.
But that's what they kind of told us.
I never
So,
told him.
so some of the men kind of told
Well,
us that
and that's the thing
that they
because
want to.
the majority of the women get pregnant for a small amount of men. Y'all all having sex with the same men that don't take care of their kids, that's not taking care of you, that's not marrying you. So while y'all are with this small group of men that y'all giving y'all bodies to, the larger group of men don't want that. The ones that's responsible, taking care of their families, paying the bills, that's taking care of themselves. Yeah, that's not what they want. But most of the majority of the women having sex with a minority of the men, and that's the reason why y'all find yourselves in this hamster wheel of you know a Summer Walker song or a Jasmine Sullivan song. You find yourself there because y'all all dealing with the same ain't nothing ass niggas
Mm,
instead of dealing with the brothers that actually went to
talk.
class and did what they were supposed to do. Y'all all six and the same dudes. Like, you
Mm, mm.
married, sis?
I'm not married, but I
Okay.
got like a gang of degrees and stuff like that. Educated, but that don't
That's fine.
matter. That don't
Got
mean nothing
you got
as
any
it relates to
kids?
relationship. I'm sorry. What you
You
say?
got any kids?
I have a daughter who's like 29.
Okay. Why you didn't get married?
I've been married. It didn't work out.
You left him? Why you left him?
Um, I was true story. I was diagnosed with cancer, and he wasn't able to foot the bill to a certain extent. He wasn't able to be there for me, and so I felt like I had to do this stuff on my own, figure it out the best way I knew how.
Wow. So while you was maybe on your deathbed, you decided to divorce your husband?
While I was maybe, as you would say, on my deathbed, because I ain't gonna never say that out of my mouth.
Well,
Um,
faced with something that could put you in that
yeah.
situation.
Yeah, and see that's the thing. That's the biggest thing about it is because I was facing those type of
Then why are you
consequences.
taking away what I just said then? It's crazy.
Yeah, I was facing those. You're right though. You're right. I was facing those type of consequences, and he decided to cheat, and I found his phone, his other phone, and I talked to a female, and that female said the thing out of her mouth that she said was the biggest thing that made me go and file for divorce the next day. She said
Hey, I
what you
bet
just
you
said.
hey, you know what would have
What
been
you just
good?
said.
If that sister was wearing a long dress down to her
Oh
knees,
my
past her
God.
knees. She dressed modest.
Man, Judge,
I
let me
bet you that
tell you what
sister.
this
I
chick
bet you that
said.
sister wasn't modest. I bet you
Judge,
that sister came to work, titties out, leg out, tight
Judge,
around the
I
pants.
bet you that. I bet you I
She
bet
was
you
enticing your
she was
husband.
more provocative. I bet you she was more
She was she
provocative than
was
I was.
she
I
was
bet you she
enticing your
was.
husband.
Yeah, she was provocative,
Wouldn't it be a good
extremely
thing if
provocative.
that sister was modest?
Would it be a good thing? It ain't nothing good about that.
It would have been a
Wh-
good thing if she was modest and she wouldn't
Judge, let me
entice your husband.
finish. Let me
That she
finish this
wouldn't
last
entice
little
your
part.
husband. That's
Let me
the
finish.
thing. Like, the thing is this: you want to be able to dress sexy, And you got to realize that there's other women that's going to be dressing sexy too and getting attention from your man. And then when it happened, now you sitting here going like, yeah, I had to divorce that nigga. He was cheating on me. It's like, and if you probably saw a picture with this sister, how she dressed when she was around him, she probably dressed like a hoe. And that enticed him. Y'all was you was playing with the devil. And people be playing with Satan, I'm telling you.
Mm,
If you
mm,
do what the
mm.
Bible says, you be all right.
Man, you speaking something, but look, this the last little part though, like two sentences or whatever. Um, she called his sneak phone one day, and I had access to it. And she called his sneak phone, and I answered, and she was like, "Who is this?" I said, "This is his wife." She was like, "What? What?" She started talking whatever crazy, whatever. And then the last thing that she said was, "Ain't you about to die?" I was like, "Oh shit!" He pillow talking. He pillow talking with her, telling her that I'm about to die, and that's probably the reason why he stayed with me, or whatever the case may be. And so yeah. So that's the
This should
reason why I
sound like
divorced.
wait. This should sound like waiting to exhale, bro. That's why. That's what I'm saying,
All
man.
right, Dion, I'm done. I'm done.
All
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
all black women be going through the same stuff. This that sound like waiting. That's exactly what happened on Waiting to Exhale. Wesley Snipes' wife was about to die, and he wanted to smash Angela Bassett. Am I right? Am I wrong? Ain't that way? Oh my God!
I think it was somebody. I don't know if it was Angela Bassett. But
It
maybe it
was
was
Angela
Angela Bassett.
Bassett.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah,
want
it
he
was.
wanted to smash Angela Bassett. Her husband cheated on her with a white dude. I mean, with a white girl. And then this dude with a white girl and want to cheat on the white girl who died from cancer with the black woman whose husband cheated on her with a white woman. I'm telling you,
I
them
got a
move them
divorce, and I was I
them
was I was
them mo-
divorced within 3 months.
them movies, those movies have
I didn't watch
created
the movie.
those movies have created caricatures in the black community. A lot of those movies that we grew up watching, or that a lot of you sisters grew up watching, even the music you listen to. I was touching on this past Sabbath. Even the movies you watch, the music that you listen to from the '80s and '90s, like '90s music, Keith Sweat and R. Kelly and all that stuff, it catered to women, and a lot of y'all have gone through a time period where your whole mindset and your whole outlook on men and how you choose men and how you love and how you get into a relationship is all based off the world. And that's why so many sisters got so much trauma in their 20s and then all on into their 30s. And then when they hit their 40s and then they hit their wall, that's when they finally want to settle down and be somebody's wife. It's sad and it's a reoccurring thing. And that's why the Bible tells us that marriage is honorable and that the young woman should be married, should guide the house, should have bear children and love her husband. We got to come back to God's commandments in our community because if without the commandments of God, this is the result. You can hear, I read the sister profile, and the profile she talked about how she'd been mentally and physically abused, came out of mentally and physically abused relationship. So I saw it. I said when as she was speaking, I saw, yeah, there's trauma right here. A lot of the stuff that you hear people say, if you just listen to them, it be trauma. I've learned just from dealing with people and from studying what I've been studying, as far as psychology and things of that nature. When you look at a person and when you hear a person speak, you can already tell what kind of child they were. It's like you can see them as a child right in front of you, even though they're an adult, even though they got adult features, you still can hear and see the child in them, or you can see their hurt, their scars in them. They wear their scars through their spirit, with the way they speak. Out the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaking. So as the sister was speaking, I was like, yeah, this is trauma right here. Everything we hear her say, everything she's talking about is connected directly to the trauma she's been through. And Judge trying to feed the life and feed her with the commandments of God, breathe life into her with the word of God. And I'm thinking in her mind, she's saying, well, you don't every man want his wife to show a little skin? No, no, every man don't want that. That go right back to waiting to exhale. And all of these movies that y'all been watching and the music y'all been listening to. That controls your mind. That has created caricatures in your mind regarding black men and black women in relationships, and that's the way that you think. And it's time for us to be renewed in the spirit of our mind. Romans 12:2, real quick.
The book of Romans, chapter 12 and verse 2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
Right. We got to renew our mind in the black community. We have to. We are the children of Israel. That's who we are. That's who we be. And we got to come back to God's game plan, because the things that you've been through in the past, it's behind you now. You may have some repercussions from it. You may have some scars from it, but at the end of the day, it's in the past. It's time to use the word of God to heal ourselves. All right, read again.
And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God.
Right, that's it right there. That's what you need. You want to heal and you want to put these things behind you, you gotta come back to the word of God. There's no therapist, there's no drug, there's no bottle of alcohol, there's nothing that you can possibly do to help you get over the emotional and psychological things that you've been through in your past without the word of God. It's the word of God. That's it. It's the word of God, and it's applying the word of God to your life. That's the power. 1 Corinthians 1:24. That's the power. That's how you're gonna overcome. Read that for me. I'm mute out.
1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 24. But unto them which are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God.
Right. That's why Christ told the apostle Paul, "My grace is sufficient for you." The At the end of the day, Jesus Christ, the Spirit of Christ, is the wisdom of God. It's the power of God. That's how you're gonna overcome the things that you've gone through. That's how you're gonna break those chains. All right, you're gonna walk around with them chains the rest of your life, and every relationship you get into, you bringing that trauma into your relationship. And then next thing you know, you can't sleep with your new husband because he wear a cologne that the last husband that was abusive to you wore, or you can't be with the new man because his sister looked like the girl that your ex husband cheated on you with. That's trauma. That's trauma right there. That's what that is, and you gotta let that stuff go, or you are never going to be happy. You are never gonna feel fulfilled. You're never gonna get to where God wants you to get, which is a daughter of Sarah if you're a sister, and a man of the Most High if you are a man. You're never gonna get there because you're still attached to all these things. You gotta let it go. And women are more attached than men. Men, we just get over the shit. We just like, you know what, the hell with it. It is what it is. It's behind me now. You understand? Men will get over it. You know, we'll get around other men. We'll go over scriptures. We'll make fun of each other, and then we'll move past it. We'll strengthen ourselves. But women, that's why the Bible call you the weaker vessel, because you get emotionally attached to everything. Just like Eve in the garden. Eve got emotionally attached. Her emotions got involved. Oh man, I can be a god? Wow. I can know this new knowledge and bring it to my husband. Let me delve into this. Let me see what this really about. And she got herself attached. And the next thing you know, now her ass got a period, bleeding every month, birthing pains. Y'all women going through that right now. Some of you women right now cramping, stomach hurting, bleeding. Why? Because your foremother Eve got emotionally attached. She opened her spirit up to a demon and learned something that her husband told her clearly not to get involved in. And now to this day you bleeding and you going through birthing pains because of what she did. That's a reminder. Don't ever break away from these commandments. Don't ever break away from under the hedge and protection of your husband. That's the way the Bible said it had to be. If you don't like it, it is what it is. If you don't like that, it is what it is. Somebody said men compartmentalize, project, and deflect. No, men get over shit. That's what we do. We get over it. Those men that you see holding on to trauma and stuff from the past, they have not strengthened themselves in God's word. Philippians, what's that, 3:13?
Philippians chapter 3 and verse 13. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before.
What am I supposed to do about somebody cursing me out when I was 15 years old? I'm 35 years old. That was 20 years ago. My mama told me I wasn't gonna never be nothing. When I'm gonna forgive her? That was 30 years ago. Like at the end of the day, these things are behind us now. We pressing on towards the mark and the high calling of Christ. Read that again.
Philippians chapter 3 and verse 13. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which
Right.
are
You got to put
before.
those things behind you and reach for the things that are before. And men hear that and say, you know what? You're right, bro. Let me suck this ish up. Women, on the other hand, women say, yeah, but you don't know how I felt. And you don't know how that hurt me. And you don't know what it did to me. It's like, okay, sis, that was 27 years ago. What exactly do you want me to do about it? What exactly do you want me to do about it? Well, he said that to me. Well, how old are you? I was 12. You're 47 now. What do you want me to do? You have to learn to put these things behind. It is what it is. I'm my mic.
Yeah.
I thank y'all. I really appreciate everything that y'all have said. Y'all poured into me. And so, yes, I definitely have to forgive those who have harmed me in my past and other things. But yeah, I was listening to the conversation and it was a little bit of a different type of context. But thank you.
Let me say one more thing. Imagine you was called to be, a woman of God or a man of God, and you done completely given your life to the Lord. You say, I'm gonna get right with God. And then say just go from a man perspective. Say I'm a leader, I'm a teacher in God's kingdom, I'm teaching God's people, so on and so forth. Leader of a church. And then somebody that came to the church is somebody that hurt me when I was 12 years old, 15 years old, 18 years old, told me I was never gonna be no good, whatever. Sabotaged me, lied to me, whatever. And they really want to learn. They obviously done went through some stuff in their life, and it's 20 years later, and I've been changed by the word of God. I'm right with God now. And I see that person. Am I gonna hold what they did against me in the past and not teach them God's word and make sure that they able to feel the same way that I feel, meaning being able to put the old things behind me and move forward? Hell no. I'm not gonna hold that against them. You understand? That's why when you read the Bible, the Lord said, forgive them, Lord. They know not what they do. A lot of people doing stuff through ignorance. The same trauma you and I gone through, everybody in our neighborhood was going through the same thing, just in different ways. Just go back to the classroom when you was in the fifth or sixth grade, seventh grade, and think about where all them folks at now. Just think about it. If you in your 30s, if you graduated high school 20 years ago, you go look at your Facebook page and look at everybody that you went to high school with 20 years from now, 20 years later. Some of them have died. Some of them done lost family members. Some of them done got divorced. Some of them done been raped. Some of them done lost jobs. I mean, like everybody go through something. You have to learn to put these things behind you. Is you gotta move on. If you don't, you gonna stay in that rut. That's why people go through depression and end up killing themselves or dying or being alcoholics because they can't let the past go and they add sin to sin. Let it go.
Message.
Message. That was a good word right there. That's a good word, because I kind of I understand it because I decided to not hold on to some of the things that I had experienced in my past. And so I forgave. I did forgive. So I did. So thank you.
Yeah, all praises, all praises. All right, we got Lover on stage. Sis, what's going on?
Oh, okay. So I wanted to join the stage because I had a question that goes with the topic as well. I'm much younger though. I've never been married, but I'm going through my first like ever heartbreak from my first relationship, and it's been hard to let that go. So I was gonna ask Captain Dion, how do you let heartbreak like go or let it go completely?
All right, say Dion or any other moderators want to touch on it?
Yeah, he may be tied up. Are you an Israelite, sis?
I would say yeah. I've been listening to the rooms for a while, but I haven't congregated.
Okay. Because according to the scriptures, are you supposed to be in a relationship before you marry?
No, but it happened. And we
Okay.
were both in the truth, but it never went to marriage or anything.
Yeah. Well, that means y'all wasn't in the truth. Because in the truth, you'll be keeping God's laws, statutes, and commandments. So it's basically saying y'all wasn't doing what the Bible says you're supposed to do. But I think
Okay.
Dion said everything that needed to be said. You got to let it go. You got to put it behind you.
It's easier said than done.
And that's the reason why you shouldn't have sex with anybody but your husband.
That's very true. And I wouldn't have engaged in that, and I wish I was able to go back in time. And I've come up on the stage and talked about this before, but he was a part of
And
another
and
camp.
that
He was a
is
part of
the
another group that
but
believed
watch
that
this, sis.
sex is marriage.
Watch this,
Oh
Mhm.
sis.
my God.
And
Let
that
me
Yeah.
let me
And
ask you a
I was
question, sis. Let me ask you a question.
believing. Uh-huh.
I like these conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Were you raised in a two-parent household?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So when you decided to engage in this situation with this brother, did you meet your father first?
He did meet my dad. Mm-hmm.
First or after he lay with you?
First. He did first.
So what happened? What your father think of him?
Which is crazy. My dad said that he thought basically he bamboozled my dad. My dad said I thought he was a good young man. And then it basically stuff in his life started to switch up and change. His parents ended up selling their home, and then he started living on his own, so he had to try and function as an adult by himself. And
Hmm.
I think that basically that really hit him mentally because he was 21, and then I'm 23, and he was just trying to figure out everything, bills, working, being on his
He
own.
was younger than
That
you.
changed everything. It changed everything for our
So he
relationship.
was younger than you.
Yeah, well, 2 years, but we're both
Okay.
still young, trying to figure it out. I was in school, and then
Hmm.
he was, yeah, working.
So did your dad? Did your dad? The relationship with your dad and your mom. How was that? Are you close to your father?
Yes, I am. I'm close with both of my parents.
So before
Mhm.
the brother decided to lay with you, he met your father first.
Yes, he did.
Did he say to your father he planned on being your husband and making you his wife before laying with you?
No, he did not. It was
Why?
just like a boyfriend and girlfriend kind of thing.
So did he know? Did he know he was in the truth before he
Hmm.
became your boyfriend, or that was after?
He was in the truth
He was
before.
in the truth, so he was in the truth and made you his girlfriend in the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Yes,
definitely went
sir.
out in the truth at the time.
Yeah, I can see it now. Now that I'm out of it, I
So
see.
so what do you mean by heartbreak? What happened? He's gone.
He's gone.
Why? Where'd he go?
He's gone. It didn't end. It did not end well.
Oh, how did it end? What happened? He left. He met
Um,
somebody else. You don't gotta tell your business. Did he met
uh,
somebody else, or you just argued and said the hell with it and done? What happened? Keep it
argued,
brief.
just argued a
Over
lot.
and over.
Yeah, just over different things. For our beliefs were different because he was following a different organization, and then I was following a different organization, so that was already off kilter. And then
Okay.
just, regular relationships, arguments and stuff.
Okay.
So
All right.
yeah.
So ideological differences as well.
Mhm. Yeah.
On top of that, all right. All right. Well, I won't pry into the business of what Kempy is with, since I kind of have an idea which one. Because most that sex is marriage stuff is madness. You understand this, right?
Yes, now I do. And I brought it up. The thing is it was our final date we went on, and I brought it up to him and I said I want to start waiting until marriage again. And then he showed me in the scripture where basically from his standpoint how sex is marriage. And I was
What did he
like,
show you?
okay.
What'd you see? Or what'd you see that was
I don't
sexual?
remember the scripture. I wish I remembered the scripture that he pointed out. But I already told him, "Hey, I don't want to do this because I'm like I want to be married."
Mm-hmm.
And then still was all like, "Well, sex is marriage." I told him
Mm-hmm.
though, if you leave, then what is that going to make me? And now look at where I am today. This thing that asked him is what happened now. So,
Yeah, yeah, 'cause you kind of feel it. So, sexual
yeah.
marriage, I'm pretty sure was Exodus 22:16.
I'm unsure. Let me see.
Let's get it. Let's read it. Let's see if that's the one.
Okay, thank
Exodus,
you.
Exodus chapter 22 and verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
Got the one.
Oh, it could have been, but unsure. I'm very
Most of
unsure.
the time when that doctrine is presented, that's the main go to
Okay.
sex is marriage. Now, um, give me Genesis 29. I'm gonna go before that. I'm gonna do a crisis there. I'm gonna go before Moses.
Mhm.
Genesis 29 and read verse 16 with Jacob, our forefather, Jacob. You know you're Israel, obviously. So
Mhm.
I'm not gonna be a dead horse. I'm just gonna jump to the point. 29 and 16.
Genesis chapter 29 and verse 16. And Laban had two daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel.
Are you familiar with this history here? Are you familiar with this?
Mhm. Mhm.
You know which one did Jacob want? Do you remember?
Yes.
Which one he wanted?
He wanted Rachel.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Read on.
Leah was tender eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well favored.
So Leah was fine, but Rachel was bad. She was fine, fine. He was beyond fine. Go ahead.
And Jacob loved Rachel and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel, thy younger daughter.
Mm-hmm. So
And,
he
and
said, I love
Laban
that girl,
said,
man. He said, listen, Laban, I love that girl, man. She's bad. I'll serve you for 7 years for her. I'll work 7 years for you to get her. Go ahead.
and Laban said, it is better that I give to her. It is better that I give her to thee than I should give her to another man.
So
Uh,
so wait. So what Laban says, better that I give her to you. Do you hear that
Mhm.
word? Hear that words?
Mhm.
I give her to you.
Mhm.
So who gives the daughter over to be the wife?
The father?
The father. Does the daughter give herself to be someone's wife?
No.
No. Now the word entice in the Bible. Do you ever recall the word entice in the Bible being used in a positive way?
Mm-mm.
No. Because we read earlier, it said next 22, if a man entice a maid, he shall surely endow to be his wife. I'll get to that in a moment. Let's go.
Mm.
I'll get to that in a moment. But read Genesis 29. Read again.
verse 19. And Laban said, it is better that I give her to thee that than I should give her to another man.
Go ahead.
Abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days for the love he had to her.
So them 7 years to him seemed like 7 minutes. He loved her so much he didn't care. That time flew by quick. Read on. Watch this.
And Jacob said unto Laban,
Stop, stop, stop. Now we're going to read this verse real slow. Jacob says, after the 7 years is up, it's time to take what's his. Remember? Because
Mhm.
the bond said, I'm going to give her to you. So I want you to listen to what Jacob says about Rachel. Read.
and Jacob said unto Laban, give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled that I may go in unto her.
Stop. What did Jacob call Rachel here?
Mm.
Read it again.
Yeah, I may have to hit one more time.
And Jacob said unto Laban, give me my
Okay.
wife.
What did he say Rachel was?
His wife.
And that he may do what?
Go in unto her.
What does go in unto her mean?
Sexual activity or
So
sex.
what is he calling her before they had sex?
His wife.
How is she his wife if sex is marriage?
Yeah.
You understand?
Oh, Lord Jesus. I
You
just
understand
feel
now?
so bad.
No,
Yeah.
don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. So Laban said, it's better I give her unto thee than to someone else. When Laban said that, what did that make her?
His wife.
Right, right. So what does the sex do?
I guess consummate. It consummates or
It
complete.
confirms what was already established by the authoritative parent. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So if the father's dead, then who's the authority then?
Um,
If the father's dead, then who's the authority then?
is it the other male figures in her life, like
Well,
uncles?
the parents, honor your father and what?
Your mother.
Right. Then the mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if the mother and father are dead, then who's the next one in line?
Um, is it like other male figures, like the
Yes, yes,
grandparents?
yes,
Or
yes.
okay.
Elders, uncles, grandfathers, like Esther, for example. Her parents are dead. Well, Mordecai, her cousin, raised her as his own because
Right.
she was the daughter of his uncle, so that was his cousin. He played the
Mm-hmm.
male figure. That's what the Bible says: be a father to the fatherless and to the orphans, or the widows and the orphans. So elders played the fatherly role of women. Women were never on their own, sis. Never. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you a prime example. When Mary gave birth to the Messiah, was she a young woman or was she old?
She was older, I
No,
believe.
when she gave birth to Christ, was she a younger woman or an old woman that gave birth to Christ? Which one?
Oh, okay, younger. Younger.
Right. So
Yeah.
we can kind of gauge Christ died around 33. So
Mm-hmm.
if she gave birth to him, that means that let's say we can gauge her around the age of like 50 something, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, hold on a second. 1 second. Get that scripture real fast. What Christ told John.
John 19. Yes, sir.
Get that please.
John chapter 19 and verse
I
25.
want you to listen to what Christ, because Christ never called his Mary what? Well, he never called her. You know, he never called her.
Mm-mm.
He never called her mom or mother.
Okay.
He called her
Mm.
woman. You listen?
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Woman, woman, I'm gonna start for you, woman." He called her woman because he knew in the last days that people are going to deify her as a mother of God. So he never called her mother. He always called her woman, woman,
Mm.
woman, 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 woman. So that way no one could say she's a mother of God. He said, "Nah, that's a woman."
Right.
You
Okay.
understand? So that's why he took all that honor off of her. Not he didn't dishonor her, but he took that title off of her because he knew what would happen later on. The Catholic Church would come with nonsense. So read what he says to he's on the cross. We're gonna read what he says to his beloved disciple John. Read.
John chapter 19 and verse 25. Now there stood by the cross of Jesus his mother and his mother's sister Mary, the wife of Cleophas,
His aunt.
and
So
Mary
his
Magdalene.
mother's there, his aunt's there, Mary's sister, his
Mm-hmm.
aunt's there. Go ahead.
When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciples standing by whom he loved,
John, this is John who wrote John. He saw myself and he saw his mom and aunt there when he's on the
Mm-hmm.
cross. Watch this.
he said unto his mother, Woman, behold thy son.
He said to Mary regarding John, "Woman, behold your son." Watch this.
Then saith he to the disciple,
Unto me, John. Go ahead.
Behold thy mother.
That's your mom. Go ahead.
And from that hour, that disciple took her unto his own home.
So who did Mary go live with after Christ died? You there, love? You there?
Uh-huh. I'm still here.
Who did Mary go live with? Who did Mary go live with?
He took, it says, and from that hour that disciple took her into his own home.
Right. So who did she go
Mm-hmm.
live with?
Mm.
She went to go live with John.
Okay.
Disciple he loved is John. She went to go live with John, his disciple.
Okay.
Women were never on their own, sis. Never on their own. This whole independent woman stuff is what a lot of brothers prey on. Women who are vulnerable don't have if oftentimes a lot of sisters don't have a father, or if they have a father, he is physically present, but he's biblically absent, meaning he does not know how to discern men for his daughter from a biblical perspective. So he's easily duped or deceived.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That's the problem. That's why you have, if not a father or a mother, you have an uncle or a grandfather. If not them, a cousin, or not them, a brother. If not them, a nephew. If not them, an elder or a leader over you, a mentor, a guide
Yeah.
that
Yep.
plays the role of a father. That's why congregating makes a difference. Being part of a congregation makes a difference, because if you don't have biological parents that's there for you according to the Bible, you have spiritual ones that's there for you according to the Bible instead. Get 1 Timothy 5:1. 1 Timothy 5:1.
1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 1.
Hold on. And the reason why I like Genesis 29, what I pulled earlier, is because no matter what Bible you use, there's a lot of BHIs running different Bibles on purpose. You
Mm-hmm.
run to any different Bible version, ESV, NIV, NAB, NFL, NBA, BLB, whatever the hell it is, BBL, whatever Bible you can think of. When you read that verse, give me my wife that I may go into her, it's written even more explicit. Give me my wife that I may have sex with her. It's written real clear. So there's no confusion as to what he's saying. There's no, I don't know what that means. Go into the Hebrew. No, it's very clear in English, it's clear in Spanish, it's clear in Creole, it's clear in Portuguese, it's clear. He said, give me my wife that I may go in unto her, meaning she's already his wife. He just had to consummate what was already established by her father. So now, you what I told you to get now? What you got? 1 Timothy 5:1.
1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 1. Rebuke not an elder, but entreat him as a father.
Rebuke not an elder, but entreat him as a father. So the elders played the role as fathers. Read on.
And the younger men as brethren.
And the young men are like in the congregation are like your brothers, the officers, the captains, the soldiers. They're gonna look after you. Now you're gonna have
Mm-hmm.
some Negroes among us that may try to play around, but that's what you have elders for, to make sure that the sisters are safe and looked after and taken care of to the best of our ability. As long as the sister follows the guidelines of the elders, and to keep herself safe from heartbreak like you're going through, or something bad happening to her. When you follow the guidelines of those elders and leadership and so forth, and do as they tell you to do according to the scriptures, then you're in better case, as opposed to being rebellious and sneaking around like Dinah and doing something else and getting yourself harmed or whatever, defiled. So read next verse. So it says, brothers, you have young men as brothers. Go ahead.
The elder women as mothers.
And the elder women in the congregation as mothers. Go ahead.
The younger as sisters.
And in your congregation, that's why it says you're supposed to have a holy convocation, and the sisters and the young women as sisters, that you're able to come into the truth with and grow with and learn with and so on and so forth. All of that is one word. It's community. A community requires leadership, elders, men, women, children. That's what a convocation is. A convocation is a community. Give me Acts 2, where they had all things common. Give me that scripture real fast. The word common goes back to the word community. Acts 2.
Acts chapter 2 and
40.
verse 44.
There you go. Yep.
And all that believed were together.
All that believe what?
And all that believed were together.
All that believe the same thing were together, sis. That's why you have to be a part of a congregation. Now, I mean, we can't force you, but the Bible says all that believe were together. Go ahead.
And had all things common.
And had all things common. The root word for community is common. Common unity, pretty much. All one thing's common, the same belief, the same understanding, the same knowledge of the scriptures, the same mindset, the same guidance, the same leadership. You have to have leaders, you have to have elders. You cannot be an orphan leader, a child leader with no elders. That's where that sex and marriage stuff comes from. It comes from children with Bibles. But to tell you straight up and down, it ain't biblical
Yeah.
at all. It's not biblical at all. It's a childish doctrine that is used to cover fornication. That's all it boils down to. I'm gonna give you
Yeah.
one more regarding sex and marriage. Give me Tobit 3 and 8. This is the same thing that was said to Tobit when it came to him marrying his wife, or regarding his wife and her situation prior to him marrying her. Tobit 3 and 8.
Tobit, chapter 3 and verse 8. Because that she had been married to 7 husbands,
So this sister here, I think her name is Sarah. She had been married to 7 men. Married to 7 men. Go ahead.
whom Asmodeus the evil spirit had killed.
Whom Asmodeus, an evil spirit, had put to death. So she was married 7 times. Whom Asmodeus, the evil spirit, he killed these 7 husbands. Read on.
Before they had lain with her.
Wait a minute. Before what?
Before they had lain with her.
How were their husbands if they got killed before they had sex with her? I thought sex is marriage. Why are they being called husbands if they were killed before they had sex with her? I thought sex established the marriage. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So what made them her husbands? Because her father promised 7 different men to his daughter, and the evil spirit killed each one by one, 7 times. You understand? So that sex is marriage stuff, it has to, it's outdated. You
Yeah.
gotta evolve from this old nonsense doctrine. So now get me what I want. Sirach 42 and verse, not 42, is it 42? 42, no, 726. 723. Sirach 723. Ecclesiastes 723.
Sirach, chapter 7 and verse 23. Hast thou children? Instruct them, and bow down their necks from their youth.
The Bible says, hast thou children? Now he's talking to parents. But not only is he referring to parents, he's also referring to the elders. I want you to hold that real quick. Hold that real quick. This is what John said about his congregation. Real quick. Get me, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is a bit sudden. I wasn't planning to pull that one. Hold on. Da-da-da. Give me First John. Is it First John? Give me First John. I'm just going to take a shot at it. First John 2 and 1. Hold what you have,
First,
though.
yep. First John, chapter 2 and verse 1. My little children.
Right there. My little. This is not John writing to his kids. This is John writing to his church, writing to a church. What do you call them? What?
My little children.
So John the disciple, who became an elder, called his congregation my little children. You follow? Sis, you there?
Uh-huh. I'm still here.
So the congregation ruled by elders, those are their children.
Mm.
You understand? So go back to where you were before. So when the Bible says
Sirach,
have a care for your children, it's not just referring to your own it's referring to your biological children first and foremost, yes. But also the congregation that you are over. Read it again.
Mm.
Ecclesiasticus, chapter 7 and verse 23. Hast thou children?
Hast out children, go ahead.
Instruct them.
And do what?
Instruct
That's
them.
what John was doing. That's what Paul was doing. That's what Peter was doing. That's what Mark was doing. Luke was doing. Paul was doing. Instructing the children. Remember, he called Titus and Timothy his sons in the faith, his children in the faith. Same thing. Go ahead.
And bow down their necks from their youth.
Meaning keep their ass in line. Check them. The scriptures rebuke them if they need to be rebuked. You check them if they have to be. Go ahead.
Hast thou daughters?
So if you do have sons, you do have daughters. That goes for the sisters in the congregation or your own biological daughters. Go ahead.
Have a care of their body.
Have a care of their body. What does it mean to have a care of their body, sis? So I know you're awake over there.
I'm still awake.
What does it mean to have a care of their body?
I guess maintain their virginity. Is that what that means?
Yeah, it does. What else? That's a deeper level. Give me a more layered level. That's deep. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What else?
Um,
Make sure what?
mm, 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 mm. Make sure they're being modest. I know that's another
Mm-hmm,
one.
mm-hmm. Correct. Yes. Make sure they're being modest. They're not doing. Define modesty for the women who may be in the audience or on stage. Define modesty for them.
Basically not showing off, not showing off your goodies,
Right, you're not
basically.
showing your figure off. You're not walking around with tight clothes on, pants on. You got
Yeah.
your breasts out, thighs out. You're not
Mhm.
wandering around some man's space. You're not going to
Mhm.
some party, Sweet 16, some Halloween party, some club. We all in your business. You know, we all your social media. We check that thing. Hey, sis, man, take that off, man. I don't look appropriate. Take that off. Take that down. Put that picture down. All in your business. Because that's what fathers and brothers do. They in your business. You understand? Because it's a family. It's the members said all that believed came together. You understand?
Mhm.
Okay, go back, read again. Have a
Hast
care of their
thou
body. Go ahead.
daughters? Hast thou daughters? Have a care of their body, and shew not thyself cheerful toward them.
Mean we don't play around with you. We're not smiling in your face. You know, some sisters may be pretty, so you can't play with y'all because some of y'all think because you're pretty you can get away with shit. No, no, no. Check your ass. Blast you if you gotta be blasted and so forth. Tell you be quiet. Keep your eyes down. You don't be on somebody's face. You gotta just keep them in line. Period. Just check them. Period. So they're not doing that when they get married. Go ahead.
Marry thy daughter.
Then it says what?
Marry thy daughter.
Marry thy daughters. Now that goes first and foremost. The context does not change. It goes into the parents first and foremost. The father, like Laban, the father, like Tobit's father-in-law. Okay, marry your daughters. Not you let them marry themselves. Let some nigga come along and go, hey, yeah, we put it aside. Yeah, we're married now. No, that's not. That's bullshit. That ain't no marriage. That's just not. That's just gratified. That's just freaking gratified fornication. That's all that is. Read again.
Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
Because before you give her to a man, you must learn that man first. Learn to see if he's full of shit. If he got himself together, he got his own place, he got a stable job. He's able to do for you what you as a father did for her. That's what a husband is supposed to be. A father's responsibility to a daughter is very slightly different from the relationship between a husband and a wife. Difference is we don't sleep with our daughters. That's the only difference. The love is still there. The intimacy in terms of love and affection is still there, just not in that sexual way. There's a very thin line between a father and daughter relationship versus a husband and a wife relationship. It's very thin difference. Aside from the intimacy part and reproduction stuff, that's incest. That's nasty. But the responsibility of the father over the daughter is what? He takes care of the daughter, he provides for her, takes care of her, puts a roof over her head, protects her, provides for her, looks after her, and makes sure that, and then make certain that, of course, the mother is the example. So she watches the mother, see how she behaves with the father, see how the mom dresses, how the mom behaves, and so on and so forth. So both of them have a balanced example of how to raise the daughter. So when she gets older and it's time for you to find a husband for her, then I'm supposed to love the dude first. Not on some Diddy stuff, but I'm supposed to like him first. He
Mhm.
has to be, if he's gonna be my son-in-law, I have to love him like he's my son-in-law. So I gotta learn him first. That's why Jacob spent 7 years. Laban had to learn that. Laban learned Jacob for 7 years. He was watching him. Don't think he wasn't watching him. He wasn't the best guy in the world, but he did make him serve him for 7 years. He said, okay, 7 years sounds good. Now I can get to know you. So Laban got to learn or know Jacob for 7 straight years. So it's not just yeah, that's a good young man right there. I like how he said I like how he speaks. You can go in my daughter's drawers. Nah, that's crazy shit. You gotta learn the man first. Make certain the man is of repute. Meet his parents if he has any parents. Meet them if he has any siblings or relatives. Meet them. See how they at. See how they are. Make sure his ass ain't freaking crazy. Try to see what stock he's of. To some extent, investigate the nigga. That's what you're gonna do. That's what a man does. The biggest deterrent for a nigga is a angrier father nigga, a father figure nigga. That's worse. Cause they'll beat your ass and not have no cares about it. Not the sex being marriage is not something that deters men away. Oh, if I know that sex is marriage, I won't do it. That's some stupid shit. What deters a man from truly, the best deterrent is another man that will whip your ass if you come near his child without his authority. That right there is a deterrent. That's why even in the world, if a sister, if she wasn't a rebellious hoe, if she was respectful to her father and the young man had interest in her, he was very careful how he dealt with that woman. with that girl because her father will whip his ass. Most men they humble down. How you doing, Mister? How you doing, Mister Johnson? Yes, sir. How you doing? Can I take your daughter out? I'll have it back by 10. Currently speaking, but men humble themselves down before the man that they know will whip their fucking heart out if he does something stupid to their child. Excuse my language, but they know that is the biggest deterrent of a Negro is another one, a bigger, scarier one. That's the father of this daughter. That is the deterrent there. So that's why male figures are very important. I think Dion mentioned that earlier, the importance of about trauma and so on and so forth earlier is because a lot of sisters grow up in a household where the father is either absent entirely or if he was present, he was physically present, but he was biblically absent. So where are we at now? Sirach, what is it, 7? You on?
Sirach chapter 7 and verse 25.
Okay.
Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
Because it's a serious thing to give a daughter to marriage. Because you gotta choose. Because remember, your daughter, she's carrying the legacy of that man. You want to make sure the legacy that she carries is worthy of being carried in the first place. So it's a very weighty matter to just give your daughter to any old man. You gotta be very mindful. He might harm her. He might be crazy. He might kill her. He might abuse her in some kind of way. You never know. So it's a weighty matter to give your daughter to a man. You gotta investigate and do your due diligence to the best of your ability and make sure she does too, based on how you raised her, to watch for any signs or red flags from that crazy nigga. Read on.
But give but give her to a man of understanding.
But the conclusion of the matter is you're trying to give her to a man of understanding. What is the man of understanding, sis?
I would say a man that is, he has a lot of biblical knowledge, or he knows the
Mm-hmm.
scriptures within and without.
Give me Psalms 111, verse 10. Let's see what that is.
Psalms 111 and verse 10.
I see why people be saying our camp is for aunties and grannies. I believe it. That's true. We keep people safe. We're not about self and clout. We're about family, structure, order, uniformity, bringing the family back together, and not just dealing with childish manners. So I understand why people would say that we are a camp that let your aunt go to. I would too if I were me. Read that.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments.
So with good understanding have all they that do his commandments. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what so a man of understanding is those that fear the Lord and do his commandments. That's what a man of understanding is. Go back to Sirach again, please. Let me get
Sirach
there.
chapter 7 and verse 25. Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter. But give her to a man of understanding.
Read on next verse. We see. Read next verse.
Hast thou a wife after thy mind?
Uh,
Forsake her not, but give not thyself over to a light woman.
that goes vice versa. Don't give your son over to a stupid woman. So it goes both ways. Don't give your daughter to a stupid man. Don't give your son to a dumb woman. So it goes both directions in terms of sons and daughters. So far, do you understand what marriage is thus far?
Mm-hmm. Thank
Okay,
you
so
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 much.
run it by me, so I know that you were listening in terms of what a father is, um, biological and outside of that, and what marriage is biblically speaking. Just so I know you're paying attention.
Mm-hmm. I would say that marriage, it starts with the father, basically proving the young man that
Okay.
is interested in his daughter, and then after that proving process and
Mm-hmm.
everything, like with Rachel and Laban and Jacob,
Right.
after that proving process, then the father would give over the daughter, and then they can engage in um,
Right.
consummating their
Consummate.
marriage. But
Right.
sex is not marriage.
Correct. Now,
Yes.
right now, what is the parents? Her parents are gone, not in the world. They don't really believe in the Bible stuff. Then what?
I would say you would need to go to maybe an uncle or a grandparent, or if you aren't a part of some kind of organization, then yeah,
Then what?
join an organization where it is like they do know the scriptures. Some elder that is biblically
Sound.
sound.
Right, right.
Yes.
Now,
My
understand.
dad, I would say
Go ahead, go ahead. Huh?
my dad, he isn't in the truth, but he would, well, his dad is actually a pastor, but they're into Christianity. So it's not like
Different.
it's
They're
not,
different.
yeah, it's not like,
Hmm.
like IUIC, but yeah.
Right, right. So, and also just to also land back on that, regarding the biological parents, if they're in the world, because Laban was worldly too, but Jacob still respected him. So, in terms of your parents, like in our organization in particular, we have incidents where the son of, well, primarily usually the daughter will have parents that don't really believe or whatever. And what happens is the parents, or I'll give two instances. There's one instances where the daughter oftentimes will have parents that don't really want their child in the quote unquote cult, whatever. So they're turned off by whatever. So oftentimes what certain organizations do, I won't say which one, but Israelite organizations, Israelite groups that I know of that are a bit more mature and responsible, they mentor the men in certain programs they have provided for the men as well as the women on how to carry themselves, get themselves together so that they present themselves worthy enough or somewhat respectful enough to approach your worldly parents, whether mother or father, and ask for the daughter's hand in marriage. Now, oftentimes, the father tends to be somewhat more be defiant. Mothers are more nurturing and more understanding. So it's in the best interest of the man to have guts and some kind of balls, which he's mentored to have, to approach the father first and foremost and explain himself, whatever, and try to have a conversation with the father of the world, and just speak to him and so forth, and hear the father out, and just have a certain level of dialogue to let him know what his plans are with his daughter, and at least as a man, so the father can know, okay, he's man enough to at least speak to me, and speak to the man, speak to the father, and try to establish some form of rapport or respectful boundary with the father to some extent, even if he says, I don't want to be bothered with you, whatever, and that. Because at the end of the day, you can't stop your daughter from doing what she wants to do when she's grown. Once she's made up her mind, it is what it is. She's going to what they call it, elope. It happens, but you can try to at least, even if they're in the world, try to reach them to some extent and try to reason with them and try to win them over to understand, listen, I want to marry your daughter and so on and so forth. And sometimes it doesn't happen. Now you flip it around, you have the mother, who, because sometimes the father and mother are usually not married, or they're separate. So you got to pretty much try to win over two parents. So you go to the father first and foremost, out of respect. Then if that don't work out, you try to make it work out. You go to the mother, speak with her, and 9 times out of 10, that usually works because the man's very respectful. She sees how much the daughter loves the man, because women know it when their daughter's in love. They know, so they'll see how much her daughter loves the man, and because she sees that and sees he's respectable and he's respectful and approached her and asked her respectfully for her daughter's hand in marriage, they usually wins them over. He's usually easily winning them over. The mother easily, the father not so much, but the mother more so. Now another scenario. I'm gonna land after this. You have a scenario where you have certain Israelites, like the one you encountered, that make us look like shit, and the parents are turned off by it because the Israelite came along and said, "Yeah, I like your daughter," and yada yada yada, and sex is marriage. And then he goes and leaves you out to dry, and he's gone with the wind. Now the parents are looking at that nigga like, "Yo, that's the Israelite. That's how they carry themselves, man. F them." Now another brother comes along and he's Israel. Like, what about that last nigga? Was he Israel too? So now you got to clean up his
Hmm.
mess and fix that stupid stuff that other nigga did. So that's scenarios number two. So that's why it's important to have brothers who are pretty much mentored and instructed in the scriptures as best as possible in the commandments. I know the group I'm part of teach the commandments and faith of Christ, and how to mentor the men, make sure that they're financially able, spiritually able, responsible on every spectrum, so that he or his basis of got his own place, got a decent car, got a decent job for a certain amount of time. They've proven for at least, I would say, the least a year and a half, the most 3 years, and then proceed with that. That's pretty much how my organization is run. So, and that usually works out. I've married plenty of people off. So
Right.
that's why y'all need community. You need to be a part of an organization. If not ours, you find some other group that has that with them, great. But I mean, like I said, it's best to come together with someone as leadership and so on and so forth, that's not going to lead you into a freaking orgy, because you're gonna run that too. Yeah, your wife number
Yeah.
85. You paying all the fucking freaking bills. And he's sitting on his ass scratching. I'm just telling you, this horror stuff. I've been in this for 20 years. I've
Yeah.
heard many horror stories. They come running to
Hmm.
us. Can I come over there? No, stay your ass right over there. We told you, we warned you already. So I'm just telling you, Lord's will, you find yourself in safe hands, wherever you decide to join. Lord be with you.
Yes, it seems like IUIC definitely has the most structure out of all the other camps and groups.
Okay. Okay,
So
sounds
yeah, yes.
good.
Oh And snap! I have family members that are a part of IUIC. I
All right,
just
you might
haven't
as well, just
congregated,
go there then.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
you might as well go over there. Yeah, you can be a
Yeah.
bit more comfortable over there. If that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right, all praises. Well, hope I was helpful. I'm gonna land right there. I'm
Thank
exhausted. I'm
you.
gonna finish my tea. All right. Yeah, yeah. All right, y'all. Shalom, shalom.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to say hello. I used to.
Hey, Zion, hold on one second.
Hey,
Hold on
okay,
one
I'm
Hold
second.
on, hold on.
sorry.
We,
Excited. You excited. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
What's
yeah,
up?
hell
Hold
yeah,
on,
you
hold
excited.
on.
Reset
What
stage you
reset the
want to
room
let it
first,
go?
and then we'll go out the. We'll go. Go ahead.
I
I
just
was-
wanted to say, back when the first range of rabbis that were teaching the Bible of the Old Testament, I wanted to salute y'all because I am Gad and Manasseh. I am Ashkenazi and
Oh,
Sephardic.
okay. So hold on. Wait.
Oh,
But we'll fast before we go. Before we deal with that,
But
I'm
I'm
not a
Islamic
rabbi, but I'm not a.
as well.
hold on a
And
second. Go
I'm
ahead.
an
Hold on.
ordained rabbi as well.
Wait,
Gee,
sis, wait. I think
hold
sit
up.
down.
Damn.
Damn.
Yo, this is
Reset
crazy.
the room. Let's reset the room first, and then we'll saying what you said. Let's just hold on. Yeah, y'all. Get.
Yes, sir. Shit. Gene, that's you?
Yes, sir. Shalom.
All right, one second. Let me confirm a couple people, man. That's some crazy work. Nat Turner, that's you?
Yes, sir. And my
All right.
son Clay.
Most High in Christ bless, man. One second. John Mark.
Yes, bless Elohim, bless Yeshua.
Zion, you all right?
Oh my God.
Hold on one second. Jesus.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
John
me,
Mark, that's you,
Gabriel.
bro?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir,
right.
y'all.
Damn. All right, let's reset the room real quick. Hey, y'all already know what it is. This is Biblical Smoke. All right. The topic is, will all nations be one in God's kingdom? First and foremost, if y'all are interested in learning more, y'all can visit us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com and email us where we will email you in return a free beginner's booklet with more information. Maybe you want to learn the nearest location near you. You can also email us your name, your number, and we'll get back to you shortly. These also include how you learn. All right. So with that, the room has been reset. Zion, now what you got to say on the topic?
Please pronounce my Chinese name Cheyenne Shi
So, I said
correctly.
Zion, didn't I say
Cheyenne
Cheyenne?
Chief.
No, you said Zion. I'm not
Cheyenne.
Zion. I'm Cheyenne.
Okay, Cheyenne, the Chinese rabbi. What's going on, man?
Yes, because President Xi is an ancestor of mine. What's up? What's going on?
Oh, what's your thoughts on the topic?
I believe in the Constitution because of
Cheyenne,
President.
did
Huh?
you see the Did you see the topic? Will
Yes,
all
and I
nations?
answered it already.
Okay, what did you say?
I said all nations submit underneath God,
The,
Elohim.
well, that's not the topic. The topic is, will
I
all
read the
nations be
topic before
one
I even. Okay. Yes,
in
all nations
God's
were.
kingdom?
Yes, in God's kingdom.
Do it. Nope, couldn't do it. Continue. Let's go on. Move on to somebody
Oh
else. Couldn't
snap!
do it.
What happened, yo?
My phone, my finger said. I'm sorry. My finger said. iPhone is
Damn.
demonic.
Yo!
iPhone Siri was like, I must press button. I was like, no, Siri, stop. Don't do that. And I couldn't stop it. I got Skynet in my
Ejectocito,
phone.
cuz.
Hey,
I got
E,
Skynet and
I
I
thought
got
you wanted to hear
Skynet
from
and
the
Smith in
Chinese
my phone.
rabbi.
Yeah, I got Skynet and Smith in my phone. Tell me to people off the stage. I'm sorry.
The good
Nah,
old Ejectocito. I
yes,
love that.
bro. His phone is. We need John Connor, man. We need John Connor to come back and now redo that right real quick. That was crazy work. A Chinese rabbi with Chinese ancestors, Ashkenazi, with a
You
Gad,
got to say
Manasseh,
the name
everything.
right. Chian Chi.
Bro, I thought that was a Marvel character, but either way, I digress. One second, she's raising her hand again. Hey, it is what it is. We're gonna move on to Kingly. Hold on one second. Yoshia, is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All praise to the Father. One second. All right. All right. So, Kingly, what's your thoughts on the topic? Will all nations be united under God in the kingdom?
Um, I would like to know what kingdom, like heaven, is that what you're talking about?
God's kingdom, yes. Heaven on earth, yes. But all nations be one? Will they be separate? You can look at the options. No nation stay separate, yes. One world under God, not sure. I need scriptures.
I believe all nations will be separate. I cannot particularly pinpoint the scriptures. I can totally remember a scripture saying that Jerusalem will be the center of worship, and every nation will bring gifts or whatever it is to Israel. I don't know. So I can't remember. I can't really pinpoint the scriptures, but it's something like that. So they would one. There'll be one under God, but they'll be separate in their separate nations because, and it's also written that whichever nation doesn't bring would actually suffer like famine or something. I can't remember the scriptures, but I know it's somewhere in the Bible. I don't know where.
Okay. Any other mods want to address what he said? You know, he said all nations will be bringing gifts to Israel, he believes, or so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think it sounded like he might been kind of mixing Isaiah with Zechariah 14. But get Zechariah 14 for the gentleman.
You
Let
you
me
want to
see.
start at 16?
Yeah, just jump down to 16.
Zechariah chapter 14 and verse 16. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up from year to year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the feast of tabernacles. And it shall be that whoso will not come up of all the families of the earth unto Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain.
Right, I think that's what she was talking about with the famine part, right?
Yeah.
We
Who
can
was
barely
that?
hear you, Kingly.
That's hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. I don't think Kingly heard you.
Yeah, I'm in the matrix.
No, you sound good to me.
Um,
Okay,
I heard the scriptures that you just read, and yeah,
that was it, right?
yeah, that was it.
Right. So that's the that you saying that's the source of your understanding that it'll only be one nation in the kingdom of heaven, right?
So, um, just to be clear, I asked, you said the kingdom of God on earth, so that's only
Yeah.
takes my
So,
that only takes my
excuse
mind
me.
to the 1,000 years reign on earth.
Hmm.
That's what- And if that's what it is, then I believe that scripture actually points to that particular 1,000 years reign on earth. So I believe all nations will be different in their respective geographical location or continent, and every year they will have to send gifts or send bring whatever it is it mentioned to the king in Jerusalem. So that's my belief.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, moderator.
Does that look like equality, or is that like a servitude to one particular nation? If I just want to make sure
Uh,
for clarity.
it's no servitude. It's more of like um how do I put it? So the fact that they are bringing those gifts, it's pointing backward to the because um when something is done away with, like Christ came, he died on the cross of Calvary, and we are all saved. Now we come to the point of the millennium, which is the 1,000 years reign, when the earth is under one rule, which is the rule of Christ, the
All
King of
saved
Kings.
meaning what? I want to make sure. I want you to continue, but I want to make sure I understand you right. All saved meaning what?
That's the people that are saved, people that make so the people that make it into that God's kingdom. That's what I mean.
Got you. So Israel gonna be receiving gifts, but every nation is gonna be saved, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Okay, so I would lay out my what's it called, my um my points from this, because I believe that God works with races, like, because I believe that we are three major races on the earth, which was spread from the children of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem being the Jews, which are the yellow race, and then um I mean just the yellow race, and then the Sham being the Africans, the black race, and Japheth being the white race. So if you come to how God works, just like God used only the Jews to write the entire scriptures, there was no other race that wrote, or any other, there's no other people that wrote the scriptures apart from Jews. They were all Jews from A to Z. From Genesis to Revelation were only Jews. And then when it comes to carrying the gospel around the world, after the the scripture was written, that's after the last apostle died, which is John the Beloved. The people that carried the gospel around the world were the white race, which is the Japhetic race. So Shem, which is the Jewish race, has had their impute, which is writing the scriptures. Um, Japheth had
Jewish
had the
race,
impute.
Jewish race. Who would that be today? It,
I'll say the yellow race, because I'm
what yellow race? What are you
What
referring to?
yellow race?
so I'm typing because no, apparently we have so many sub races now. It's not just, but I feel in the beginning it was three major races: white, black, and yellow, which was the Palestine, the,
White, black, and
the
yellow. Got you.
yeah,
And you said okay. Japhet is the white race.
yes,
Would
the
Negroes
white race.
fall into Hamites?
Hamites are the black race, and
Okay. Would Negroes fall into there, like African
yes,
Americans?
yes, 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 yes.
Okay, got you. Okay, and who's the yellow race?
The yellow race gives us the Palestine, that's the Jews, Israelis, all those people in that, yeah,
You talking about the
the Middle East.
Simpsons?
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted him to clarify. I mean, I'm not, I wanted him to continue. I didn't want to cut him off. I was gonna pass it off to the moderators first and foremost. Gotcha. Continue.
Okay, so then the Japheth, which is the right race, brought the gospel around the world, which is going down to all the black Africa, black continent, or Asia. The gospel actually went around the world in that day. In that day, actually went around the world, and slowly, when we are coming in this day and age we're living in, the white race is actually losing it, because they don't have it anymore. It's more like the gospel has now come back to Africa. It has come back to Africa. It's more like Africans are now leading the gospel, because more like it is now the impute of the black race, because the yellow race has had their impute in the writing of the scriptures. White race has had the impute in evangelizing the entire world, and the black race is having the last impute, which is actually pointing people to Christ, the for
Oh,
the rapture.
that okay. Do you have any documents to substantiate your claim at least? Like, I mean,
Um,
you've been talking a lot for a minute. We can give you some documents to help you out, but at least provide something. You said
okay.
you said a lot.
Okay. So, as we all know, according to the Bible, the gospel, which is the God established two particular religion, which gives us Judaism, which was useful for the Jews alone, and then Christianity. And now Judaism was done away with when Christ was born, which I think we all know. And when Christ died, he had a key apostle on ground, which was Peter for the Jews for the
Hey,
circumcision.
Kingly, we can get a
But
scripture. We can get the Bible for you, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. You can probably you probably could. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just give us the scripture reference of what you're saying, and we can pull it. You know.
Um. Oh. You okay, you might have to check it out yourself though. Okay. Um. Let's go to where Jesus Christ told the disciples to go preach the gospel and to not to go into to not to go to only go to the lost people of
Matthew
Israel and
10
not
and
other
5.
nations. Let's
Nah,
break
we can read that, but he said quite a bit. He said that Japhet is the white race. I mean, at least prove that first.
Yeah, why you say that?
And the Palestine is the yellow race.
I can
Yeah,
prove
who them
that. Sorry.
yellow
Let's go
folk?
to the book of let's go to the book of Genesis. I think Genesis 9. Yes. Genesis 9.
Hey, hold on. Hey, John Mark, Yeshua, Saint, sir, y'all want to deal with this?
I want to see where he going. I want to because he said
Um
that so many
okay.
times.
Okay, sorry, Genesis
Yeah,
10. Genesis 10 it says now these are generations
Oh, we gotta read
of
it.
the
We gotta read it. We gotta read it.
oh
We gotta read it.
okay.
Uzziah, what did you call Genesis 9
Genesis
and what?
10. Genesis 10.
What verse?
Um from verse 1.
Okay, where are we stopping at?
We'll stop at so I wouldn't want us to just read the whole stuff. So I would start with verse 1
Well, help us
and
out. At least
yeah,
pinpoint the verse that says
10,
the white man is Japhet.
10, 10 verse 1 to you know what, let's read it down to verse 10.
God, man. So you want us to go through 10 verses to prove that Japhet is the white man?
It's going to prove that the Japheth and Shem and Ham, yeah, all three of them. That should show it from their lineage, the names of their children, and where they dwelt on earth. So yeah,
I'm gonna ask you again. Okay. Or maybe you're not understanding my question. Are you saying we have to read 10 verses to prove that Japhet is the white man? That's what we want, accuracy here.
we can just read chapter 1 and 2 for Japheth, I believe. I mean, we could still go down, but
hey,
yeah, just one and
Yes,
two.
sir.
yeah, hey, look, Kingsley,
Yeah, one and two,
we
one and
we
two.
not about to read a whole chapter, G. That's not. We not about to do that.
10
We
verse
not
1 and 2, just 1 and 2.
verse 1 and 2. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Genesis chapter 10 and verse 1. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras.
Okay.
Okay, so now with the names that we're given, if you check the geographical location on Earth presently and where it has been, um if you look at, it says the sons of Japheth was Gomer, Magog, Madai, and Javan. So if you see, if you check where Gomer is on the internet, it says can be referred to an ancient people group.
You said to a what?
It says can be referred to ancient people group, a biblical figure for modern location in Armenia, the descendant of ancient Gomer people group were originally associated with. Uh, I'm trying to modern. It's now Shah modern day Germany. Goma has modern day, gives you modern day Germany. Gog gives you modern day. Sorry, Magog gives you modern day. I mean, I'm just checking now. Sorry.
Hey, Kingly, I'm gonna help you out. So, if Japhet is the so-called white man, okay, then who is Esau?
Esau.
Yeah,
Esau is the brother of Jacob.
yeah, Roger that. But who are they today?
See, Esau is
gives us the
You can say
is
you don't know, by the way.
I mean
Yeah,
I
that
can
that is
I
an
mean
option.
I would say I wouldn't say I don't know because for Esau to be the brother of Jacob, and Jacob is Esau and Jacob are the children of Israel, sorry, of Isaac, and Isaac is the son of Abraham. Let's also know that Abraham lineage is from the children of Shem. He gives us the yellow race. So it gives us the same.
Wait. You're saying Shem is the yellow race?
Yeah, Shem is the yellow race.
Oh, shit.
Kingly. So you're saying, okay, who's the yellow race again? I heard somebody say the Simpsons. Is it Homer? Is it Bart? What are we saying here, Kingly? What do you mean by yellow?
Yellow. I mean, what I believe is this. I believe that because the world right now has evolved to like a lot of sub races because of mixing of marriages and stuff, um cross marrying from different continents and yeah, mixing. It's why we can't really pinpoint this and that. But originally, some
All
of
right,
their yeah.
Kingsley, we gotta do this, bro. You've been going a long time,
All right,
and
no problem.
I don't see you landing either. No, like no landing in sight. So this is what we're gonna do, right? So real quick, reader, let's get Genesis 20. Was it 27? Esau's blessing.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
what was told to Esau?
Yes, sir.
Genesis chapter 27 and verse
Like
38.
38 or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Verse 38. And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father?
Uh-huh.
Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth.
Right now, what I want you to take note of, because you kind of on it, Kingly, with I guess you're trying to decipher who's who in the Bible based off of geographic locations, right? But I want you to see that's Esau's blessing right there, right? The fatness of the earth, right? Go ahead, read on.
And of the dew of heaven from above,
Uh-huh.
and by thy
Kingly, where did the dew of heaven lay once it came? Like in the morning, you got the morning dew. Where is that? What does it cover?
Maybe I don't know. You should probably tell me.
It covers everything. It doesn't specify one place or another. It coats the
Ex-
entire
ex- ex-
ground,
exactly. That's so
right?
that does
So
that.
hold on, Kingly. Read on.
and by thy sword shalt thou live.
So the way that they would accomplish inheriting the earth, right? That was the correlation with do having everything, right? Covers everything. So Esau, his father told him that in the latter days, this is how you would be. This is the way it would be for you, right? You would have the fatness of the earth, meaning the best parts of the earth, and you would cover it. Like it would be all yours, right? Now, real quick, just to throw some contrast in here for you. Go up to Jacob's blessing. I want you to really think on this, Kingly.
I'm literally reading it, and the fathers of the earth doesn't really literally
Hold
say.
on, hold on. We're just gonna read real quick. We're gonna read real fast. Go up to, I think it's 27. Where
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 27 and verse 27.
Hmm.
And he came near, verse 26. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now and kiss me, my son. And
Hmm.
he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord hath blessed. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven.
Wow. So hold on, Kingly. He's saying the same thing to Isaac, right? He's saying the same thing. He says God could be. Remember the dew of heaven. It comes down and it covers everything. It doesn't specify a certain place and they say we're just gonna rest here, right? The water, the coat, the frost, if you will, right? It covers and it coats everything. But he's saying the same thing to Isaac. I mean to Jacob, right? Go ahead.
And the fatness of the earth,
Mm,
and plenty of corn and wine.
mm. So
Let
now he's
he
saying the same. He's literally saying the same thing to him, right? But watch
Yeah.
this. Read on. He says, corn and wine,
Let people serve thee.
and it says, let people serve thee. Remember, what was the ending of Esau's situation? Do you remember? Yes or no, Kingly? Do you remember? Read it again
Uh,
for me. 38, the bottom of it.
yeah, he was blessed. He was yeah. Not
Yeah, but he so it was the same thing. What was the only difference with Esau?
Esau was he lost his blessing to his brother.
No. Okay, read it again. You
You
Oh,
want
confused.
okay.
I
verse
got you. I'm gonna
40?
help you out.
Oh, the fatness of the earth.
No, they were
Uh,
both given the fatness of the earth. Just read it again. Just listen. Just listen. Go ahead.
The whole thing or verse 40, sir?
Verse 40,
Yes,
the
sir. Verse
bottom part. Yeah.
40. And by thy sword shalt thou live,
hmm
and shalt serve thy brother.
So now it says, let people serve thee for Jacob. But then it says, you ultimately shall serve your brother. Right? Now, note before that, it said for Esau, how would he obtain the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven? By his sword, right? By his sword he shall live. But that wasn't said for Jacob, right?
that's
That was a
true.
dip. That was a he didn't. That's not what was said for him. Do you
Yeah, that's
understand,
true.
Kingly? So
Yeah,
far,
that's true. So
huh?
so literally, what God is literally saying is He's blessing him regardless of where he is with the fathers of the earth.
No,
Meaning,
no,
I
no.
mean,
Just
that's
listen.
what He says. It doesn't
No,
give
no,
you
no,
like
no. You still lost because they were told the same thing. So you can't specify who's who based off of exclusively based off of where they are geographically. You can't say that
no. My
because
point is,
that
my
wasn't the
point is,
promise. Hold
my
on,
point is.
Kingly. Kingly, hold on, hold on, hold on. You've been talking a long time, right? Now get Genesis 25. So we're going to get some very clear and definitive uh, uh, scriptures on who's who and what's what, right?
Genesis
So
chapter
first, the first characteristic, and one of the characteristics we got by Esau, I would just use Esau, right? He would be everything he gets, he would get it by the sword, right? Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 25 and verse 21.
Uh-huh.
And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, Two nations are in thy womb.
So now I heard you say earlier that that was just Jacob's. I mean, that was Esau is just Jacob's brother. Well, it was more than that. These are Jacob and Esau signifies two separate nations. Two separate nations, meaning people. That's two different people. Read on.
And two manner of people
Mhm.
shall be separated from thy bowels.
So they won't be the same. They'll be two different people, two different nations, two different races.
Two
That's what the
nations,
Bible says, right?
not
Read on.
races, nations,
And
not
the
Read
races.
on.
one people shall be stronger than the other people.
And then it says, and these are character attributes. The one people shall be stronger than the other people. And there's spiritual attributes too, but just to keep it simple, right? So one people shall be stronger than the other people. These are two separate people. These are two separate races. These are not the same people. Was that it on that?
And the elder shall serve the younger.
And the elder shall serve the younger. Remember what was told to Esau. Because who came out first here? Kingly.
Esau came out first.
Say it again. I can't hear you.
Esau came out first.
Right. So who's the eldest?
Esau's the eldest.
Esau's the eldest. So now who shall serve the younger?
Esau will serve the younger,
Esau
the
will serve the younger.
Jacob.
So now remember what was told him by his father in the promise in Genesis 27. It says, and you shall serve your brother. Right? You remember that, right?
I do.
D- d- I can't hear you. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I do. I do. I understand.
Okay, so you remember that, right? Okay, now let's get Genesis. I mean, let's get well, finish that and then
Verse 24. And when her days to be delivered were
Mhm.
fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment,
Okay.
and they called his name Esau.
Go ahead.
And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob.
Mm.
And Isaac was 80 old when she bare them.
So wait, Kingly. There's no description for Jacob. There's only a description for Esau because it's specifying something that's unique, something that's not the norm, right? So Esau would come out red and hairy. You with me, Kingly?
I can hear you.
All right.
I
So
can hear you. I can hear
by
you.
by him coming out red and hairy all over, right?
Hmm.
How did Jacob come out?
Um, smooth skin,
What skin?
smooth skin.
Smooth skin? No, how about dark skin? You know everybody was
No,
black.
literally. Um, Jacob became the Israelite. Esau became the Edomite. But they're all yellow races, regardless.
No, that's not what that says. Read it again. You missed it. You're not listening. I think you got a book open in front of you and it's not the Bible, and you just spewing out a bunch of stuff that you reading out of some book. But you listen to the Bible. You believe the
I,
Bible,
I, would,
Kingly?
I would like to ask
Kingly,
you this question. I'd like
hold
to ask
on.
you this
Listen.
question.
Just listen. We gotta go from you know 1, 2, 3. All right. Do you believe the Bible, Kingly?
Yes, I do.
All right. So one more time, read Genesis 25.
And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment.
So it doesn't say he came out yellow. It doesn't say he came out smooth. It doesn't say, it says he came out red and hairy all over. Red and hairy, kingly. What people is red and hairy?
You tell me.
You don't know who's red and hairy? Where you on the continent? You in Africa?
Yes, I'm in Africa.
Which country in Africa?
I'm not in Africa. I'm in Europe.
You're in Europe. So but you're from Africa originally, right?
Yes, I'm from Africa.
Which country?
Nigeria.
I'm sorry?
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Who conquered Nigeria? Who colonized Nigeria?
The Europeans.
Which Europeans?
British.
The British, right? What color are they?
They are white.
No, they're not white.
They what you say? They're red.
I have a car and it's white. I have a car. I'm looking at a piece of paper in front of me. It's white.
White
My
doesn't
undershirt
white
is
white doesn't mean like plain white.
okay.
It's
I'm asking you a
white
color.
white.
I'm talking about a color, right? I'm talking about
Yeah.
a color. So what color were those people that colonized Nigeria?
Pale skinned.
What skinned?
Pale skinned.
Okay. What color pale?
I think you probably let me know because right now I don't know what you're
They
trying to
are
say.
red. They are red. They are pink. Pink is a derivative of red. They are red people. But the witchcraft is strong, so you literally think they're white people. There's no people that is white. That does not exist. It does not exist. It doesn't exist. They
Oh
are
my.
red people. That's who colonized you people. They're red people. And I'm just using your people because they colonized us over here in America too. They colonized our people all throughout Africa and all throughout the world. Is that right or wrong, Kingly?
Um. Sorry. What's the question again?
Did they or did they not colonize you and everybody all over the world? Red people. Okay, get Micah chapter 2, verse 2.
Micah chapter 2 and verse 2.
Mhm.
And they covet fields and take them by violence,
Mm. So
and house.
remember, so remember what we read about Esau in the last days, right? He would have the fatness of the earth, meaning the best things, the best places, right? And he would be all over the earth, and he would take it by the sword. So now read that again one more time.
And they covet fields and take them by violence.
They take them by violence. Did they vote for Nigeria, Kingly? Did they ask you to remove yourselves into a subservient position in Nigeria and exalt them as the head? Did they do that and give us your land? Did they beg for your land of Nigeria, or did they brutally take them by violence? Those lands there in Nigeria.
Um, how do I put this?
It's
Um,
very simple. Yes or no.
no, it's not.
Did,
It's not very simple. It's not yes or no because
so they voted.
every
They voted
nation
for
fight for
Nigeria.
lands, and it's not a lot of people fight for lands, and they don't ask anybody, any race or any
Uh,
to take.
so
They take it.
right. So who? So what about the other What about the other continent countries there on the continent?
Other countries. The
Yeah,
Irish,
yeah,
Irish people were once slaves around there,
yeah. And what?
and who took them? Their
Wait,
own
wait, wait. You
people.
said the what? Wait. Run that back. You said the Irish what?
The Irish people were once slaves too.
Were once slaves to who?
Yeah, they were once slaves in the in the US, and they were literally more like the same thing as blacks, but still, and you wouldn't say they took them by violence because that
Hey,
doesn't really apply because a
hey,
nation fight.
Kingly. That's false. You have what happened with the Irish was a lot of them were into illegal activity. So some would be serving a sentence that's completely different than slavery. That's slavery, and you're imprisoned, right, for breaking the law or committing a crime are two different things. One was warranted in justice, and the other was evil and wicked and violent. They're not the same, Kingly. You made that up, Kingly.
Right. Also, kingly, indentured servitude is not the same thing as slavery. The Irish serve their own people in indentured servitude. We serve the white man in slavery. It's two different things.
You understand that, Kingly?
Oh, okay, okay. I literally agree with you with the but my what I was trying to say is that Irish people were once in servitude, regardless whether it was by penal labor or whatever it was during the 17th century. Regardless, my point is when you talk about being conquered and taking lands by force without having to without getting your permission, it is
Mhm.
nations fight against nations. It is
Yeah.
something that is just there like
Hey,
that. It doesn't
Kingly,
have to
what
do with
nation did the
culture.
Nigerians fight and take? What nation? What nation?
We didn't take any nation, but okay,
Right.
but how
So,
about the
Kingly, what are you
but
talking
how about the
about?
Babylonians? Okay, how about the Babylonians?
Those are also wicked people. That's why God destroyed the Babylonians, but at the hand of the Persians, and so on and so forth.
How about
However,
how
however,
about the Romans?
however,
How
let's
about the
talk
Romans?
about Kingly. Kingly, we were talking about Jacob and Esau, were we not? How did the
Exactly.
Babylonians come up?
My point is this. My point is this. Jacob and Esau were of the same race, regardless of their skin.
No, show me this. What scripture is that? Because we just read scripture several stating that they're not. The Lord spoke to our foremother, right, or the foremother of Jacob, and told her plainly, two different nations are in your womb. And you still gonna sit here on the phone on this thing and say that they the same people. You don't believe, Kingly. You said you believe the Bible. You know what I mean? That's our standard. That's our constant. If you don't believe that, it's really ain't, you just keep talking crazy and read your books. The Bible says it's two different manner of people, two different nations. They separate as soon as they come out. They fought when they was in the womb. Like what book are you reading?
I am yeah, you might say but my point is this. The fact that one was hairy and red skinned and other was smooth skinned with and without giving us he didn't specify the
It didn't
race.
say smooth skin. You didn't read, nobody read. That's not in the Bible. What are you talking about? You made that up also, Kingly. You
Okay,
made you
okay,
made that up. And you know
what
why,
did it say?
Kingly? You know why, Kingly? Because everywhere you go. right? Everywhere you, and I pity for you and all
Yeah,
my
it,
people,
yeah.
bro. Listen, Kingly. I
It
pity
didn't
for you and
mention
all my
smooth skin. It didn't
Kingly.
mention smooth skin
No, it
was
didn't. No, it
when it
didn't.
came to
Kingly, it
yeah,
didn't.
yes, it didn't mention
But
smooth skin,
listen,
but when it came to the part where they were trying to deceive
listen, Kingly.
deceive Isaac, sorry,
Listen, Kingly, Kingly,
for the
listen.
blessing, when
Somebody
it
mute
comes to
his mic.
saying
I don't know how to
I
do
am
it.
smooth skinned, he said it himself. So he has to give you that he's smooth skinned.
All right. So Kingly, and everybody needs to be. It's sad what happened to our people with the with because all throughout Nigeria we stay in we always in Nigeria, always in Nigeria, and there is nothing but white images of Christ. And our job is going and showing the people the truth, just showing the people the truth. We didn't make it racist. It was made racist by somebody else who started the lie that Christ and the people of Christ are white people. So I completely understand why King Lee is on here bug the hell out, making stuff up that we just read the scriptures and it didn't say smooth skin and all of this, but to fight for that damn white man, our people go through some great lengths to even start adding to the Bible, making stuff up that we didn't read, we didn't see. But it didn't say it, it simply does not say that. And we can't go off of geographics because the white man will be all over the world. But there are things that we must go by in which the Bible clearly depicts who's who. All right. And if we're talking about Jacob and Esau, the Israelites and the so-called white man, right? The white man is the one covered in fields, taking it by force. The white man is the one that has the red skin. We call him white, but he has the red skin. He's hairy
The
all over.
Edomites are not the white skinned. They are not white skinned. They are Edomites. They are the Palestinian Arabs that you see.
Hey, go to Genesis 2:7 real quick.
Genesis chapter 2 and verse 7.
There you go.
And the
All praise.
Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
So Kingly, what color is the dust of the ground? Kingly, what color is the dust of the ground?
What do you mean? What color was dust of the ground? The
I
ground
couldn't
has
hear you.
what do you mean by what color was the dust of the ground?
What color is the dust of the ground? When you go dig into the earth, what color is it?
Now, that's a wide question because I will let you know this, that you can dig on the ground and get black sand, you can get and get red, you can get white. So it depends on you. It depends on where you dig. So that doesn't really make sense.
Okay. Yeah, brother. You said black, red, and then you said white. Primarily, the dust of the ground is different shades of brown. Okay. Even when you talking about so-called what you call red clay, it's different shades of brown. All right. So when you read Genesis 25, when Jacob and Esau were born, which he just went over, that's the only time you get a color variation in a nation of people. So everybody from Genesis 2 and 7 all the way up to Genesis 25 were different shades of brown, just like the earth. Read Genesis 25 again. Go back to that again.
That that cannot be
Genesis
true.
chapter 25
That
and verse
that
25. And
that
the
cannot be true.
first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after
So
that,
Esau means wasted away is he. That's what his name means. Let me ask you this, Kingly. Why does his name mean wasted away is he?
Sorry.
Why does Esau's name mean wasted away is he? That's literally what his name means. Why? It's telling you right here in the scripture. It says he
I,
came out
I,
red and they called his name Esau. Why?
Okay, I'll help you. It's because he did not have any melanin in his skin. So the blood showed forth through his skin. That's why he was called Esau. He didn't have melanin. He came out red. The blood showed forth through his skin. Keep going.
And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was
So
threescore.
what Saint was trying to show you is it didn't mention Jacob's color because he was the same color as everybody else from the book of Genesis, the second or the first chapter. Genesis, the first chapter, all the way up, he was the same color as everybody else.
Now,
Different
now that
shades of
now
brown.
that is now that is your assumption because they didn't say it, so you just assumed that because that I could. Yes.
Well, Kingly, you don't have another precept to show us anything different.
Oh,
So
okay,
that's why
okay.
Esau was labeled red all over like a hairy garment. And they called
Do
his
we
name Esau, which means wasted away is he. He was the
do we
only
both
one from the time of Genesis that was wasted away, that did not have melanin in his skin.
okay? Do
Okay?
we do we both do we both agree that the Esau gives us the Edomites and Jacob gives us the Israelites?
Absolutely.
So
Esau are the Edomites. So now keep going, keep reading.
are the Edomites and the Israelites the same
And
color,
I,
the same race, the same race?
They're not the same race. Read verse 21.
verse 21. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went,
So the children were struggling together within her womb. And she says, if this is a blessing of the Lord, why is all this turmoil going on in my womb? Keep going.
and she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, Two nations are in thy womb.
How many nations?
Two nations are in thy womb,
Kingly, are you reading along with us? It says, two nations are in your womb. Keep going.
and two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
Which means they're not the same race of people. Two nations and two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. Go ahead.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger.
So, Kingly, you're wrong again. These are not the same race of people.
That
Now,
makes no sense. Edomites and Israelites are twins. They are the same race. It makes no
yeah, it
sense.
don't make sense to you because you don't understand the Bible. It just clearly said, two nations are in thy womb, and two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. They're not the same people. Okay? Fraternal twins are not, they're not identical. That's the point. That's what the Lord is telling her here. Keep going.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was threescore years old when she bare them.
So again, it just said in verse 23 that it would be two different nations, two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. Verse 24 mentioned that the first boy came out red and he was hairy, or it was hairy all over like a garment.
The
Then it
color
mentioned
has nothing to do
Jacob.
with his
Jacob
race.
came out and it
It has
didn't
nothing to do with
mention
skin color.
Jacob's
Read it
color
surely.
because Esau
Oh
was the
my
only
God.
one different. Hold on, I'm talking. Jacob came out the same color as everybody else from Genesis chapter 1. Esau was the only one different. Now, I want to jump to go to Daniel the 7th chapter real quick. Start at verse 4.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings.
Well, start at 1, matter of fact.
Yes, sir. Daniel 7 and verse 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters.
A
Dan-
is kingly. What nation are the Babylonians, the ancient Babylonians? What nation
They are,
in
they are
Genesis
black.
chapter 10 do they come
They
out
are
of?
blacks. They are blacks from Nimrod. So yeah,
What nation in Genesis chapter 10 do they come out of?
Ham, Nimrod.
Okay, they come out of Ham, out of the Cushites, right? Keep going.
Yes.
Verse 2 Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heaven strove upon the great sea, and four great beasts came up from the sea,
So four
diverse,
great beasts came up out of the sea. Go ahead.
diverse one from another.
Different one from another. Keep going.
The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings.
So now this first beast that was like a lion and had eagle's wings, kingly. Who is this talking about?
King Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian king.
All right, keep going.
I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it.
Keep going.
And behold, another beast, a second, like to a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and it had three ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it.
So now kingly. Who is the second empire? It says, I beheld
Like,
another like a bear,
like it was the
and it
Medes and
raised
Persian.
itself up on one side. Who is this talking about?
Like it was the Medes and Persian empire.
Correct. Keep going.
And they said thus unto it, Arise, devour much flesh. After
Hey,
this
so
I beheld.
let me ask you this, kingly. What nation in Genesis chapter 10 did the Medes and Persians come out of? Genesis 10. Which one?
They came out from um I'd say the Japhetic race. It should be from
Which one came out of Japhet?
the Medes, the Medes, the Persian is also black, also from Ham.
You said the Persians are Ham?
Sorry, one second. I'm not sure about that.
Okay. When you look at Genesis chapter 10,
One second.
read verse 2.
The book of Genesis, chapter 10, and verse 2. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Mekesh, and Tyrus.
So now when you look at the what is it? One, two, three, the fourth one, Madai, that's where the Medes come from. Okay.
That Japhet race, or yeah, Japhetic race. Okay.
So they're Japhetic. And when
Okay.
you jump down to Genesis 10, verse 22, read that.
Genesis chapter 10, verse 22. The children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad.
So I'm gonna just stop there just to get to the point. Elam are the Persians. So that bear that raises itself up on one side is the Median and Persian Empire. You had a Japhetic nation and a Persian nation or Shemite nation ruling at the same time. Now, when you look at the Medes and Persians, were they so-called white people?
So what do you say?
When you look at ancient history, were the Medes and Persians white people? Particularly the Medes, because you said the Japhites were white people. Were the Medes white people back then?
The Medes people, more like um the they're actually the yellow race, the Shemitic race, the Iraq from the
Kingly,
side of
kingly,
Iran.
the point, okay, they were not Caucasian people. Okay, this is
They were not
proof.
white.
History will show you the Medes or the Japhetic nations are not white people. When the Persians and Medes ruled, they were not Caucasians. Okay, go back to Daniel 7 again. Let's continue.
Yes, sir. Daniel chapter 7 and verse 6. After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it four wings of a fowl, The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it.
So
After the
now, now, after the Medes and Persians ruled, who ruled after them?
The Grecian Empire by Alexander the Great.
Okay. So now the Greeks ruled. So now this goes into, so how now did Alexander take over the Mede and Persian Empire? How did that happen?
By war.
By warfare, right?
Hmm.
Go to Daniel chapter 2 and read verse 40.
book of Daniel, chapter 2, verse 40. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things, and as iron that breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet
You know
and
what? You know
toes,
what? I don't want that yet. Go back to Daniel 7. Let's continue.
yes, sir, yes, sir. Daniel chapter 7 and verse 6. After
Okay.
this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it.
Now that's the point. It says, and dominion was given to it, right? So Alexander took over the Mede and Persian Empire. Now, when you look at go to First Maccabees. Let's start there. First Maccabees 1:1.
First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece.
So now the point is Alexander, it says he reigned and it said the first over Greece. Is Kingly you still on?
Oh, sorry. What did you just read?
First Maccabees, the first chapter, the first verse.
Uh, sorry. What is First Maccabees? Because I don't know what that is.
Okay, so this is the point, Kingly. You're missing some history here. So when you read,
It's Maccabees in the Bible.
it is in the Bible. When you
Sorry,
examine
not my Bible.
when the
Not my Bible.
1611 version, when the 1611 Bible was originally printed, the Apocrypha was in there. They started taking it out in the 1700s. Okay, the Protestants began removing these books out. You can still get the Bible with it in there. Many of the Bibles, if you read an old English Bible, a 1611 old English Bible, they may cost 40 to 50 bucks. There's new English versions, updated English that cost maybe 150 bucks. But you can get what's labeled as the Apocrypha separately. Oftentimes it's in a red cover. Okay, but it is part of the Bible. This is the Greek history that so-called Christians omit when you get to the New Testament. Read that verse again.
First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip,
Hey,
the
hey, let me say this first. Kingly, if you in front of your computer or something like that, go type it in. First Maccabees, the first chapter, so you can follow along with us.
I'm sorry. It's not a matter of typing it into my computer. I would. I strongly believe that what we have in the scripture today is what God allowed to be there. So I would not be taking any other extra. I'm sorry. Just no.
Kingly, you don't know what you're talking about. When the original 1611, I just said it. I'm gonna say it one more time for you. When the original, listen to my language, the original 1611 King James Bible was printed, and all the English Bibles before it, they had the Apocrypha in it. They had these books in them. Okay. The Protestants began removing these books out of the Bible, the Protestant white man, in the 1700s. That's why you don't have it now. It is part of the Bible. As a matter of fact, I'll prove it real quick. I'll prove it. Give me the Feast of Dedication real quick in chapter 4. Matter of fact, go to John 10 first, and then we'll go back to it. John 10.
Yes,
Give me
sir.
that.
The book of John, chapter 10 and verse
22.
22. And it was at Jerusalem the feast of the dedication, and it was winter. And Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch.
So now, Kingly, this is talking about Christ himself, the Messiah, our Savior, keeping what's called the Feast of Dedication. Where is he getting this from? What is the Feast of Dedication?
Sorry, I didn't get you. I wasn't.
Okay, read it for him again.
I know
Call
your
and read it
question.
again.
I'm talking about your
The book
question.
of
What was
John, chapter 10, and verse 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of the dedication, and it was winter. And Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch.
So now, Christ is keeping the Feast of Dedication in wintertime. Where is he getting this feast from? Where do you read about this feast being established in the Bible? Because Christ is keeping it. It's obviously a law. Where is he getting it from?
I'm not particularly sure. 1 second.
Say again. I didn't hear you.
I said I'm not particularly sure.
Okay, we're going to help you, Kingly. Now get that for him in the book of Maccabees where we were just at.
First Maccabees, chapter 4, and verse 56. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, and offered burnt offerings with gladness, and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold, and with shields, and the gates, and the chambers they renewed and hanged doors upon them. Thus was there very gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away.
The heathen at this time is the so-called white man, the Greeks. The reproach of the white man was put away. Keep going.
Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the
Now,
dedication,
this is key. It says they ordained, which means it was established as a law. They ordained what?
that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month Caslu, with myrrh and gladness.
Right, from the month Caslu. When you look up that month Caslu, it's kept in the winter time, which is why Christ in the John the 10th chapter, the 22nd and 23rd verse, was keeping what's called the Feast of Dedication. It was established right here in the book of Maccabees. So Christ himself kept what the forefathers ordained in the book of Maccabees. This is canon, it's part of the Bible. Okay, so go back to chapter 1 where we were at to finish the point. I hope you understand that, Kingly.
First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1. And it happened after that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece.
Now, what I want you to see is it says that Alexander, we know Alexander is historical. He reigned as the first king over Greece. So now, Kingly, when you examine the Japhetic nations, what landmass was Greece? Which Japhetic name or forefather inhabited what we know as Greece today?
Um, war. You said war. What forefathers? What is that what you say?
Which Japhetic forefather primarily inhabited Greece?
I'm not so sure. I don't think
When
I
you
know.
read Genesis 10, which one of them? Genesis 10 and 2, I believe. When it mentions them, which one is Greece today?
1 second.
It's Javin. We got to get to the point. Javin. Javin is Greece. So now many people would think that, oh yeah, Alexander reigned over Greece, so that makes him Japhetic. It does not make him Japhetic. Read verse 1 again, and I'm going to show you why.
First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1. And it happened after that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who
Now
came.
that's the part we want to harp on. Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian. The Macedonian. Can you give me that in Esther?
Yes,
Give
sir.
me 5
16.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me get that.
The book of Esther, chapter 16, verse 10. For Ammon, a Macedonian, the son of Amadatha, being indeed a stranger from the Persian blood.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Read that again.
For Ammon, a Macedonian,
So
the
Ammon
son of Amadatha,
this is during the Persian Empire. Okay, it says Ammon the Macedonian. He was a what? A stranger of what?
being a stranger from the Persian blood.
So now, why does it say Ammon the Macedonian was a stranger of the Persian blood? They were not the same people. Okay, so they're not Shemites. Number one. Now we're going to prove they're not Japhites either. Okay, because the Persians we just read in Genesis 10, I think was it 22 or 23, okay, is Elam. That's where the Persians come from. Now go to chapter 12, verse 6.
Esther chapter 12 and verse 6. Howbeit, Ammon, the son of Amadatha, the Agagite,
This is the same person. Ammon, the son of who? Read it one more time.
yes, sir. Esther 12 and verse 6. Howbeit, Ammon, the son of Amadatha, the Agagite.
Now I want you to pay. Is Kingly still on? Kingly, you with me?
I'm here.
What we're reading about here is Alexander the Greek's lineage. That's what we're going to. Remember, in First Maccabees, it called him a Macedonian. So we're going back to establish where do the Macedonians come from. We're reading about this brother named, not a brother, but this Edomite named Ammon. He was called a Agagite. Okay, read that one more time for him.
Esther chapter 12, verse 6. Howbeit, Ammon, the son of Amadatha, the Agagite.
So Ammon was a Agagite. So now let's establish where the Agagites come from in the book of First Samuel.
Yes, sir. First Samuel chapter 15 and verse 8. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword.
So wait. Go read that one more time.
First Samuel 15 and 8. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive.
So now, Kingly, what we're establishing here, what we're showing you through the scriptures, through the precepts. Remember, the scripture says, "Through thy precepts I get understanding." We read about Alexander reigning over Greece, but he was called a Macedonian. When you do your research on the Macedonians, they come out of Agag. Agag comes out of Amalek or the Amalekites. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Who do the Amalekites come from? You sound like you know some biblical knowledge. Who do they come out of? Amalek. What nation?
On the side today, all the ites came out from the children of Ham.
No, Kingly. The Amalekites did not come out of Ham. Go to that. Go to First Chronicles chapter 1. Read 35 and 36.
First
Watch.
Chronicles chapter 1 and verse 35. The sons of Esau,
Sons of
Eliphaz,
who? Sons of who?
Esau,
The sons of Esau, which we just read in Genesis the 25th chapter, when they came out red all over like a hairy garment. Keep going.
Eliphaz, Ruel, and Juesh, and Jalam, and Korah, the sons of Eliphaz, Teman, and Omar, Zephi, and Gatam, Kenaz, and Timnah, and Amalek.
and Amalek. So Amalek comes out of Esau, kingly.
Okay. Okay.
So which proves what we just established already in Genesis 25. When you look at Alexander the Greek, is he white like Saint said earlier? Is he like a white piece of paper?
Okay. So
His
I
skin
don't know.
complexion, is he white like a piece of paper? I'm asking you that.
I mean, I did not see him personally to say if he's a white piece of paper. No,
His
he no,
people,
no.
his
My point
people.
is,
We know that Alexander himself was a Caucasian, right? Are they literally white like a piece of paper white?
nobody's actually white like a piece of paper. It's just common
So what
sense.
color are they, Kingly?
You will say you want to say red.
I ain't saying nothing. You know
If you
what
say
they look like. They're
if
red,
you
just like
if
the
you
Bible
say red,
says.
regardless, I take them as the white race, regardless.
I don't care what you see them as. You see them as they label themselves, but they're not white. They're Esau according to the Bible. We
If they
just
label themselves
established it.
a white race, they are white race.
I don't listen. I don't give a damn what Esau calls himself. They are the Edomites. Thus saith the Lord God. They call themselves the Jews. They call themselves Japheth. They say they're the Israelis. They're everybody. They're the Edomites the Bible speaks of. When you look at ancient history, we know Alexander's people were the Caucasian race. We just established through all the precepts that Alexander came out of the Macedonian lineage, which goes back to Agag, which was out of Esau. Thus
It,
saith the Lord God, which
it,
again,
it,
Esau
it's
means
more like
wasted away.
it's
Let
more
me
like you
finish my
telling
point.
me.
Eh, Esau means wasted away is he. That's who they are. So now we're reading in Genesis Daniel the seventh chapter, we're reading about the Babylonians taking over. Then we read about the Persians and Medes taking over as the bear. Then the leopard was the Greek Empire. Okay. Then who came after the Greeks, Kingly?
The Roman Empire.
The Roman Empire. Okay. Now, when you read about the Roman Empire, matter of fact, go back to Daniel 7. Go back to that.
It's more like you telling me because I'm not the color black. I'm not a part of the black race. That makes no sense because I'm black regardless. I'm not like black. Like I'm more like light skinned in a way, but I'm black. I'm not black like shadow, but I'm black regardless. That's what you're trying to tell me right now.
No,
White
no,
color, white like
Kingsley,
paper. That doesn't
Kingsley.
make any sense.
No, no, no. We get you. We understand that, Kingsley. But for the sake of understanding Scripture, we have to specify red, not white. You understand? Because you got simple, you acted confused when I brought up the point that he was red. The Bible says that he's red, right? So I asked, who is that? To so that you could specify who that was, and you said and you was confused. I said that's the white man. I mean that's the so-called white man, and you were confused by that. So that's what we meant. We understand the difference, or just for the sake of communication, we'll say black or white. But for the sake of the Bible and understanding, especially for all the audience and the listeners, who is that? Who is the Bible? Is the
Right. Absolutely.
So okay, so you're trying to tell me right now that you understood what I meant, but you're just trying to prove. Oh my days.
Kingly, what we're proving is that biblically speaking, Esau Edom is the Caucasian race. We just proved that Alexander the Greek came out of Esau, okay, which is the Caucasian race. We just proved it out of the Bible. Again, when you read First Maccabees, he came out of the Macedonian lineage. Do
Sorry,
your research. They come out of
sorry,
Agag, which is Amalek.
what race is Jacob?
Jacob are the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans today. Those of the diaspora, scattered throughout the four corners of the earth on slave ships, oppressed, colonized on the bottom of society wherever you go. They fit the biblical curses according to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Not
And the Edomites are.
the so-called, as you say, white race. That's who they are. Now, I'll prove it further. Go to the book of Malachi.
The book of Malachi, chapter 1 and verse 1. The burden of the word of the Lord
And
to Israel by Malachi.
right, the burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi. Watch this.
I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau,
God
and,
says out of his own mouth that he loves Jacob and he hates Esau. Keep going.
and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
So now, why does it kingly? Why does it say he laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness? Who's known historically for dwelling in mountains, in caves and mountains? What nation of people?
Sorry.
What nation of people are famous or known for dwelling in mountains, in caves? Kingly, did you hear my question? Okay. Read it again.
Verse 2. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
Right. The Caucasians, I see somebody typed it. The Caucasians are the cave dwellers. That's why it says, and laid Esau's mountains waste for the dragons of the wilderness, meaning the Arabs took over Petra. Keep going.
Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
Now, Kingly, you already established it earlier. You know that the Greeks ruled, then the Romans ruled. What happened after the Romans ruled? What happened after that, historically? What time period falls right after Rome?
Um, I okay, I don't know what you're expecting, but I believe that we're still in the rule of Rome.
Right, we are. We are still in the rule of Rome, but there was a certain time. I'll just tell you. All right, after Rome, you had what's called the Dark Ages. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that it is. It was. I mean, it was the Church of Rome that took us into Dark Ages with the yeah. So
All right. So what happened after what's called the Dark Ages? What happened after that?
the America was founded.
Right. You had something called the Renaissance period, right?
Yeah.
Right. Renaissance also means rebirth, right? Read this verse again, verse 4.
Verse 4. Whereas Edom saith,
Now,
we are.
Kingly, remember, Edom saith. Remember, this is the same nation from Genesis 25. Edom, the red people, meaning they didn't have melanin, so the blood shows forth through their skin. They said, we are impoverished. They ruled as the Greeks, they ruled as the Romans. Then there came a time period where they said we are impoverished, but what?
But we will return and build the desolate places.
Hence what you call the Renaissance period. They were impoverished during the Dark Ages. They said, we're going to return and build the desolate places. Keep going.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down,
Go ahead.
and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever.
Right. So the Bible says God hates them forever. But the point is here, it says they shall build. which goes to your point, we are still under the rule of Rome. Because why? Esau, Edom came back into power during the Renaissance period. Okay. And guess what they established? They established 7 heads and 10 horns, like the book of Revelation says. Which why now most people think they're Japhetic nations because they took
The
over Greece, Rome, Spain, France, Germany,
the
Russia,
the
Great Britain.
the, the 7 heads and 10 horns gives us the nations of that makes up the European Union. So
I know that, which is
okay,
why many people think that Esau is Japhetic, but they're not. They come out of Esau, Edom. They took over Japhetic lands. So the 7 heads, right, like you said, is Europe. They took over those lands. Okay. That's why we're reading here. They returned and built those desolate places. So I'll land on that.
And I wanted to back you up real fast as well because you were making mention about how Esau and Jacob was the same nation. Read First Kings 11 real fast. Read 1 and 2 real quick.
Yes, sir. The book of First Kings, chapter 11 and verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women
All right.
to get.
So King Solomon came from what nation?
King Solomon. Um, what do you mean by one nation? Like it came from Israel?
Right. Exactly. That's the nation he came from. He came from the nation of Israel. All right. So read it again.
But King Solomon loved many strange women,
He said he loved many strange women. All right. Watch this.
together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites,
Mm-hmm.
Ammonites, Edomites,
And what?
Edomites,
Mm-hmm.
Sidonians.
Right. So he said he loved many strange women, and then they label Edomites. So a stranger, according to the nation of Israel, would be somebody outside of the nation of Israel, right? King, you there?
I'm here.
All right. So that stranger would be somebody outside of the nation of Israel, correct?
Yes.
All right. And go to First Esdras 8 and 69. Watch this.
First Esdras chapter 8 and verse 60, 69.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. First Esdras chapter 8 and verse 69.
Mm-hmm.
The nation of Israel.
The what?
The nation of Israel.
So it says the nation of Israel. Come on.
The princes and priests and Levites have not put away from them the strange people of the land.
The strange what?
Strange people of the land,
Referring to people outside of the nation of Israel. Come on.
nor the pollutions of the Gentiles,
Mm-hmm.
to wit, of the Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, and the Moabites,
Uh-huh.
Egyptians, and Edomites.
So Kingly, I want to ask you. All right, because you made a statement earlier. You said Jacob and Esau are the same people. All right. According to these scriptures we just read, are they the same people?
I mean, according to your scriptures, because that's not my scripture. I don't know that. What's Ezra? I have no clue what that is.
Go to Genesis 36 and verse 8. Because all we did was just read the scripture. It says, the nation of Israel shall leave these strange people alone. And it names the Edomite twice. All right, we read 1 Kings 11, 1 and 2, First Esdras 8 and verse 69. It's the same Esdras in the book in the Old Testament, Ezra. It's the same thing, same person. All right,
Hey,
so
hey,
read
real
this.
real quick, just let me just make a quick point on that. Kingly. So when you look at the book of First and Second Esdras, that's in what's labeled the Apocrypha today. Remember, we established that earlier when Christ kept what's called the Feast of Dedication in John the 10th chapter. That was established in the book of First
Okay.
Maccabees.
My point
Okay,
is that
say
wait,
again.
are you? because I use Scofield Bible. I read King James Version. Or your Bible, I don't have that. I don't have your chapters in my Bible. I don't have
Kingly,
it.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. What we're telling you
I
is
don't know what Esdras is. I've never
you're
seen it in my life.
missing some of the books that you need to understand the full context of the scriptures. So
Now I
what he's going over in first Esdras, that is canon. That was in the original 1611 King James Version Bible. Like I just told you, when Christ kept the feast of dedication, that was established in the book of Maccabees, which is in the Apocrypha, which proves that's part of the Bible. If Christ
okay.
kept it, that means it was law.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
go ahead, continue,
okay.
continue now.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me.
Hey, so Kingdom, real fast, right? So when you read the Bible, okay, you say you don't have these scriptures, correct? When Yeshaya brought out to you about the different kingdoms that are ruling, who were ruling after the Persian Mede was in rulership?
He said,
I said, who was ruling after the Persian and the Medes were in rulership?
who was ruling?
Yes. Who had rulership next?
Sorry, I'm not getting your question. Who was ruling? Like in what way?
Kingly, you just said it a minute ago. We just established it. Who ruled after the Persian and Mede Empire? What empire?
Oh, yeah, Alexander the Great.
Okay, and that would be the Greeks, right?
Yeah, from Greece.
All right, where do you read it at in the Bible?
Daniel 7, Daniel
And
uh
where else?
Daniel
And where
2,
else?
Daniel 2, Daniel let
Where
me
do you
stop.
read Alexander?
Oh, wait, it's where do I read Alexandra? What do you make? What do I read Alexandra? Like his name?
It tells you his name. Where you read it at?
No, it tells me the nation, the Greece. Well, certainly from history, I know it's Alexandra the Great.
We just read it earlier. He read it to you. First Maccabees 1:1. It
Yeah,
shows
he
you.
read it. I don't have that in my Bible. I
But I'm
never read that.
saying it,
I
it
never read
goes
that
in
Bible that says
depth.
Alexander
It
the Great.
goes in depth. Now, for an example, when
Hey,
you
listen,
read,
listen. We can move on. What he's saying over and over again is he's saying, hold on. What he's saying is he don't care about the Bible. We've said to him multiple times that that's the Bible that we're reading. What he's telling you is he trusts more so his book, whatever book is in front of him, it's not the Bible, it's some
I would,
history book,
I would
over the Bible.
listen. I will let you know this. Yeah, that in the Dark Ages, when the world was stagnant, where there was no progress, both physically and
So we can
spiritually.
just he good. We can move on.
I mean, that's fine. I don't mind. Me too.
Hey, yo on the stage, y'all. A1.
hey,
Hey,
Shalom,
Hey,
King.
Shalom, A1.
shalom,
Salute,
sir.
salute. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom, mighty men of God. Yo, when y'all speaking to people and they don't have all the books, don't worry about whether they feel it's authentic or not. We didn't write it. These were writings before we was born. So as long as we didn't make it up, and we could show that if you Google online and you show the original King James translation, you see those books in there. So once you show that to them, who gives a shit if they have the books in their hand or not? If they don't want to follow it, then so what? But we don't have to convince them. All you got to do is a simple Google search, and you'll see uh, the Esther, you'll see a Baruch, you'll see all these books there that they Americans just took the shit out the Bible. So if he don't believe, so what? As it says in Romans, so what if man don't believe? Does that make the word of God of none effect? If he don't have it, that's his problem. But don't let that stop you from bringing out what's written in the scriptures. We didn't write them, and we can authenticate them by looking up the original King James to show we have the books, we've studied the books, and the writing match canonically that they go in line with the historical account of what took place. You already showed him. You have the Babylonians, the Persians, and the Medes, and the Greek rule is not in the 66 books in the Bible that America circulates. They took it out for a reason because they don't want the history.
of the evil and the brutality that they did during the time of the Greeks to be known to the people of the church. Okay, they fashioned the Bible around white supremacy, so they took out the rule of Alexander the Greek. If he says he don't have it, who cares? We read it, and it is what it is. We didn't make it up, and you move on and you make your point. Don't spend your time explaining to him whether it's credible or not. If he don't agree with it or he don't have it, that's his problem. You can look it up online. I mute my mic.
And by the way, hate me hate. God hate Esau.
What they say again? The AI to me love less than.
Yeah, this
That's
black.
what he said. That stupid shit. You dumb people, because they put AI, that's gonna change everything. That shit is new. For years, hate meant what it is. Now all of a sudden, AI that's controlled by white people that's been lying. Now we're gonna be like, oh, AI says that we're not listening to you, you people. All of a sudden, AI changes the meaning of a word, and now the Bible don't mean what it says. Don't go back and forth for people like that. They don't. They don't. They. Get John chapter 8 verse 47.
The book of John, chapter 8
If
and
I
verse
got two
40.
kids, what did he say the meaning was for hate?
Uh, they be saying that he it's less. He hit him. He preferred less.
He's preferred, yes, preferred less.
Okay, if I got two kids and I say, look, I hate you. And then he says, Dad, what does that mean? It means I prefer you less. Is that good to tell a child you prefer them less over the. You people are stupid. How is that good? It don't change nothing. If I'm in a relationship and the two women are there and I say, I hate you, that's not bad. I just prefer you less. How is that good? We got to keep saying the same thing to these idiots night after night because they're looking up a word that's a meaning's been changed. It don't change the outcome of the scripture. Like I said, like I read it last week, just read it the way it is. Instead of say hate, say prefer less. It don't change it. Who wants to hear that you prefer less than somebody else? Okay, that shows a lack of level of interest in that person, that they're not significant. Who wants to know that they're insignificant to any other human being? So it don't change nothing. You can use this stupid definition, but it's not going to change the outcome. John chapter 8, verse 47, reader.
John 8 and 47. He that is of God heareth God's words. Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God.
So we don't have to convince people that these are God's words. If you don't know where it is and you never heard it, too bad. That's your problem. Go do the research and find it. I mean, my mic.
Hey, hey, and on that logic, the same thing that we pull in Romans 9, what person that is preferred less? God says, I'm going to destroy your whole race of people. If that's what preferential treatment looks like, I don't even want to be preferred less. I'm just saying straight. I don't want to be preferred less if that means total annihilation for my people.
Hey, or just stick with Malachi chapter 1. They shall build, but I will throw down, because I prefer you less. They shall be called the people against whom the Lord have indignation forever, because I prefer you less. You know how stupid that sounds? Sounds like something you could tell to stupid, unlearned black people. What nation of race of people want to be said, well, God doesn't hate us. He just prefers us less. Where does that shit make sense? My father doesn't hate me. He just prefers me less over my older brother. He didn't say he doesn't love me. He just prefers her over me. You idiots. I mute my mic.
Hey, the white man can tell Negroes anything. That's like a pimp. You know I love you, right? After he didn't sent her
That's
All
semantics. Remember, the scriptures tell you how they speak with forked tongues, and their words are smooth like butter.
damn. Yeah, too.
All right, we have a topic change real
Y'all
quick.
was being too nice to him. That's why.
Yeah, I felt like everybody was getting edified, but it got to a point where that guy was an
Yes,
idiot.
yes, it was edifying.
Yes,
It
sir.
was edifying. Like I said, I got co-workers here who don't believe in the Bible, but they enjoy the conversation. So even they was getting frustrated.
Yeah, after that breakdown Yoshia brought out, and then Saint, I'm like, it don't get no more simpler than that. So he'd have to be an idiot to keep on with what he's doing. So all praise to the Father for this room right here. All y'all get an opportunity to write down precepts in y'all Bible, stuff y'all may have not understood as far as how we understand it, and y'all get to not only take it for yourselves but take it for everybody else. So all praise to the Father. We did a topic change real quick. King, you want to say something?
No, they. I was. Damn, it went down. I thought I seen 12%. People didn't know. If you, I mean, if you didn't know, come on stage and we can give you the answer. That's what I. That's what I was about to say.
Okay, understood. Understood.
Hey,
Yes,
I
sir.
had somebody tell me until I started listening to you Israelites, because they said they only listened to the social media stuff. But when they saw us at 2818 engaging all those people there, they was like, yo, I realize you guys know what you're talking about. He said, uh, they project the Israelite stuff like it's something y'all made up. You shown that the only thing that God is dealing with is the Israelites. So he said, what I noticed is a lot of people are following things that's not in the Bible. You people are showing them the stuff in the Bible, and they don't want to hear it. And that's crazy. That's why God says that you're fake. You people are fake. Okay? That's why I love Isaiah chapter 30, verse 8. He says, you people are fake. Read it, reader.
Isaiah,
We're in a cult. And we're following the wrong thing, but the shit you following is not in the Bible. Make it make sense, reader.
Isaiah 30 and verse 8. Now go, write it before them in a table, and note it in a book, that it may be for the time to come forever and ever, that this is a rebellious people,
You people rebel against God,
lying
and
children,
you're liars. There's nowhere in the Bible that says to be Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, Protestant, or the most stupidest of all is to say I'm non-denominational. Then put the Bible down, you idiot. I can understand you saying I'm Baptist because there was a John the Baptist. I can understand you saying I'm Pentecostal because the Bible does document a time of Pentecost. Okay? I can understand you calling yourself a Christian because you're a follower of Christ. But what's the most stupid is to say I'm non denominational, meaning I don't know what I believe. You idiots coming in here, I'm non denominational. Read on.
children that will not hear the law of the Lord,
Because you're fake. You're fake. Read on.
which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right
We
things,
want to show them prophecy. They want to follow religiosity. Read on.
speak unto us smooth things.
Because you're fake. When you don't want to hear it raw, you're fake. You have those people that say, you got some women that say lie to me, and then you got some women that say, look, don't lie to me. Just tell me the way it is. I feel better with you just telling me the truth, just laying everything on the table and let me make my decision. Then you got those women that say, I don't care, I don't want to know. And then you got the weak, uh, what's his name? From the Winans. He said, I don't want to know if she's playing me.
Damn,
Yeah.
Them
damn,
sissy ass niggas. You got that emotional spirit.
damn.
Because you only the woman says, I don't want to know. I don't want to see it. Just keep it away. Because I've been with women that they would say, look, I know what you're doing. I know the way you are. Just, I don't want to know about it. Then I've met women that say, look, don't let me find out. They're searching. They want to know. So I've learned things being an old man. You got the woman that can tell you, I don't want to know. And then you got the other woman that's searching to know. They want to find out. They're like, just tell me right now so I know what I got to deal with. I respect that. But you stupid Christians, you liars, this scripture's for you. Read it again.
which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right
There
things,
are literally people who are saying, don't tell me the truth about God. Don't tell me the truth about the Bible. Don't
speak
tell me
un-
the right things. Do what?
speak unto us smooth things, prophesy deceits.
You're fake. That's all I wanted. I just want to bring that up. I mean, my mic.
Hey, get Sirach 33, 14. It's your job, because it's not going to be an excuse at the end of the day. Because the brother was, you know, playing like he don't know what color the people are. that's, that's. I'm just telling you, evil. You evil. We know people ain't walking around looking like a sheet of paper. We know they ain't white.
Right, but he plays stupid. He
Yeah,
plays stupid until
yeah,
he trying to make a point. When
yeah,
you making a point using the stupid shit that he said, he confused.
yes. And
Yeah,
God's word.
he don't believe he got all them dumb books in front of him. That's why he's confounded with the word of God.
You
Confounded. And it was broken down so simple and plain.
you you straight up have to lie at some point. If people come up here, they'll start lying. Just like that white guy yesterday. He got upset. Oh, go ahead. El.
You remember the days when your parents could pull you by the ear in public and it wasn't called child abuse?
Yep.
That's what these Christians need. Like them old school parents that will pull you by your ears in public and you're like, okay, all right. Okay? You lying Christians, you get away with everything because of the way society is now. So when you see that they're like that, you got to treat them like that little kid that you need to grab him by his ears and pull him real close and tell him, "You can play with me. Wait till we get home, you little nigga." That's how you got to deal with them. Where all of a sudden, you're like, okay, mom, okay. They just straight because they know when you get home, you're going to get that ass whooping. That's how you got to play with them in here. He's playing games with y'all. I'm listening to them. I'm like, he's just getting on my last nerves. You need to pull him by his ears. Go ahead, man. I'll mute my mic.
Hey, it reminded me of that one nigga we was dealing with that one day that kept saying, black is not a nationality. I said, we know that, but it's a reference for people that that
They,
know
they
who it
always
is. Remember that King?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They always got to lie. And you know what? That's read that. I'm gonna show you. Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 and verse 14. Good is set against evil, and
Uh-huh.
life against death. So is
Read,
the godly against the sinner, and the sinner
read,
against the godly. So look
read.
upon all the works of the Most High, and there.
God said you have to look and you have to decipher between the two. That's up to you. If you want to decide lies, you go you gonna deal with the repercussions of accepting the lies. Read that again.
So look upon all the works of the Most High,
Uh-huh.
and there are two and two.
So he
One,
made. Go ahead.
one against another.
One against another. So you're gonna see the good against the evil. You have to choose. That's up to you. If you wanna get food that hate means I'm gonna rub you on your back and pat you on your head, and I don't like you, so not too much, just a little bit. If you want to take that, is what that means. Go ahead. If you want to get food and trick, come on, man. Go back and believe Tooth Fairy. Believe in Santa Claus and whatever you want to believe in. But I'm just telling you, don't get fooled.
Hey, yo, I just want to say, Piccolo, come up on stage, yo. If you got a question about what equality means, just come up on stage, ask it on here. I don't know, a lot of people don't question equality in America. You understand? So, well, don't we have equal rights? You understand? Aren't all of us equal? One nation under God, liberty and justice for all. You know, will it be like that in the kingdom? That's the question you have to ask yourself. You understand? So if you have any thoughts on the topic, just come up. Y'all don't have to type in the chat. For those who have any questions about the topic, just come on stage. And if you have any questions in general, come up on stage, yo. Give me one second. I'll mute my mic.
Hey, what nation on this earth that like the Chinese, is anybody equal with them in their kingdom? The Arabs. Anybody equal with the Arabs in their kingdom? The East Indians. Is anybody equal with the East Indians in their kingdom? The white man. Is anybody equal in this society with them? No.
Hey, King, I just watched uh, one of those small hats say concerning the Palestinians that we need to nuke them. He said it because they was telling him, "Are you fine with the bombing the way that they did what they did on the Gaza Strip?" He said, "We need to drop nukes." And the guy was like, from the Young Turks, he said the same thing because you don't see them as human. You just they're like nothing to you. You don't see them as human, and that's the problem with humanity. It's the same thing what white people did to us. The reason why they call it chattel slavery, and they wrote in their constitution that you're 3/5 of a man, it was to declassify you as a human being. It was to bring you down to. They have to rationalize in their head the way that they're treating you. So they like to put things. That's why they say the pen is mightier than the sword. It's just like what they're doing with AI. The same way they wrote in their constitution that black people are like animals and you're 3/5 of a man is the same way they're using AI to change the meaning of life and words. So when I was watching the episode that I was watching, and the guy was pretty much saying the bombing was nothing. You guys are complaining about the bombing. What we need to do is nuke them, drop nuclear bombs on them, and to devastate them. Okay, so the guy was like, you would only do that to people who you see as nothing. You don't see them as humans. And he didn't answer. And that's the way people are today. That's what we're dealing with. That's why God says there has to be a great day of judgment. Okay, God is allowing these things to take place before he shows his face. He's showing us what happens when mankind is left to themselves. So for a superpower to be in power, they have to devour. And they have to consider anybody that's not like them to be lesser than. So you're seeing the worst of mankind now. And I'm not limiting it to one race. Even amongst us, you're seeing the most evil amongst our people now. Okay, so that's why when you speak, don't generalize things. Make it clear. Okay, speak in specifics so that when people challenge you, they can't damage you. People like to challenge to damage what you're trying to bring forth. So they're not. challenging you to bring forth reality to the life that we live. They're challenging you to damage you. There's a difference from you challenging someone to understand for it to make sense. There's people who understand, like that idiot you were speaking to. He knew what you was talking about, but he was trying to damage your concept of what the Bible is really trying to say. Meaning he don't care. He don't care about right or wrong. Okay, so it's the same thing like they did with Christ. They challenged him to damage him, and eventually they brought physical bodily harm to him. That's how mankind is. Mankind now challenges to damage. They don't challenge for right versus wrong. So that's why God has to, as it says in Isaiah chapter 13, verse 12, reader, that's why God says this.
The book of Isaiah 13 and verse 12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold.
That's a substance. Everything could be gone, but the gold is a commodity that's been since the dawn of time. That's always been before there was U.S. currency, before there was any yen or anything else, there was gold. That's value that cannot be diminished. So that's why he says, I have to make men that way. So when you're arguing with the people, you got to argue to them from the perspective what God is trying to make us more precious than fine gold, because they're trying to diminish our value. So that's why God uses the analogy of making us like gold. That value never gets diminished. Before there was paper currency, before there was yen, before there was drachmas, before there was any other type of currency, there was gold. And you cannot diminish gold. You could manipulate the value of it the way America does, okay? Or when it's in a shortage of it, the price is going to go up. But when God makes us more precious than fine gold, read on,
Even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir.
where the best gold comes from. Read on.
Therefore, I will shake the heavens, and the earth shall remove out of her place.
After he makes this man more precious than gold, he's going to damage the earth. Read on.
In the wrath of the Lord of hosts.
Meaning he cannot destroy the earth until he defines man's worth. And the only way you can be a man more precious than gold is when you take control of your soul. Satan wants to destroy your soul. Satan's job is to take as much people with him when he goes down. God is trying to restore value to you, make you a commodity, because he's going to rebuild the earth. Okay, and no matter if all the currency goes, that's why if you look as the U.S. dollar's depreciating, you're seeing uh, gold go up and silver go up. Because even if the currency's gone, that value that's what's going to matter. This is what's going to last. It's the same thing with the men that God is creating. As you're seeing the worst of human beings, you're going to see men more precious than fine gold. Why am I saying that? Because in this room, what I've noticed, most of the people that say they believe in God, they're full of shit. They're fake. They're liars. And you must break them down to the lowest common denominator to show the audience that you're not fake like them. So like I was saying, before you make them walk, make them talk. Moderator, I mute my mic. Do what you like.
Hey, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all something. God is not. He's not gonna forget what these people done to us. Like y'all, we at one point in time, you know, uh, they had their way with us. They got it now. But I'm talking about when we was enslaved, like when we couldn't do anything, like they had no cameras. I mean, they just did anything to us. Fed us to alligators. They raped. I'm talking about whatever you think the worst thing they can do to us, they did it. Tore our skin off, fed us to dogs. You know, just horrible things. And God sat there and saw this. Give me Psalm 79 and 8.
The book of Psalms 79 and verse 8. Oh, remember not against us former iniquities.
So you started at 6. No, start at 6. I think it is.
Yes, sir. Psalm 79 and verse 6. Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee.
Right.
And,
These heathens don't know God. They don't know nothing about God. You step and have a conversation with any one of them, they do not know God. Read.
and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name.
What kingdom have called upon God's name? Name them. Not one. Read.
For they have devoured Jacob.
They had to
And
what?
devoured Jacob.
They had devoured your children, the Israelites. Read on.
And laid waste his dwelling place.
Uh-huh.
O remember not against us former iniquities.
Don't remember our iniquities. Read.
Let, let thy tender mercy speedily prevent us.
Right, because we can repent. Read.
For we are brought very low.
We are very low. We are called niggas. We call, they had a man came on yesterday. Y'all can never be the children of God. Nah, y'all niggas. We are very low. Read.
Help us, O God of our salvation,
Help us, O God of our salvation. Come on.
for the glory of thy name, and
For the
deliver
glory
us,
of your name. God going to defend his word. God is going to defend his word. Read.
and deliver us, and purge away our sins for thy name's sake.
Right. The reason why I'm bringing this up, God ain't forget, y'all. He has not forget what these people have done. He ain't like black niggas who can't forgive each other but forgive the other nations. You can't forgive your own brother, but you can forgive people who hate you. Read.
Wherefore should the heathen say, where is their God?
That's what they say now. Where is their God? Ain't no, they don't even believe. They get to tell you anything. Their God ain't gonna help them. Oh, buddy, but you read on.
Let him be known among the heathen in our sight by the revenging of the blood of thy servants which is shed.
Come on.
Let the singing of the prisoner come before thee. According to the greatness of thy power, preserve thou those that are appointed to die.
Damn. He preferred they're appointed to die. What is to prefer less? I don't understand. That was called prefer less. You appointed to die. My father is going to get you. Read.
And render unto our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach, wherewith they have reproached thee, O Lord. So we, thy people, and sheep of thy pasture, will give thee thanks forever. We will show forth thy praise to all generations.
So just let you know, this ain't happened yet. This ain't happened. It's going to happen. All praise to the Most High. Shalom, Mr. Judge.
Yo,
You
I miss any smoke?
Yeah, this idiot talking about. Well, he was talking about hate on me, hate.
Oh yeah, it means I kind of just don't like you a lot. So when somebody say I hate you, I'm gonna say, whoa, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Do you mean you hate me like you want me to die? Like like what God said He was gonna do to Esau, or you mean you hate me like you just like me less, so you gonna put me to death like God said He was gonna do to Esau? Which one is it?
It's crazy.
Is it the slavery hate? The put me to death hate? or is it the burn me like stubble hate? Like which one are you referring to when you say you hate me? Because they
Damn.
all mean different things, I guess, right?
Uh, woman in the comments, she was saying that it hate. In that context, it means prefer less.
Yeah, but in the Bible, he preferred them so less that he said he was going to kill them. So I can deal with prefer less, but what is the consequences of the less preferment? Is death, is slavery, then death. So either way, I mean, I don't want to be hated or preferred left by the Most High. People are idiots.
Yeah, that's what AO would say.
Yeah, I gave the analogy, Judd. I said, you got two kids, and you told one, I hate you. And he says, well, is the kid child going to say, well, all that means is that dad prefers me less than my brother. How is that good? Or a guy tells a woman, I hate you, and she rationalizes it. Well, all it means is that he just likes me less than he likes so and so. And what context is that good? These people are stupid. And it's like I said before, they're going to AI, which is new, to change the meanings of things that have been since the dawn of time, since the history of mankind. Now, because AI gives a different definition, you can't even rationalize in real life that you're being manipulated. That's why I told these people they're stupid and they're fake.
Where the people at?
Hey, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Rara says you can't build a house without foundation. You must have land to restore your identity. Uh, Come up and explain to us what you're talking about. I don't understand. I gave you an invite, Rara. Come up and explain yourself. Yeah, go ahead, Rara. Unmute your mic. Explain yourself.
Yeah, A1. Good morning. No, no, I just wrote the comment there because the thing that you were saying before, he was explaining about what would happen, what God or promise, what would happen or prophecy. Like you give example of Palestine and the rest. Yeah, of course. Like of course, as you know much Bible more than me, but you know that of course all this thing happened, it has happened in the past, you know. So we should not be concerned about what is happening in Middle East. So it's something that has happened in the past and continuing. So to implement those, so there is a lot of things that uh, the world must understand also. From example about the Bible, we should follow and what God had said to us. Yes, but of course we are not. We are different people, you know. But you should also know that God also create people that can, like let's say example now. happen in Middle East or in Sudan. So it has been there. So they have not seen peace, you know. So and also because when we look at the land, because the land had been invaded long time ago. For example, I think I've explained who I am. I'm from Sudan. So uh, and also some identity has been imposed on people. So all these things is all about land. Whether you invade me 500 BC ago, of course, you know, I have to fight for my land. You know. So this and also have this all like example in the Bible mentioned that God will punish Cush. You know why it saying that? You know it is because God knew because there will be some people in this earth that will be a headache to the people. Like where I came from, example, why our people fighting. It is not because we like to fight, but the war had been imposed to us for centuries. You know. So now when we look now, for example, there is a lot of things about Sudan identity. Who are Sudanese people? Some people say they're Arab. You know. So uh, these are the things that has been imposed in those people. You know, send the
Rara,
invaders and
Rara, you feel
uh,
it's
yeah.
you feel it's okay what's happening to the Palestinians on the Gaza Strip? You feel it's okay?
No, well, I stand with the victim, but in reality, of course, these things, of course, like let's say, who is the owner of the land? Example,
Who's,
as you know in the Bible,
who is the owner of the
because
land?
it
Who is the owner of the land? Who was there first?
the real owner, to be honest with you, because if you, we are the owner of that land.
So
Yeah,
what
the
should the people in Gaza do? What should they do?
uh, who the people in Gaza.
Yes, the Palestinians in Gaza. What should they do?
I think for me, I would look like I would say like let's say let them be one state, you know,
The,
let them
Isra-
one have one state,
the Israelis says they will never
including the
let them.
Arab.
The Israelis say they will never let them form a Palestinian government.
No. For me, that's I will look at it unless maybe there is some a new reform in political also arena, you know. Because for my understanding, understanding the conflict, because this is also is connected to what is happening in my country. Okay, like let's say now that we are the a black African, you know, so they claim their identity. We are not Arab. Okay, we are African, you know. So because And we are the gate of Islamization in Africa. If we become submissive, the whole Africa will be controlled. The Nile will be controlled by who? By the Islamic State in northern Africa. And this is the thing that we've been fighting for centuries, you know. So the issue of the land, who is the owner. But first of all, you have to find who the identity, who is the Palestine first of all. And of course, you have to go back to history. You will not consider only 1940s, 48. This is the beginning. But what happened before that, you know? So these are the thing here. Well, you know, because and when we talk about the Israeli or the Jew right now, because these are because the identity, because if you go back history, because to the Babylon or the Syrian time, wow, the first temple, what happened? Because the the people has been integrated, you know, or the Persian, who are the Persian, because they are the and so the genetically people has been mixed, you know. That's why also you have in Arab, they're Jew, they're also the Jew. But the problem,
Repeat that
what
again.
happened? Huh?
Repeat that again.
What I was saying, I said because the identity or the genetic has been mixed. Because if you look at the invaders, you know, the invaders, how many invaders have conquered Jerusalem? You see? So if you look at this history, so it has changed dynamically, ethnicity, you know. So
You said ethnicity,
yeah,
sir.
the ethnicity, like example, there is Arab, Jew, there is all this because if you go to those empire, those who have ruled or conquered Jerusalem, you know.
Mhm.
So what happened? Because they also there is slavery that time, in during that time, and many in Europe or whatever Asian, mostly like the people like the slavery is mostly like it begins more in Asia, like
You said modern Asia.
yeah, like not the Asian, like let's say Afghanistan and uh uh Iran
Mhm.
or Iraq and until because yeah, before the Roman before it become the Roman province, because Roman this was the Roman province until to Middle East. But before that, you know, those empires and you know, so the identity change. Even of course, people like let's say that we have a Jew because a Jew is another identity also. But the original, okay, let's go. If we go, the 12 tribe of Israel, you know, because what I know in the history, the tribe of 12 of Israel is composed of Egypt. What I know in my history or what in the record, what I have
You
right
said
now.
it's composed of Egypt. What do you mean?
Yes, according
What-
to the history I have.
It's composed of Egypt. What do you mean?
Yes, the 12 of Israel, who informed the 12 of Israel, is composed of Egypt, which is like example now where the Palestine used to be the Canaan. There's also Canaan, and there's also composed of no.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's like you're repeating
Bruh,
the same thing
Well,
again.
I don't know
no,
how
no, no.
you doing it.
This is just a history. This is the
Oh my
history what I have.
God. I am so lost. I don't know what he's saying.
I'm trying, you know.
What are you talking
Bro,
about?
what is going on right now?
But what I'm saying is what I'm saying. Okay, the example. I was responding to
This
A1,
what he's saying,
what
y'all.
he
This
was
what he's saying.
explaining.
This what he's saying. This what he's saying. He's saying that Africans were there first, so they should have the land. That's what you're saying, right?
In my comment before.
Well, go take it.
That's a harsh reality, I guess.
Like, go
I'm
take it.
not hearing you.
Like,
For real.
Africans control the cocoa, but for some reason they give it up to the other nations. You know, all the natural resources that Africans control, some reason they give it up for nothing. So I mean, I don't. I mean, what do you want me to do?
But
Go take the
because
land.
the thing is, African is
Right,
not
right. Go take it.
African is
If
not
you think it's yours,
independent.
if you think it's
You
yours,
know?
then go take it.
No, no, no,
If
no,
it's for
no.
the
We are fighting
Africans, go
them.
take it. Go take it.
No, of course. The thing is, of course, it has to be organized. You know?
Well, then
Of course.
you're in here.
Yeah.
You should be talking to African leaders and tell them to organize, right? So y'all can go take the land back.
No, no. We are in the land. We are in the land. The only thing that we are not controlling is the resources. Okay.
You you said that y'all are
So
in Israel.
what
Y'all don't
would be the
control.
catastrophe?
You don't control anything going on in Israel. You
No,
telling
no,
me
no,
that
no, 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 no,
Africans
no,
control Israel?
no, no. I did not say that. I did not say
Okay,
that.
well that's why I was saying you were saying that this y'all land, y'all was there first. Well, go take it.
No, of course. Look here. The thing is here because if you read the history, for how
No, I
many?
understand what you're saying. You're saying
Yeah,
that Africans
yeah.
had the land first, correct?
Which land you are talking about?
You're talking about the land of Israel, correct?
No, 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 no. I'm saying, like,
What
let's
land are you
say,
talking about? What land are you talking about?
according to my command. But okay, what I mean by land,
Sir,
like, let's say,
sir,
if
sir, sir.
Judah. Okay,
It's
what
simple.
I mean by land,
What? No,
what
no,
I
no,
mean by
no,
land,
no. Ngak, ngak,
I
ngak,
mean
ngak, ngak, ngak.
no.
What land
What I mean
are
by
you
land, like,
talking
let's
about?
say, but
Just tell
how
me
you
the
gonna
land.
implement?
Just tell me the name of the land you're talking about. What land are you talking about then?
Okay, the land. What I wrote in my comment. I mean, like, let's say, in
What
every
land
religion.
are you
Listen,
talking about?
well, you figure out, not me,
So you don't know. You don't know what
not
you're talking
me.
about. You
No,
don't
no,
know.
I know, I
My
know, I
name is
know, but
Ra,
you,
and I don't even know what I'm talking about.
no, 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 but you,
I'm
you
making a
don't know.
point about land, and I don't even know what land that I'm even talking about.
Facts.
I have no idea
Well,
what I'm talking about. I'm on a
no, no,
perk
no, no.
30 right now. Right now,
Okay,
I'm rolling, and I got some what they call them
but
little
how you,
vapor. I
but
got
how?
vapor Vicks
Okay,
rub in my nose.
but how,
I'm off of beans
Judah? But
right now, and I'm on a
how
perk
you gonna
40. I
implement
have
all
no
this?
idea
How you
what
gonna?
I'm talking about. Ra, what land are you talking about? That's all I'm asking. He's like, you figure it out.
The
Oh,
land?
Bro, this is
No, no,
crazy.
no. Give me a chance. Let me explain to you.
Just name the land. That's all I need you to do.
Okay, what I mean by land,
Yes.
like,
What's
let's
the
say,
name of the
in
land?
every, what you say?
What is the name of the land you are talking about? Are you talking about Mississippi, Amsterdam,
No, no,
Fiji,
no, no. This is
Bougainville?
not. No, no.
Then what land
Just
are
give
you
me a
talking
chance,
about?
man.
Are you talking
But
about
give me a chance.
Candyland?
But can you
Right.
give me a chance?
Wow, you talk for like
But
10 minutes. You
let
talk
me
for
Just
10
explain
minutes,
quick,
just
just
and
land
then
tell
the
you
me the
can
plane.
move
land.
the line.
I just want to know what land. I can't agree or disagree if the land that I thought you was talking about you're not talking about. Just tell me what land you're talking about, please. We all
Much
listened
about
to
the
you
land
talking
here.
about land, and we thought you was talking
But
about
you are not
Israel.
giving me a chance. But you are
You
not giving me
talked
a
for a
chance.
long time. Just
God
tell me
damn
the
it. So
land. Just all you got to do
how
is
you
tell me
gonna?
the land, and then you can start talking again. That's it. Just tell me the land. That's all.
But you're not giving me a chance.
I'm
You're
a
not giving me a chance.
lunatic. I'm a
How
lunatic. That was a
how I'm
lunatic
gonna?
laugh, y'all.
No,
Somebody
no,
that
no,
check
no,
his
no, no.
basement for 5 year
No, no,
olds.
no. I think you got me wrong. You got me wrong.
No,
But give me the
you're
chance.
a
Yes.
lunatic.
No, no, no. I'm not. But the
What
reality,
land
I
are
have to
you
say
talking
it.
about? Please.
First of all, listen. I explain here
Listen,
much about land.
Linda.
I explain
I
a
can't.
different about land.
I think you're
Okay?
making up an imaginary argument.
No, no, no. It's not. That's a reality.
You're a
I'm not. I'm not.
sapiosexual. It's another one. Another
What do you say?
sapiosexual. He is
No,
arguing
no,
with
no.
no one. He's
No, no,
having a
no, no, no,
discussion
no,
about
no.
land, but he doesn't know what land he's talking about.
But how you gonna implement? How you gonna implement? How you gonna implement?
This
What
guy is
according
weird.
what happening? What is saying in the Bible? How you gonna implement those?
What land are you talking about? Badlands?
That is not bad land.
Then what
Everything you have to
land?
have a land.
What land
To
then,
have a
sir?
foundation, you have to have a land.
Lego
Okay?
land. Hey, chat.
Yeah.
Borderland. Help
Okay?
me out. Name some land so we can figure this out.
No, you figure out. You figure out by yourself. I'm not
All right,
here
we're
to
guessing. We're all
educate you.
guessing here.
I'm not here to
Landmine. Is it
lecture
a
you.
landmine? Disneyland.
I don't know. We don't have those Disneyland, man.
Is
That
it
may
La La
be.
Land?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea about those land.
Hey,
According
hey, what did Chevy Chase try to go for
because
National Lampoon's Vacation?
those land have no
Why
any
is it Wally World?
theoretical. No, because
Land of misfit
I'm
toys?
here. I'm here. I know much. I know about who I am, and I'm telling to you here.
You
But
are a
you're not
land?
trying. Yeah.
Are you a land?
No, 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 no. I did not say that.
And it's not
No,
Candyland. You sure?
no, 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 no.
I don't know, man. I
No,
get all
you know.
confused here.
Okay. But what I was trying to my argument with you here, Judah, you're trying to you're not allowing people. You always think you're correct. But of course it's good sometimes to but
He
of course
mad.
it's good sometimes
We don't
to
understand
hear
what you're
from
saying,
people.
bro.
What do you mean? English is not my language, okay? If you don't understand me.
You
Okay?
talking in
I'm not
English
English.
right now?
I'm African, okay? Yeah.
Soka, Salkat, Wadiat, Anubis, Anubis, Shashmu, Meshat, Hemsut,
Hey,
Tafnut.
is it Coney
Rah,
Island?
rah. Oh, y'all
Yeah.
remember?
But what is funny? What is funny? What is funny? I
Oh
want to
man,
understand here.
you don't remember that
What
prince
is funny?
of Egypt? See,
Is it
rah,
is it is it Cleveland?
Cleveland, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to
I'm
find
not
the
in
land
US.
that you're
I'm not
talking about. Is it
but like
Lakeland?
No,
Love
no, no,
land,
no, no, no.
overland,
I don't
dark
know.
land,
Listen,
red
I
land,
don't know.
south,
I'm not talking about
highland.
America.
Is it
I'm not talking
violent?
about USA. I'm not talking about USA. Okay,
What
USA just
land? Then what are you
and
talking
it
about?
just the USA just a short history
What
has
land are
nothing
you talking
to
about,
connect
Ra?
it.
Is it the
Ireland.
land of Oz?
America has nothing connected with the Bible.
Well,
Okay, so I'm not talking about
what
USA.
land are you talking about?
No, I was trying to explain to you from Biblical perspective,
Is it
but you're not trying to
Thailand?
understand me. No, because oh my God,
Coco land?
maybe you're making fun. Maybe it's fun for you, but I'm trying
Yes,
here to
yes.
challenge you.
I'm
But you're not
trying
trying to
to
challenge
not
me.
bash my head
Yeah.
against the wall. Is it Munchkin land? We represent the lollipop guild, the
No.
lollipop guild, the lollipop guild.
Raw.
We
Listen,
welcome
listen,
you to
listen,
Munchkin
listen.
land.
No, no, no,
Is
no.
it Munchkin
Disrespect.
Maybe
land?
you're making fun. You're making fun, but
I
that's
think it's
exactly
Munchkin
here.
land.
No, 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 no. It's not about
We
Muslim land.
represent the lollipop
Before the okay,
guild,
before the human
the
develop, before the
lollipop
human develop.
guild,
Listen,
the lollipop
Judah,
guild,
Oh my
Judah, Judah.
the
Before the human
lollipop
develop, human
guild.
used
Judah.
to live in the cave. Okay,
We
so
welcome
you
you
have to
to
understand that.
Munchkin land.
Well, you can make fun of Africa, but
I'm
I
not
have a
making
land.
fun of
You don't have a
Africa.
Ju-
land.
I'm making fun
Yeah,
of
you don't have a
you.
land.
I'm
You
making
don't.
fun of
You
you.
yourself, you don't have a land. You don't have a land. Where's
What
your
you mean I don't
ancestral
have a
land?
land? You don't have a
You don't have a
land.
land.
What's
America
your
is
land?
not. Is,
What's your
America.
land? What's your
My
land?
land is Sudan. My land is
It's
Sudan,
Sudan.
and I'm still
Okay,
there.
why? I
Yes.
bet you white people tell y'all what to
Yeah.
do just like they do here.
It doesn't matter. It
Oh, it
doesn't
ain't
matter.
yours
But I'm in
then.
my land. I'm
It's
in my
not yours.
ancestral land.
Uh-oh.
If you
No,
bought a
I'm.
shirt
It doesn't
and
Uh-oh.
I
matter.
told you
It
you
doesn't
can't
matter.
wear it unless I tell you you can wear it, it
It
ain't your
doesn't
shirt.
matter.
It's my
I have
shirt.
not moved inch. I have not moved inch from there. I have not
Uh-oh.
moved.
What
There
that
it go.
mean?
Yeah, I have not moved. I
What does
still
that
holding my
mean?
ground.
What does that mean you haven't
Exactly.
moved?
Because you don't understand. You don't understand.
I
Exactly.
don't
That's
understand
why
what,
you lost.
sir.
Because you lost. Because you don't
You're
understand.
listen to me for 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm gonna stop playing games. You were
Okay, I
talking
listen to
about
you.
a land. So I'm just asking you what land are you talking about? And now you don't want to tell me. We
You're
all
not
want to
giving me
know.
a chance. No, you're not giving me a chance. How I'm gonna answer you when
All
you are
right.
making
All
fun?
right, look.
So what
I'm
the
gonna
hell
ask
is
the
this?
question.
Please,
I'm gonna
man,
ask the
respect
question.
yourself.
I'm gonna
So
ask the
ask
question.
somebody, allow somebody to answer your
I'm
question
gonna ask the
rather than making
question,
fun.
and then I'm gonna allow you to answer. Ra, could you please tell me what land were you talking about?
Can I answer? I'm not hearing you.
Oh Lord.
You have the floor. Answer the question.
Okay. According to regarding my comment there, when I wrote about the land issue, because
What
everyone was talking about
land? What land? We don't know what land you're talking about.
God damn it, man.
No, you're
Okay,
a fucking
I'm
idiot.
trying to
I'm
answer
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry, y'all. This dude a fucking idiot. I'm sorry.
God
I'm
damn it,
sorry.
man.
This
Allow
dude
me to
is
answer
an
your question.
idiot. This dude's. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
No, no,
I'm
you
sorry,
are the
y'all.
one
I didn't
idiot
mean to say the
because
f word. I'm sorry, y'all.
how can you ask somebody a
Look.
question but you're
This
not
the
allowed
thing.
me to answer?
This is why I know I'm not an African. This is why I know I'm not an African. Cause he's an African, and he's an
Ah.
idiot. That's how I know I'm not an African. All right. That's why. And
Okay,
Uh-huh.
no
he was
problem.
proud. And I'm
I'm
gonna
an
tell you something
idiot.
too. He was proud.
Yeah.
See.
He's proud that people came over and stole people from his land and they never did anything about it. He's like, I never moved. I never moved because you're a piece of shit. That's why. You're a piece of shit. And when Christ returns, you're gonna be a slave. And that's the reason why y'all gotta realize that we different. Go to
Listen,
Exodus 11 and
I
7.
can do
We
whatever.
are
You know,
different we
no,
ain't the same as
I can do
Hamites.
whatever.
We ain't the same.
I
He
have
can't
my
do nothing.
village, I have
He
my
can't
town, I have
you
my
can't even
capital, I
freely
have all
move
this.
around your own country without the white man's consent. You have to sometimes
No,
fly
no,
out of
no,
your
no,
country. You
no.
can't freely move in your country unless the
Because
white
you don't
man say
understand
so.
the
It ain't
fundamental.
your
You don't
country.
understand the
Read Exodus
fundamental.
11 and
You don't
7.
understand.
The
We
book
done
of
No,
been
no,
out
because you
Exodus.
here.
don't
We got schools
understand.
in Africa.
You
Read the
don't
scripture.
understand.
The book of
And you know what's
Because you
Exodus.
don't
crazy?
understand.
You know what's crazy? We pray for the
My
people in
friend,
Sudan.
even
We
the
pray.
God that you
We pray
believe,
for the
you don't
people in
even know
Sudan.
God.
We pray about the
You yourself, you
atrocities
don't.
that's going on in the Sudan. And now we got one of these Sudanese niggas that's like, oh,
You
you
don't
don't
know
even
God.
have your
You don't
own
know God
land.
yourself.
I'm better than
You
you.
don't know
I'm
God
better than
yourself.
you.
That's
You don't even have your own land. You didn't have your own land.
how
Okay,
God.
whatever.
Let me go
What's
down,
going on in Sudan right now in your own land? What's going on in your peaceful land of Sudan that's
fighting, man.
yours? What's happening over there right
We are
now?
fighting.
Oh, y'all
We
just
are
getting your ass
fighting.
kicked, ain't it?
Yeah, we are fighting. We are
Oh, you
not
winning?
talking.
You winning?
We are not running like a bitch, like mouse. We are talking. We putting thing in action,
Oh, okay. Where
biblically,
you get your guns
historically.
from? Where
What,
you
what
get
are
your
you
guns
doing?
from?
No,
Where you get your guns to
no. What?
fight from?
It
You get
doesn't
your
matter.
guns
Gun
from the
everywhere.
same people that want to control your land. You get your
But when
money
you
and
wait,
your weapons from the
okay,
same
let's say you black
people
American,
that
where you
control
killing
your lands.
yourself?
You want to be a black
You
American, don't you?
let's say
Don't
in
you? You
America
want to
now,
have some swag about yourself.
you in
You
America
don't want
killing
to have to
yourself.
take a bath in
You
cow
know,
piss
God damn
anymore,
it!
do you? You don't
Look
want
at
to eat
this
monkey brain
stupidity.
no more, huh? That
My
bush
friend,
meat
you
tastes
should concern
nasty, don't
about
it?
in your
That and don't
street
it taste
if you're
nasty?
talking about my country.
You want to put on
You
pants
should
that
concern
match,
in
don't
USA.
you? You want to match one day,
You're
don't you?
killing yourself.
You don't want the back of
You're
your
killing
head to be
yourself.
flat no
You
more,
know,
right? You like, I
and
wish my
label
head wasn't
yourself
flat in
so
the back.
oh, nigger, nigger,
You
nigger.
wish my
You're
head
calling
wasn't
yourself
flat
a
in the
nigger.
back. You a nigga
Can I,
too.
Yeah, you're a
who
nigga
is
You
too.
a
stupid?
nigga
Who is
You're a
too.
stupid?
nigga
White
too.
I'm
people
not.
call
I'm
you a
not.
nigga
I'm
too.
not.
He think
I'm
when
a
I
black
come to
man. I'm a
America,
black
they're
man.
not gonna call me nigga.
I'm a
No, they
black
gonna
man.
call you an African nigga.
Because of your
They gonna call you a
stupidity,
dirty
accept
nigga.
that and you
They gonna
label
call you
yourself
a
because of
piss
your
smelling
stupidity.
nigga. That's what they gonna
Because
call
of
you.
your
I'm
stupidity.
different.
Because of your
I'm
stupidity.
different. Hey y'all
Because
see these
no,
Africans? They don't give a
I
damn
will
about
not.
you.
I will not even call
These
you.
Africans don't give a damn about you. I ain't praying for Sudan no more.
I will not call you a nigger.
I
If
would
I
not
know
call
you
you
are
a
black,
nigga.
I will not call you a nigger. Never. I will never. But
I
you,
would
because
never
of your
call you a
stupidity,
nigga.
you call yourself.
I would never
Exactly.
call you a
Why
nigga.
would I? Because the name imposed on you, and you
Bruh,
call
don't.
yourself because you're stupid.
I'm stupid.
My friend Judah, it's
You
not
just
about
learned
who
how to put
killing. Even
pants on.
killing. Hmm?
You just learned how to put pants on. And you calling me stupid. You just figured out how to wear clothes. What you talking about? You drink cow urine.
Wallah, man.
You drink cow urine. But I'm stupid. You sit behind a cow and let it piss on your head. But I'm stupid.
Because you
You
don't
got
know
a
the
bone
culture.
in your nose. You got a plate in
That's
your
the
lip, sir.
culture.
What are you gonna do with
Listen,
that plate in your lip? You can't hold
listen.
the
That's the
plate.
culture.
You don't have a dinner table.
You
Like
cannot
you like,
criticize
I
the
don't need a
culture.
I'm gonna outsmart
Look,
everybody. I'm not going to Costco or
All
Walmart
African
to
have a
get a
different
table.
culture, my
Get a
friend.
table for
Some
what?
people drink
I'm just gonna
blood.
put the
Some
plate in my
people
lip.
doing all crazy things. You
Rah,
know,
I got a plate in
that's
this
a
lip.
culture.
Talking about something, I'm gonna
No,
fix the economy. I'm never buying another
my friend,
table. I don't need a table. I just put the plate in my lip.
my friend.
I'm just gonna put I'm not your
You
friend.
see,
I'm
this
not
is
your
your
friend. We ain't
problem. This
friends.
is your
I ain't friends. We ain't friends. He got a plate in his lip. It is what it is. Read Acts
not
13, verse
telling
1.
me because you lost.
Because you lost.
You lost. You lost,
You
man.
lost. You don't even know what land. This man spent an hour talking about a
You cannot
land.
challenge
And
me,
then we
man.
say, well, what land is it? He don't want to tell us. Read
My
that Acts
friend, how
13
I'm
and
gonna
1.
tell you if you
The
don't
book of
allow?
Acts 13 and verse 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger.
Nigga just mean black, you dumbass. They didn't teach you that in Kunta Kinte school, did they?
No, no,
They
no,
taught you
no,
how to put
man.
a bone
No,
in
no,
your
no.
nose, though.
We don't
What you
know.
got a
We
bone in
don't
your
know
nose
that
for
thing.
anyway? What do you do with
We
that
don't
thing?
know. We don't know.
I didn't know. I didn't know. They call piss in my face. I can't see anymore. Go to the audience. I'm sorry, y'all. He frustrated me. Y'all know I don't get mad a lot. But it's always these Africans, bro, that want to want to down talk black people in America. Knowing he got Lil Wayne in his damn he still probably got a what's that thing in his Walkman. All right, I'm
No
done.
Walkman.
Yeah, keep listening. He got Lil Wayne in his
Oh
Walkman.
man.
This man talked for an hour about a land, and we said, "Well, what land are you talking about?" He go, "I will tell you." He didn't know. You know why? Because I cut him when I told him, "Well, if you think Israel is your land, go fight for it." See, he'll rather fight other black people, like what's going on in Sudan. He'll rather fight other black people instead of going and fighting for the land that he says is his. He says Israel is his land, and I said, well, when go fight for it. He don't want to fight. He don't want to fight he don't want to have a fight with Massa. He like, nah, I ain't fighting Massa. I'm gonna kill these other black people that look like me, and I'm gonna come in Clubhouse and talk about African Americans, right, that came from the same place I'm from. But you want me to go fight white people? Hell no. I ain't about to go fight white people. And that, sir, is why the continent is having issues. That's why our communities have issues. We fight each other while the enemy just sit back and supply the guns and bullets, you know. Just like I was just in Papua New Guinea in Bougainville. They had a civil war. They're the same people now. One just darker than the other. They had a civil war where they killed each other over gold in a mine, right? The white people, the Australians, they financed the whole war. They gave guns and bullets to both sides so they'd kill themselves, and now they want control of Bougainville. Bougainville, they fighting for their independence from Papua New Guinea, and they about to allow the United States to come there and set up a damn what you call them?
Embassy.
Not an embassy,
Oh,
a warship. They're
yeah.
gonna let them set up a warship outside of there, right? Well, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna steal the gold because I went to the mine. They don't know what they're doing there. They ain't got no tools and stuff like that there. They don't know what they doing right now. They got the Chinese there building their roads, but they at war with people that look like them. They at war with other brown people. It's crazy. It's like, why are y'all fighting each other? And white people want to steal the gold from Papua New Guinea, right? From Vanuatu, who I'm saying it wrong, Vanuatu. They want to steal the gold from all these islands out there, but they going to war against their own people, and they're gonna give access to their country to the Chinese, to the Americans, and to the Australians, and to New Zealand. Somebody make it make sense. It don't make sense. It makes no sense. And that's why you have Africans with an issue against African Americans because they don't want to fight the real fight. They don't want to fight the real fight. They don't want to go against uh, Britain. They don't want to go against uh, the UK and all them places. They don't want to go against them. They ain't gonna fight against Amalek. No, they're gonna be like, who should I go to war with? Other black people that look like me. African Americans. This is crazy. It's retarded. And you know why everybody like this? Because of Christianity.
Yes, sir.
That's what happened when you think Jesus is white. When you think Jesus is white, you will rather fight another black person than go to war against the real enemy. And that's just what it is. Oh, these people sold me into slavery. Because there was a slavery that went on there called blackbirding, right? They went and kidnapped and tricked the natives of the land out there into slavery. They had to go serve slavery in Queensland, Australia, right? Them people did it to them, but they accept Catholicism, they accept Baptist, Pentecostal, SDA. They accept all these white made religions. They accept all of them, right? But they hate each other. The South Pacific is where the Catholic Church send their priests from Australia and New Zealand that get caught molesting kids. They send them over there to hide them so they don't have to go to jail. And they're okay with them being there, but they have a civil war against each other. It's insane. All right, I'm done. Damn, African booty scratcher.
If
Did pick up that you're back.
okay,
All praise for the safe return. Uh, what's up, Frank? Frank, what's going on, bro? Yes, you had something to say to Judge?
Gabriel,
Second.
Gabriel,
What y'all
uh,
are talking about?
You. We was talking about you.
No, because I'm just saying, y'all talking about, I see some, they say something about some child molestation.
Yeah. Just talk about it to yourself.
Yeah.
very shortly, very short. It will be very short. I think that Mamdani won the election.
Might have just been me. I didn't understand none of that.
He said Martin Martin Lawrence won the election. I thought Martin Lawrence was a comedian, but
Yeah, he sure is.
all
But
right,
this,
what you got, Maul?
Hey, shalom. Shalom, Jad. Shalom. Most High in Christ bless.
What's
Shalom,
on
my
Christ?
mods. Most High in Christ bless. No, just trying to back you up on that on Papua New Guinea and the brother Ra. I've mentioned in the comment, I've met brothers like that here, especially those older Sudanese. They have some understanding of who they are, but and it's not according to the Bible. They have their version, if you like. I've noticed most of them when I talk to them, they know the 12 tribes, they know, but but they have their version. That's just I just want to say that they have their version of who they are because they were conquered in it. Colonialism happened to them.
Right.
I
If you was,
remember
when
Joel
you
3.
colonize though, common
Yeah,
sense would be you would have an issue with the people who colonize you.
yeah, because when there's a loads of like a lot of them coming to the UK, and there's most of them here in Glasgow, where I live. And I do talk to them when we do go out on the Sabbath for like cuts from the streets or give out the flyers. We do bump into most of them, especially the older ones. They do know, they do understand that some of them they not ham. They not they know that their forefathers are Israel. They do have some sort of understanding of who they are, but I think it's the way that they are conquered and they don't comprehend English that well. So you can see when you talk to them face to face, they have they know what you on about. When you give them the flyers, they have the understanding. They know that Joel 3 verse 6, I think, that they were sold to the Grecians. They do understand. They do understand that. They have an understanding of.
Oh no, they. I'm sure they do. Not Rah Rah. He's an idiot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, but for the PNG, the one you brought out in Bougainville and in the South Pacific, they have that. They have that also back home in because I'm originally came from like I was in Fiji in the islands, and they do have that. The British do come up there and they conquered the islands,
Are
and
you
they
from Fiji?
yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. We just left Fiji. Suva.
Suva, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
sir.
nice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They do come out there. The British conquered. They do come out and they build the Catholicism in it, the Catholic churches and the seminary places where they teach the. And I do understand when you brought up the those priests when they do something out here and they send them to like exile someplace. They do come to Fiji. I've noticed that because I came up in one of those schools, those Catholic schools. I was brought up in those things.
Yeah, they sent them. They sent them to be around brown people.
Exactly, sir. Yeah. Did you go to and see the Church of the Black Christ back in Fiji when you were there?
Nah, we didn't go see that. I didn't know about it.
Yeah. There's a church there. When when these Europeans when they do the round the world trip, they have that in here. I don't know if that's in the U.S.
Okay, the Church of the Black Christ. No, I never. We didn't
Yes,
see.
that's the one. That's one of their stops in Fiji. They do get off the thing and they have these buses that take them around the tours, and there's a church there. It's embedded and the paintings in marbles on the wall in the church. I went there. Then I went. I was brought up in that church in that school, that Catholic church.
Hey, send me your contact information.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just send me a back message. So the next time, whatever, so
Yes, sir.
we don't miss stuff like that.
Yes, sir. Definitely. Yes, sir. Shalom. Shalom. Most Christ bless.
Right, well, sorry. Hey, there's some big people out there, bro.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's
Definitely.
weird to
Yes.
see a dude that look like he benched 300 pounds, 400 pounds in a skirt.
They play rugby, innit? That's like the national sport there, rugby.
Hey, reading Deuteronomy 22:5 is you got to do that with care.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like, look, brother, I love you, brother. Hey, but
All
listen,
praise.
did you know that the missionaries are the one that brought the skirt there?
Yes, I don't know if you did the history about this Fijian man called Ratu Sukuna.
Right.
He came here to Scotland. They brought him, and once they signed the deed of cession, there's a deed that they came and they saw when Queen Elizabeth was about 19, 20 years old, and they came and they saw that our forefathers had a system of government, and they said we cannot deal with these people, so they sent missionaries. Fiji was one of the last islands that were conquered by these Europeans because the Fijian warriors, they call it the warlords. They do guard the scent. The Fijian system was run like a triangle. There's a chief, there's a leader, and everybody submit to that leader. And it just like in the Bible, they do keep. You seen the women wear dresses. Do you meet them there?
Yeah, yeah. Some women wearing dresses, but
Yeah,
but
yes. It's like it's a custom back home. There's in their villages.
but,
They
but I noticed all the kids that went to like Catholic school and
yes.
all the schools, all the boys had on skirts. All of them.
Yes, in the like they make them.
That's the uniform.
That's why I brought up that Ratu Sukuna. After they brought him here, and they tell him this is a law. You can it's on Google. I can send you the link.
Yeah, send it
When
to
they
me.
went when he went back home, and he said he declared that all men have to wear skirt.
Yeah, and that's what they was believe. They were saying. They were saying. I'm not gonna say the name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but they were
Yeah.
saying no. It came from him, and we was like, no, it was brought to him from the missionaries.
Yes, it was brought to him here in Scotland because in Scotland it's their culture for men to wear kilt in it kilt,
Okay.
and the
Yeah,
Scottish.
send me that. Send me that link.
Yes sir, definitely. Yeah, that's all about PNG. Sorry, Papua New Guinea. Yeah, shalom, shalom.
All right, shalom. Yeah, bro. Gabriel, them some big dudes out there, bro.
I was wondering what you meant by that. Like, it's my like tall in stature,
These
obese.
dudes look like they break bricks with their fingers. These some big dudes, bro. Everybody like they work out every day
He said they was in skirts.
in skirts, bro.
Damn.
In skirts with a flower in their ear, bro. Like what? Say something.
Oh hell no. What you gonna do?
Like give
Damn.
me Deuteronomy 22
So, do I really want to get this? You know
and
what?
verse. Let's start at verse 1 real quick. Let's get the context.
Hell no.
How much time we got left? Nah, man, they was good people though. Nah, they was good. They was good people. They didn't it wasn't no issue when we went through the scriptures with that. It was more of a, you know, just what he was saying, that it came from that guy, the Raka Sula, I think that's his name or whatever. I know I'm saying it wrong. But they didn't bug back or nothing like that. We didn't have no, they wasn't fighting about it. They just didn't agree.
I was about to say how was the spirit out there? I mean, if he over there, it sound
Oh
like
no, it
Jake
is
over there
real.
for sure.
We even ran into GMS out there.
What? Oh snap!
Now they they weren't GMS, but yeah, they were GMS. Up
Ooh wee! You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
All praise to the, like I said, all praise for y'all safe return.
I just want to say that anytime I see a man in a skirt, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, especially them dudes. You'll be uncomfortable around them because it ain't nothing you could do if he grab you.
Yes, it is.
Shit. Okay.
They're not them.
Okay. You saying that? You say that
This
all
the
the time.
thing. This the thing, QA. I don't need you trying to sauce me up. I can do it my own self, right?
What are you talking about?
Oh
Just like
wow.
I can
Oh
shower.
oh
I don't
oh
need
oh.
your help for
Hey
me
yo.
to get clean. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I'm me.
Okay, man.
You,
Listen,
you.
I
No,
hear you.
listen to what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying,
I'm
bro.
not arguing with you, sir. I
You and you
listen to you
you going
talk.
to a land where you
I'm
ain't
not
got no
going to,
weapons but your
I
hands.
don't need a
These
weapon.
dudes
All I need is my
300
hands.
pounds, six
All I
five,
need is my
and built
hands.
like a stone.
It
You say whatever you
happens.
want to say.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. I know what it's like to be punched in the face by a man 3 times your size. I
That's
do.
fine, bro. That's fine.
I know what it's like to be hit
Okay, bro.
over
You
the
the
head
toughest
with a
man in the
tire
world,
iron.
bro. You
I'm
you know
not the
what? I take
toughest
it back.
man in the world.
I
That's
take
not
it
what
back.
I'm telling you.
I take it back. I take it
That's
back.
not what I'm telling you. I just
I'm trying to take it
understand.
back, bro. I take it back.
I'm
I
not
take it back.
arguing with you. If you
I
take it
take it
back,
back.
just stop
I take it
talking.
back.
That's all you
I
gotta
take
do.
I take it back. You win.
Okay, you took it back. Now let me finish saying what I'm saying
Saying
without
what
you
about what?
interrupting me. If you just stop talking, I can finish.
Hey, look, we got a topic. It says, will there be race equality after Christ's return? That's the question.
But that's not what you was talking about
I
when I
was
came in the
talking to you
room.
about it. I wasn't talking to you about that.
Okay, so now when I address it like a man,
You ain't addressed
you
nothing
got a
like a man.
problem with
You
it.
didn't introduce
I did
yourself.
because you tried
You didn't
to
say,
because
hey,
you
how you
tried to
doing? Just start
because you
talking.
tried because I don't know you, QA. I don't need to address you.
QA ain't talking. It's Judd talking to you.
Okay, now Judd, you talking. Well, okay, I'll tell you what happened, Judd. QA's mic is open and his light is lighting up every time you talk.
Every
His
time you
light is
talk.
lighting up while I'm talking.
That's what it's every time you talk, it's
So
lighting up.
no, every time anybody talks, there you go. He got the message. So now what I was saying was,
Nobody cares.
no,
What's going on with these guys, man? What's going on, man?
But people come in here hella disrespectful, bro. They come in here like they gonna tell us what to do and how to do it and which way and how they gonna talk to us and all this stuff. I ain't going for all that, man.
So
Sit in the
now you want to
audience.
address the topic, man.
Uh,
Now you want
so now when I start talking, no, we don't know you.
to, man, shut up. Oh, man. All praises you back for sure.
I've been punched in the face by a man 3 times your size. 3 times my size? But he
Wow.
weighs 600 pounds. He weighed 600 pounds and he was what? 15 feet tall?
Black people just be bragging for no damn reason. He said,
I've been punched in the face
punch
by
in the face
someone
three
three
times.
times your size. Like, do you know what that means? 3 times my size? Yeah, he ran into Goliath one day. He was walking around. Goliath's stepson showed up and punched him in the face. He was like, hey, who? He's like, man, you look like you 600 pounds. You like 16, 17 feet tall. Yes, and I'm about to punch you in the face.
Oh, God. I got punched in the face 3 times,
I
huh,
got
man?
punched in the face by a
What?
600-pound, 15 feet tall man. Oh, okay. Sounds like you should have ran or something.
He should call the cops, man. He told,
They should have got. I know he in a
uh,
wheelchair right now. This is crazy. He said 3 times your size. This is crazy. So if the man was 3 times his size, okay. So I'm gonna assume you are at least 5 feet tall. 3 times 5 is 15. So he was at least 15 feet tall. I'm gonna assume you weigh 150 pounds. So that would be what? 450 pounds, something like that. I don't know. He ain't never met no man 3 times his size in his life. What world does this dude live in? I met somebody 3 times my size. Unless you a midget or a little
right,
person.
a hobbit. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, this dude Frodo
Uh,
Baggins talk about something. He got punched in the he got he got punched in the face by Grand Gandor. You shall
not
not pass.
that.
Dude got beat up by
Uh,
Gandor, bro. I'm sorry, y'all. Why am I like this?
I mean, it didn't make sense though. Why would you come off the mic just to say this, man? Like,
Right? You just can't come in somebody's room and start
ah,
just like I'm about to start talking about this and that. Man, pay some respect to the room first. Like That's only black people only do that. They don't do that to black people. They don't do that to white people. Like, what's that dude name? From Fresh and Fit, Mylan. I don't know. Okay,
Yeah,
Mylan.
Myron.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he talk about black people so bad, and then when he had white people on his Twitter space, he was trying to be all nice to them, and then they started calling him a nigga. They call him a sand nigga. He don't understand. He's like, I don't under. Why are you talking to me like this and this and that? But dealing with black people, he just automatically say black people, they apes, they chimps, and everything like that. But he deal with white people, they be so nice. There's other camps like that too. Us, and then they'll be around. Then they'll go and do an interview with a white dude that hate Israelites, and they be smiling from ear to ear.
That's the hatred for sure. That's that hatred for sure.
Yeah, so he just coming here making demands. You're gonna listen to what I gotta say. I ain't listening to nothing you gotta say. The hell is this? Matter of fact, I'm about to block him. Let me
Let me
find this
follow
page.
suit. Let me follow suit.
Yeah, you can't come in here no more. How about that? The hell? Can't stand people like that. I even apologized.
He said, "I
He called me a
understand your
bad
topic, but
word.
he said, what? Oh, that's nice.
Aw,
So nice of him.
aw.
Oh hell no, no. I
He
told you,
blew me the
pause.
kiss. Aw, it makes me sad. We can't be friends anymore. I went by Mother's and saw your car there. To her we're still family, and it don't seem fair. I try to think of you as just another lover in the past that didn't last. But it's not that simple. We can't be friends. Cause he called me the P word. I'm so sad right now. This makes me sad. I would kick him from the room, but I want him to hear me laugh about him.
This is crazy work.
He's still in the way. He still want to come up. I'm gonna let him come up, y'all. Hold up. I'll let him come up. I guess I'll apologize to him again. He can come up. There you go. He up now.
Here's the thing, Judge.
He thought I was gonna let him talk.
Whoa, you vicious.
He thought I was gonna let
You
him talk.
vicious.
He insults me, and he thought that I was gonna let him talk. He's been used before, I tell you. Hey, listen, y'all. Y'all gonna tell me he ain't mad right now? He's fuming. He gonna go. He's gonna go find that giant and punch him. He's about to go find Goliath. He said, Goliath, bring his 15-foot ass around here again. It ain't gonna go the way it went before.
Hell nah. He telling the story to his homeboys, man. He was about 3 times my size, about 15, 15 feet. Word.
3 times my size, dog. Like, for real?
He said,
Yeah.
why your face look like that, man? He hit me 3 times, man. He was tall as hell, big as hell.
Yeah, but he like 15 feet tall, man. Man, he hit me. He broke his hand, bro.
Oh, man. Black people crack me up, man. I'm pretty sure he was sitting in a circle telling that crazy ass story, man.
Hey,
Man,
Grandpa, tell us about the giant.
I told your little ass stay away from them.
Grandpa, tell us about the
Man, I know he mad as hell right now. I gotta type faster before they delete me.
Yeah, man. All you had to do was be nice, man. People coming here with attitude. You can't have an attitude. Don't have an attitude. Be nice. Y'all remember Bill and Ted's? It was like be excellent to each other. Come in here and be excellent to us. Nobody remember that movie but me.
All right, where we at?
I don't know. I have no idea where we at. We're in the twilight zone.
I know that jet lag probably gonna be something fierce.
Bro, I can't sleep, bro.
Damn. I mean, you don't really sleep like that anyway because of Clubhouse, right?
No, I go to sleep though, bro.
You probably feel like you back at home right now.
Nah, bro.
Uh, got back to the yard now. You would think everybody would come up from this topic. However, I'm starting to see this room forces you to read, so everybody don't want to come up here.
Well, if anybody heard the last 20 minutes, I understand. They probably like, man, that dude crazy. He went off on that guy.
Well, no,
Told
I
him.
think that was justified. Who comes in a room and says it's the fact that he said, I don't want to address the topic. I want to talk about what you was just talking about. Well, I wasn't even talking to you about that. I want you to address the topic. Well, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about what you just talked about. All
Imagine
right.
being
Welcome to
upset.
the
I'm
audience.
saying, look, the dudes over there, these some big dudes where you probably ain't about to just get into a squabble with them. And and if you do, you're not looking to do it. You know. He like, nah, you don't know me, bro. I'm the toughest man on the internet.
Yeah, we all behind a whole phone, and you trying to prove to us that you can fight somebody that's 6'5", built like The Rock on steroids and the Fast and the Furious. Okay, you got it, brother.
Hey, look, they ain't built like that from the gym, bro. That's the difference. Like them functional muscles.
Well, damn. What's they diet like over there?
I don't know.
Sure, I know. I remember that one place we went to. They said, "Gabe, you about to drink out the faucet?" I said, "I forgot I'm not in America, man."
Well, it's Fiji, bro. They got Fiji water there, bro.
Sounds okay. No, all praises.
And it's owned by a white man, bro. Fiji water is owned by
Damn.
a white man, a white American. I know, bro. It's insane.
All praise for traveling. Y'all see what they doing out there, man. Send up prayers for the prophets for sure.
And for the dude the giant fighter, gotta pray for him too.
Yeah, he probably be fighting people with a sling the size of the people he say he be fighting. Oh, dude got a damn sling on his hip. Fee, fi, fo, fum. The, they call him the Giant Slayer. Yes, man. That dude name is not reciprocity. His name is David, man.
Insane.
Let's change the topic to can all dogs go to heaven or something? Let me see. Club got spit by the Juggernaut. All I can hear is you got knocked. Yes, man. The dude's crazy, bro. He crazy as hell. That's black people for you. They spice all type of stories just to tell their homeboys. I'm gonna send y'all some invites. If y'all got anything on the topic, come on up. I seen a couple people vote that there's gonna be all type of equality in the kingdom. So maybe y'all got a scripture we don't. Come up here and speak on it. Send some invites out. Who is this? You ain't never gonna be able to sleep. Shoot. Same here. Where's all my people that say they want the white man and the Chinese to get into the kingdom? Where y'all at, man? Maybe y'all got some on the topic. Hey, Yosef, you up? He probably sleep. 1 second.
Yos was probably in a meeting.
What's up?
Oh, snap. He up.
What's up? What's going on?
I don't know. He called your name.
Oh,
I was seeing if he was in the land of the weak. Shoot.
yes, sir. You called me just in time.
Nah, bro. We at work. We at work right now. Just like always. See y'all some. I hate humans. I am the king of this earth. Wow, this is amazing. We got some interesting souls in this that's visiting this room right now. Let's see if y'all got some thoughts on the topic. Come on up. If y'all got any questions, y'all can come up. Looking for another topic real quick. 1 second. Let me see what's up. Let me see. Hey, it's a quiet night tonight, man. Let me see what's up with this topic. My phone is going slow as hell right now. All right, y'all, share the room. I just picked something right here. Juju said she or he, I don't know what it is, but said they laying down. Shoot, I wish. Just turned the topic. It says, did the love of white Jesus destroy Africa? Nah. It says, what's toxic about masculinity? The topic is, what is toxic about masculinity? All right. Some people do not like masculinity. Hey, speak on the topic. You know, send out some invites. Make sure y'all share the room. You know. Hell yeah, it's a good topic. Shoot. I was just watching a video where people was talking about how they do not like, what do you call it? Patriarchy. So maybe somebody has some on the topic. How you doing, HP? HP just left the room. Okay, never mind. All right. HP is back. Never mind.
Hi, Gabriel.
What's up?
Yeah. Um. Thanks for inviting me. I'm from Malaysia, so far away from you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Just come in and listen. By the way,
Okay.
and about the all topics, the what the pool that you create, I think I'm not sure if they will have different races at the time. At that time when Jesus come back, probably there will be. But who knows, right? Thanks.
Say again?
I I mean, they probably still have different races in the world after Jesus came back. Jesus returned. Yeah.
The topic is, what is toxic about masculinity?
Oh, this is a new topic. Well, I need
Yeah,
some time to think about
because
it. Yeah.
we had the topic up for a minute, man. Y'all didn't come up, so change the topic. You got to change with the times, bro.
What's the toxic? I think you need to be self-loving to be a muscular.
You got to be sound and loving.
Yeah, you need to love you need to be pride, right? To your body, to your good looking, to your behavior, things like that, to your voice and so on. Yeah.
You ever heard of the phrase toxic masculinity?
No,
You've never heard it in Malaysia?
no, I
You
didn't.
got do you have Google?
Yeah, I
Go
use
look
Google. I will give you a
go look
Google.
it
Yeah.
up. Go look it up. I'll wait. Go look it up. Robbie wait. Hey, some of y'all can come up on stage. Can y'all even can some of y'all even define what masculinity is? And then what's toxic about it? Mal Yawa says a set of attitudes and ways of behaving stereotypically associated with or expected of men regarding as having a negative impact on men and on society as a whole. Thank you for the definition right there, brother. So what's topic, yo? What's toxic about that? Some of y'all need to help us out now. Hold up.
Oh, interesting. Who create these terms? It's interesting.
Who created these terms? Look it up. Look it up, man. A lot of sisters nowadays believe in that.
You mean the toxic expectation to be a man, something like that?
No, no, no. They believe in toxic masculinity. Biblical muscles is masculine. To me, not that toxic crap. Masculinity representing the strong and firm aspect of thought and emotion, especially when it comes to decision making and protection. Hmm. What could be negative about that? That women, or I don't know, maybe there's men that think like this. I don't know. Can you describe what makes a man masculine, HP?
Mm, I think to be an adult, to be responsible is the most important thing.
To be responsible, okay.
Yeah. It's like a transformation from a boy to a man.
Hmm.
Yeah. Or to a husband.
Really?
Yeah, that's the meaning of masculinity for me. But of course, some people think that the dominance of the man, emotional suspensions,
Hmm.
um, they think men shouldn't cry, shouldn't help, ask for help. I don't know. There's so many traits of it. Yeah.
Hmm. So, what would make those traits? If those are what
Gabriel, do you
masculine,
cry when you feel hurt or pain?
I think if you shot me, I'll be hurt. Just like I'm just letting you know right now.
Or you
Yeah,
will
I'm
you you
very
will
black.
hurt people when you feel pain. Some people they just want to throw something when they feel angry.
Hmm.
Yeah. Which one of you?
Name the two again.
I mean, some people will try to, hurt or broken something when they feel angry,
Hmm.
when they have an anger. So how about you?
Nah, I don't break nothing that I pay for, bro. Nope. I work too
Yeah.
damn hard to be breaking stuff.
So for me, I will take a long shower if I feel anger or upset or whatever. Yeah, instability. Yeah, that's
Are
that's
you
me.
are you
So
married? Are you married,
no,
HP?
no, I'm still a boy. 28. Yeah.
You said you're how old?
Sorry. What?
How old are you?
28.
28.
Yeah.
You said you're still a boy.
Uh, um, I'm a young man. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're not married. You're dating.
Yes.
Gotcha. Do you think men should lead women?
What men should leave women?
Lead, like be the
Lead.
leader.
Okay. Before married, maybe no. Uh, the my girlfriend should be lead by her dad, her daddy. Yeah.
I cannot disagree with that, but however, um, all right, okay. Let me think. Let me think. That's
I'm Asian, so Asian have a different mindset. Yeah.
I don't understand what's different. Do you
I don't
think
know.
in China do women lead the men?
Wow. For China, um, sometimes, and it depends. Um, Women in China is more aggressive in leading the men. Yeah,
You said they're
that
more
because
aggressive.
their history, their culture.
Uh-huh.
They in old days they maybe can limit to one child or two child,
Uh-huh.
and the first child usually is it's a girl, and then they will give a second born to have a boy, and the girl have take a huge responsibility to taking care the boy.
Hmm.
So it makes things so different. Yeah.
Well, even if you said even if the woman has a responsibility to take care of the child, don't you believe there's certain roles that men and women should have?
I think men and women, if you're comparing men and women, is too general. It have to depend on what situation or what position you are in. For example, the sibling, or the men and the women is couples, or they are, it really depends on what position. If in the workplace, the women is the superior of the man, and why
No,
not?
where is this at? Where is this at?
Uh, I, I say it really depends on the positions of the men and women that you're saying just now. If the if the women
Hmm.
is the superior of the man of a man, and of course the women should lead.
I want you to think about what you're saying right now. Is there a society, any society that you can think of, where women lead and it's a prosperous now I'm not talking about what do you call it, Wonder Woman. You understand? A society where women lead, all right, and that, or even built the civilization without the male counterpart, sir.
What? Why you exclude the male from the community?
Because you said that there, in some societies women lead. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, not society. It's like, for example, in a company, if the woman is a manager of that a man, and the women should lead the man. I mean, it really depends on the needs and the responsible, right? And the position, of
Overall,
course. Yeah.
overall, that's in a position that that's in a society that a man have built. Correct?
No, that's not in my society, by the way.
No, I didn't say
For us,
what
it's
society.
really.
I said that's in a society that a man has built. Correct?
You mean right now our society? Yeah,
Yes, of course, in our society, sir.
yeah. Men build the buildings, and men become a mechanics to repair the car, to build a car. Yeah.
Okay, I just thought it was just me. I'm like, all right. Let me see. Any of the moderators want to speak to this?
Hey, shalom, shalom, Gabriel, shalom, yo, shalom,
Come
man,
on, Jeff.
mighty man, the most high God. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing straight, man. We all right.
All praises, yes, sir. I'm good, good.
Ultimately, you're speaking of in a company such as that. I wouldn't say that's I wouldn't say that that's a good example. You understand what I'm saying? I wouldn't consider that a good example, bro.
Yeah, it's a radical example, but it just happened in our daily life. Well, maybe another example will be family, like a husband and wife, and maybe one day the husband get into the car accidents and the wife have to take up the responsibility to lead. I
Hmm.
I would say why not, right?
Um, I don't think we see that in Asia a lot, my friend. We don't see what you're talking about in Asia. In China, I think last time I checked, I believe they killed the they persecute the woman child and keep the male child. Correct?
Oh, that's really long time ago.
That's really long time ago.
Yeah.
I still don't do that no more.
Now I
They
don't
fa-
think
they
that's
favored the woman child, the women children.
yeah.
Hmm.
So they take the girls as a pearl or as a hand in their hand. Yeah.
You said what?
So now if you give birth of a girl, baby girl, they get
Hmm.
more favorable in the eye of their
The
parents.
father.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Now, if any of the moderators want to say, speak to that, y'all can, man. Let me see. I think I got what I need, man. It's been good talking to you, bro.
Right.
Thanks. Let me see. Let me see. Who is this? Hey, Action, can you take over?
Yeah, I can take over. What's been going on tonight?
Man, we just changed the topic a third time, bro. It's been a very interesting night. I'll say that for the most part.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, man. It's
been
been
missing
interesting. That's all I can say. For real, man.
it. Man, worry about that. About to
You've been
knock it out.
sending invites all night. For real though.
Oh yeah, they just don't want to come up. Let me see.
At least that's what I'm seeing. HB came up, but they got different customs in Asia.
Oh, Asian Moab, Ammon.
Yeah, maybe I can add on. You can try to check. You don't want to mess with women in Vietnam.
Dude,
They are really strong and aggressive. They get all the jobs done. And if you're a man in Vietnam, you can just lay back and sit down and just relax.
if you're a man, you can sit back and relax. If
Yeah, in Vietnam.
so, what does the man do? I mean, would the woman go out and work and work or what?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's for Vietnam.
That's backwards. So the man stay at home, dads.
Yeah, yes.
Man, that's crazy. So what's the role? So what's the role of a man? Do you agree with it or just how it is?
It's in Vietnam. That's their culture.
Just their culture. How long it's been like that?
All the while.
It's always been like that.
I don't know, maybe centuries.
Really? I mean, why? Like, I wonder why it's like that. Where they come from? That's kind of it's strange for a man to be at home while the woman is at work, and the man
Yeah.
is at home taking care of the kids. Is they cooking and cleaning. They got a little dress on.
Mm, I'm not sure, but they just can be lazy and do nothing. They can just hang out with their friends around, do nothing. Yeah. And the women is taking care of the jobs and the house and the cooking. Yeah, everything done by the women.
Wow, man, that's a big cultural difference because men are supposed to provide for the house. They supposed to go out and work and take care of everything. The women's supposed to be at the home base, taking care of the kids. They supposed to be able to show the kids how to cook and clean. But the man is doing that. That's out of order. That's weird. But you know what? This is not America. But hey, a lot of women over here they'll be upset with that. I don't know how many women want to trade places to go to Vietnam. They want to be independent.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy. Hmm. So you a Vietnamese?
No, I'm Malaysian.
You say you who?
I'm from Malaysia. In
Malaysian.
between, yeah, between Thailand and Singapore.
Okay. All righty. Well, since you're on stage, I'm gonna talk to you. Do you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, I'm Christian Methodist
You Christian? Oh, really? How long you been Christian?
since young, since children. My family all Christian.
Okay. So as Christians over, you keep the commandments.
Ten Commandments?
Yes. Yes. Oh, you keep the Ten Commandments.
No, 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 not really. But it's about the teaching, right? I mean, Methodist is a little bit conservative, but I read some books about grace from Philip Yancey and Tim Keller,
Mm-hmm.
and I really like it. So yeah,
So all right. So in Methodist. All right. So you believe. So you believe in Jesus. You know what Christ looked like according to the Bible. Is he portrayed as Caucasian in Malaysia?
no, of course he's a Jewish.
He was Jewish. What you mean Jewish? Meaning like what's the skin complexion?
Jesus, what? Sorry,
What's
I don't get your
I
questions.
mean I mean I
Probably,
mean what was this when you say Jewish? I'm thinking you talking about the people that live in Israel today.
yeah. Jesus is in Israel.
All right,
He's
so
living in Israel. Yeah,
okay, so you know Caucasian and Jewish people the same, right?
I don't know, but for me, Caucasian is referring to white.
I mean Jewish people are white. They went to Atlanta in 1948. But do you know anything about? Let me see. I think about a time in history. Do you remember? Hate to bring it up, but do you remember when they went through the little genocide or whatnot? They was in the concentration camps, right? Before that, you know what they had to wear.
What? I I'm not sure which one you were referring to, but I
So
did read about Jewish Israel and also the Bible history.
okay, so but I'm trying to tell you, like I know for a fact that the Jewish people call themselves Jewish and Caucasian, they the same people. Matter of fact, they the ones that funded the slave trade here in America. Also, there was the majority of the owners in America when there was owning slaves. But during the time of Hitler, the Jewish people they had to wear something called they little yellow star, the Star of Magen, what they call it, the Star of David. They had to wear it to separate themselves or distinguish themselves from the Germans because they the same people. And also, what they would do, uh, they would be nurses. They would put on a uniform and they escape out the concentration camp wearing a Nazi's uniform because they're the same people. But the word has been brainwashed to believe that Jewish are not Caucasian, and they are Caucasian. They came from the Kaiser Mountains. They were the same people. But since you brought that up, I mean, that you don't think they white. You know what the Jews look like actually according to the Bible? The biblical Jews, not the people calling themselves Jewish.
They are still here today, right? I mean, they are definitely Middle East people.
Middle East. It really it was no such things like called Middle East with the 1800s. The Middle East, right? But the Bible actually describes what the people of Israel looked like prior to 1948. The Bible actually tell you that they was not Caucasian. They was not what they look like in the land today. Because the Bible said that the Israelites, the biblical Israelites, they will be scattered around the world on cargo slave ships. Did you know? Do you know of any history of them going to cargo slave ships into slavery? The Jewish people
Yeah,
they went into slavery.
you mean from the Egypt time.
Yeah,
I
no, and
I
I'm not talking about Egypt. I'm not talking about Egypt. I'm talking about after Egypt, after Christ.
uh-huh.
But let me show you something real quick while you out on stage, so we get somebody else on stage. Because the people that you've been learning to be the chosen people of God, the Jews, they're not the Jews, they Jewish. That's why they say they Jewish and they're Israelis. But the Bible never say Jewish and it never says Israelis. The Bible says Israelites. Read it, go to Jeremiah 14:2. I'm gonna show you what the Bible says about the real Jews, what they look like, but they not the real Jews.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 14 and verse 2.
Hmm.
Judah mourneth.
Also, Judah, right? Jew is short for Judah. So to be a Jew, you had to come from the kingdom of Judah or the tribe of Judah, or you had to be of Levi or Benjamin. Come on.
Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish.
Uh huh.
They are black unto the ground.
So the Bible said the biblical Jews, the real Jews, are black unto the ground, meaning different shades of brown, just like the ground. You know, soil, the deeper you get, the darker it gets. So the people in the land of Israel, cognitive Jewish today, they not brown. They pink, just like the rest of their brothers, the Caucasians, right? You understand
Uh,
it?
well, I don't actually get what you're trying to say, but
Let me
doesn't matter anymore. You know, I'm a Chinese, descendants, born in Malaysia, grew up as a Malaysian. Now the gospel is go to everybody.
the gospel goes to everybody. Well, hold on. I mean, before we get that, but so it matters if Allah's been told that the people in the land of Israel that they are the Israelites. It does matter because the truth matter, right? Was Christ a Jew? Wasn't Jesus Christ a Jew himself?
I don't know. I never see Christ in the face, right?
You never see him in the face, but the Bible tell you what it looks like. But Christ was a Jew. We all knew that. Everybody know that Christ came from the tribe of Judah. Do you know that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Christ came from the tribe of Judah, right? Also, Christ's great grandfather was King Solomon. Christ came from the bloodline of King David, right? King Solomon was King David's son, right? So let me read what King Solomon looked like. He was a Jew, right? When you read the Bible, when you actually read the Bible, understand the Bible, all the people of God were Israelites that were people of color. That was never um, pink like they are today. All right. Let me read what King Solomon looked like. Read Song of Solomon 1 and 1. We're gonna jump down to verse 5.
The book of Songs of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 1.
Come on.
The Song of Songs, which is Solomon's.
So King Solomon is about to tell you something about himself. Come on, verse 5.
Verse 5. I am black, but comely.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. King Solomon, Jesus Christ's grandfather from the tribe of Judah, said he was black, right? Black people, we call ourselves over here in African America, we call ourselves black, right? So King Solomon said he was black. Read on.
But comely.
He said he's black and comely, meaning he's black and handsome. This is King Solomon. So now we got a problem. We have a problem, HP. We have a problem because we got people claiming to be the Israelites when they're not the Israelites. That's a big issue because Christ came, his death was come back to save the Israelites. Give me Matthew 1 to 21. So where you get that gospel is going to all nations? What's that in the Bible?
I think you have a lot of problems, but not me. I mean, the all this doesn't not important anymore. At least Paul said, you don't need to be a Jewish or whatever to be
You
a
don't have to be
Christian.
able to.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I'm not sure what's your point here.
I got you. I got you. I'm gonna help you out because you said you to be a Christian, you don't have to be a Jew. Let me help you out, but let me I read that real quick.
The book of Matthew, chapter 1 and verse 21.
Now, Christ's people who was who? The Israelites, right? Correct, HP? HP, who was Christ's people? Are you muted? Go ahead and read it. Read it.
Matthew chapter 1, verse 21.
Come on.
And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins.
Save who?
His people from their sins.
See, HP, do you know what sin is? Do you know what sin is? Sin is the transgression of God's laws. So Christ was coming to save his people from their sins. Hey, Shalom, Jud.
Yo, yo, yo.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. All praises. This brother's HP is from Malaysia. So
Okay.
I yield the floor to you. But he was also saying that he think that the people in the land of Israel are the biblical Jews or the Israelites, and also that Christ, when Christ died, that the gospel went to all nations.
Okay. What part of Malaysia you from?
I think Cat got his tongue now. He's confused.
HP, you there? You got to unmute. You may not know you muted. You got to hit the unmute button.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Where you from in Malaysia?
Yeah, I'm from Malaysia,
Where at?
Kuala Lumpur.
Okay. I never heard of that.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
You believe in the Bible?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So I guess you believe that salvation is for everybody. I guess I'm kind of catching on at the end.
yeah.
Okay. What make you believe that?
Does it matter for you?
Well, yeah. I mean, if the Bible make you believe it, then that matters. Now, if you just made it up, you know.
That's all right. Whatever. But what you're trying to say?
I was asking you a question.
Well, I'm not here to do a testimony.
Then what you here for?
I was invited to speak over here. I mean, I just come here and listen.
All right, well, you can listen in the audience.
Yeah, that's right. I should do it now. Thanks.
Want want.
All right, I'm trying to get somebody on stage. Yeah, that, I don't know about that guy. Like he said, the man in Vietnam stay at home while the women go out and work. So I guess the men at Vietnam wear skirts and at home and take care of the kids and cook and clean.
Maybe he's on drugs. Sometimes you gotta go with that one.
Yes, sir, most definitely.
Sometimes you gotta go with that option. Sometimes people are on drugs.
It's kind of quiet here tonight. I don't know everybody sleep. I think they full of Halloween candy still. I guess.
Dang.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, why are the super Christians that normally be on?
We're not talking about Christianity.
We gotta talk about them. Come on. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Let me see. I'm trying to send some invites so if I can see anybody. Who is Yazoo?
He with us, I think.
Oh, okay, the truth doesn't matter. Jesus loves everyone. Okay, he was just talking. I guess he was just saying what Moab was saying. Yeah, but it's crazy how the world is convinced that Jewish are not Caucasian. I mean, they the exact same people. Mm, yeah. But then they'll tell us that since we come from Africa, we all the same people. But it's no difference, or it's difference between Chinese and Japanese. Like it's crazy, it's madness.
It is what it is, man.
Mhm. So again, if y'all got questions, come on the stage. Come on the stage. And if you are new to the truth, we have beginner booklets that we can send you out if you email BiblicalSmoke.com. BiblicalSmoke at Gmail. I'm sorry, I said .com. Hmm. Let's see. The original Malaysian people are black people. Witchcraft. Oh, it's so quiet. I sent the invite to a sister. The Bible came from the highest. These are the black people that are poor, went to slavery. Where's everybody? Hmm. So we had three topic changes. Like I don't know what the one was before. What was the topic before? Was talks about masculinity. I don't know what the topic was. I knew the original one. Yeah, I guess like you said, Jay, we gotta talk about Christianity every night for people to come in.
Yeah, it seemed that way sometimes. It
Yes,
just be one of them nights, you know.
yes, sir. 10:10. Oh, where's that at? Somebody said it's 9 a.m. Where's the 9 a.m.? Like in Africa?
It be
It's
9
3
a.m.
o'clock here. It's an all inclusive topic. It was an all inclusive topic. Okay. Hmm. Well, I guess it's this. I don't know how to change the topic. What's toxic about masculinity? It's a topic. If y'all got questions, come on the stage, or you got some on this topic, come on stage. Don't be shy.
Dang,
And
bro, you be up all night with this?
oh, what's that?
I said you got to be up all night with nobody talking.
I hope not. Well, everybody, some people
Dang,
clock
Israel,
out.
y'all ain't gonna come up, cause Israel, cause y'all come up somebody, man. Or we gonna start having to put a stopping point so people can go to sleep. If ain't nobody gonna say nothing.
There's a bunch of people in the room, but nobody want to come up.
Yeah, I did all I can do, brother. They won't listen to me, man. Play some music or something, man. Let everybody go to sleep. But if nobody gonna come up, I mean, not even Israel. Is Israel gonna come up? Nobody coming up.
Hello, can I say something? Shalom.
Oh, I didn't even see those people. Who's that, Val?
Yeah,
What you got?
yeah, I don't think there is anything toxic about being masculine. It's built in a man to be masculine.
All praises.
Mm.
Action, you there?
Can y'all hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay. I might have had my mute muted. I might mute it. So, Val, what did you say?
Yeah, I said there is nothing toxic about being masculine. It's built in a man to be masculine, so there's nothing toxic about it.
Okay. Right on. That's what the Bible say. Val, you was next after Busar. Let me try to hey, you might let me try to get the other guy real quick, and I'll come back to you.
All right.
Hey, Busar, if I'm saying your name right.
It's Busar, leadership, Shalom, Musa, Christ bless.
Hey, shalom, shalom, Messiah, Christ bless.
Just to address the topic, it ain't nothing talks about masculinity. It's just when a brother overdo it, it can become that. But just like general masculinity of being a man, it ain't nothing talks about it.
Yes, sir.
I hear a lot of times too on the internet when a man do stand on business, they be calling them sassy and whatnot. You heard of that before?
They call him what?
Sassy,
Sassy.
SASSY.
Mm. I never heard nobody call. I mean, I never seen it, but somebody call somebody
Action,
sassy.
you good? Action, you sleep?
Nah, they be doing that. That's a thing right now. Have you
Nah,
seen it?
yes, sir. Nah, I'm up. I might be breaking up.
You ain't never heard women call men sassy?
Nah, I never heard nobody call nobody
Man,
sassy.
where you from, bro? You from the West Coast, ain't it?
Nah, I'm from Louisiana.
Ain't no way.
Nah,
Nah,
I never seen that before. Like sassy.
You
I
they
must
do
be
mean,
that
from
like
shit.
another world.
effeminate. I mean,
I ain't really hear a woman call a man effeminate, but like on some of the little pop the balloon
Yeah, they
shows or
call
some
them
of like
sassy.
the podcasts, they be calling them sassy.
they they sassy because they masculine.
Hey man,
Right.
I think action is not a real person. Bro, say potato, bro. Say potato.
Potato.
Actually, AI.
That's funny.
Bro, he AI, bro. I'm like, what the hell going on here?
I don't know. I guess I'm old. I don't know.
Like
Sassy,
if you follow, well, I be seeing it a lot on, especially like on what her name is, Arlette, Pop the Balloon Show, and then if you follow Ugly Money Nietzsche,
uh huh.
if you go to their podcast, sooner the man go to standing on business saying what he don't allow, or how things going, or what he ain't going for, go to defending himself verbally in a debate. I don't even want to call it an argument, but a debate. Oh, you're sassy. Oh, you don't gotta be sassy. They'll try to pull that old reliable.
Wow,
Real
man.
talk.
Yeah. I guess I'm about to get up on
Bro,
game.
he
Get
don't
these
action
folks
don't
up.
watch TV, bro.
I ain't gonna. Yeah. I don't watch that. I need to now. I look like I gotta catch what the young people terms.
Right.
I'm
That
old
what I
school. I'll be watching Good
Wait,
Times and
how old are you, action?
45.
I'm older than you.
Well, it's old school. I'll be
Well,
watching
now we the
Good
same
Times.
age.
Oh yeah.
What
Okay.
part of Louisiana you from?
Shreveport.
Oh, you from Dallas. That's why.
Ah. Yeah. He from Dallas. That's like 4 hours away.
Hey, you from Dallas, bro.
They different.
Louisiana don't claim you.
They different.
Nah, you from Dallas, bro.
Oh
Nobody
no.
claim. Don't nobody claim nobody from Shreveport.
Dang, that's cold blooded. Yeah, I don't do the Dallas boogie, but no, I'm gonna have to get up on that new stuff.
I
Yeah.
don't really I be out of the loop too. I ain't gonna lie, Ashton. I be out of the loop too, cause it's so goofy out here. You know, we live in a crazy clown world now. But like kind of staying in the just like the new lingo or like the new trends and whatnot, following a couple pages, podcasts and stuff like that, you kind of like see what's going on with the people right now. Um, what's another big one? I know you got Ugly Money Niche, whatever. It's a decent podcast to see like general trending topics and the silly stuff what be going on. Um, there's a few of them out there. I have to just send them to you if I see them. But yeah, man, it's real crazy out here, especially like the whole thought of it even being toxic. Because a lot of the females out here now, and they prime, you don't even know what that is. Like you don't even know what masculinity is because a lot of dudes out here suckers and they going for that. So when you see it for real, now it's a major inconvenience to your whole lifestyle and train of thought. Like when it come to
You
like
think they
curfew,
going for it, or you think they just trying to smash?
what you mean?
I think they just trying to get some. Like like what's his name? What's the dude name? Uh, the black dude, Derek Jackson.
I
Derek
don't
Jackson
know
was
him.
saying all that stuff. He was just smashing.
Oh, like you think he was playing that role like he a
Yeah, I
sucker
don't
and
think he
just
believe that.
you think he was playing that role like he was sucker doing what he was finna do and going about his business?
100%.
I don't know who he is though, but it's dudes who play that role too though, who will play like, oh, you don't have to do this and you can wear what you want and I think women have a voice and could do this, that, and the third, and they be having ulterior motives too. 100%.
It's like them dudes that say grand rising.
Yeah, type shit. Yeah, it's at
They
hundred
call
percent.
women they call women queen.
Call woman queen, yeah.
Dudes just trying to smash, man. They don't even care about none of that.
100%. But like
Wow.
it be some folks who really on that. Like I seen the dude in the damn stove playing. I don't even know why you even let that slide. There's a lot of pranks what be going on in the stores. Now you going to Walmart, you're gonna end up on TikTok. So the dude come up to the dude rib or whoever, this girl and stuff, and he grab her hand. Hey, how you doing, mom? Whoop de whoop. The dude, her actual man kind of stepped back. And the prankster was like, oh, that's your man. And she was like, I don't know. Are you my man? And the dude was like, her supposed man was like, oh, I thought you were supposed to tell him you're not interested, and then I'm supposed to back you. Are you serious?
Yeah,
Are you
but look,
fucking crazy?
if a man grab my wife's hand
It's
and she
over
don't,
with.
no, and she don't say nothing,
Oh man.
we got a problem already. That's like somebody
Thousand
flirting with
percent.
my wife at work, and she wait till she come home to tell me about it. She better cuss the dude out. You know what I'm saying?
Immediately.
Before something happens, she better go to HR, get the dude fired straight up. Like, no,
100%.
I don't want to hear none of that. Well, I just ain't want to say nothing, so I'm coming to tell
Exactly.
you now, so you can get into a fight and go to jail. Nah, man,
No, I ain't.
you,
And then watch this for the brothers who really standing on business. As soon as it go down, the pranksters gonna get themselves hurt. As soon as it go down like that, pranksters be lifted up off their feet. That's masculinity, and it's like the thin line would be. I just seen another woman online just now. A thin line would be like, "Oh, we're just friends. No, we're just casual companions." She's
Uh,
sitting in the car. He telling her, "Why you still in communication with your ex?" She's like, "Oh, that's still my whatever. We're in communication. He might get worried about me if I block him. Are you crazy?" But then, the majority of foolish women would be like, "Oh, her man is being toxic because that's just her ex, and he doesn't need to control who she talks to and whatnot." Oh man, it's crazy out here. They'll call that toxic masculinity because he telling a woman, "You finna block this nigga." You call that toxic masculinity.
I
man,
did
that's
see that.
that. Now I'll tell you what, women they be trying that stuff, but you're right. They can only do that with the right dudes.
Right,
They can
right.
only do that with the right
And,
dudes.
and get what, Judd? He going back and forth. It's a negotiation. It's a debate. You going back and forth.
Yeah,
Like you could see it in a woman's eyes. You could see it like if you know psychology, you could see it in the eyes when they go to darting left or right or stuttering in their speech. You know what you doing right now, and you know who to do that to. And he's sticking around and he gonna go take her to Cheesecake Factory after and be like that. That's what you got, homie. But for the
I
Brit
guess you're right. They are some lames out there.
L7, L7. And it's
Sometimes
really
you gotta let them know that you the prize. See that, and that's why women ain't like Kevin Samuels. Because Kevin
Right.
Samuels was letting these lanes know, bruh, she ain't got nowhere else to go, bruh.
They only do that shit with all of the foolishness. They only do that shit because it's a nigga out there who allowing it. Oh man, if brothers, the majority of brothers weren't going for the, promiscuous lifestyle, the majority of brothers weren't going for you dressed out the house all kind of crazy and whatnot. Like if they weren't going for that, y'all wouldn't do that. But because brothers be on that, even if it's temporary, they dumb anyway. They don't understand the difference between permanence and temporary, the fairy tale form. If the brothers weren't really allowing that, y'all wouldn't do that. It wouldn't be passable. You care too much by the public opinion of what people are saying, what people are think. But since brothers ain't standing on business, they getting away with murder out here, breaking niggas' pockets and laying with three or more. Met text message Dion look crazy. You with that? Girls trip look crazy. You with that? Curfew unexistent. You with that? She leave
Yeah.
out the house wearing whatever she got going on. You with that? Crazy dog.
They don't realize that girl for everybody.
100%. And he just glad to be there. He
And I
just glad
wonder,
to be part of the team.
Wow.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Like on 33, I got raised by some raw brothers, you know what I'm saying? And had some good mentors, and you could really tell the difference between the men who don't. You could really tell the difference between a man who just ain't never had no real representation of what it is to be raw, man. Like I don't get it, dog. But we got the truth now. Brothers come in and get around some real brothers who raw as well, then you'll know the difference. That's what it's for.
Yes, sir.
King David show you how to shut down that simp talk. Remember when he was dancing and his wife got all mad?
Yeah, Panfell.
Man, he was like, hey, how about this? Get your ass around here, and I ain't never touching you again. Like what?
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I ain't. Any y'all ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
Of course.
I just remember the first episode. That's the only episode I think I ever really watched.
I
And
watched the
she was
whole
and she
shit.
kept she was trying to get the Dragon Ball from him, and he was like, "I don't want your stinking panties." He said something crazy. He said something crazy like that. He's like, "Man, I ain't going for that. I'm
Nah,
trying to
he
find
was
these Dragon Balls. I don't want your stinky panties."
he was locked in.
Wow.
He was locked in. Goku ain't look. You know what's so crazy? Goku always been locked in. He ain't never stayed at the house. He went outside to fade.
He's like, "Nah, not today."
It's like that, but I don't know. I just wish it wasn't like that out here, man. It really sicken me when I be seeing it. Like, bro, come on, get off that, man. Get off that, man. I don't get it.
But I need to make a hat or a shirt. Bring back toxic masculinity.
Oh
Oh
Lord.
yeah, that'd be dope.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
I support toxic masculinity. I don't know. I'll come up with a phrase.
Yeah.
Make
That'd
masculinity
be dope.
toxic again. But it
Make
really ain't though. It
masculinity
really
toxic
ain't though.
again. There it is.
It really ain't though, man. It really ain't.
I mean,
And it really be,
it's toxic for city girls.
of course. But it really be good. That's the sad part about it. It really be good for you. For the stuff I be seeing females buck up at, like it's really good for you. Oh, what if I want to go out with my homegirls? Why the hell would I let you go out with your whole ass homegirls? Like you have to be dumb and you have to be as a man, you have to be stupid to let her slide out at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, or even till 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, let alone starting line 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, to 3 or 4 with women who not married and single. Oh, we were just having drinks. But then if you step down and put your foot down and you not going for that, even if it need to be an argument or a show, oh, you're being toxic, you're being controlling. Okay, now when somebody drops something in your drink, somebody fire your homegirl for getting disrespectful, one of y'all crashed the damn car for saying you got it, I'm good, I only had one drink. Now they gonna call your phone. Now you got all the answers. Come on, man. Come on, man. Like you need that, like that guidance that brothers be putting down. Like women actually need that. What I'm starting to see, like generally be called toxic, you need that. You going? It's better for you. It ain't even like no ego trip. It's definitely better for you, and it's mostly preventative.
Right.
That's
They want their sons to get game too. That's the other thing about it.
But you, oh yeah, and you know what? I'm glad you said that, Judge. You know what's so crazy? Because I've seen in rare cases where they'll set the woman up. They'll ask her this and ask her that, and then they'll say, because you know a lot of women out here be on that. My son is my king shit. Oh, so how would you like it if a woman treated your son like that? Now all of a sudden reality check in. Oh, I wouldn't appreciate that if a woman did this to my son or was like that with my son. But that's how you is the man though. And
And that's why it'd be hard for men, for young men, to get out the house and be men,
yep,
because they
You know
they,
what's
they got their
crazy?
mom having mental what they call that,
mind
incest.
control.
It's incest,
Oh
covert
yeah,
incest.
that too. That too.
The
She
slang,
she think that's
the
her
slang
man.
that they gave me, they took it away when I was like little. So like growing up, I had to bring it back. You know, like
What happened? I forgot, I didn't catch the first part of that. What you say?
Yeah, I don't know what you just said.
Say-
Who was it talking? Benny?
Benny. What you said, homie?
they be taking away slang for
They took away slang.
yup,
What you mean?
like down
Like
memory lane of my memory of in the school systems they make you learn the alphabet and they teach you English literature and they take away your slang so you don't know your true self to believe.
what I got to do with masculinity, though, brother?
Like your masculinity comes with your true self of like your lingo, your slang for yourself.
Well, slang
I try to get
ain't
that back.
illegal. Slang ain't illegal. You know, if you're a professional about to make $1 million deal, you ain't about to be talking to the CEO of Johnson and Johnson like, "What's happening, bruh?"
No, that ain't that ain't masculinity. I don't think sauce, if that's what you're going with, equals masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Like even Kevin Samuels ain't use slang. He was a very distinguished brother, very masculine brother. He ain't really use slang like that.
It's a time and a place, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like even I code switch. Like I'm in school and shit and all, so I don't definitely ain't giving them folks my chill me. I ain't giving them folks the same person in the Camaro that I give them in the classroom. You know what I'm saying? But that don't
Yep.
mean we bending. You know what I mean? We ain't finna sit around here and be breaking for folks. Like no, you ain't got to use slang to be masculine. You just got to be 1K. Like I don't know, you just got to be firm in what you believe in and be confident in those situations of adversity and be willing to do what need to be done or not be coy or shy when it come to, you know, unpredictable situations. I don't know, it's kind of like asking a lion how you be a lion. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
It's
just saying
just,
that will hit on to me. I'm just saying, yeah, that just hit on to me. For
Benny,
I know that
Benny,
Captain
Benny,
Shannon
Benny,
brought this story out. I'm just
brother Benny.
yeah.
We got rules, bro. You know you gotta wait for your turn to speak.
No, let them
Oh,
talk,
my
man.
bad, my bad.
But go ahead, just say go ahead though. But remember though, come on.
Understood.
Cause I'm trying to figure out. I was really trying to figure out what you was. I don't get. I don't get the whole slang thing with dealing with masculinity.
Oh, it's a tone of voice.
But I didn't learn slang first. I learned English.
Dang.
Like when I was a kid, I mean, you know, I didn't talk with slang when I was a kid. I learned phonics. You know, hooked on here comes hi hat. I had hi hat when I was a kid. I mean, I don't understand. I don't get it.
I felt like I was talking slang when I was a kid, but just growing up, I had learned
You
it
say
English. Like, you feel me? Well, English is good too, so I'm just saying, it is what it is. Mm.
I don't know what's going on right now. I think everybody must be asleep. I think everybody's
Yeah,
asleep.
I'm
everybody's sleep.
tired
Cause
too.
I'm
I'm
confused like a
staying up.
mud. I'm like, what is this dude talking about?
I think what he trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Benny, but I think what he trying to say is like you talking about the school system, right?
Yeah, school system.
I think what he trying to say is like the school system, kind of like smooth you out, so to speak. Like, don't be like this and don't be like that, kind of like robotic. It's just like similar how they do in sports when the brothers be out there showing out and showing their talents and they be like, oh, stop showboating. And they kind of like suppress you. Is that what you're saying, Bennett? Like you kind of get like suppressed in school, starting off with the way you speak and stuff. That's all I'm pulling from it. I'm reaching, but I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand.
that's right.
Okay, I kind of get that. It do happen. It do happen in school. Like they do try to uncool you, so to speak. But case to that point though, I don't think you gotta be like hip to be masculine. That's all I'm saying. You don't gotta be hip. You could be lame and masculine, bro.
Lame and
Like you could
masculine.
be, yeah. I mean, not like school. You can't be a peon. Like I'm saying, like you could be,
Hey, but bro, you went to school, didn't you?
of course.
I went to school.
Me too.
I I don't get it. I mean,
But I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't going for a lot of that suppression shit. I ain't gonna lie. I know what you're talking
I
about,
mean,
but I wasn't going for a lot of that.
I
When I and
mean,
when I say,
when you was in first and second grade, you wasn't thinking like that. You was just a kid.
of course, I was still sporty when I was a kid, though, brother.
But I mean, you wasn't thinking that they had an ulterior motive.
Oh no, no,
You
no.
wasn't in
You don't
first
know any
grade talking
better.
about something. Nah, you trying to turn me into a square. It
Nah,
ain't
hell
going
no.
down like that, Mr. White Man.
Nah. You don't know no better. I want to say your mind don't even really kick in until you get about sixth,
Uh,
seventh grade.
yeah, what I'm saying, we just went with the flow. Like, what I got to do to get a good grade and not get in
Exactly.
trouble?
Exactly. And then what I want to say too, I want to make sure I double back on that when I say like lame and masculine. There's some dudes who don't know how to dress. You know what I'm saying? Listen to like weird little music or like got little strange hobbies. Like maybe I ain't saying nobody who like anime because it's starting to become more mainstream now. But maybe
Nah,
into
bro, if you
like,
like anime, you lame as hell, bro. I don't care. I
well,
don't care what nobody say.
I'll start to see it come mainstream, like the average person watching Naruto and the other stuff. I don't really watch it like that.
Hey man,
But
who watch?
like
Who in here watch anime, bro? Oh, keep it a buck.
only look, I'm gonna keep it 1K first quarter,
Oh
but
damn.
look, real
God
shit.
damn.
Hold on. I don't watch no series. I definitely watched all the Dragon Ball Z, but one of my
Yeah,
favorite
you was a
movies,
kid
Akira.
though.
Yeah, I don't watch it in my adult age though. I ain't watching my adult age. I catch the clip
We
if I
watching
catch
some
the
Dragon
clip,
Ball Z.
but I ain't. Yeah, we ain't finna sit here and binge watch Naruto and it used to be lit though. Avatar the Airbender used to be lit though.
Yeah, I ain't never watched that. I must have missed that generation. I was outside, I guess. I don't know.
What generation was that? I missed them. So
Early mid 2000s.
what was the show?
Avatar the Airbender with the four
No,
elements and Aang and shit like that.
no, I ain't watching nothing like that.
I caught a couple. I ain't gonna lie, I caught a marathon once or twice, but I wasn't hanging up no damn poster, no wearing the costume and stuff like that. We ain't taking that far. But definitely caught it. But yeah, I ain't never really been in the anime. But the whole point is though, there be some brothers who be into that whole, unorthodox type of style, but they ain't going for nothing though. Like they ain't letting their girl manipulate them. They'll defend themselves for what they believe in, or they still protective and they still standing on business. It's just a little different. But then it be some quote unquote cool niggas who really going for that. The nigga got the J's on and true religion this, and he's sporty, he seems sporty as far as his hobbies and his personality traits. But I know you been, homie. I know you mush. I know that woman running circles around you. I know she is. He cool though. Everybody think he cool, but that woman got him wrapped around her finger, homie.
Mm, 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 mm.
It's like that out here. It's like that.
Boot Sarah, where you from, bro?
Boo, sorry. I'm from
Oh,
Florida.
okay.
I'm from Tampa.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
Man,
I'm
y'all,
just saying.
y'all got Fulio killed, man.
Man, I ain't gonna talk on that, but rest in peace.
Damn. Yo.
Wow, man, the morning gotta call when it's.
That's a,
I
that's
should not
Don't
know
want
that
no
song.
more.
that's
I
crazy.
should not know that.
Hey, that thing was going viral though.
But them boy really goofy. Don't niggas like that be goofy. Cause anybody who really out here, you not promoting that on fucking wax and then excuse my language, I'm sorry. You're not promoting that on wax and then posting yourself online, even attaching yourself to something like that. What's up
Yeah,
with you?
that's the craziest thing. Like, soon as it happened, they had a music video.
Bro, what is you doing? What is you doing? Like, I ain't gonna lie, rap real deal done polluted a lot of our young brothers' mind, cause you'll think that's okay. You'll think that's all right. Even if you did have something to do with that or one or whatever stripes. Homie, why would you do that?
But they did whole videos of them throwing up Mike Bibby jersey, after they killed that dude.
Come on, man.
But they were crazy, brother. I was like, this is nuts. This is
Y'all think this
insane.
you think these folks ain't sitting right now in the Oval Office taking every person's image and screenshotting it and making a profile on you? Are you dumb?
That's why
Crazy.
everybody.
It's
That's
crazy.
why everybody snitch, because they know who to go talk to.
I was talking to my homegirl the other day. Ain't called in a long time, man, and I hit her up and whatnot. And I was telling her once you solid out here, it's like it used to hit different when you call a person a rat or you call a person soft or whatever the hell. But how it's going out here now, bruh, you are the minority right now. If you making the right moves and you behaving right now, if you ain't, being foolish and whatnot, you are the minority. It don't even matter if you point out the wrongs that everybody else doing, cause all y'all doing it. Y'all ratting on yourselves, y'all ratting on each other, y'all with the dumb shit and whatnot. Even if you standing on business, you seem like the problem. Well, the solution is the problem, and the problem is the solution. That's what it seemed like out here. None of his homeboys bet not tell him, hey, bro, don't drop that video. I don't think you should do nothing like that, man. That might not be a smart decision. Damn, nigga, you scared?
Yeah, it's like you probably shouldn't make a song about people that just died
All right.
uh, to make it seem like one that killed them. Nah, bruh.
Nah,
Nah, bruh.
this how we giving it up. This how we doing it, bro. If you in or you out.
It's on Elemental P, bruh.
That's crazy.
Like, what?
Remember, mm, mm, mm. remember when Tupac thought that Biggie was dissing him behind that who shot you? That's crazy. And these brothers are making full-fledged videos. Who
All
shot
the
you
way.
kill?
All the way.
The dude had a video. He up there with a bottle of these
What's that?
dudes is crazy.
Don Julio.
Don Julio?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, it's crazy. I was just thinking about the other day. I was like, somebody was playing that song while we was at camp, and I was thinking about, I was like, did that dude have a video on deck ready, or did they do it the very next day or the same?
But they had to have the video on deck because the
Popped up
video was
instantly.
good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was well filmed. I can't
The
remember
one
everything
about
about it. It was well filmed.
the video "Do It." That song "Do It."
Mm, mm, mm.
He with his mom, do it. He with his chick, do it. I was like, wait a minute,
Wow.
they had to made this video already,
Hold up.
and they was waiting
Man,
for after they killed him to release the video.
That's what
Hey,
I
read
thought.
that. Read 1 Corinthians 15:33. So it's just like what you just said. The music is destroying our kids' minds. I'm gonna show you
100%.
what the scriptures say. Read that.
This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 15, and verse 33. Awake to righteousness and sin not, for some have not the knowledge of God. I
Wait,
speak.
read it one more
Thank you.
time.
This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 15, verse 33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners.
And that's what's going on in our communities. Listen to all the evil communication, the music, and everything is corrupting the minds of the kids, the men and the women. You know, it's making our women want to be hoes, thoughts, hoe. I mean, I just you can't listen to a woman rapper no more without her talking about, you
First
know,
ball.
Gok
Yep.
5,000 or something like that. You know, it's like,
First
golly,
ball.
what's wrong with you? Crazy. It's the
First
music.
ball. I think people don't know how to, and it's the whole machine, right? Especially the music, but it's the whole machine. I don't think people actually know how to distinguish reality from entertainment no more, Jude.
You 100%. They don't. They think Future do drugs.
Like he really only. First of all, I rap very well. You can't even be that productive on all them drugs that you on, homie. And
Future say he don't do
he
drugs.
probably don't. He probably do a little this, that, and the third, but for him to just seem like a junkie, that he the same shit he promoting, like a whole junkie, but you're not that productive being a junkie, man. You're not that productive being a junkie. The biggest thing, this the biggest, like someone's like people feel like they phone be a peephole on their door. The camera is literally set up, man. Like, let's not forget how we even viewing all this. The camera is literally set up, man. And a person to think whatever they looking at, that's real. That's reality. That's it. That's actually happening on TikTok. This is not a skit. And you'll portray that. You'll go out there in the real world and you'll use that same scene that hit your mind as reference to your next move.
Hey,
Okay.
that's like them videos of the dudes that be walking up to women and they be trying to get their number and the woman say
Yeah.
no
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you know
yeah, yeah.
they go get in a Ferrari or a
Right.
Bentley. It's like, bro, it's fake.
As a
And I'm
as a
reading, I
viewer.
read the comments, and people be in the comments like it's real. I'm like, this is not real.
First of all, where you find what streets you on? Well, it's just straight baddies. It's just straight baddies walking back and forth. And they just didn't realize and put two and two together. It's a nigga standing in front of me, flash of clothes, flash of jewelry, and a Lamborghini, baby blue Lamborghini Urus right here. And I'm just
He be
gonna,
like, hey, what's up, girl? My name London. Yeah, you
right,
looking real good right now. And I was just thinking about getting your number. Oh, you don't want to give me your number?
all
Okay.
right,
And look, she walking around in a bodysuit with her butt cheeks hanging out
Oh
right.
boy,
and high
What
heels.
come on.
Are you
no
outside the strip
look.
club, my guy?
No evidence of her having an automobile or a car or anywhere to go. You just came outside to walk down the sidewalk like that and jumping in the car with a nigga to have a conversation. Stop
Look,
it, man.
he got the best nigga luck on the planet. Every day, this dude run into the finest woman in the city every day
On the same street, Jules, on the same
on the
street.
same street.
Stop it. Stop it. And then happened to just have it on camera. And we ran into four of them today and we edited all the film. Like,
It's
man,
like,
stop
where
it. Nigga,
is the camera in this interaction?
she just never saw a nigga standing across the street with an iPhone filming them. She didn't see none of the cameras that were hooked up in the car. 4K 1080p minimum, 4K clarity. Like, bro, stop it. You can't tell them. First of all, and everybody even know, like, this in reality, I'm gonna give at least the world this much credit. Everybody know women is getting snatched up these days. Real deal kidnapped, real deal missing and gone and whatnot, or human trafficked and whatnot. Ain't nobody just jumping in somebody's car off GP, bro. Not back to back to back to back to back to back. Like you're not creating a whole series of just jumping in somebody's car, man. Ain't nobody doing that, bro.
That's
And the
crazy.
dude, you know, he's slick like a creep. Like every time I hear him talk, I be like, man, this dude weird sounding.
You
Oh
gotta
yeah, my
be
name London.
judged.
My name London. Yeah,
He
yeah. You know. Oh, you want to talk to me now? Now the first dude that was doing it, I think the kind of slim dude. I can't remember his name. Some of
but some of
his,
them was real though. Some of them was
yeah,
real. I know you talking about. He be at the gas station
gas
most of the
station.
time.
Some of them seem real,
Yeah,
but that dude London,
fake.
that ain't not one of them real, man. Ain't no way.
But real deal. He. I mean, I ain't gonna put none on his name. But what it's saying, like, homie, you might actually be tricking, homie. Like you
Oh
created a little cyclic system, Pete. He created a little cyclic system because females do what other females do, right? So for them to get their 15 minute of fame and be seen in they favorite element talking to a nigga with some cash, yeah, I'm gonna just invite you on the show, and all you gotta do is act and this, that, and the third, and it's gonna run up, and I get this bread. And by the way, do you want to get an Airbnb? Okay, on to the next, and just keep his little cycle going. You weird for even much like making that a business. You made that a lifestyle. It's not even recreational to you. This is what you dedicated your life to, folks. I don't get it.
yeah,
You
my
you
name London.
that's how you living, homie. Like the
Yeah.
time and the energy that it take to do something like that, like you effed up, bro.
Who else we got in here? We got Nail
That
Cartel. All right, we got Eli.
Shalom, most high Christ, bless leadership.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Good, sir.
You woke? You good? You sound like you about to pass out.
And I was getting up. I was about to start studying a little bit because I got class in a few minutes.
all praises.
All praises.
Action, you there, bro? You gonna take over?
Y'all trying to mute? Yes, sir.
Come on, Action, man. Wake up. I gotta go to sleep, bro.
Nah,
I can't leave it dead, man. You
nah,
gotta put some life into this thing, bro. Come on.
I got you. I got
Come on. Josiah, where you at? Reader. Jump in there too.
you.
Amal.
Nell, okay. Nell, did you have anything?
Yeah, I did have a question, but guess I'll talk about the topic of the room, what's
Nah, what's your
toxic
question, man? What's your question?
masculinity.
Mm.
The topic kind
Oh,
of lame, I think.
okay. The Song of Solomon. I was getting the understanding from the Song of Solomon that he wrote all the things that in the Song of Solomon. But people are. I mean, I was talking to some people the other day, and they were trying to say that the Song of Solomon was written by him and other women. So I was trying to see if you brothers could uh got me in a better direction, because I mean I from what I understand. But is there any other scriptures you could bring out? I know this First Kings. I can't remember what chapter it was exactly at the moment, but
Yeah,
says that.
432.
Okay, yeah. He said that it said that he wrote all those. So I'm trying to understand, why are they trying to say that the part where he says
Because they
what is
don't understand the Song of Solomon. That's why they don't understand it. Have you ever seen anywhere the Song of Solomon broke down scripture for scripture, chapter for chapter, anywhere? I don't know if y'all can hear me.
We
Hello,
can hear you. We can hear you. At least I
Nell,
can.
you there?
Hey, shalom, sir. Here, sir. Yep.
He's talking to Nell. Nell, I think Neil having problems because he said he couldn't even tell he was on stage at first. Neil, you might have to leave out and come back in. Um, leave out and come back in. Get you back. Oh, you back on now? Neil, are you good? Neil must got an Android. I'm sorry. Let's see. Who else? Okay, Eli.
I
Yeah,
can't
of
hear
course.
anything. Can you brothers hear anything? All right, I can hear now.
Yes, sir. Neil. Judd asked you, have you ever seen the Song of Solomon broke down verse by
Have I
verse?
ever seen it wrote down with? Um, have I ever seen it wrote down? What do you help me out?
Like verse for verse, chapter for chapter.
Yes, sir. I've seen it written down. Yes, sir.
Where at?
Oh, no. When I had typed it in on I typed it in on Google. I believe that the Song of Solomon is in the Apocrypha.
No, I don't think you know. Understand what I was asking.
Okay.
Have you ever seen anybody break down the Song of Solomon?
No, sir.
Exactly. And that's the reason why the people that's telling you what it means, they have no idea what they're talking about. They don't know what the Song of Solomon is even about. The Song of Solomon is a parable. It's talking about the relationship. It's talking about Christ and his relationship with the church. So when you're reading it and you're trying to understand what it's talking about, and anybody who say it's a woman talking, already, you know, they have no idea what they're stepping into.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that he would allow random women just to write and then it'd be.
Yeah, it's the Song of Solomon is deep. That's why you never saw it broken down anywhere. You never see nobody like, we about
Just
to
put
go
it
over the
in
Song
the
of
script.
Solomon. Let's start it. Let's start Song of Solomon chapter 1 verse 1 and just break it down. Now I done heard it. I done seen it broken down. I got the notes, but nobody really ever heard the
Women
Song of
who,
Solomon broken down before, scripture for scripture, precept upon precept. Nobody heard that, and you don't see it online nowhere or nothing. So anybody saying that, just they don't know what they're talking about.
all right. But I was talking about this the topic, the toxic toxic masculinity. I don't believe there's anything as really toxic masculinity. I think it gets toxic when women want to be masculine, when they
Gotcha.
want to do the things that men do, and uh, they look at men and they want to be men. So it's impossible for there to be really that toxic masculine.
Okay. Uh, Judd, are you there? The Judd.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
It's your part. For to get into bed.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Are you guys getting any echoes or anything?
What's that? Echoes. I
Any
ain't,
echoes on your side or no?
I don't have any echoes.
Nah,
Okay, okay. Just making sure.
You good? So Neil, hey, say the last part. You said it one more time. You say like when women try to be men.
Yeah, am I coming through? Is my reception okay? Because I'm at work tonight. I don't know. Maybe it's in this building.
Hold on. Who's speaking? 'Cause I see
nah,
like two people.
said is
Now,
when women try
now
to
is
be.
my reception coming in bad?
Whoever speaking
Nah, you
reception is
good.
good. You straight.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Hold on. We got. Let me see. We got one. We got a new person on stage. Let's hey, y'all, let's we gonna move to Althea. Y'all brothers, hey, stay on the stage. Let's get to Althea. Althea Pierre. If I'm saying your name right. What you got on the topic? Althea.
Shalom, most and Christ bless. I stepped out a bit.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Morning.
What do you have on the topic?
Okay. I believe toxic masculinity was made to confuse the black man. Um, because it's made by society, and in IUIC, I don't see no toxic masculinity. So that's another way for them to keep down the black man, because a black man don't have to be feminine, and in IUIC there is no toxic femininity. So when the man cage himself by the standards of society, then he back himself in a corner and lessen his potential of being the true black man he was created to be. So that's my take on the topic.
Okay, all praises. All praises. It's most definitely like I never heard like people was called people sassy. I guess like I said, I'm old. I guess where I'm at, I don't be watching TV like that. But for a man to be called sassy for being masculine, that's strange. And I heard women say that we angry because when we speak with authority or you try to lead your household. But all men are meant to be masculine except the black man. You know, it's set up like that by design. They want to emasculate us, just like when we came over on the slave ships. They emasculated us, cut our beard off, put the black woman in front of us. Back in the day, they had those TV shows. Back in the day, in cartoons, the black man was always the scary one. He always hid behind his woman. Like if someone came to the door, people was like, send the woman to go see what's going on instead of the man. And it's to portray us like to be a masculine or effeminate these days. Not masculine, but effeminate, cowardly. So yeah, we gotta flip the roles of that. But I never understood that when it say toxic masculinity. Now if you want to talk about like go back in the day, what you call it, the color purple and Ike Turner things like that. If they said it was masculine for being a women and controlling them, that was toxic. But to be masculine, there's nothing toxic about that. That's how God created us to be. All right. Mount Judah, Shalom, Mount Judah.
Sorry, one other thing. Look at the advertisement they have socializing now on the media.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to a Chinese house, you talk to the Chinese man. If you go to a Asian house, you talk to the Asian man. If you go to a white man house, you talk to the white man. But if you go to a black man's house, you talk to the black woman. That's a perfect example of what they push in the toxic masculinity. They break the man to a very core, and then they're making it seem that the norm is for the woman to lead the house when that's not the way.
Hey, you spot on. You're right because you got a movie called what, Big Mama's House. You got Big Mama's House. Even though that movie
Right.
Soul Food, the woman, the woman was the leader in the house. Like they say, she held the family down. She was the backbone of the family. But in all nations of people, the man is the backbone. But in the black community, they got it flipped. Now we just stir. Like it's so bad, you know. I real understand that. So when we go out to eat or whatnot, um, you know, naturally Esau or whoever, the waiter, the waitress would try to come to the woman normally, but my real she annoying. Like they always gotta come to me first. It's just a respect and order thing. But we got to get back to that. But men got to stand up and take back their rightful roles God created them to have. One second, what's this? Uh, Let me get Genesis 18. What's that? Genesis 18:29 about how men's supposed to be like Abraham. Like they picture the black woman's independent. You know, I always say it all the time. I never seen an independent Arab woman. I never see an independent white woman, independent Chinese woman. Only the white woman or the black and Hispanic woman is being marketed as independent or strong black woman. I don't see that term used nowhere but in our community. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know we out of order.
Read it, sir.
Oh yes, sir.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 18 and verse 19. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him.
All right. See, our forefather Abraham played the role that God created them to have. He guided his household. He guided everybody that lived in his household with his kids, his servant, or his wife. It wasn't nothing toxic about that, by him leading his household as a man of God. But these days, we are so caught up in letting the so-called woman lead, be the head of household. Matter of fact, a lot of Christian women say that they're equal with their husbands, or it's 50-50. They with that today. But you know, as a godly woman, you won't say that you are 50-50, or that you are the head of your husband. Your husband is your head, but not the other way around. But Christianity, they teach that. And this one thing we got to do. We got to get out those Christian churches, come back to our customs as the Israelites, because we the only nation of people that the other people go and look at as less than as men. Everybody had respect in the nations except the black man. The black man just, they call the old black man old head. It's like a clown today. They're like, hey, what you doing, old head? Disrespectful. Even the youngsters don't even respect the older man these days. That's crazy.
On the islands, the women head the church and the women head the home. That's what it is. The women run the church, the man just there as the front. You see, like how Elon Musk and them running Trump? Well, that's how it is. The woman run the church and they definitely run the home, and they let the man know they got the balls, not him.
You say in the islands that the woman run the church?
Yes, sir. On the islands, the woman run the church. Even if you have a male pastor, the pastor jumps to the women bit
What?
and the homes. Yep.
Wow. That's totally out of order too. That's totally out of order. The scripture say in 1 Corinthians 14. I get that in 1 Corinthians 14. That's
Yes, sir.
crazy. Yeah, that's Christianity. That's the white supremacy Christianity that got our people all jacked up. I don't know if the white woman in they so-called Christian church had the same mentality as the black woman, but a black woman in a Christian church as a pastor or whatnot, they everlasting mind. What's this? Has always been the right to speak. Go ahead, read that when you get it.
This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 14 and verse 33. For God is not the author of confusion.
Also, God is not the art of confusion. But when women running the church, running the household, running anything pertaining to God, is out of order. It's confusion. Come on.
But of peace,
Mhm.
as in all the churches of the saints. Let your women keep silence in the churches.
So if you saying they in the islands that the women are running the church, they not lining up with what the scriptures say. They supposed to keep silence. That's you got men. God said men to be over the congregation, to be leaders, not the women. and everything get out of whack when you go outside the guidelines that God set for us. Like that's why our community is so jacked up as a people. And we'll be so jacked up. You got single parent households, you got kids becoming monsters and gangs and having hatred because they not being brought up in the laws of God. They're not being brought up in the household where the man is the man. Like I said, I've seen men in the household, but they're effeminate, they're emasculated, they woman runs everything. We got on stage. Hey, shalom, Jerem.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
What's up, Christ bless? How you doing?
That's how you guys doing.
Good, good. All right. So you can see the night's topic is talks about masculinity. It's been slow tonight. It's been slow. They said they had to change the topic like 3 times now. But who's this? Keep trying to come in. All right.
That did make it hot to turn it to a topic on the black Christian woman.
Yeah. Hey, Shalom. Is anybody there? The room quiet.
Hey, room open up, man. Hey, y'all want to come up? Everybody come up, raise your hand. You got any questions, whether it's about the topic or just general questions, raise your hand. Israel, come on up on stage.
Sir, we have a phrase on the island: a happy wife, a happy home. And most men will say that a happy wife, a happy home. If they keep the wife happy, then they have a happy home.
Yeah,
Shalom.
that phrase is backwards. Here the phrase is happy husband, happy wife. That's how God ordained it.
Hey, and that phrase worldwide for real. Hey, is it okay if I speak on the topic though? Oh,
Hey,
I'm sorry, Shalom, Mount. My bad.
shalom. Now you good, bro? You good? I had to get back. Shalom, shalom, y'all. Yeah, man.
Hey,
Man, we see
shalom out.
shalom, 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 brethren. Yeah, man, we see this all the time, man. I don't know if y'all's about to switch it up or not, but man, he says what's toxic about masculinity. Um, man, the first thing, man, you see a lot of young black brothers, man. As I'll be moving around today, a lot of black men because of systematic racism, man, because we so docile and we've been beaten, the Willie Lynch letter, which I'm sure a lot of the moderators touched on throughout the day, they have fell into this stoop where we so docile, we naturally be falling behind the damn women. We be quiet, Minnie Mouse, don't want to say anything. And I heard as I was walking, I heard the sister was speaking about it, speaking on the topic, like, in every other nation of people, you don't see that. You see the respect, you see a direct contact with the males. Only in our culture, only in our race, blacks, particularly blacks, man. I'm gonna just keep it 100, particularly blacks, because even in Issachar, Northern Kingdom,
You really don't see it, but particularly blacks, man, we as men, especially if you was born if you was born after the 60s, 70s, 80s, through the crack epidemic, through alcoholism, man, we have really lost our way, and we have really become baby boys, if you will. Like the movie Damn Baby Boys, that was a heavy movie where you got grown men and with the mindset of child, with the mindset of teenagers. It was interesting, man. I was listening to an interview earlier, and I know y'all remember the movie Menace to Society. Menace to Society, man. Um, you got a bunch of young men who grew up in the ghetto, and because of all the pitfalls that we were ignorant to, you know, that I said about the crack, the alcohol, the drugs, all these things being pumped in our community, the food, you can't forget about the food, the lack of nutritious food, the food deserts, all these things pumped in our community, and it's created a result of young men growing up fatherless. We lost we don't have those the guidance of the elders, like the ones we had, like our forefathers before us. We lack that and what it has birth a whole nation of baby boys, man, of baby boys, of menaces really to society. When we look at each other and we hunt each other down because of our lack of maturity, our emotional state. We only, damn, that make me think, boy, the only time that we really masculine is towards each other. That's the only time the black man is masculine is when he feel threatened or when he's about to encounter another black man. Outside of that, man, we a child. We a child. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when we come on here and we open up the topic, we try to show our people, that's the importance of self-identity. That's the importance of having a purpose. You know what I mean? So we can reverse all these things that's have befallen us, and we can actually start to bethink ourselves and come out of that thing, man. So this is a heavy topic. It's a lot of layers to the topic, you know what I mean? And I'm here, hey, just to add 2 cents, man. So I'll mute up, man. I'm interested to hear what the people got to say.
All praises. Hey, you 100% correct. I remember Minister Society. I remember when that movie came out. Man, people want to they want to act like what's their character name? Old Dog and Kane. And that's what we got walking around today in these streets. For sure.
Yep, and before the brothers realize the trap that they in, hell, it's too late. You know what I mean? How many young black brothers did you know read their first book in the penitentiary? How many young black, you know what I mean? By
That's
the
it.
time that we realize the trap, man, the shit it's already it's too late. We behind the 8 ball, if you will. You know what I mean? And a lot of that is a result. Get that in Jeremiah 31:22. A lot of that is a result of, I'm gonna keep it real, the Christian church. Y'all know it. It's the result of the Christian church. And even in their form of we know when it was established, it was established on the foundation of racism through our oppressors. But a lot of our people, they held on to it, for, sanity reasons, just to keep us sane, but when we realize that all these things don't benefit us and all the detriments that came behind it, man, we gotta start looking at this thing from another angle. I'll read that right quick.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 22. How
hmm
long wilt thou go about, O backsliding daughter? For the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man.
You see how, man, just imagine how pissed off the Lord got to be at us
where he said, "Man, I'm about to create something new in the earth." When you read through the Bible, ain't nothing new under the sun. So you gotta imagine, man, how the men of the Lord, how we pissed the Lord off so much with our idolatry, with our foolishness, our lack of mercy. We pissed him off so much. He said, "You know what? I'm about to create a new thing in the earth, and I'm about to sit up here and put your woman above you. I'm gonna have you following your woman. You want a provider? Do you want to be? You're no longer gonna be the quote unquote patriarch. I'm gonna take that spirit away from you. You understand? And I'm gonna put that woman above you. This is a result of us and our actions. So now we see the result of it, where this ain't named in no other nation where the woman could pass the man. It's a straight reversal of roles. You got black men walking down the street, following behind a woman with their heads down, ain't saying nothing. Like my brother said earlier, you go in a restaurant, pay attention. Pay attention to see how men move, black men particularly, how they move. When a waitress come up, it's automatically they go silence. Don't say nothing. No assertiveness, no nothing. And all automatically the woman, she turns into the damn the head of the household, speaking up, speaking with authority. And it's normal in our community. It's normal. You understand? So when we come out and we start talking like we speaking right now with authority, and we start taking our households back, now in this new age of everybody got podcasts and everybody's a lover of themselves and everybody got the wisdom and all these things. Now all of a sudden, now you get toxic masculinity. Now you getting those terms thrown around when the Lord is reversing back what he did. You understand? So, hey man, I'll mute up, man. We here.
Uh, yes, sir. This man, it is heavy. It's crazy, man. Like how you said, most High did us in for real. While I was breaking the laws, man, our women is ahead of us for real. Like no nation is like that but Israel. I don't never see anybody else go through the same thing that we go through. Like the women just take charge and take control in the black community, but when it comes to the white woman, she behind a man. The Chinese woman behind a man. But the black man, man, we have become docile. Like we allow I see it all the time, man. You'll see women naked and a man like following behind them and won't correct them how they dress. They show their cleavage, they camel toes and everything, don't have anything to say. But if a man speak up, they say, "Oh, he's insecure." No, that man's he's supposed to be a damn protector. Like, man, it's a simp right now, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't go for that stuff, not even in the world, man, before the truth. That's crazy. But man, we didn't I don't think we touched on that Mount Judah, you mentioned the book, the Willie Lynch letter. That's most definitely it's good to read. Hey Rita, do you happen to have that? Making the slave?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all Jerome, do y'all mind if we read that?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Do your thing.
Okay, all praise. Like you to brought that out. When did you get it? Just read that. Just man, like they got us down to a T, and man, they worked. It worked. It was prophecy being fulfilled. I was like, whenever you get it, you can read it. Read them.
All right. Okay. Where did you want to start, sir?
I'm not looking at the start where it's saying how the roles should be reversed.
Okay. Yes, sir. This is the book of Willie Lynch, page 30. I'll start. All right. Nature had provided for this type of balance. We reverse nature by burning and pulling a civilized nigger apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death, all in her presence. By her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. This In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and the female and offspring in reversed roles. For fear of the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong. Because she has become psychologically independent, she will train her female offsprings to be psychologically independent. What have you got? You have got the woman out front and the nigger man behind and scared. This is a perfect situation of sound sleep and economics. Before the breaking process, we had to be alertly on guard at all times. Now we can sleep soundly out of the frozen fear his woman stands on guard for us. He cannot get past her early slave molding process.
Hold on, hold
He's a,
on, hold on, read it. So, man, that's crazy. So now you say like independent. So now that's where you get the independent black woman from, and the docile black man, and then you got the black woman fighting to save the white man, fight for master. We see it all the time. We see it all the time. We go out to teach. The black woman is fight for master. The man is effeminate, docile, and the woman is strong. She's a strong black woman. That's crazy. That's where it came from. Like it was, man. Our enemies studied us. They knew how to break us as a people. That's why in the book of Psalms 83, they say they use crafty counsel and those are able to destroy a nation of people. And now, like I said, brothers don't even read a book until they go to prison. They don't, you know what I'm saying? They feel trapped to the system, the prison, the pipeline school, the prison, the school, the pipeline system, because we have been tricked as a people. And then when we trying to come back in our rightful role, we call toxic or angry. The brother said they was called sassy when a man speak with authority. Sassy? That's crazy. I never even heard of it until today. But man, it's heavy.
Oh, praises. Hey, like I said, hey, raise your hand if you got questions. Floors open for any questions you may have. Is what a topic. Benny Musa.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Go ahead.
Um, that's why I was getting to toxic, not toxic masculinity, tone of voice, because they try to take away through the school prison pipeline. It, like William just said, demasculates us. So that's all I gotta say. Give me my mic.
Okay. We do have we do have a sister on stage. Let me see. What's her name? Soraya. Sister Soraya, you got something on the topic?
Yeah, I want to share something. Um, when I think of, oh, I'm sorry, Shalom, Most High in Christ bless. Good morning. Um, when I think of toxic masculinity, I think of instability. I think of men who they're not the man they present themselves to be. They're not stable in their thoughts. They're not stable in their leadership. And I think when I hear the word, when I hear the words that women want to be men, I think that's very disingenuous. Because if the man was consistent, she would immediately know her role. and she looks forward to it. That's one of the reasons I turn on to Clubhouse throughout my days, just to hear strong men talking about God, talking about building us up as a nation. And I'm sure that's true for many of the sisters on here. So, and when I hear a strong black woman, I find that to be a insult, because what you did is separate me from the black man. Like I'm on my own, and I'm 57 years old. I've never ever heard men speak the way I heard men speak on Clubhouse, or in the IUIC classes, or leadership, taken to the streets. I've never heard men speak like this. I'm 57 years old, and I can't get enough of it. So when I think of toxic masculinity, to me, it's the men who refuse to be men. You refuse to lead. I can't trust your decision making because you're all over the place. You're not consistent. You're not consistent in the way you love me. You're not consistent in the things you tell me. Only thing I think most women are asking for is be who you say you are and do what you say you're going to do.
Hey, all praises, sis. One thing about this Bible, it gives us guidance and it tells us what we need to do, how we're supposed to carry ourselves. So go to First Kings 2 and 2. Read that real quick, dealing with what a man's role is and what makes you a man. First
This is the
Kings
book.
2 and 2. Start at verse 1.
This is the book of First Kings, chapter 2 and verse 1. Now the days of David drew nigh, that he should die. And he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong, therefore, and shew thyself a man, and keep the charge of the Lord thy God.
So he said, be strong and show yourself a man. Now he's going to tell you how he must do this. King David is talking to his son, King Solomon. This is the steps on how to be strong and be a man. Read.
And keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes, and his commandments, and his judgments, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and whithersoever thou turnest thyself.
So to be strong and be a man is to keep the charge and the commandments and the statutes of God. So this is the counsel from a king. So a lot of these brothers like to claim, or a lot of these brothers who we not affiliated with say that, King David had multiple wives and this, that, and the third. King Solomon had, this is why I gotta have multiple wives. But they always miss this part. What King David said, keep the commandments. King David said, keep the commandments. That's the guidance and the counsel he gave to his son. And keeping the commandments is saying you have to have one wife. When you read the book of First Corinthians, chapter 7, verse 1, then you read various other precepts that tell you one wife. So go ahead and get that as First Maccabees 2. I want to start at 62.
Yes, sir. In the book of First Maccabees, chapter 2,
61.
verse 61. And thus consider ye throughout all ages that none that put their trust in him shall be overcome. Fear not then the words of a sinful man, for his glory shall be dung and worms.
Mm. So this is Mattathias is speaking to his sons and the men that fears God. He say, fear not the words of him that try to come against us. At the time he was dealing with the Greeks. They was coming against the Israelites. And Mattathias was reinforcing the courage that the men was losing based on what they was going through at the time. So this is this is not King, I'm sorry. This is the priest Mattathias. Read on.
Today he shall be lifted up, and tomorrow he shall not be found.
Right. So he's saying today you might be strong, and he might get over on us, might put us to death, put us through oppression. But tomorrow, when the Lord sends judgment, he gonna be brought down to dung. Read on.
Because he is returned into the dust,
Mm-hmm.
and his thought is come to nothing.
Read on.
Wherefore, my sons, be valiant, and shew yourselves men in the behalf of the law, for by it ye shall attain glory.
So here's another example of our forefathers counseling his sons what it means to be a man. Read that part again, verse 64.
Wherefore, my sons, be valiant, and shew yourselves men in the behalf of the law, for by it ye shall obtain glory.
You see that? And by it you shall obtain glory. So Mattathias is on the way, is out. He's an older man now, and he's counseling his sons. This is my last counsel to you guys. Be a man. And how do you do that? On the behalf of the law. And that's what make a man a man. And this is why we had a youth violence last Sabbath, and we went to, was invited to speak at a sister's press conference that she was trying to bring awareness to the violent crime that took place with her late son. And when we spoke there, it just so happened that a Christian, she also invited the speaker, which was a Christian pastor. She was a female. The Christian pastor, after we spoke at the event, actually was amazed at the presence that we brought to the press conference, because it was men, and we was well ordered, etc. And she out of her own mouth said that, I'm amazed, kind of similar to what you said, Soraya. She's amazed how she's seen men, and she have never seen men in order and unison in that light before, since she been in her ministry. She said she been trying to get men to come into the ministry to help, but she said all she can gather is women. The downside to that, obviously, God don't does not ordain a woman pastor or But the point is that her of what she said, what she could never saw before, and she was desiring to get that in her congregation, and she can't get it. Basically, young, strong men to take the charge. So, in her response to not getting men to come, she said, "This is why she's doing what she's doing, because no men is doing it." And she was amazed to see that light. So if women, or whoever don't like to see masculinity and they call it toxic, it just show you that these men that's these effeminate brothers that don't accept it or don't see it, or you know, they was raised by a single black woman that despise strong black men. Get Isaiah chapter 3. So I'm just going up through the scriptures. If you got questions, raise your hand. I'm just keeping the room floor. Raise your hand, come on the floor, we'll answer questions. Till then, I'm gonna go ahead and go over these scriptures. Isaiah 3, let's start at verse 1.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 3, and verse 1. For behold, the Lord, the Lord of hosts, doth take away Jerusalem, and from the Judah the stay and the staff.
So a stay in the staff is a man. That is the foundation of a nation, is the men. A stay, like a staff, is very powerful and strong. So he's giving an analogy of what God has taken away from the nation. Read on.
The whole stay of bread, and the whole stay of water, the mighty man, then the man of war, the judge, the prophet, and the prudent, and the ancient.
So God is, this is what he's saying. He said, "For behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem." And when you jump down to verse 2, he's making it very plain. He's telling you what he's taken away from Jerusalem. Jerusalem is a people before it's a place. He's taken away from the nation of Israel. He's taken the men from the black race, to make it plain. He's telling you. Read verse 2 again. I will take away what?
The mighty man, and the man of war, the judge, and the prophet, the and the prudent, and the ancient,
Read on.
the captain of 50, and the honorable man, and the counselor, and the
Now, I
cunning.
like that point about the honorable man, because of what a lot of times our people do wrong is they say there's no men out there, but they look for men in the wrong places. Now, this ain't speaking on all men. It's talking about, read that last line, that last wording you read in verse 3 about the men.
And the
Verse 3.
counselor.
Verse 3.
Verse 3, the captain of 50, and the honorable man.
The honorable men. That's the point. It ain't talking about a Negro. It's talking about honorable men, God fearing, godly men. The men that we read about in King David in First Kings chapter 2. The men that we read about in First Maccabees chapter 2. This is the men that God is talking about. He's not talking about wicked Negroes that like to have multiple wives, that like to don't take care of their kids, don't create baby mamas in the earth. So we understand it's taking place. And then it's to the flip side. He ain't talking about the wicked ass woman that love to that keep your legs open. No, he's taking honorable men out the way. Read verse 3 again.
The captain of 50, and the honorable man, and the counselor, and the cunning artificer, and the eloquent orator. And I will give children to be their princes.
You see that? Read that part again. So when he take out the mighty men, the masculine men, basically to make it in plain words, he take that out of the nation of Israel, and then he gonna replace it with who?
And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
So those children is your today men today. This is why the black woman or most men or whatever the nations don't see men, don't see real men in black race because God's prophesied about that. This is what we're going through today, and we don't have the masculinity. We have effeminate. That's why a lot of these effeminate brothers and a lot of these feminists, not feminist sisters. These what's the word for the women today? They got the masculine spirit. These masculine spirited women, they despise to see strong black men. This is why, because these are our princes today. Princes is somebody who rules. God referred to them as children. No matter how grown, you might be 50 some years old, you're a prince. Prince, like I'll give you an example of a prince. You got your TD Jakes, you got your Creflo Dollars, you got your Jesse Jacksons, you got your all these prominent so-called black leaders today. Read verse 4 again.
And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
That goes to your celebrities, these idols that we like to look at too, as far as guidance. They used to they sometimes they take comedians to be our spokesperson, to speak on the behalf of the black race. God said these are children's and babes, and they're going to be ruling over us. Why? Because He removed the mighty men. But we know today on earth, the mighty men are rising back up on the earth. Read on.
And the people shall be oppressed, every one by another,
Mm-hmm.
and every one by his neighbor.
Uh-huh.
The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient.
Why would the child behave himself proudly against the ancient? Because you see these YNs today, do they respect their elders? You see these YNs today, do they care anything about mothers, their grandfathers, their elders? Do you think they respect their elders? No, they're in the street robbing elders. They're in the street at gunpoint, killing each other as well as robbing the elders and have no respect for the elders. Why? Because God ordained it to be so. And guess who these men, the children that God is talking about in the verse, who raised them? Who raised and breed these type of children? Read that verse again.
And the people shall be oppressed, every one by another, and every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable.
The base against that honorable man God removed out of the nation. That's the black woman raising these monsters. That's who created the YNs. There's no father in the house. Now, granted, not all black women that's single with their kids is of their doing. We're not saying that because we know how black women just get riled up when they see their name get called out. But we gonna say majority of y'all run the black man out the house. And I'll say you got a small percentage of black men that just don't care about their kids, and they just Negroes in the street. And a lot of that is reason being because a lot of you women open your leg very young to elder men or sometimes young men, and believe that it's gonna work out. But the point is, these YNs are being bred by black women. They're raising these black boys and black girls to become whores and straight monsters on the street. But God, that's and this is the problem with with the race today. Now, when you see black masculinity from men, and you see righteous sisters with their head wrap rising on earth, who the Israelites are today, now you push against that. Oh, the Bible is this, the Bible, you wrong. Come to Jesus. Like we went to that 2019 Access event, I think a month ago, and we blitzed that. You should have seen the black woman. We got videos of the black woman screaming, Jesus, talking about praying for us. Some got on their knees to send up prayers. That prayer didn't even pierce the damn clouds. It went right back down to her head. Lord don't hear no sinner. Meanwhile, all of them got pants on. All of them worshiping on Sunday, the sun god. All of them usurping authority over the man. Half of them single, ain't got a husband, but they're sexual, having sex. I guarantee it. A high percentage of them. You know, I can't confirm or deny, but we know for a fact when it comes to all race, ain't nobody respect marriage today. But everybody in relationships though. Last I checked, when you're in a relationship, you're having sexual activities going on, whether it's hug, kiss, whatever. So all of them in the midst of sin, you know. Read on.
Verse 6. When a man shall take hold of his brother, of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler, and let this ruin be under thy hand.
You see that? So this is what our people do. We seen a man with clothing. What kind of clothing? Get hold that. We coming back there. Get James 2 and 3. What kind of clothing he talking about? What God is saying. This is what attracts our people. They don't want to see black strong men. They don't want to see prophets teaching on the streets. They said he's speaking aggressive. Like how you say, Sariah. You see how it attracted you when you seen the talk, how men talk, because you never seen that before. But some people, and most people would take that to be an offense the way we deliver the message and speak with authority. They said, no, that's aggressive. That's hate. That's this, that's that. They say we rather go to that man with clothing. What kind of clothing? Read that.
This is the book of James, chapter 2, and verse 3. And that ye have respect to him that weareth the gay clothing.
The gay clothing is that pastor with that damn three-piece suit European cut on that pulpit. They be attracted by those who have certain clothing. They don't care about the message. They don't care about the integrity of the pastor. They don't care about if the pastor, whether he a pedophile or not. But the fact that he got that gay clothing, that nice three-piece suit with the European cut, that's the pastor I believe in. Because he driving that Cadillac, he driving that little Rolls Royce. That's the one that God is dealing with. This is what attract our people. We are simple as hell. So all a black man, all a person got to do to deceive the simple is get $1,000 to $2,000 and go spend it on an outfit and just say Jesus, and I will attract the simple. I get a whole congregation if I go do something like that. I get a building, I rent a building out, and go ahead and get $2,000, buy me a $2,000 suit, including the shoes, and just open the damn the building and then start talking about Jesus. Watch a black woman fill up the building. That's how simple they are. Read that verse again.
Hey, Jerry,
Yes,
hey,
sir. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna mess your flow up,
Now go
bro.
ahead,
But
run. I'm just doing
you
that because I want somebody to
prophesying,
jump
bro.
in.
But hey, and it's even more crafty now because you seeing these new age pastors. What they got on now? They got Jordans, sweatsuits. You understand? This is how they appeasing. They appeasing to the young crowd with athletic wear. You understand? When the scripture says the kids are supposed to seek to the fathers, not the opposite way around. So it's even more. It's morphing from the three-piece suit. From that's the thing of the old now. Now they walking in that mug with the same outfits as the NBA young boys, the Little Waynes, these rappers. These pastors is dressing in those type of attires to appease and goddamn weed vending machines. So you bringing out some heavy stuff, bro. Go ahead though, bro.
Hey, I'm glad you mentioned that. You are 100% correct. I'm around here attacking the TD Jakes. These new pastors, you got Philip Anthony Mitchell, young pastor dressing like he hip hop, wearing all black with a hoodie, attracting a youth. I'ma name them. You got Jackie Hill Perry. That little once was a stud. Now she married to Preston Perry. They think they the damn fashion pastors today. They on pulpits wearing Jackie Hill. She wearing freaking pants with blonde dreads. She around here was out of her own mouth confessed she used to be a stud. I
Come
watched a
on,
little
for real.
podcast. Yeah. That she confessed out of her own mouth she used to be a stud, sitting next to her husband, Preston Perry. I think they married 'cause they got the same last name. This dude, Preston Perry, was commenting on what took place about the Drewski thing. He is also so-called pastor, walk around claiming Jesus. And guess what they doing? Let me name some more. You got Yasmin Priest, I think her name Pierce, whatever her name is, Yasmin Pierce, another so-called feminine woman, but she look like a butch if you ask me. You got Anna Berksman, all these young masters, young pastors, young black youth speakers that Mount just referenced. Now I'm calling them out. You got Brian Williams, you got Brenda Palmer. All these women and men that I'm calling out is the new age Christian leaders. It ain't those old TD Jakes and Juanita Bynum and who else we got? Creflo Dollar. They the old. Nobody's following that because they say those old pastors, they don't attract the youth. The youth are leaving the church. So these names, the Philip Anthony Mitchell, the Jackie Hill Perry, Preston Perry, Yasmin Pierce, Anna Berksmans, Brian Williams, Brenda Palmer, these names now, these young new Christian so-called leaders, they are going to HBCUs and holding Jesus Gathering Christian Conference. That's what they doing. They say in order for us to get the black youth back in the church, we got to go to the HBCUs and we're going to go hold summits and conferences to attract young youth back to Jesus Caucasian Caesar Borgia. That's what they doing. That is literally taking place right now on earth. That's what they doing. And guess what they doing? They dressing all hip hop-ish, like Mount was saying. Read that James 2 and 3 again. That's that gay clothing. Because now the youth ain't attracted to the three-piece suit. They're attracted to that black hoodie. They're attracted to that baggy jeans. Or not even baggy jeans. I mean, they're attracted to slim jeans, them skin tight, like they paint on you jeans. Then they got the women wearing the damn suit pantsuit dress attire on the pulpit, or she's dressing all fashionable, what they call fashionable, with their pants and their uh blouse, etc. Read that again.
This is the book of James, chapter 2 and verse 3. And ye have respect to him that weareth the gay clothing,
Uh-huh.
and say unto him, Sit thou here in a good place, and say to the poor, Stand thou there, or sit here under my footstool.
That's what our people do. They look at people dressed their attire as a form of their leaders in our community. They're pillars in our community. They'll see somebody dressed like these Preston Perry and these Jackie Hill dressing all fashionable, so quote unquote fashionable, what they call fashion, and they'll desire to hear what he got to say. But then they see the prophet of God with a garment on, teaching you come this way to God's covenant. They say, you speak too aggressive, you're loud, and besides, you look like a Power Ranger. You wearing purple. What is that? They want to go attract to the stud that wear pants. Jackie Hill Perry. That's what they want, that's what they're attracted to. Now go back to Isaiah 3. Let's get that again, verse 6. This is what they desire to be their rulers. Read.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 3 and verse 6. When a man shall take hold of his brother of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast clothing,
That gay clothing, read.
be thou our ruler.
You see what they say? What they say?
Be thou our ruler.
You'll be my pastor and priest now. I don't want to hear the prophets of God. Why? Why they don't want to hear us? Is it because our closing or because the message? They think they don't like our. It's not really deep down spiritually. Although they come out of their mouth, but spiritually, what they despise is despising God, because we are the messages of God. Hold that. Get that where it says they hate him that rebuketh at the gate. This is why they hate us. This is why they hate us right here. Look for that for me.
Yes, sir, got you.
Read that.
This is the book of Amos, chapter 5 and verse 10. They hate him that rebuketh at the gate.
Cause we ain't taking no crap. We gonna be realists. Like ZB Real be on here saying, listen, I'm that's why my name is ZB Real, because he keep it real. And that's what the prophets do. We gonna tell you, thus says the Lord. Read it again.
They hate him that rebuketh in the gate,
Uh-huh.
and they abhor him that speaketh uprightly.
That's the point right there. Cause we gonna tell us as a she in pants, you gotta come out that pants. Oh, you offended me. What pants got to do with my salvation and loving Jesus and having faith in Jesus? Everything, sister, because you can't show your faith without your actions. That's what James said in the book chapter 2. I mean, or chapter 1. He said faith without works is dead. That's what he said. Show me your faith and I'll show you my faith by my words. That's what he said. So yes, it has everything to do with your faith in Jesus. Or the brother that thinks it's okay to shave his beard because he see these pastors bald head out there on the pulpit. That ain't masculine. That's not masculine. That's effeminate. You bald head looking like a child. You don't even look like a man. Shaving your beard, you don't look like a man. That's not masculinity. That's that. If it, in fact, that's toxic masculinity. Anything against God is toxic. That's what it is. That's the true toxicity, if that's a word. Go back to Isaiah 3 and read that verse 6 again about these women and men that desire brothers in gay clothing to be their rulers. Read that.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 3, verse 6. When a man shall take hold uh, of his brother of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler, and let this ruin be under thy hand.
You see that? Let this rule, we want this ruler to rule over us, those that got fancy clothes. Jump down to verse 16. This is why later on in the chapter, God said this about the black woman.
Verse
This
16.
is how you know majority, when you read verse 5, it's talking about the black woman raising these effeminate boys and masculine women. Be an independent woman. That's why these women, these young girls, raising up to be independent. They start getting their degrees and get their doctoral degrees and all these degrees because the system has provided them a tunnel, so to speak, a pathway to be able to achieve these accolades. Because he's trying to push the black woman to be over the black man, but meanwhile, the black man is unable to get these tunnels, or if they do have them, is a fight. It's a battle to get up there to get a degree and get a certain high prestige role. Everything is against the black man. So the black woman, she has a little leeway and liberty to get there a little easier. Not gonna say all of y'all, but majority of y'all. I'm gonna use those words very strategically because I know the black woman. She'll just get triggered. So you gotta say it strategically. She'll oh, that's not me. That's not me. We ain't talking about you. If it ain't you, it's like water off a duck's back. Don't worry about that. But if you're triggered, that's because these words fit you. Okay, jump down to verse 16.
Verse 16. Moreover, the Lord saith, Because the daughters of Zion are haughty,
Because of their what?
because the daughters of Zion are haughty,
Uh-huh.
and walk with stretched forth necks,
Just like an ostrich. You know how ostrich got a long neck, or just like, yeah, ostrich got a long neck. Read on.
and wanton eyes,
Yep, and the ostrich have them. You know them ostrich. If you ever look up an ostrich, you see them long ass eyelashes. Them ostrich got. God is describing the black woman right now. She got a stretched out neck. You know how they switch their neck side to side and snap their finger like like they that attitude. That's what they got. And that long ass eyelash like an ostrich. Read on.
walking and mincing as they go,
Ostrich do the same thing. Ostrich walk, and then the feathers behind the ostrich just go side to side like that's the buttocks. That's what the black woman do. Walking, mincing as they go, like they just the top of the Grand Canyon, the top of the world. Read on.
and making a tinkling with their feet.
Uh huh.
Therefore, the Lord will smite them with a scab to the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion,
He
and
making it
the
clear. He ain't say I'm doing it to all women. I'm doing it to the daughters of Zion. Why? Because they're raising these monsters to be feminine. They raising them to be young YNs. This is what the chapter going into. Is telling you because these black women won't follow the godly, honorable black man lead. Not these wicked Negroes out there y'all dating today. We ain't talking about them Negroes. We say y'all leave these Negroes if you ain't married with them. Stop opening your legs to them and keep your legs closed and repent. That's the message we got for you that's out there dealing with them Negroes. But if you got to look for godly men, but first you got to turn yourself to be godly. So we ain't talking about these wicked Negroes out there. Okay. So he said, therefore the Lord will smite you with a scab, the daughters of Zion. What the scab is, alopecia. You wonder why you got alopecia? Because you're spraying your hair with all these chemicals and all this weave and all this hot iron you putting on your head to straighten your hair like the white woman. God is saying, because of that, read it again.
Therefore, the Lord will smite with the scab a crown. Sorry, I'll read that again. Therefore, the Lord
Take your
will.
time, brother. We want the words to come out exactly how God has written it. Read it.
Yes, sir. Therefore, the Lord will smite with the scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts.
He gonna give you alopecia. So you think alopecia is hereditary? Oh, it's come from my father's line. You know, my mom had it. They got it because you spraying them chemicals on your hair. That's what God is saying. I did that because you despise the pure wool I have placed on your crown, on your head. Therefore, I'm going to smite you with alopecia. Read on.
In that day, the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments.
That day, I'm gonna take away your pride, cause you so prideful, thinking your stuff don't stink. And he said also, I'm gonna discover your secret parts, and we're gonna get into that. The secret parts is your private part. I'm gonna expose all that. Read on.
About their feet, and their cowls, and their round tires like the moon, and the chains, and the bracelets, and the mufflers, the bonnets, and the ornaments of the legs, and the headbands, and the tablets, and earrings.
So he said,
The-
I'm gonna take all this away from you. Read on. Jump down to verse 24. These
Verse
are the
24.
how the God beautified the black woman. He said, I'm taking all that away. Just like he said, but look at the steps. He started off saying, I'm going to take away the black, strong, honorable, godly man out of the nation. Then he's following up saying, now I'm going to take the beauty out of the black woman. Why is he doing that? Because we despise God's commandment. We want to have children rule over us and women to rule over us in these pulpit like Jackie Hill Perry. I'm gonna call her out, thinking she's supposed to be the leader and a pillar of the new in the community. No, God's saying that is confusion. We don't need no black woman ruling nothing. No, you need to submit and bow down to the godly black honorable men. That's the Israelites today with the purple. I'm gonna make it plain. If you confused of who I'm talking about, who you supposed to follow, it's them black Israelites wearing purple. You want to call them black Hebrew Israelites, whatever you want to call them, whatever you want to call them, but just the ones that wear the purple. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, jump down, read on. 24.
Verse 24. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink.
That go back to verse 15, 17, when he said, I'm gonna discover their secret. How is he discovering your secret parts? Read verse 24 again.
And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink.
You ain't gonna smell like pure oil and that beautiful smell of aroma when the woman take a oily shower or bathe herself in oils, precious oil like Judith did. It ain't gonna smell like that. That ain't gonna be coming out of your pores. It's gonna be what?
And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink.
Read on.
And instead of a girdle, a rent.
That's why them women underneath their clothes, them tight clothes, they be trying to wear little girdles and straps on their stomach to kind of hold all that blubber up. They holding that muffin top up. They trying to hold it up, and then they put a dress on thinking they bad. Right, man, listen, it's just bad. Bad. I mean, I'm keeping it real. Don't get offended if that ain't true. It's like water are the ducks back. Instead of working out, what she do is she put a little a tight girdle underneath her little blouse or whatever she wearing to try to hold all that extra excess fat just to go to the club. Then she look in the mirror and turn herself sideways to look her buttocks backside, thinking she just killing it. And the mirror is deceiving her eyes. She thinks she killing it, but you see all the rolls underneath the dress and the blouse. All the rolls coming out, but she killing it. And then here's the worst part. Her friends will tell her, you look good. No, she do not. She look ridiculous. Sister, go put her clothes that actually fit. How about go to the gym and get your body right and don't use a freaking girdle to try to hold the fatness up? How about that? How about put the cheeseburger down? Take care of your health. Because God talk about health as well. So things I'm speaking about is biblical. Don't take offense. I'm just a messenger. And just to keep it real, because these Negroes that asleep with anything moving that got a box on in between their legs, they don't care how your body look. They'll bang anything, and they'll tell you look good just to bang you. And you silly women laden with sin will believe that and think you about five you 5'2", 190 pounds, thinking you killing it with that tight dress showing rose. No, you not, sister. You look like an Eminem, and you look horrible. And the black man, that the Negro that's a whoremonger, ain't gonna tell you that because he want to get between your legs. And you so silly, you allow that. It's what it is. Go ahead, read on.
Hey,
And
hey,
in
Jerry,
Yeah,
Jerry,
go ahead,
Jerry,
Mount.
hey, and think about it to go along with what you talking about with the stink of them opening up their legs to multiple different men. I seen on one of the social media platforms, they got this thing called We Hear and Don't Judge. I don't know if you saw it, but you got all these young black sisters, our young black sisters, our babies, sitting in the room talking about I done had multiple abortions.
Damn.
Yeah, bro, a woman, bro, she said I had 5 abortions this year. Another sister in there talking about, yeah, I'm messing with this man. I told him I couldn't have a baby. And he wanted to test the theory, but he didn't know that I was getting the plan B pill behind his back because he's good enough to have sex with, but not good enough to have a child. This is the mindset of our sisters today.
Damn.
When the damn roles are reversed, that goes into your stink. You opening up your legs to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. That's what the script. Get that in us. Let me get this. Let me get this there here.
So
Get
do your
that in
thing.
there, Ciroc. I think the room didn't turn. Get that in there, Ciroc. Ciroc, bro. About the woman opening up to every quiver because
Yep.
that's a heavy point. They don't understand why am I smelling like this? Why is my body giving off this odor? It's because your damn pH balance is off because you got multiple men ejaculating in you. And you don't understand that it's detriment. You sitting up there in the pants, and you sitting up there and you got the women turning into the man. Going to church all these years and never heard of the Torah whoremonger. Because wow, marriage is not being pushed to the forefront. Get this in Sirach 26 and give me 12.
this is the book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 12. She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler, and when he has found a fountain, and drink of every water near her.
That's how women are. That's how these young women are who are raising these young babies, single parent households. You got our young daughters. You want to know why we so passionate about it? It's because these are our young daughters as men. We looking at them as our young sisters. A lot of these brothers, they don't have a natural care for the body. So you got these young daughters, 15, 16, 17-year old, they're sitting up there and opening up their mouth to every Tom, Dick, and Harry they meet in the club. One night stands. Here, there. You having sex with multiple people out of a circle, and you think you doing the ups on them. Y'all having conversations like these wicked niggas in the world, the niggas that you complaining about. Read it again.
She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler, when she hath found a fountain, and drink of every water near her.
Drink up every water. You got some of these sisters with no shame. You got some of these, just like I said, in today's time with all these podcasts, everybody got a camera, everybody got the cell phone, everybody jumping online, and you really exposing the depths of our society, the depths of our community. They interviewing young sisters and telling us and asking these young sisters, what's your secrets in the bedroom? What's something sexual that nobody know about you? What tokens? What's your favorite part in the bedroom? What do you bring? I like to open up my mouth
and get semen all ejaculated out. You gotta be vile because that's how these young sisters is talking online in front of everybody, using no discretion. Read, go ahead.
By every hedge she will sit down,
Mm-hmm.
and open her quiver against every arrow.
And she opened her quiver because why? The lack of respect. Because a lot of these sisters, they are running these men off. These men that's somewhat conscious. These men that say, you know what, the man might not have the understanding of the Bible, the understanding of the law, but he knows selling drugs to his community is wrong. He know that having sex to woman, okay, that's wrong. So let me get a 9 to 5. Let me work a 9 to 5 and be honest, and let me marry this sister. Let me try to build my family. And what do these women do? What do these women do? They go off and having full-fledged affairs. They going off sitting there and chasing the men off. Soon as the men, hey, you gotta show some type of respect in the house. Nigga, I ain't gotta respect you. Going back to what you said, Jerry, with the stretched out necks. Nigga, I ain't gotta respect you.
Yep.
Everything that I saw my mama doing, my mama ain't never respect nobody. That's what you saying subconsciously. My mama ain't never took no disrespect from no man because that's the image that you have been programmed with your whole lives. First in the household, then on TV with the VH1. I remember some years ago, every damn VH1 show, every show that you could think of, from the Flavor of Loves, y'all help me out from the damn they had 6 seasons of Flavor of Love. What was the other ones they had on there?
Flavor.
All these damn sisters fighting.
Wives of Atlanta,
Yes,
Georgia,
Real,
all
yeah,
of
real wife.
that.
the real chance. They was getting spin-off shows. And it was all centered around simple as sisters. Simple as sisters fighting back and forth with each other. And these are the ones that these young sisters looking up and they inspired each other. Bad girl, that's a good one. They inspiring to them. So now when they get up, now you seeing the young sister that married, that's not married, but that's messing with the blue face dude, Carisha. Toxic, always want to fight. These are the young sisters that's coming up right now, sleeping with everybody. And they doing what? They raising these young men to be feminine. They raising these young men to be monsters. These are the ones that are ruling over our people. And the Lord said, if you have it so, you erring against the Lord. You in error. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yep. Hey man, you hit it right on the head, man. These new age pastors, these women, so-called priests and pastors, and they are creating a lot of them. They're showing them through examples just by the way they dress. You got this girl Brenda Palmer. You don't even know she a girl or a boy because every time she in the pulpit, she got a pants and a suit on, looking like a man. And even in her casual wear, wearing jeans, you can't tell if she's a woman or a man. And only way that reveals she's a woman because she got them long, she be her hairstyle. Other than that, you can't tell. It's a damn shame. Go ahead, AQ. Are you saying something? Yeah, he mute. But yeah, it's a damn shame. What we was at? Isaiah 3. Let's finish that verse 24. But like I said, open the floor. Floor open up, man. Come on up here, raise your hand. You could speak on the topic or ask a question. Israel, come on up. Isaiah, you have something, Isaiah?
I think
No,
bro has some bro been up here for a little minute.
Okay, bro, where you at?
Bro, gigawatt.
Oh, gigawatts. Gigawatts, you man, what you gonna tell us about Russia? Where gigawatts at? I don't see
Listening to
gigawatts.
the topic and everything, and I've been checking this, you can just about say 2015.
Those white women started that crap. I don't need a man, and the man is toxic. And I noticed that over TikTok back then. Black women eventually got into it, and then they just turn around. You know, Judah is going to blow everything wicked up real worse than what it could possibly be. But here's the catch 22 that came behind it. You now have black women. Y'all heard about the passport bros, right? The brothers got their passport and turn around and going to Vietnam and all of these real good things. And I've seen two stewardess, black women that are stewardess. It's like the plane is full of black men going over to those countries and you know what, looking for wives and all of that real good stuff. But what I have realized is that the people who started all of this crap, aka white women, guess where they are at? They over here in Europe. Because there's a time, let me explain this. There's a certain time in the summer from you could say to May, from May all the way up to July, students come over here and they study in the university because the people in the university, they're on summer break. So they have this summer thing that they have going on here. Okay, you could turn around and pull all of them out. We know who they are. But you could say in the month of October, November, when you're starting to hear a whole lot of people speaking English, something ain't right. And these are middle aged women that's sitting over here talking. I'm sitting up and walking down the street. I'm like trying to figure out why does she sound like she has a southern accent? I'll tell you what happened. Because they started all that crap over there. The black women basically pulled in on it and then just turned around and blew it up like Judah will do sometimes. And you know we're famous for that when it comes to wickedness. And you know what? The white women run. And where do they go? Back where they came from. They all over here now. And I was like, my boy turned around and told me he walked through Oktoberfest because he was on security, right? He worked security. And he was like, I have never seen so many white women over here that can't speak German sitting in all of these tents because they have these big, massive tents and they have a band in there. And it's a lot of people speaking English. Germans don't speak English as fluent as you know you would like for them to. That's the reason you learn the language. But that is what's going on. They started the fire, black women turned around and picked up the fire, and you know what? The white women left. As just like they did in the 1960s, civil rights and all of this real good stuff. They start the fire and then they leave and leave the black woman out there. And that is crazy. But before I go, there's one piece of news I wanted to share with y'all. If you pay attention to my picture that is sitting in my profile right now, this is 2 days old. This here is a FU to Donald Trump.
Man, come on, man. You was good, man. You was good. You was good. I like what you was speaking. Just stay on. I like what you was speaking. Just stay on that topic, bro.
Okay, no,
And
that's it.
you
That's
know, but
all I
I
wanted to
like
tell
I
you.
like what you was speaking because you was coming from the scriptures, bro. Now, do you know the scriptures that you was speaking?
That's the question of the day.
That's the
The
question of
day
the day. And you
everybody's
know
going
what?
to
The
turn
prophets,
around and
hold on,
leave.
hold on. The prophets got the answer for you. I'm gonna help you out, Jew.
Yes, sir. Give it
Because
to me.
you was on the money, bro. I gotta will you in. No. Give me that Ezekiel 5 right quick, man. Ezekiel 5 and 5 right quick. Because what the
Break
brother
that
was
down.
speaking with passion. He was speaking with passion, and he's speaking truth. We can't deny the truth, bro. That's the truth. Is in the 60s.
Hey, with Amelia Bloomer, with this feminist movement, all that was started, like he said, it was given, first of all, let's say this, it was given leeway by the white man. But the forerunner who was put up the face was the white woman. And the black woman who, that liberation, what the hell did you need to be liberated from? You in captivity. Your ass is in captivity with us. How you need to be liberated from your man? Be equal with your man. We and ain't none of us got no rights. So what you speaking is 100% on the money. Read that.
Ezekiel 5 and verse 5. Thus said the Lord God, this is Jerusalem. I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries that are round about her.
This was the punishment that happened to who? The blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. We both in captivity. He's saying, this is, I want you to really look at my people. This is Jerusalem. I set her in the nations around about her. I scattered her to the four corners of the earth. Watch this. Read. Go ahead.
And she have changed my judgments into wickedness more than the nations.
She said, this is one of the characteristics that the Lord is saying, I want to put a microscope on our people. The nations already don't have a mind to the Lord. But when we sit up there and we follow after the nations and we start to learn their ways, we want to go above and beyond to please our oppressors. So this is why you see when you see in sodomy. When you see sodomy in these other nations, you really wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know that these two men were sodomites. I'm talking about normally. You wouldn't know. But when you see two sodomites in our community, oh, you know they flaming, bro. You know out the gate. And that's just one aspect. You talking about with drugs, you talking about alcohol, you talking about all freaking interracial marriage. All these things, we want to go above and beyond what the nations laid down. And going back to my brother Jerahim's point about us having, you sisters having the alopecia because of the chemicals in your hair. Everybody want to be you. Think about that. All these other nations want to be you, sisters. But you turn around and you braid your hair, little bit of hair that you got to the back, and go out and purchase these freaking hyena hair, these weaves that further along make your hair fall out to be something that you're not. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, everybody trying, they have aspirations to be you. They cutting themselves to get the hips. They cutting themselves to get the body, the figure. They braiding their hair. They want to be you. But the Lord said, nah, this is Jerusalem. We take the judgments and we go to the extreme more than the nations. Go ahead.
And my statutes more than the countries that are round about her.
And that's why the Lord said, I got a controversy with y'all. I got a controversy with y'all. Because even though during the Emancipation Act, when we were supposed to be quote unquote free, the Lord said, you know what they did? They furthered that affliction. They furthered that affliction. Now the racism is not out in front like it used to be. Now it's systematically, it's very subtly done. Now with television, now they got programming. A lot of us we don't be spending time with our kids. You throw your tablet, you throw them in front of the TVs. All these cartoons, we be thinking it's innocent. All these things plant different things in our minds, different sins in our minds. So as we grow older, all it does is blossom more to the effect of what these nations is doing. So with the brother speaking, get that in matter of fact, Proverbs 3. That's the nucleus of what we teach. You have to stop following this man. You got to stop, sisters. You have to take inventory of yourself and you got to stop following this woman
Because every time she jump out and start something, like he said, you jump out there, you try to impress her, then she run right back over the time, laying under time. And you now stuck out there in the forefront fighting alone by yourself. Read that Proverbs 3:31.
Proverbs 3, verse 31. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
The scripture says, don't envy what you see with your eyes, man. Don't envy the oppressor. This woman, you do your study in history, that woman was down there just as vicious, even more vicious than that man, that white man was. When you talk about towards, not only towards the man, but to you sisters, she was more atrocious than that man was. Getting y'all murdered, killed, lynched, and then turn around and making you raise their babies, taking you away from your home. All that's systematically done. And we perpetuate that cycle all the way today. So the Lord is telling you, don't envy your oppressor and don't choose nothing that she touches, none of her ways. So what the brother said was 100, that's 100% on point. We ain't gonna distort. When the truth come out, that's the truth. Go ahead, Action. I'm mute.
Hey, shalom, y'all. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey,
Hey,
shalom,
shalom,
shalom.
shalom.
Hey,
Um,
Amaziah, what's going
man,
on, man?
Christ bless.
Yeah, so like I said, the floor is open up, man. Raise your hand. You got any questions? You got questions about the topic or even a comment about the topic? Come on up on the floor. We just going over a few scriptures on what is masculinity. Who we got? Let me see if hand raised.
Just got an undercover. Just came up.
Hey, go ahead, undercover. What's going on, undercover brother? What's going on with you? You got any comment on the topic or any questions?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you low. You coming in low. I hear you though.
Okay. What about now?
Yeah, good, good.
All right. Shalom. Most High in Christ bless.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Shalom.
yeah, just listening in from Australia. Yeah. I just thought I would, seeing as it's quiet, I just um wanted to mention on the topic that I don't know. Actually, no. I'll probably address the topic first. Toxic masculinity. Yeah, a lot has been said, on that tonight. Um, it's just like the sister from the island said before. It's just another agenda, against us building stable and natural godly households. But I was wondering if anyone remembered, a while ago, there was this Edomite, I think it's Edomite, who did an undercover video on Planned Parenthood. Does anyone remember that? His name was David Deladen or something like that. It was I saw it in a class. Like, I can't remember what it was. It wasn't that long
Yeah, go ahead.
ago.
What about it? What about it?
So he basically did an undercover video showing how these so-called doctors in there are just like, bro, they're just like making they're just butchering these aborted babies. Like, they're talking about how they're pulling them apart. I took a leg off this one. I took an arm off this one. They're selling this stuff to universities to do studies and shit on, and like, and I looked it up, and they actually prosecuted under Kamala Harris. They prosecuted this guy for uncovering that. Like, I thought for sure, like, something would happen to the females that were in the video that were talking about all this stuff, like these so-called doctors doing all this stuff. But nah, they actually got off scot-free, and they're still doing this. Um, I don't know like what the status of Planned Parenthood. Maybe under Trump it's no longer gone, but like where's the talk about like toxic femininity? Like these people are literally like they're so bad that the devil himself walked in and was just like, fuck, you guys. The devil himself had to make a video exposing what was going on in there. Like it's gruesome. Like it's they were laughing about this shit like it's just like it's nothing to them. You know. So yeah, I just thought that was worth mentioning because like given the topic and whatever. But yeah, thanks for the chance to speak.
Hey, that's a good point. Hey, get Leviticus 18. And this is for our people that think it's okay to sacrifice. That's basically what it is, sacrificing their kids to these Planned Parenthoods. Verse 21.
Leviticus 18 and verse 21. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shalt thou profane the name of the Lord God. I am the Lord.
So back then, that's essentially what Planned Parenthood pretty much is, sacrificing your kids to Molech, the god Molech. At the time, our forefathers would just give their daughters and um basically they sacrificed them. So that, and essentially they're doing it to Molech, and God said that's He's forbidden for you to do that. And pertaining to the Edomites is most likely they're all Edomite doctors, and they're careless of what they do, and they're doing what their bidding is. Shoot, it's unfortunate, but we willingly go in there to do that thing. Is they're not forcing them to come into these Planned Parenthood facilities. They place them in all our communities to attract, but the root is these, and I just show you, man, that going back, that's black women again, because they make the decision. They ultimately make the decision, because nobody could force you to go in there. You choose to do that and not realizing you're committing murder. That's essentially what it is. They tell you that it's not a full form baby yet, but according to what the brother just said about the footage he watched, they say they breaking legs. That means the baby got limbs at that point. How is it not a human? How is it not
Yep.
real? You know? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. No, absolutely. Like they were specifically joking, even about like pulling limbs off and if I could find the video, like they shadow ban all this stuff. But it was I can't remember. Maybe someone in the comments will remember, but it was shown in one of the one of the shows. Could have been I don't know like FCN or WC or something like that. But yeah, and they were still operating during the COVID lockdowns. That was like, that's another thing that struck me. And business was booming, um, but man, like it, it's so reprehensible. And because you mentioned it, actually, you reminded me the two doctors that I saw in the video. One was a Moabite, and one was Jake. One was a sister. So
Damn.
like, yeah, um,
The black woman, you can't never put nothing past her own people. I'm telling you. Hey, get
yep,
Acts 7:43. Because and a lot of times what I and back then, even to the day, the woman would say, well, um, it was from a man that I don't know, or I'm not trying to see my life with. This is why I had to make the decision, and I was young. They'll say all these things. You all that young, you this, you that. That was not the man you wanted to see your life with. Or I slept with him. He got locked up. He got his prison. He got a life sentence, and I don't want to have a baby for him. Any little excuse you could think of. But guess what? It was all good when it was laid in that bed, open your legs. Though you had the adult consciousness to do that, though. But then when now life or trials or whatever happened, now it's like I made a decision not to keep it because I don't see myself with him, or he's this, he's that. But he was good enough for you to open your legs to when you laid down in the bed. And that's that. So we don't want to hear none of that. And don't even try to throw in there, well, if he was raped. You look up the statistics, that is the very rarest case scenario in any given abortion. So don't even throw that in the equation. All of it is done by the haughtiness of the daughters of Jerusalem. That's what Ezekiel talked about, and that's what the book of Isaiah talked about. Read that Acts 7:53, 43, just for New Testament's sake.
Acts 7 and verse 43. Yea, ye took up the tabernacle of Molech and the star of your god Renphan, figures which he made to worship them.
You see that?
And I will
So to worship Molech, you had to give up your seed. Because we just read in the law that our children, our fathers and mothers gave up their seed to Molech. So how would you worship him? Meaning they were sacrificing, aborting their children. And a lot of them back then was doing that because they claim it was what they call it? They call it through whoredom, through fornication, or things of that nature. It was not through the husbands or wife or whatever. So they'll say, because I slept out and I caught this baby, is needful to sacrifice his kid. That's what they'll do. Is that's what they do today. Oh, I don't see myself. Oh, he. I don't see myself future. He's not gonna marry me, so I give it. So it's basically done through whoredom, and God condemned whoredom when you read to get that Hebrews 13:4. That's one thing about whoredom. All these women, and I think that stats is over 19 million black babies were aborted by the black woman. That
Yep.
is that is the top, bruh. That is more murder than a car. I think in America, the most deadliest thing is not actual committing murder with a gun, it's car accidents. I think the black woman surpassed that. That's crazy. I ain't look it up. If y'all can look up the stats on that, but there's over 19 million black babies, not Hispanic, not any other race. Black babies were aborted and I'm gonna say murdered. They were murdered by the black woman. Read that. What I call
Hebrews,
yeah.
yes, yes, sir. Hebrews chapter 13, verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled,
Mm.
but whoremongers and adulterers God will
You
judge.
see that? God going to condemn. Why? Because it go back to my point. Because a lot of these women would be murdering their kids back then and even today because it was through whoredom, meaning they're sleeping with men that is not their husband. Because you ain't gonna hear a married woman abort her child. So it's through whoredom. God said, I would judge whoremongers. What he said, read that last line again, Hebrews. I want to butcher it.
But whoremongers and adulterers God will
There
judge.
you go. It's done through whoredom. Therefore, these women think they got liberty to go worship Molech and the star of Remphan. Molech meaning they're sacrificing and murdering their children. And that's a shame, man. That's a shame. That's a shame. But hey, and now, hey, I go in more depth in that, but I'm gonna leave it right there. But these women understand this. You'll be judged for that thing. You will be judged for that thing now. All right. I mean, Mike.
Hey, Jeremy, you was correct. It was 19 million according to the Congress. Like it was like 19. They say 474 abortions per 1,000 live births since 1973. More than 19 million black babies has been aborted, and that's just the clinics. So they got the back alleys, and they do it at home by themselves. So it's crazy.
Exactly. The numbers is off the charts, and this is why get that in 1 Corinthians 11. A woman is not ordained to be governed on her own. She need the masculinity black man. So you can walk around here thinking you don't need the man, talking about his toxic masculinity, all this. No, it ain't toxic. It's only toxic to the rebellious black woman. That's when it's toxic. It's toxic to the masculine black woman, the independent, well-educated black woman. That's who it's toxic to. But the daughter of Sarah, the feminine, God-fearing black woman, that is not offense or toxic. It is actually godly for her. Understand that. Read that.
First Corinthians 11 and verse 3. But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ,
Uh-huh. Hey,
and the
QA,
head
you unmuted. Mute your mic, QA. Michael, read that.
and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
And the head of Christ is God. Did you get to the women part?
Yes, sir. But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man.
There you go. The head of the woman is the man. So the ones who despise this, specifically speaking the black woman, when I say black woman, I'm talking about Hispanic women too, y'all in there too, and the Native American woman, all y'all in the black category when I mention black. The one that can't accept that the head of the woman is the man is the one that say masculinity, masculinity is toxic. That's what it's talking about. It is only toxic to the disobedient, prideful black woman. It ain't toxic when it comes to the God fearing, godly woman. Okay. Hey, Benny Musa, you saying something? Wait. Undercover bro. You wanted to add?
Yes,
You
sir.
got some more?
No. I'll try. I just wanted to keep it short. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Shalom.
Yeah. Post that clip in the chat so I can see it. What you talking about? That he,
Uh, I'll
if
try,
you
but
could find it.
yeah, yes, we'll do so. Yeah.
You know, Gerald, you know what's crazy is I looked up Planned Parenthood like years ago and like the abortion clinics. You know who's like funding the abortion clinics? It'd be Edomite women and it'd be studs of our own people. It'd be a lot of LGBTQ people like there's the abortion clinic like funders.
Damn, that's your Jackie Hill Preston. These studs, man. I'm telling you, they despise the black. I'm telling you, think about it, you become a stud, you despise you despise a hedge, that black man. You basically saying I'm better than I'm gonna be equal to him.
Hey, Jerem, you
Yes, sir.
despise life
Exactly.
itself, man. Yeah. You know what I mean? Come on, you just you go that way, man. Any type of sodomy, you despise life. You can't procreate. That's why the Lord said, man, listen, my voice is to the sons of men. Get yourselves together, man. These sisters out here, they crazy.
Hey, we need some new sisters. Come on, hey, you new sisters, you red taxes just listening. Can you speak on this matter? Can you help us understand the masculine, what's toxic masculinity, and just to go your opinion. And you're right. And going to what Mount just said, what do you think about um the studs that despise life? Is that true? A true statement? I'm gonna send y'all some invite, man. Y'all just sitting down there listening. I'm gonna send y'all some invite. Go ahead and accept it. We ain't gonna go hard on you. We just want to see your point of view.
Yeah,
All you
come
do,
forth.
come
Come
on up here.
forth.
Ain't no wrong answer. This is where we can learn at. I'm sending y'all some invite. Go ahead and accept it. You know, if you ain't got nothing to talk about, we gonna go ahead and ask you a question. Nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, nothing to be scared. Nothing to be scared about.
Mhm.
Hey, and I posted that article. I posted that article that the brother was speaking about the Planned Parenthood executives that was sitting up there bragging about she wanted a Lamborghini and how they what they was doing to the fetus. So just showing you the depths, man, the depths of Esau, man. But yeah, y'all come on up, man. Come on up. Let us know what you got on the topic. We want to hear our people. You know what I mean? We want to hear our people, the thoughts of our people, on the topic. Where the thought comes from. We want to hear it. contrary to popular belief. You know what I mean? We want our sisters to speak. You understand?
Hey, hey, you posted that. Hey, click that action, click that link, Mount posted in the chat, and read like the first two paragraphs. Just give a brief reading on it. This was back in 2015. If you see the link in the chat, or whoever read it is, Isaiah, who'd read this? You see the link?
Yes, sir. I'm looking for it now.
Yeah, scroll up. It's somewhere now. A blue link.
All right, the dude keep on.
Yeah, I got you, big brother. I'm about to drop it again. I think somebody dropped it.
I,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's right there.
yeah. I just found it. Is that the one? Yeah, I just found it.
All right.
Yep.
So
Yep, he Mount just posted it. Click it, reader. Read
Yes,
that.
sir. I see. Yes, sir. This is CNN, New Catholic News Agency article. In new video, Planned Parenthood ex, appears to joke about pricing baby parts.
Mm, that's some evil, diabolical stuff there. Read on. Read the next drop down underneath about another undercover video.
Yes, sir. Another undercover video released today allegedly shows a senior official at Planned Parenthood uh, Phil- Philippiantly discussing monetary compensation for aborted baby organs.
Damn. And now it says today, but just for record's sake, this is back in 2015 of July. So this is when this article was posted. Read on.
And the alteration of abortion procedures to ensure that the organs are intact.
Damn. So meaning they'll pull the baby limbs, arms out, and not anywhere where the mid organs are, vital organs are located, so they won't disrupt or destroy that because they want to use that in the black market to sell it. So they'll pull the baby by the arm, the legs, the finger, even the neck probably, just but don't want to get the torso area because they don't want to destroy the heart, the organs, and stuff like that, the vital organs. Read on.
It's been years since I talked about compensation, so let me just figure out what others Planned Parenthood affiliates are getting. If this price is in the ballpark, it's fine. If it's still low, then we can bump it up.
Jump down to the jump down where it started where it says the first undercover video is like
Yes,
three
sir.
paragraphs or three paragraphs from what you just reading from.
Yes, sir. The first undercover video was made public last week, showing the organization's senior director of medical services discussing the donation
Wait,
of
so this the point. So one of the senior director of medical service discussing donation of what?
body parts
Uh-huh.
or aborted
Of
babies.
aborted babies for reasonable compensation. Read.
The Planned Parenthood official estimated the price for the body parts from 30 to 100 per specimen.
So from between $30 to $100 per specimen. This is the senior director of medical service discussing this. The dude recorded the undercover video of a dude recording that. One thing about this article is an example of get that in Second Thessalonians 2. I'm gonna tell you straight. We're gonna show you who the devil is, whether you want to believe it. So y'all keep going to this devil y'all want to. I'm gonna read this verse real quick, and I'm gonna come to you, Sarai, if I'm pronouncing your name right, Sarai the princess. Read that real quick on Second Thessalonians 2, and we're gonna start at verse 1. One thing about this Satan, this devil, he will be revealed, and this article is evident testament to that. Read.
Second Thessalonians 2 and verse 1. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by the letter as from us, as that the day of Christ is at hand.
So Paul is saying, don't be confused at concerning this day of Christ's coming. Don't let nobody trick you. Read on.
Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day should not come, except there come a falling away first.
Before
And
Christ come, one thing must take place is that the Israelites must go into captivity. That's that falling away first. 70 AD must come to pass, 16, 19, 14, 92. These things must happen to the Israelites. That has happened. Read on.
and that man of sin be revealed.
That's right there. It's happening right now. We're revealing to Satan who he is. Because Satan have children on the earth, and that's your friendly neighborhood white man. Amalek, the Jewish, they all fall in the category of the Caucasian race, the Russian Caucasian, the Spaniard Caucasian. All these Caucasian falls into the man of sin be revealed. And that article is revealing the devil. This dude is laughing and mocking and pricing aborted black baby organs. That's some evil stuff there. Read on.
The son of perdition,
The son of destruction. Read on.
who opposeth and
Now, if you
exalted
think
him,
I'm lying that the man of sin ain't the white man, read on.
who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called God,
So who opposes and above and call him and set himself and exalt himself above all God? Who do that? Go ahead, Mark. You were saying something? Who do that? The one and only who called himself God. He painted himself as Christ, the Son of God, King of King, the Black Messiah. He painted him Caucasian. You can't get no diabolical and blaspheming in that because you essentially crucified Christ again when you did that. Christ was crucified in Rome, and therefore now he got, and then you re-crucify him again in Babylon, America, uh, by painting him Caucasian, meaning you destroyed his image. That's another crucifixion right now. You're destroying his character, destroying who he is. Read on.
or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
Now he made it clear right now. How did he show himself that he is God? The movie Passion of Christ, the movie Ten Commandments, the movie Jesus of Nazareth. All these Caucasian movies that y'all all watch and cry to. Most of y'all probably cried to it one time before y'all learned this truth. Probably watched that Jesus of Nazareth, started crying, especially Passion of Christ, because Passion of Christ was gruesome, I heard. I didn't watch it, but I did see he was very violent. Most people, most of y'all cried for that thing. But that is the devil. That's the deceit. That's why Paul say, let no man deceive you by any means. So I'm pointing this verse out to show you that the devil
Hey,
is, go ahead, Mom.
and go even further, bro, because you want the money. Hey, read that script one more time, bro. Just that part.
Verse 4, who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called God and that is worshipped,
Uh-huh.
so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
Now let's just think about this. Let's think about this. Who got power over life and death? God. God is the only one that has power over life and death. So, and let's in this aspect of a person sitting on a throne, hey, I'm Caesar, Caesar Borgia, I'm God, I'm Christ. How is this man showing that, you know what, I got now power over life and death? These are your clones. They sitting up there cloning animals. A lot of the food that we consume, clones.
Up out the chat.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. The Planned Parenthood, you got power over life and death. They walking in there, yeah, you know what? You don't want the baby, we'll abort the life. We'll kill that life. And they looking at it as an object, as a specimen. Notice the words that she chose, a specimen. That don't sound like 1774 when you was getting shipped when we was on auction slave blocks. Look at this specimen going for 50, going for 40, going for 60. Look at this young specimen. He gonna grow up, work a great worker in the field. Look at the words that they're using. This is their nature. It's only talking about one man who's sitting opposing himself and trying to show himself that he got the power over life and death. He got the power to be God. So it's very heavy what we bringing out. And only time why you hearing about damn toxic masculinity is because we bringing the truth. Go ahead, I'm mute.
Yep, 100%. And one thing about it, hey, You can't deny what you're seeing on the news, who the son of perdition is. They just they just created a genocide right before our eyes. All you had to do when it was coming out, all you had to do is click a link, click a YouTube from the Young Turks YouTube link or RT News or when any little social internet, and you'll see the atrocities taking place. You can't hide this. You can't hide this under perdition no more.
Yeah. Hey, he
Yep.
coming to the forefront, you know. And when you look at the news, one of Israel's top prosecutors, she was just in jail for releasing a video showing the mistreatment of some of the Palestinians, what we know as Hamas. They were sexually abusing them while in custody. And the top prosecutor in the Israeli government, she released the video for the world to see. They hunted her down. She went missing. You can look it up. Get off of damn VH1, get off of ESPN, and look it up. Look up what's going on around you. That's why they look at us here in Babylon like we damn space cadets, because we have no idea what's going on around us.
Hey, hey, Gino Powell, come on stage, man. You keep posting scriptures. Come on, speak your truth over here. Don't go in the comment just trying to cause confusion. Come on the thing. Let's deal with Esau because you want to love Esau. We don't have no problem. We speak. Come before I continue. Come on stage and speak your position because I don't want to assume what I'm reading because I just see scriptures. So what is your angle? I sent you an invite. Accept the invite. Come on stage, brother. Uh, speak your stance on what you posting these precepts on the chat for. And now, if you don't come up, now I'm gonna just go ahead and get you out of this room and block you because you started it. So all I'm doing is asking the question: what's the purpose of you posting these scriptures in the chat? So come on stage, brother. But yeah, these you posting other scriptures, and you don't want to come up. I'm watching you.
Hey,
But
what them sisters got? What them sisters got, Jaron? What them sisters got?
okay,
We asked them to come up, speak on
right,
it.
right. Come on. Well, let's open up with Sarai. Sarai, if I'm saying it right.
Yes, sir. Shalom, most high in Christ bless.
Shalom, most high Christ bless, sis. What you got, sis? What you got?
Well, I think that the term itself, toxic masculinity, is kind of devaluing. It To me, it makes especially the Israelite man feels they have no voice. That certain things that they do, as given by the Most High, authority is bad. So I think it does not allow the Israelite man to walk in his God given honor. Um, setting order with his family, following the laws. And I think it's a way to punish the Israelite man, to make them feel guilty, to say, look, you're toxic. You don't need to be masculine. You need to be soft. You need to allow all of this evil. You need to accept it and not do anything about it. So I think the term is misleading and a way to keep the Israelite man weak, and in sin.
Hey, that's right on, sister. And you're right, because it's just a way to make you feel bad because now they see men arising trying to get their rightful position in the marriage union as far as being the head and the lord over that mini kingdom the Lord has blessed us with, because a wife is and her children and he having kids with her is like his mini kingdom on earth. So yes, and now when he's trying to take his rightful role, they use term like toxic masculinity, you too rough, or you talk too aggressive to try to make you feel bad. And then now, in return, some of the men try to set themselves back and try to tone it down a little bit because they don't want to offend. But that ain't what the Lord ordained. There's no right way to be a leader and hedge over your household, especially if you parallel the scriptures. You're not contradicting and going against the scriptures. You paralleling the scriptures. Therefore, you're taking your rightful role. So heavy points, Sarah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Shalom.
Oh, okay, Janine, but just for a sec, we can come to you because you know you always on this floor. We talk to you all the time, Janine. I'm gonna come right to you. Let me get Gino. I want to see what his point is about these scriptures he keep posting in the chat. Go ahead, Gino.
Bible say all men are liars. Are you a liar?
I mean, I asked you a question. I'm speak your piece. Don't ask me no question. You post the
Yeah, the Bible
scriptures.
say prove it. So I'm asking you, are you a son of God?
Okay, again, Gino, I put you on the floor to ask you about the precepts you posted. What is your angle on posting it? You don't come and ask me a question. I just ask you a question. What is your angle on you posting those scriptures in the chat? What is the point? Because we was discussing
You said
something.
if you read them, I know you read the Bible. You understand what they say. Esau is a high priest, right?
Okay, Esau is a high priest. Where do you read that Esau is a high priest?
Right here, let's go to Genesis. Let's go to Genesis 18 and 18. And seeing that Abraham should surely become a
Hold on,
great
Gino. We got
man.
to read it, Gino. Slow down, Gino. We got to read his rules and his reg in his room and the
Okay.
rules. We just
Genesis
get
18 and 19.
give us the precept and we'll deal with it. Okay, let me get that Genesis
Genesis
18,
18 and 19.
Genesis 18:19. He want to go there. He said Esau is a high priest.
Right.
All right, let's go. Let's go to Genesis 18 and 19. You want to start at 18 first? I heard you call 18. You want to start at
Yeah,
18
go
first?
go go 18 and 19. Go
Okay,
on
well
and
let's go
read
to
18 and
18. Let's go to 18, 19. Go ahead.
Genesis 18, verse 18, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all that the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
Okay, read on.
For I know him that he will command his children in his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him.
Okay, now what we so where you see where Esau is the high priest on that one?
Wasn't Esau in Abraham household?
Okay,
Okay,
Esau
what?
was not in Abraham's household. Esau
Oh, you was
was.
a liar.
Wait a minute. Oh, who Esau came out of?
Who would
Abraham.
become
Who is his
Isaac, right?
father? Who is his father?
Who was his father?
I'm asking you.
A son of God, right?
So that makes him
Who
a
is
high
his
priest.
mother?
Damn.
Who is
What
Isaac's
is?
mother and father?
Okay, let's get Romans
Are
9.
they not priests, brother?
Okay. Well, listen. Wait. Listen. Let me give you
I'm
the.
asking you,
Can I
who is
give you the
Esau's
response?
mother? You
Well,
know
can
who
I give you the
Esau's mother and
response?
father is.
Can I give you the response? You can't give the
Mhm.
response. You can't ask me to
Isaac,
give
his
you the.
father, right?
You can't answer it for me if you asking me. Can you? Let me
Was
answer.
Esau in Abraham's household?
Get Romans 9, man. You talk too much. Get Romans 9. We're gonna let the Bible speak like you
I'm
just
asking
did.
you, was Esau
Well, you gave
in
a precept.
Gino,
I'm gonna give you
Abraham's
a precept.
household?
I'm gonna give you a precept. Romans 9.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Meet your mic now. Just like I did, you read your precept. Let me read my precept. Let's go to New Testament, Romans 9, and read about get started at verse 13.
Romans 9 and verse
Nope,
13.
nope. Let's start at verse 7 so we could keep the same context he pulled about Abraham. Start at verse 7. We're gonna jump to 11.
Verse 7, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yes, Esau came out of the line of the obviously his grandfather was Abraham. We understand that. More like many other races, like Ishmael, right? Like some of the Ham. So it's many other race that came out. Moab. You got the Chinese man. Then you got the Ammonites, the Japanese. They all we know we came out of Abraham because Lot was their father. But let's go on now. This is why Paul said this to make it clear in case you any confused what you just read in Genesis about those who came out of Abraham. Read that verse 7 again.
neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children,
Are they chosen? Are they the priestly line, chosen line? Read on. That's what it mean by are they all children, meaning a chosen seed. Read on.
but in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
So if you got any confusion, Paul is making it clear who God has chosen, the children God has chosen through Abraham. Although Abraham birthed many nations. We just read that in Genesis 18:18. But he only chose Isaac. Now let's see when Isaac had kids who he chose from there. Now read on.
That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God.
The children of the flesh are those who was not born of promise. That we're going to read when we read down on this chapter. One of them in this chapter in particular is Esau. That in Ishmael is one of them too, but we ain't dealing with Ishmael right now. Let's deal with Esau because that's the subject, that's the topic. Read on.
But the children of the promise are counted for the seed.
Those are kind of for the high priestly line, or the term you use, high priestly line. But that's the seed that God has chosen. He didn't choose everybody to come out of Abraham. Reed.
For this is the word of promise. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son.
Now he's going through the history with you. Read on.
And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father Isaac,
So he see when he mentioned the foremother Sarah, who Abraham married, then he mentioned Isaac's wife Rebekah. So he's showing you the line where it follows. Read on.
for the children being not yet born, neither having done good any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth.
So this verse is very heavy. Gino, I want to hope you're paying attention. Paul is saying before Esau and Jacob was born, they didn't do no wrong or good or evil. God said for his purpose, he ordained and chose them before they was even conceived in the womb. Before the seed of Isaac planted in Rebekah and created the eggs of Esau and Jacob, God already chosen their destiny. That's basically what 11, read verse 11 again.
For the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth.
Read on.
It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger.
The elder Esau came out first. Their paternal twins, whoever come out first will be the elder. Esau came out first. And what did God say concerning the elder?
The elder shall serve the younger,
Read on.
as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid.
So, Gino, what are we reading here, Gino, concerning what Paul is
Right
talking
here,
about?
you read John, because you just said Esau came from Isaac's seed, right?
But what has he said about Esau? Don't just stop there.
But he
Don't
said
just
this
stop
about
there. We got
right,
that point. We are in agreement where
right,
Esau came out of.
right,
We agree.
because
Let's go.
He made
Okay.
Esau to do his will, right?
No, wait. That ain't what we just read. Gino, let's
Yes, you
talk about what we
did.
just read. What did we
Yeah,
just read?
he said that. Read it again.
Okay, let's read it
That
again.
his will be done, right? Read it
No,
again.
read it again.
Read
Verse
it again.
11. Read verse 7. I want you to explain that.
Verse 7. Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
Okay, what that's saying?
John 1 and 12.
Wait. Oh
But
my
as
God.
many as received him, to them gave he power
What
to
is
become the
what is
sons of God.
Romans 9:7 talking about? What is Paul saying? Neither are they seed of
That the
Abraham.
sons of God got power.
That ain't what I ain't see nothing about no power. Read it again.
Oh,
This is the confusion about these Christians.
okay, you
I'm
saying this
telling you.
confusion, brother. But do
Okay,
the
because
sons
you
of
ain't
God
explained
got
the verse
power?
to me. I'm
Hold
asking you
on,
what verse
brother.
7 say. I'm asking you
But as
what
many as received him,
read verse
to
7
him
again.
gave he power to become the
Verse
The
sons
brother
of
7.
God.
Neither because they are the seed of Abraham
because the
are they
brother
all
Gino went
children.
to Genesis 18:18 concerning Abraham's seed.
I
So
agree to
oh wait a
everything the
minute, man.
scriptures say.
I'm talking, Gino. I'm
Gino, mute your
talking.
mic,
I'm
Gino.
just I'm just I'm bringing everybody to speed because what you're doing is confusion. You brought out Genesis 18 and 18 down to 19 concerning Abraham and his seed. So now we're talking about the seed of Abraham, and you're pushing, did not Esau came out of Abraham? Okay, we ain't denying that, because
It's not,
obviously he came.
it's not
Stop
Esau,
talking.
Isaac
I ain't even
seed.
finished my point. I ain't finished my point. I ain't finished my
But it's
point.
Esau, Isaac seed, brother.
I ain't finished
Gino,
my
mute your
point.
mic, brother.
I ain't finished my
Man,
point.
y'all liars.
No, we ain't liars because I'm bringing everybody up to speed. You
So
pulled
it's
Genesis
Isaac seed.
18:18 concerning Abraham
Right.
and his seed about Esau, right? Now we're giving you the history on the specifics concerning that whole lineage or that birth matrix going on over there. That's what we're reading in Romans, because Paul is making it clear to us what that represents. Because we know you Christians get confused because you see Abraham and Abraham, everybody
Brother,
shall
I
be
don't
blessed.
follow
All
Christ.
nations shall be
I'm
blessed
a
in Abraham.
liar, just like you.
Y'all automatically think that's talking about all race. And Paul is being very specific concerning what that meant. Read Romans 9 and 7 again for the brother.
The book of Romans, chapter 9, verse 7. Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children,
Uh-huh.
but in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
Hold that. Get Galatians 6:16. We coming back here. But in
Esau
Isaac shall thy seed be called.
is not Esau Isaac's seed.
Galatians 6:16.
Galatians, chapter 6, verse
It's not
16.
Esau Isaac's seed.
And as many as walk according to this rule, peace be on them, and mercy, and upon the Israel of God.
Meaning the elect of God. So to be chosen or the seed to be called, the one that's called in Isaac is the elect of God. It ain't talking about all flesh, all the kids that Abraham had with the different wives that he had. It ain't talking about that. It's talking about a chosen race. Okay, and Isaac shall not be seed be called. Go back to Romans 9 and read verse 8.
The book of Romans, chapter 9, verse 8. That is, they which are the children of the flesh,
Those
these
are the children of the flesh, read.
these are not the children of God.
So who is the children of the flesh, Gino? Who we talking about right there? Who is the children of the flesh that's not?
Israelites,
Huh?
the Israelites.
Oh man, this dude retarded, man. Get this
What you
dude
Hey
out.
man,
talking? Hold on,
when
brother.
you argue with pigeons,
This
man, I'm
dude,
telling
yeah,
you,
man.
bro,
Move this dude in
So
the damn audience, man.
they go all around the board, man.
I ain't dealing with that dude there, man. Ain't no way in hell. This dude
Hey,
talking about
hey,
the Israelites.
yeah, man, I'm telling you, bro. And you making it plain. You making it plain, going down the lineage, who he chose. You making it very plain, but it's a token for everybody else to see, for all those that are without, the foolishness of Christianity. Now watch this. Get that in Hebrews 7 right quick, because he made reference of the priesthood. Hebrews 7, start at verse 5.
Hebrews chapter 7, verse 5. And verily, they that are the sons of Levi, who receive the office of the priesthood, have a commandment to take
What
tithes
did they
of the
what did they
people.
what did hold on? What did they
Yes, sir.
receive?
Who receive the office of the priesthood.
So the Levites that was in the loins of Abraham. Notice how he isolated, though all them nations. Abraham, yeah, because the Christians like to say, Father Abraham had many sons. They like to sing the song. But the scriptures is very direct. Which damn nation, even down to the tribe that was chosen to fulfill the priest's office. Read it again.
Yes, sir. The book of Hebrews, chapter 7, verse 5. And verily, they that are of the sons of Levi, who receive the office of the priesthood, have a commandment to take tithes of the people
They
according to the
had the
law.
commandment to take tithes of the people to fulfill the priest's office. Jump down to verse 11 now, bro.
Verse 11. If therefore perfection were by the Levitical priesthood,
By the what?
Levitical priesthood,
These Christians don't read the Bible. They don't read the Bible. Very clear who the priesthood was given to. It was given to the Levites. It's called the Levitical priesthood. It said that perfection was by the Levitical priesthood. Go ahead.
for under it the people received the law.
Go ahead.
What further need was there that another priest should rise?
What was the other priest? Christ, the Messiah. Read the next verse.
Verse 12. For the priesthood being changed, there is made of necessity a change also of the law.
What priesthood was changed? The Levitical priesthood. It was changed. You might ask in your mind, which a question what should pop in your mind, well, what did it change to? Get that in Revelation chapter 1 and 6. You know what I want?
The book of Revelation,
When
chapter
Christ the
1,
Messiah died, he died for the nation of Israel's sins. Who received the law? Who received the law? It wasn't the rest of the nations. It wasn't Ishmael. It wasn't the Edomites. It wasn't Moab. It wasn't Ammon. The children of Israel received the law under the Levitical priesthood. When Christ came and died, it was a change in the law. What came with that change in the law? Read that, bro.
Revelation, chapter 1, verse 6, and hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father.
When Christ died, it said, now he have made us, meaning the whole 12 tribes of Israel. Now you might say, well, hold on, bruh. That don't say all of us. This was prophecy being fulfilled. Get that in Exodus 19. You know what I want. Exodus, what is it? Exodus 19 is
Yes,
6.
sir. That's it.
Read
Yes, sir.
that. This
The
was
book
prophecy that you're reading in Revelation being fulfilled when the Messiah died and made us. Who is the us? Exodus is going to explain. Go ahead.
the book of Exodus, chapter 19, verse 6. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and an holy nation.
hmm
These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel.
Who did he speak these words to?
The children of Israel.
Edomites was on the planet. Edomites was walking on the earth. When Moses delivered this, when the Lord delivered this to Moses. Moab on the earth, Ammon on the earth. All the rest of these nations were on the earth. When the Lord told Moses, you're the 12 tribes of Israel, these are the words I'm delivering to you. You're going to be a kingdom of people of kings and priests unto me. When was that fulfilled? When the Levitical priesthood was changed. That was given to the Levites. You Christians, y'all have to come out, humble your spirits down, and understand the slave indoctrination that you was taught the precepts of man. That's why you gonna come up and you just spew any damn thing. You don't read nowhere in the Bible where Esau was given the priesthood. And then you go to Genesis 18 and 18. Everybody just dropped their phone when you did that.
bruh.
You just woke niggas up out of there. I'm sorry, I'm not mean to call you. You just woke the Negro up out of his bed. I know this Negro didn't go to Genesis 18 and 18.
That
I'm
dude
mute my
bugged
mic, man.
out. That dude is bugged out. I entertained it for a little bit because I just want him to stop talking in the chat. But man, when he went to Genesis 18, I was like, yo, let's let him read it. Because just say they say, oh, y'all don't let nobody talk. We read it, but you know, like A1 always say, let them read it, let them make a fool of themselves. Hey, A1, shalom,
I,
shalom.
Hey,
I'm
shalom, shalom, hey, what?
Hey,
I'm the
Shalom.
nigga y'all woke up with that
Yeah.
bullshit.
Damn!
I am the
Shalom,
nigga
shalom.
y'all woke up to come in the room. But thank you for letting that Christian meet his doom. Welcome to me in the room.
Hey, that dude was posting precepts and all kind of talking about Esau this, Esau that. So we let him speak his piece. But yeah,
Yes,
once he said
always.
it,
The motto is let them talk before you make them walk.
yes,
Because you don't,
sir.
if you don't let them talk before you make them walk, they're just gonna go to another room and start walking around like a pigeon after he lost the game and start shitting on the board, acting like he won. That's what these Christians are like. They lose, then they kick all the pieces off the chessboard and they take a shit on the board saying I won. So let them talk before you let them walk. Especially they like to record. I went into a couple of the rooms and they got recordings, edited recordings to make it look like they won some victory. So let them talk before you let them walk.
Hey, action, action. What's up, man? We got people on the stage.
Hey, Shalom, Shalom. Okay, we got I thought I was my mic had died. Hey, we got
Janine, she I
Janine,
know
Janine.
I put on pause because she wanted to go. Go, Janine, you go ahead. We get Val next.
Good morning. My comments were just in regards to what we were speaking on prior to the guy that came up with the abortions and things like that. I was just gonna touch on the fact that with the abortions, they use our stem cells, like the stem cells from the fetus. And the same thing with our children and having them in the hospitals and things like that. They use those stem cells. to heal. Like they have a lot of diseases that we don't have. Like they use us for those things. I don't know if you guys remember what we were talking about because it went left, but
I just want to give y'all some research I've done. You know what's more important than the fetus?
what?
Let's say they don't use the fetus. Let's say the child lives. The placenta.
Absolutely.
Okay, there's Edomites that literally use it for nutrition because all of the immune system and the things that the child need, the nourishment, even the DNA, all the stuff that God put genetically between the male and the female to make that child what it is in the placenta. Okay, there's a lot of research that they did in the placenta because I was learning about colostrum. There's this new
Mm-hmm.
explosion on Amazon about colostrum, and it helps with the immune system of the child when it comes into the earth. That's why it's not good to do C-sections. It's good to do vaginal birth
Right.
because of the a whole bunch of technical stuff I don't want to go into right now. But just understand, it's the living fetus, the placenta of the living fetus is more important than the dead fetus. That's what I wanted to add. I mute my mic.
A1 is 100% what you're saying because I have 4 kids, and one of them I did a lot of home birth, and some of them at the birthing centers and stuff. But my last child we ended up going to the hospital for the first time. I had a child in the hospital, and I knew about these hospitals because they like to always claim they want the placenta. And the first 3 children I had, I made sure I kept the placenta intact, and it dropped naturally. What happened was we got there, they end up wanting the placenta. And I said, no, I keep my placenta and I take it home and I bury it, whatever I do with it, whatever, because you have the choice to do that. But they make it seem as you don't have the choice by saying, okay, well, we need you to sign this. If you keep in the placenta, they said now you have 24 hours to remove the placenta out of the facility. Mind you, birth take 48 to 72 hours while you got to be in the hospital. So they basically made it a law where or rules, at least in the hospitals in Georgia, where they want you to remove the placenta out of the facility, meaning you got to leave if you're going to keep the placenta, opposed to them keeping it. Because again, they go hard about that placenta. They want to keep it for whatever reason. They want to keep it, sell it the black market, whatever. But if you choose to keep it, you have to remove that placenta out of the facility within 24 hours, and meaning you got to leave your wife in the hospital and leave and take it out of the facility. And that's some crazy stuff. And this is one of the reasons why home birth and birth center, at least at the bare minimum, you want to do births, because they evil as hell in them hospitals. It's all about, you are a sub, all you are is a number and a dollar sign. That's all you are when you go in them hospitals giving birth.
Yeah.
Yep, and we need to educate our people on that because they've been doing it for years, and we don't take it to heart, and we should.
Absolutely. We're the number one in maternal deaths. Number one in America.
All praise. We got Val.
Yeah, I'm here. I think I'm lost. I just came back some couple of hours. I
Okay,
was
well,
here
what's your,
before.
just on the topic? You got any questions? You can speak on the topic. No specific uh comment on the last topics we've been dealing with. You can just go straight to the topic. What you think about the topic, or do you have any questions?
No, it's not negotiable. Men are always born to be masculine, so there's nothing toxic about being your real self. A man is always a man and should be manly enough to say no or yes. You have to be in charge. I think that's it. I don't believe it's toxic to be masculine. So yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay, absolutely. Prince of Peace, did you speak? Go ahead, Action.
No, he haven't spoke yet, but it is on him. Uh, if not, we got Dunn that's been on stage, just waiting to speak. Hey, Dunn, can you speak? What you got on the topic? Dunn, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna move you to the audience if you're not speaking. Trail, we got Trail. We also got Trail. What you got on the topic? Shalom.
Good morning. Nothing wrong at all with masculinity. That's how it's designed. Men are supposed to lead. But it can't be toxic if that individual is toxic, if that makes any sense. Sometimes men can use their masculinity to, man, how can I even word this without being rude? Uh, to just control in a bad way, if that makes any sense. And not necessarily being a great leader, but just being a toxic person. So it has nothing to do with masculinity. If you're toxic, you're just toxic. So,
Hey, give us an example of what you just stated as far
mhm,
as ruling
okay,
bad or
in a
something.
bad ruling way. Okay. Um, I think you did a horrible job at cleaning up today. You know what? No credit card money for you today until you scrub the baseboards. Like, it's just a difference. I'm sorry. It's a way that men should treat their wives and talk to them. Even even if that was what he wanted, it's a way to deliver that statement without being toxic by doing it. It's a way you speak to people, you know. And I think that makes a great leader. Your masculinity is there. You know how to speak to your wife. So it's all about the delivery and how you go about doing things can make a world of a difference. So that's what I meant when I said that.
Tro, are you in a relationship?
Yep, I've been married for 20 years and I've been with my husband for 21 years. We have 3 kids and I've been the housewife for all that time. So to be honest with you guys, and I'm up there in age, I'm getting old, y'all, Lord. Um, and I actually just got back in the working field, and I feel like I'm socially awkward at this point. But I'm happy to be back doing what I love, and my kids are getting up there now, so it was time for me to get back out. But yeah, been in a marriage for a very long time.
Okay, good, good. You know this is your first time in this room?
I sit in this room for the last, well, I used to come back in the day. I was sitting here till I fall asleep. I've learned so much, to be honest with you. At first, I was like, man, these guys are up here just being rude. No, you're not. Everything that I've learned so far, it's always backed up with the actual scripture that's in the Bible. So I cannot argue with that. So I've been in here for the last 3 weeks all night till I wake up. I just woke up and I'm still in here learning, listening, learning things I never knew, trying to just figure things out for myself to be at this age. And you're like, wow, man, I've been lied to all this time. It's crazy. But I grew up Christian, of course, church every Sunday, getting dragged out the house by my grandma, my great grandma. So I'm an old school Southern gal. And here I am. So I love it here. You guys are amazing. Keep teaching, keep helping us. And I guess you guys are definitely doing what your design is supposed to do. So thank you to
All
that.
praises, all praises. A lot of people don't understand that this room exists to extend the existence of lives. Okay? The Bible speaks of a great day of judgment. And before God can judge the world, give me John chapter 8, verse 32. This is what we have to do before God can judge the world.
The book
So
of
I'm going to
John,
tie this in with the toxic masculinity.
the book of John, chapter 8, verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Because most of us have lived our lives a lie. Okay? And some of you are going to die living a lie. But Christ says, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Read on.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. They answered him, we be Abraham's seed, and were never in bondage to any man.
So they thought he was speaking about a physical bondage. Christ is speaking about a spiritual bondage. When you have all the money in the world, the next thing you want to do is control souls. The government wants to control. It's not finances. It's not uh, assets. They want control of souls. Read on.
How sayest thou, ye shall be made free?
So they're saying to Christ, what do you mean you're going to make us free? Read on.
Jesus answered them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin.
That's what this room is for. That's what this room is for. The world has never defined definitively what's right and wrong according to God. Everybody says they believe in God until they come in this room and they either become free or they meet their doom in this room, because we get down to the nitty gritty of what it means to be free from sin. And most people, that's where the clash comes in. And that's why, like I said, a lot of people come into the room and they never come back. Not because we were wrong, but because they don't want to be free from sin. Because that's what the Bible boils down to. There's gonna come a day where you're gonna be held accountable for everything that's in this book. And most people, they don't want to look in this book. So when people come in this room and we have this graphic, vivid dialogue about right and wrong concerning God, that's how we lose most of the audience. The people that are here is because they care. The people that we lose in the room is because the end is that's it for them. It's the same thing with Noah's Ark. Before the flood came, uh, they were watching Noah build the ark and making mockery of him until that day came where Noah got the instructions. Look, today's the day. It's the same thing with this room. Okay, so the reason why I say that is I really couldn't come. I was in and out of the room, but I really couldn't talk because we were short staff here. And one of my coworkers was like, "Yo, they need you in the room because we're in two different parts of the facility." So he would come over to me to see why I wasn't engaging. But sometimes I like to listen to see how a lot of our new speakers handle things and to take an assessment, because we're at a time where it's teamwork that makes the dream work. A lot of the brothers that come in here, y'all got to be able to handle your own. There's times when I want to jump in, but I'm like, nah, I'm going to let them get it. Or I'm going to let them get beat up. There's some times where I let them get beat up before I come in here, because it's a matter of life and death. That's what this room boils down to. This is not like any other dialogue you're having anywhere else. The scriptures say every idle word that a man shall speak, he's going to have to give an account in the day of judgment. And nobody ever wakes up and thinks, one day I'm going to pay for everything that I had to say. No one ever really thinks about that. A lot of people come in here, they run their mouth, they don't know what they're talking about. Or some people just come here because they were sent here by Satan, as it says in Mark chapter 4, verse 14, reader. Some people just come in here, they don't want to be free. They don't want to know the truth, and the truth shall set them free. They were sent here by Satan, reader.
The book of Mark, chapter 4, verse 14. The sower soweth the word,
And that's what we're doing. We're sowers sowing the word of God. Read on.
and these are they by the wayside, where the word is sown.
These are the sowers on Clubhouse sowing God's word. Read on.
But when they have heard,
Some people sit, they listen, or you'll look all the way in the bottom, the pink tickets, they'll come, they'll just stay there. They'll never ever raise their hand. But they'll come and they'll listen repeatedly. Read on.
Satan cometh immediately.
So, this is the Messiah saying that when this word goes out, Satan is always there. We're always being watched. People are always listening to us. That's why the rooms stay packed. Satan comes immediately to do what?
And taketh away the word that was sown in their hearts.
Why? Because this word saves lives. Satan's job is to take your life. So the fact that we have a room like this, which I've searched all of Clubhouse. There's no other room anywhere even comparable. Even give me a podcast. Give me something on YouTube. Give me someplace else where you can have this type of intellectual biblical dialogue, this life changing, life saving information, and I'll be there. Okay? But the point that I'm trying to make is even what we're talking about now with the toxic masculinity, if it exists, it's evil. If a man, if there's no way you can use toxic in a good way. If something is toxic, it's bad. So toxic masculinity, I just like to make it easily for you. That's for an ungodly nigger. You women that are experiencing toxic masculinity, you're with an ungodly nigger. You women that are with a man of God and you don't like his masculinity, you're the nigger. Okay? Because a real woman wants a real man. And you cannot have a society where there's structure, where there's order with toxic masculinity, because if you break the mother, you break the children. And you cannot have a society where you got weak men with the toxic woman ruling over them, because once the woman is in charge, the society is destroyed, as it says in Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12, reader. So I've been listening for a while all night. I just wanted to put these things in there, but I usually like to give uh, my point of view when the sun comes up. At night I like to fight, but when the sun comes up, I set things right. Read it.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 3, verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors,
Why would the children be able to oppress the people? Because they weren't raised with good parents. Read on.
and women rule over them.
And the reason why the woman is in rulership is because the man was not masculine or the man was not present. Read on.
O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err,
They which lead thee cause thee to err. When you got women uh, that are in a position of power they shouldn't be, and you got wicked children that are destroying the community. Read on.
and destroy the way of thy paths.
And destroy the way of thy path. So I just want to make it clear. There's no way that you can use toxic masculinity in a good way. It can never ever be good. Because if a man is masculine, according to the way the Bible is, he's never toxic. And you cannot condemn him. And a woman that has a man that's masculine according to God, she's going to be happy for that man. Okay? Now, you women that are complaining about a man establishing his dominance, you are the problem. Okay? I'm not saying a man that's abusive. That's the difference between masculine and abusive, like the example the sister gave. You've cleaned and then he comes in and he's like, oh, well, go in the basement now and scrub the floor. Like he's just looking for shit to make up. That's toxic. You understand? So I just wanted to define that. 'Cause I've been listening the whole night. I've been listening to people coming in. I've been seeing people say stuff in the chat that didn't want to come on stage. And I went into another room where they was talking shit about this room. And I was like, damn, I like when I go into another room and they talking about us in another room. That means we've done our job. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like.
Yo, moderator, may I say something for a second? Because y'all touched on something very important.
Who is the speaking?
Gigawatt.
Oh, Giga. Go ahead, Giga.
Hey, this is something that I've turned around and found out in the hospitals that's walking around here in Austria. When y'all was talking about placentas, this is the craziest thing that I found out from a doctor that actually works there. They will actually talk a woman into a C-section. Why? Until she's got a complication, and basically, we got to do a C-section. Why is that? Because they have came to the conclusion that if a placenta passes through the woman's womb, it's not worth that much. Only $5,000. But if they can turn around and get a placenta through a C-section and it doesn't pass through the womb, that thing is worth $15,000 pro woman. I looked that up, and dude turned around and hit it on the head. It's one of the friends from my son's because he's a doctor. He's like, they be talking these women into some crazy stuff just to get a C-section because they don't want to stress it and pass it through the womb. I'm just wondering, did anybody hear about that? With that said, I'll relinquish this miggity.
Well, gigawatt. That's why I said the placenta is more important to them than the dead fetus. To cut the woman open and to have all that stuff intact, that's where the value is.
Exactly,
Okay,
sir.
because there's something that happens while the woman is has the baby and it's being nourished and it's still connected to the mom. Even the fluids that she secretes, like I said, I was looking at the colostrum because I kept saying, why they keep pushing this thing now? And it has to do with uh, helping the baby's immune system before it comes out, and it's secreted during the. They know how to harvest that also. They can harvest that also, and that's stuff that comes from the birth canal. So, like you were saying, it's better to take all that stuff intact. You think they just cutting you open to get the baby out? No, it's a lot more stuff going on than that. A
Yes,
lot more.
sir. You're exactly right. Oh, there's something else I wanted to tell y'all about real quick before I jump this mic. Uh, y'all about to have some fireworks in y'all backyard, so y'all better get ready. Some stuff you can't make up. Guess who just pulled up with their naval vessels in Venezuela? Guess who came to the party?
Yes, I've been
Russia.
watching that. I've been watching that. How
That's crazy. Y'all better get a 4th of July in the middle of December.
they've been
I
killing
just want
those, bombing those ships, saying that they selling drugs, and it's more nefarious things going on with America. Because I heard one news commentator say, "You don't even know who you killed. You didn't find no drugs. You don't have no names of the people you killed. You just saw a ship and you just blew that shit up." And it made sense what he was saying. Normally, you pull the ship over. Well, listen to me. You pull the ship over. U.S. Coastal Patrol. We want to board the ship. You take pictures of the drugs. They're not doing that in none of the cases of none of the ships that they blew up. They're literally just spotting the ships and blowing them up.
they done 15 of them so far.
Yes, they. The man said, he said, "Give me the name of one of the drug dealers." It's like you don't know. We have the names. We know who you killed. These people are not selling drugs. So that's what America's spin is put on it. That's what the government or the CIA or whoever's doing it. I'm not going to say America. I'm going to say whatever entity. But they're literally blowing up ships. If you get a big drug bust and you're attacking people, to my knowledge, you always want to take the pictures. You want to show the people in handcuffs. You want to show the stash so you can show your taxpayer dollar. When do you just blow up the drug dealer? And just kill everybody. No pictures, no nothing. And then the press conferences, I think they said to him, every ship that gets through is 25,000 Americans that get hooked on drugs. And the guy was pushing back. I was watching uh I forgot the name of the show. It's not one of the major networks, but he was like, that makes no sense. Because that's what the president was saying. Every ship that we destroy, we're saving 25,000 American lives. Man, eventually the guy was like, look, I'm not going to talk no more. I'm not talking no more. But he just made it clear they ain't stopped. There ain't no drug dealers that they're blowing up. There's a reason why they're attacking Venezuela. But I don't want to. We could take that into another discussion. I want to stay back on what the topic is. I mean, my mic.
Yes, no problem. I mute my mic.
All right. Next we got big. Let's say big Boo or Big Bo on stage.
Big view, but I gotta jump out of this truck. I gotta get out of this truck. I'm at work.
Understood. I got you. All right. Let me get somebody else up. One second. Expressing your personal feelings. Stick to your Bible.
Hey, bring them up. You stick to talking, not being a typing your personal opinion in the chat.
Yeah, I just sent you a
Yeah.
invite.
He
Dog,
said,
this
stick to
night.
the Bible, stop
Yeah.
expressing your personal. I just said that this is what I saw. This podcast got over 3.5 million viewers. This isn't my personal opinion. And if someone can show me how I personalize it, if the government is blowing up ships, this is what happened when you got people that don't think. They'll do this to black people. This is what they've been doing to black people, saying we did shit with no evidence, running us through the system, locking us up, and we're asking for uh uh articulable suspicion as to why you stopped me, as to what made me a suspect, as to why am I being detained. It's the same thing I said with the ships. If you're blowing up ships, you're literally killing human beings, and you're not giving any evidence afterwards. We should not be comfortable with that. So when someone types something like that, why would someone type something like that? Y'all read his statement that he put?
Yeah, I read it. I just
Wh-
saw it.
Why would someone type something like that? Just think about a person that will make a statement like that. I'm gonna read it for y'all. I'm gonna read it for y'all. He said, stick to the Bible, bro. Stop expressing your personal feelings because you don't have any facts to go back up your claims. So stick with what you know. The Bible, leave politics alone. Is this politics what I'm discussing?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Absolutely. This got
Sir.
shit to do with politics. And I will never ever discuss politics because politics is politics. Politics is not real. There are no politicians. It's who you got money to buy. It's you told you. I don't like those people that they talk about politics like that shit is real. That they really care about your values and your feelings, and they did research. Okay, that's why Israel control all the politicians in America. Money talk.
Eh, Right. Hey, yo. And another thing, who the hell are you to tell us what to talk about in our room?
That's why I want him up
We
here. I
nobody
was
knows you, Negro. Nobody knows you or
it
cares about your damn opinion. We talk about whatever the hell we want when we're ready to.
would have been good if he would have just came up here and made the
Yeah,
statement
the nerve.
like a masculine man.
That's real beta of you to be typing in the chat.
Yes.
Real beta.
That's not masculine. Okay? I just wanted to put that out there. It's not masculine. I'll mute my mic.
AA1 Amaziah, and that person is an idiot because they don't know spiritually, and according to the scripture, that what we're talking about is from the scriptures. They just can't see that. Oh, man, dummy.
That's the beta in him getting in the way. The beta
Yeah,
in
yes.
him is causing hatred.
Yes, that's all it is. It's just hatred. It's just the nigga don't like me, so he's trying to find a way to say it without saying it. But I love it.
Right.
You said it. You said all that needs to be said, nigga. You don't like me, and I don't mind. I'm not here to be liked. But let's go back to what he was saying. What uh Joseph just said. If he would have been here to hear Bible, he would have agreed with me. The problem that God has with the government, which they try to make it look like this is a political environment where they care about your feelings. That's the problem God got with the government. That's why he says there's going to be four beasts that shall arise out of the earth: the Babylonians, the Persians and the Medes, and the Greco-Roman Empire. Those empires act like their politics like they're for the people. If he really was here to hear the Bible, he wouldn't even inject politics into the equation. Because politics leads the people to believe that you're a part of the problem solving, or your thoughts have meaning and it has value. If there was real politics, where you could sit down, you have a panel, there's people arguing on your behalf, and your voice gets to heard, nigga, you probably still vote. You probably have a Kamala Harris sign. You still got the flag thinking she was going to win. That's why you got people like that. They go, don't talk. I ain't never talked politics in my life. One thing, the only thing my father told me that was good is don't argue people about politics or religion. He told me politics is bullshit and religion, people will die for their religion, and he was right. That's something he told me as a little kid. Because my father would always speak on Watergate and Nixon and all that stuff, and he saw back then, this is in the 70s, how corrupt these politicians were. And he was like, listen, this is all fake. He saw that at a young age. Okay, how people in politics could do shit and just walk, like we see with Donald Trump now. Break all those laws and get 90 something indictments on him and just walk and then attack the person, Letitia James. She's now fearing for her life. They trying to lock her up for trying to abide by a law that bends to whoever has the money, whoever has the power. So you telling me I'm talking politics? Nigga, I'm talking Bible. And if you were a man of God and you believed in the Bible, you would have picked it up real quick. You big dummy. I'll mute my mic.
You big dummy.
You big dummy.
Yeah. That's crazy. Like he was doing that typing. As soon as you invite him up on the stage, oh, he ain't got time to come up on the stage. Like you said, that's real beta. Very beta.
That's that toxic in them.
Yeah, top skip. Let me see who we got. Is
Hey, the floor is open, man. Israel, come on, raise your hand, ask questions, come on stage, so we can keep the room flowing. I know we got the topic up there, but Christianity couldn't defend it. We had one defender come up trying to defend Esau, but it ain't work out. But yeah, come on, raise your hand if you got any questions and statement comments. Raise your hand, come on the floor.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Being a beta, that is toxic masculinity.
Yeah, that's toxic. Yep.
That is toxic right there. You soft ass men that can't speak to other men. You are toxic. You the niggas that'll get in your emotions, put your hands on your woman, kill your brother, do all manners of evil because you can't control your emotions. That's y'all betas, man. No discipline. That's you beta males right there. Toxic.
Yes,
Right.
like I said, Amaziah, I wasn't saying anything about politics. I was speaking about how corrupt and evil the powers that be are. There are no politicians. Everybody is selected, not elected. There's a hand behind the scenes saying you're gonna get this office, you're not gonna get this office. They don't give a shit about your vote. I would
Right.
never let the people think, like I hear some people speaking about the Democrat and the Republic. Like one of y'all put somebody on the spot yesterday. They put what's his name with the red cartoon character that comes up there.
Oh, oh God. Somewhere to damn, what's his name?
Isaiah.
Nigga.
The Haitian
Nigga.
dude. I know who you're talking about. He comes in
Yes,
the early morning.
they put him on the spot because he said if I had a gun to my head, I would rather vote. I think he said Republican, and he explained why. And somebody was like, "Yo, they're both shit." It's like none of them have anything
Right,
that's good for the people. It's
right.
just control opposition. And I'm speaking like I learned this from my dad, and when I really explored it, like when I was into uh, the book Behold the Pale Horse. I would mention it sometimes, and I was learning about secret societies and skull and bones and these secret fraternities and the government within the government before I learned the Bible. You're talking about early 90s. Like I'm speaking from a place of everybody should know that by now. But for a grown man to think that politics is real, you got some learning to do, man. You're lost.
Right. And yo, they're all bought. The reason they're all bought, you can tell by the lobbying. They let you select and pay for a politician. Like all the politicians now, if they would not, if they did not all take money from APAC, we probably like Americans wouldn't be having all their money being shipped to Israel. But because they're all taking money, how can you say that this is real when you're all taking money? It's all about the money.
Right, I'm hearing white people for the first time saying, how is a foreign government controlling America? And they're declaring their their white power, and white people, white privileged people are saying, no, we don't have no white power. Okay, a foreign entity controls our
Right.
government and they can't do shit about it.
Hey, yo, you know what I like about this? Hey, for the first time, the Americans are feeling like some niggas.
Yes, yes.
Now
They're
y'all know
seeing
how
what
it
we're
feels.
seeing.
Right.
They're seeing we fought for the right to vote and it didn't mean shit and we couldn't change shit. Now white people who had the power to vote, they realize and look, what are we doing with our politicians that we put in office? Okay? We watching, they following the money. They like all of them sold out. So how can
All of them
anybody in this day and age say
think that
politics
this
is
shit is
real?
real.
Y'all
Right.
stupid if y'all believe politics is real.
Hey, you know what's crazy too, Ao? I always say this, like, while teaching about this voting thing. How can you really believe, like, if we were made slaves and there's a slave master, if I was the slave master, why in the hell would I give my slave the right to vote me out of power? How could that? Let's think logically. As technical that the Edomite, that the white man is with his technology, his politics, having his whole system sewn up, and he's going to leave a clause and give you the right to vote him out of power. Like, come on, y'all. Let's be for real. It's not happening.
Amaziah, tell
Yes,
that to
sir.
the black people. Tell it to the
I
black
know.
people. They
I
don't get
know.
it.
I know. They don't get it. And the thing is that they don't want to get it. Hey, look at Isaiah 30 and 12. Read Isaiah 30 and 12 real quick.
Sir.
You
The book of
trust in this system. You love this system. That's why, like, when voting time comes, y'all all hyper. You got your little badge on. I voted. I voted for Hillary. I voted for Trump. I voted for Obama. All of this nonsense. Read that.
the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 12. Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because ye despise this word.
So you despise God's word. Black people despise the word of God. God, God said, oh, "Don't vote a king over you." You say, "Yeah, but it's Donald Trump." You know what I'm saying? You say, "No, but it's Obama, but he's a black man." You say, "No, it's Kamala Harris. She's a black woman." You ignore the fact that she's East Indian, and you ignore the fact that her family, like her brother, used black people to get into his Ivy League school. They used those policies, the DEI and the affirmative action and all the policies that meant for black people. That's how he got his scholarship. You ignore all of that and do what? Read.
And trust in oppression.
You trust in the white man's system. He made you a slave in the system. Now you're fully engulfed in it and love his philosophies. That's what you do. But let's be honest, I'm a man of results. What is the results of black people being able to vote for the last 80 years now? Nothing. You're in the same position. Like how long you going to go on the mouse wheel? You're on that wheel like a mouse, just running back to back, just running, getting nowhere, running, getting nowhere. These other races, they put money into their politicians that we ain't got. You understand? So it is what it is. You trust in oppression. You love this system. And guess what? They made you a slave in this system. Good, Joe. You know?
On my back. Okay. Then chosen. Are you with us?
No, I'm not. Shalom, shalom. I'm not a moderator or nothing like that.
Hmm.
Most High in Christ bless. But yeah, I did want to speak on the topic. Um, the thing about masculinity, like everybody, like a lot of y'all been saying, masculinity ain't toxic at all. But what's been happening over the last few years is they've been coming up with trigger words and definitions to ostracize a certain nature that's uncommon to what society want to push today, such as toxic masculinity, narcissist, you being a narcissist, or even anti-Semitic and things of that nature. They come up with these words, with these definitions to try to stray people away from a certain attributes or things of that nature that is uncommon to what they want to push. Um, like back in, I remember watching Good Times when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? Like that household was in order. You know what I'm saying? You wasn't catching the wife speaking up against her husband on Good Times, and seeing that household like a full house with a man leading the house, the woman submitting to the man, and the children and doing right. With their parents. That right there. That right there was the image of the black family back then. You know what I mean? But that woman, she didn't have to care. It was true enough, it was struggles or whatever, but nonetheless, you didn't catch the woman speaking up against a man like that. But over society, with all, I think Judah, he mentioned a whole lot of war tactics, pretty much, that they used to demean the black man and that masculinity that we naturally had. Such as um, what do you say, like Willie Lynch, even things with what we see on TV today, like with these NBA house real housewives of Atlanta and all this stuff like that. You get the women speaking up crazy against men. You know what I mean? And when men get to the point to where they try to get their balls back, now it's an issue. Now it's considered toxic because it's something that's been so watered down and taken out the way to where women have gotten to the point to where they say on father they evil as hell, but they the only parent in the household. They say, oh, I'm celebrating Mother's Day and Father's Day. I'm the mama and the daddy. You know what I mean? And so when men get to the point to where they taking they role back, and speaking up for themselves and things of that nature. Once we get back to that and try to deal rightly, you know what I mean? Now we see we got work. Now we see we ain't nothing. Now we see we ain't uh we more than just the dope boys on the block. We see that we more than just a hustler, a scammer. We go get jobs, right? Get college degrees, get training, and we want a house in subjection according to what the Bible says. Now they say that that's toxic. Oh, why y'all teach so aggressively on the streets and things of that nature, right? They call that toxic, but that ain't toxic. It's just something that you ain't used to, and they create these trigger words with definitions to ostracize or cast a light on people in a negative manner, when ultimately it's not a bad thing for man to take their masculinity back. All that is setting right side up, setting the world back in order with the man in the leadership roles and women in subjection. That's where it got to be. But that's all I had on the topic. I mute up.
Bud. So can y'all? I'm sorry, my phone keep getting stuck. Y'all want to add anything to that? Hello? You don't want to hear
Yeah.
me? Okay. All right. Hey, you right. Have y'all ever seen? Hold on a second. Day 305. Have you ever seen? Lately, people were saying like, when you trying to build men, right, according to the scriptures, and a lot of sisters be like, well, this not the 1800s. Y'all trying to take us back into slavery times. Everybody ever heard that before?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you can only store. One second. I had to leave out and come back in. Let's see. We had somebody else on stage. Let me see. But yeah, that's a shame saying like for a woman to play her role and a man to play his role is going back into slavery. That's crazy. I mean, they in submission to the white man, but to be in subjection to their husband, there's something wrong with that. But like we read in that book, Willie Lynch, that's how the roles has been reversed. Let me see. So, brother Val, you have anything on the topic? Brother Dave, we got Brother Dave 305 on stage. What you got on the topic, sir?
Yes, sir. Shalom. Good morning.
Shalom.
To back up what Ben Chosen said, I'm from the old school. And when I was growing up, a man was a man. I'm talking like in the 70s, um, 70s and early 80s. A man was a man, and whatever he said goes. There was no pushback. There was no nothing, and that's how I grew up. And last night at work, when this topic came up, I said, let me look up toxic masculinity and see where it came from. It actually was coined in, based on what I read um, on the net, it was coined in 1991. The term toxic masculinity was coined in 1991 and was made popular in 2010 with the feminist movement. That's what I read. And putting two and two together with what Jeraham read last night with the Willie Lynch letter, I could see I could see where it's being fed and how it was being fed. So this is all brand new stuff. So when I was uh when I was in my late 20s, that's when I heard women saying, "We want men to be men. Why can't men be men and do what's right and do the right thing?" But that was after the horses have left the stable, because women wanted men to be men after 3 decades of saying, "We don't need men. I can do this by myself. Men are obsolete. I am woman, hear me roar." So for 30 years, women have been saying that. And then men listened, and they heard them loud and clear, and they said, "Okay, you want us to leave you alone? Good. We got this. We leave you alone." So now women saying, "Okay, we want men to be men." But then when the men stand up to be men, then the women have a problem with it again. So it's like an endless cycle. But now that men are standing up, when I say men are standing up, I mean men in purple. Now that men are standing up, and I'm not making reference to women in the truth, not you ladies in the truth. I'm not making reference to you, because we know what the deal is. But men in purple, when they stand up and be men, when they're on the street, whether they're on here on Clubhouse or anywhere, then you have rebellious sisters coming back against it. But that's what you wanted. You wanted men to be men. So there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. That was something created to give feminism a pass. It's like saying homophobic. If you're claustrophobic, you're afraid of enclosed spaces. That's understandable. You have arachnophobia. You're afraid of spiders. That's understandable. But there's no way, no how you can be afraid of somebody who's gay. So that's just something to give them a free pass. So Toxic masculinity, 1991. That's its inception. So it doesn't exist. It's like anti-Semitism. It was just created to, you can't speak out against the tiny hats. It's just stuff put in place so that we can continue to flourish in sin. That's the only thing I can say about that. And Ben Chosen was 100% right in everything he just said. You know? And on that, let me mute my mic. Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, moderate y'all. You want to add anything?
Shalom, leadership. Could I ask something?
Hey, Shalom, go ahead.
It's Brother Enoch. Most High in Christ bless to you all, leadership, the elder leadership, to those in the panel. Yeah, so what the statement Ben Chosen said about the female stating that, I'm the dad and the mom. Well, you have to look at that in reverse. How did you become the dad and the mom? That's what's not looked at a lot. What's looked at is, oh, now I'm by myself. So like I've had a couple of individuals around me, family members and friends, they become what people say is cats and mom dogs or whatever. Or they sit them and don't have no kids, or their kids is grown and they have no husband or they have no man. Well, the woman has to look at the reason why she don't have a man. It's always said that men are always doing everything wrong. Well, why don't you have no man?
Did you cut out? I think you mute your mic if you're still speaking.
No, that was just the end of it. Like, it's like toxic man this, toxic man that, feminine. Like, get to the root cause of it. Like, you want to discuss men so much. Okay, majority of the time, the individuals that's discussing men or things that men doing, they don't have a man, nor are they married. So, what is your reason for not having that loved one that you know? Some women that do care about men, they have. There's got to be a circumstantial issue, and it's not always no man. There's something that's going on with you that you ain't looking at, and the accountability and responsibility, that's the problem.
Right, right. Most definitely. Hey, they got to take a look to see why don't have a man. Why they bitter? Why they gonna end up lonely as an old woman? I think Joram touched on it earlier. He mentioned like women talking about they was independent, like they ain't had like they mama didn't put up with such and such and that nature and whatnot. But a lot of sisters are teaching their daughters to be rebellious like that, to have that type of attitude. Like the scripture said in Ezekiel 16. So it's the mother, so it's the daughter. So they got the same mentality. Like, well, if a man, only thing some women want in the world, they want a man to be able to provide for them financially, and it's it. And you don't need them for nothing else. That's what they're being taught, and it's wrong. But as men, we got to stand up and take our roles, regardless if they want it or not. And the men in the truth, we doing it. So it's gonna take work, but we can make it happen. Let me see what else we got on stage. We got okay. We got a couple people. We got let's see. We got Kelly. Got Kelly on stage. Kelly Black. Shalom.
Shalom, leadership. Yes, I would like to talk about the topic.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I was dating a guy for 2 years, and no, I was not married. This is before I came into the truth and stuff. I also have kids, and they grown, and no, I never been married. Um, but now I want to learn to take accountability for my actions. Ain't nothing wrong with being corrected. Now that I know that the man is the head over the woman, I want to talk about a relationship I was just in. So I was explaining to him, he asked me why I always have my Bible open. I said, because I be listen to the school I go to. And he was like, okay. I said, but do you know marriage is honorable? He was like, the Bible is fairy tale. I don't want to listen to that. So I just want to ask the question. That man is toxic because he don't want
Well,
to,
sis, he may not be toxic, and I'm just saying it because I used to say the same thing. I was misinformed. So before you dismiss him, we've been lied to about the Bible. Remember, the truth of the Bible has never been brought to us until now. As far as I'm concerned, until our organization existed, there was nobody teaching the truth about the Bible, even the organizations prior to us. Okay? The level of where it needed to be brought to the people, it wasn't being done. That's why we do give respect and honor to the men that taught our leaders. But if we would have stayed with that same curriculum, it wouldn't have brought us to where we are now. Because when you hear the bishop speak, he learned this in 1990. Okay, there were people before him that was teaching it. The foundation that was laid before him, they wouldn't have brought us to where we are now. So just keep in mind, don't just make him first. Uh, the Bible gets presented to him, then he dismisses it, then we can label him. But he could just be misinformed. So just keep that in mind. Have you tried to introduce him to us?
yes, he said he wanted to challenge y'all because
Okay,
he's a
so let him
Christian.
know. He doesn't have to make an appointment. We're open 24 hours a day, except Saturday. He could just come to the office and just whoever's at the desk can help him.
A1. She could just send him to the room now.
Yes, send him right now. Tell him he don't need to make an appointment. Okay, we don't check our book to let you know come at this day at this time whatever.
Yeah,
We're
that's what
we're
TD
open.
Jakes do.
We're like the hospital.
Yes, because he said he's a scholar.
Okay,
And
so
I said, well, teach
set him in
me.
the room. Is he around now? Could you get him right now?
No, he's not at my house. He drive a cab. He's from Uganda.
Oh, so just you set him in the room. You let him know that maybe he can help us because he's a scholar. We love scholars. Don't you guys love scholars? You know?
Absolutely. We had one
Absolutely,
earlier.
yeah, yeah.
Yes. We love
Hey, copy the
scholars.
link and send it to him right now as we talking, sis. How about that?
Yes. He could pull his cab over and give us 10 minutes. That's all we need is 10 minutes of his time.
He said he driving.
She said he's a cab driver, so I
Oh, okay.
mean, between fears, he could show up here unless he's in fear. But I mean, just send him here. We here. He don't have to make no appointment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we ain't TD Jakes. TD Jakes need to get paid and scheduled. Like A1 said, we the hospital. We open. And you can walk. We got walk-in appointments. And we don't need no appointment. Walk in.
There's always a surgeon on standby. You don't have to page him. There's always an in-house surgeon.
Right.
Hey, to your point, A1, that's true. I have never seen, man, I ain't even, in the world, I ain't even believe in marriage. It's till when I got in the truth, I realized marriage is honorable. But before that, because like King Solomon say, he ain't not find one woman out of 1,000. And before I read that scripture, that's what I believe. Because most women, they're very sneaky and they take their sin or their cheating ways to the grave. They're not like men. Men will be sloppy to get caught. Women don't get caught. At least majority of them do. So I never trusted women. But only the Bible could have changed my mind to make me think and believe in marriage.
Or even without marriage to see niggas for what they are. Because we felt comfortable being niggas. At least me. I was like, ain't nothing wrong with me. It's you. But
100%.
the Bible just made me wake up one day and be like, hey, you're a nigger. You know? You're like everything I thought was good, the Bible was like, no, nigga. And that's what's so profound about it, because it defines right and wrong. And you could put any, it could take, it'll pass any test. So if you're, this guy's a scholar, which we do have some scholarly cab drivers, just send him into the room. No appointment needed. There's always a surgeon on standby, and we'll see if he can help us or we can help him. I mute my mic.
Is she
Thank you,
calling him?
sir.
I don't
No,
know.
no, sir. He,
Call. You can call him on. You can call him and tell him. He got the app.
yes, I have y'all out. I'm
No,
finna
do he have
send.
it?
Oh no, he don't have it
Yeah.
because he believe in celebrating birthdays and Christmas, and he gonna tell me you got a birthday coming up. I say I'll celebrate it.
Okay. Well, tell him to download the app and he can call in right
Hey,
now.
get First Peter's 3:1 because going on what you said earlier, sis. I know you said you was not married, but a lot of times, this is for ones obviously for future. You can consider how to gain someone. Like just like A1 said, just because the brother um not receiving it doesn't necessarily mean he was taught the proper way to know whether to receive it or not. It's like most sisters, that's what they do. They try to point the finger at the man. And we know brothers are wicked. I mean, I was a wicked dude before the truth, so I know. We speaking from a place of experience, not off emotions or opinion. So, but a counsel from Peter taught us that regardless if a woman is in a situation like that, as far as having a man that does not believe, or a husband, I'll say, does not believe, he gave us guidance on how to go about it and how to approach it and how to gain the unbelieving husband. Read that verse 1 in First Peter 3.
First Peter chapter 3, verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives.
Right. So he's giving us counsel because these women came to Peter asking or complaining about their unbelieving husbands. And this is the response from the top apostles. He said, likewise be subject to your own husband. He didn't specify whether believe or he didn't believe. Why? Because he's giving you guidance on how to gain him to eventually believe. Still be subject to him to a certain degree. Of obviously, if it's extreme situations such as abusive things like that, we're not talking about that. Obviously, you go to the law. But we're saying in situations where he's not humbling himself to the word because he's hearing it from you. It's more so you gain him by your actions and your chase conversation. And Peter's gonna say that. Read on.
While they behold your chaste conversation.
Beholding is they watching your character. They seeing how you are obviously is changing. Not in the sense of you trying to teach them aggressively, forcing them to read the Bible. Is more so your actions is changed and your ability to be soft spoken to him is how he gained it. Not in the sense of teaching him, but in the response you give him versus and things that he asks of you. That's that chase conversation, not in teaching him because a man is not going to be subject or listen to a black woman. That's just what it is. It is what it is. But in your actions and how you respond to him and things that he requests out of you, that's the chase conversation you will gain him because he's going to see a different spirit or character or mannerism from you. Read on.
Coupled with fear,
Coupled with fear, read fear towards who? God, because God ordained that man or man to be over the woman. Read.
whose adorning, let it not be that outward adorning of plaiting the hair, and of wearing of gold, or of putting on of apparel.
Now we know these are benefits because we got Ezekiel that teaches us that the Lord dressed the woman with, beautiful attired golds and rings and earrings. But he's saying don't let that be the primary way to gain them. That's beneficial, but it's not going to be the primary way. He's saying the primary way is the inner man or the inner woman. Read.
But let it be the hidden man of the heart, and that which is not corruptible, even the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit.
Right. See, that's the one right there. That is hard for most black women. Read that part again.
But let it be the hidden man of the heart, and that which is not corruptible, even the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit.
The meek and quiet spirit. Now that right there, that's kryptonite to most black women. I'm telling you, the quiet and the silence is just they always got to have the last word. They always have to speak. They always have a rebuttal. They always have to talk back. They always have to justify themselves. It don't matter. List goes on. Go ahead, Ben. Hey,
Hey,
Amazon.
hey, hey, I was going to say, hey, this is hatred for most modern black women right here.
Right.
Telling them what God said right here. This is hatred. They look at this as hatred. Oh, you misogynistic. You hate us.
Yeah, the masculine sister would deem this as toxic masculine. What Peter talk about right here, this is to the black rebellious woman. This she considered as toxic masculinity. When a man is put in his rightfully God-given role as governing his household, that is toxic masculinity. What we reading is toxic masculinity to the rebellious black woman right here, straight up. That meek and quiet spirit. I'm telling you that right there. Because most women, not all women, I like to choose my word wisely because I know how these are trigger words for most black women. I'm gonna say most, not all. Most black women refuse this line we just read about the meek and quiet spirit. They choose to try to gain their husbands by talking back, by justifying themselves, by rebuttaling what he says. These actions is not what Peter talking about how to gain your husband, your unbeliever. I'm talking about an unbelieving husband. So this might be a Negro here, but a Negro can eventually become a godly man based on how you operate according to the scripture we read right here. So okay, but yeah, I just wanted to put that out there for the sister that was speaking earlier because she mentioned how although she was not married to the brother, but demon, if you were married, this is how to approach it for an unbelieving husband. But I mean, my mic.
It might not be all of them, but it sure is in the 90 percentile, about 98.
May I say something
All
else,
right.
Yes,
leadership?
sir. Go ahead, Kayla. Go ahead. Go. I mean, yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay. I I love Deacon ASAP because he put me in place. He put me in order. And I love that because for the simple fact that he's not only dealing with me, he's married, but he's separated. And he told me this after I've been with him, and I told him that I cannot continue laying down with him. This my house. He have his own house. I cannot lay down with this man because it's not right. And I was just showing him the scripture. I just said, well, read it for yourself. I said, because this is something that I can't do. This is not something I must do since I learned who I am. And I still remember the scripture A1 gave me, Ecclesiastes chapter 25, verse 2. When I first ever spoke to him, he gave me that scripture. And I don't want to lay down with a man who is not my husband. I want to be corrected because I've been in hurtful relationships. And that's what and I go from relationship to relationship and I haven't healed. And so that's the reason why I probably feel I don't want a man, because I'm still hurting. And that's why I say I love Deacon ASAP, because he correct you. He not put me in blame or shame. He's telling me what God is saying to him to speak to me. And now I want to accept correction, because I didn't want to accept that at first. But now he's showing me where I'm messing up. because he see the hurt in me that I didn't see in myself. So I mute my mic. Thank you for letting me speak, leadership.
Hey, all praises, sisters. All praises. Correction is love. Most people despise correction, and some even get offended of it to the point they shy away. But that's good in both spectrum. Whether the one humble down and accept it, and the one that shy away. We don't want you going about your business. It is what it is. But to your point, Kelly, you accepted the correction, and now it caused you to now stand stern against sin, which is continue lying with a married man. And this is why this brother think he a scholar and he feel this way. Get that Amos 5 and 10. This is why he despised the Israelites, and not just him, but most rebellious people against rebel against God's laws. Read that.
Amos chapter 5, verse 10. They hate him that rebuketh in the gate.
That dude don't like he don't like God. Really, he really when they say they don't like us, it's not really us they don't like. It's really God they hate. Because the gates are the leaders where the leaders dwell. That's why it says the gates. They hate him that rebukes as a gate. Why? Because that's where the leaders correct those is an error. And like people like you, Kelly, they will accept it and change. But others, they will be rebellious to it and they'll start despising those who correcting them. Read it again.
They hate him that rebuketh in the gate.
I'm gonna tell you how bad that they hate. They hate those they hate the leaders that correct them so bad to where they crucified the Son of God for him correcting them. That's how bad. That's how much they despise one that is correct your error to the point where it would lead a Christian man or woman to try to put the prophets to death. And that I'm telling you, hey, it is what it is, but that's what the Bible says. Read it again.
They hate him that rebuketh in the gate,
Uh-huh.
and, and they abhor him that speaketh uprightly.
So the rebuking is those that speak uprightly. What is uprightly? Like telling the sister Kelly when she got the correction from A1, listen, it's not good for a woman to be sleeping with a married man or sleeping with a man that is not her husband, period. That's correction. That's speaking uprightly. And when you act upon that law, like how you did, Kelly, you say, you know what, I can't do that no more. I'm gonna step back. Now the brother despise the laws of God. Now he think he a scholar. So send him the link, sister. Hopefully he'll accept the link. Let him click that thing. Come on. This our hospital is open 24/7, 7 days a week, except on Saturdays, Sabbaths. Medicine freely give. We ain't even got to go over the counter. We got it. Well, let's go with Dean. Dan or Dane. Sorry if I'm jacking your name up. Have you spoke already, brother?
Shalom leadership. No, I haven't spoken, and it's Dan.
Dan. Okay, all praises. Go ahead, Dan.
Uh, Very interesting topic, and it's one that the room has covered before to some extent, and it needs be retouched again and again and again. The brother Dade who spoke earlier on, he hit the nail smack on the head. Toxic masculinity is a new word that has been invented to destroy the black man, to destroy families, to destroy a two-parent home. I was born in the 70s in a two-parent home, mother and father married, and I saw a masculine example. My father ruled the home, and what I was taught and what I learned then affected me throughout my life, positively and negatively to some extent. Negatively in the aspect that I was in the world and I didn't know the truth, but positively to the extent where I always knew what a man's role was. And because I always knew what a man's role was and I saw it for myself, it impacted all the other relationships I have had throughout my life with women to the extent where when I saw a woman becoming rebellious, she wouldn't listen. I moved away from her. I got rid of her very quickly. It's not until I came into the truth I understood what real masculinity was about, and it was about keeping the laws, following the laws, and understanding your role. Yes, my father showed some of that role, but it was without the true understanding of the scriptures. Yes, we were Christians. Yes, we went to church. We did all of what pagan Christianity taught us. He provided that masculine example in the home. And when I went out into the world and I had a girlfriend, I saw, like I said, I was born in the 70s, and I saw the gradual change from homes being patriarchal. I saw the change drift away from that, where women became boisterous, women started arguing, women started hitting men, not just hitting them in the home, but you saw it happen in public. And what I have come up with the term of toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity is a woman who is not covered under God's laws, who's not obeying the covenant, and who is out there doing these things on her own. And a toxic man is a man who is led by such a woman, a man who's not led by the laws. So toxic masculinity, in a nutshell, covers the entire shell of man and woman who are not covered under the laws, who are doing their own thing, and who basically are following the covenant of Satan. Now we have our women who are, as Dave pointed out, and he gave a very good example of when it started, when it was first coined, and when it came into effect. And now it's being used against us. And the only way we can bridge that gap and cover all this and correct this wrong is through what IUIC has been teaching. We have to come back to the Bible. We have to learn who we are as Israelites. We have to learn our roles as God has set out. God made it very clear in the Bible. Genesis 3:16, Ephesians 5, Proverbs 31, and many more. 1 Corinthians 11:34. The roles are there. 1 Corinthians 11:3. God set out the roles of what a man should do and the roles of what a woman should do. And anytime a man is keeping the laws and a woman is rebelling against the laws, therein lies toxic masculinity. It is the woman or the man who is opposed to the man who is keeping God's laws. I land my plane and mute my mic.
Yeah, all praises. A heavy points, some good points. Definitely. Things has definitely changed. I remember the sister that was up here, Shreely, I think she was. She said she been watching this, so listening for 3 weeks. She married 2 years, been with her husband 21 years. How she mentioned the example she gave concerning what was it? About what would be a man that's leading wrong, or she mentioned how he could talk aggressive, things of that nature. Which is true. Obviously, a man you don't want to. A man shouldn't treat or deal with a woman, especially his wife, harshly or aggressively, because that'll turn him off. Because remember, the scripture tells you as a man should love your wife as the weaker vessel, because no man hated himself. Because you should love your wife as you love yourself. So that's a good point she made when she mentioned that. I forgot to mention that earlier. But Dan, you're absolutely correct. Especially the time that's framed for. I know you seen differently from the time when you said you was born earlier to now, how the relationships are. Like, what do you see as far as relationship wise back then when you was growing up to what we see currently today?
Growing up, relationship wise, marriage was the order. Um, women were more feminine. Women knew how to behave. A man respected a woman based on her behavior, based on her presentation. A woman who dressed provocatively She was looked down in society, looked down upon. Society had very little good to say about her. Everybody knew who the hookers were, who the bad girls were. Everybody knew who the bad boys were. And as I've heard on Clubhouse before, if a girl got pregnant in her early, I grew up in the Caribbean. I went to school in the States and I went to school here in the islands. I'm from the islands. And when a girl got pregnant here in the Caribbean, she was packed off and sent to the States. When she got pregnant in her teens, she disappeared because it was a taboo for someone to get pregnant out of wedlock. People, growing up, I saw people staying together. I saw my grandparents who had great grandchildren. My grandparents had 13 children. My mom was one of 13. And I saw that sort of relationship where my grandfather was honored throughout the family. When I was growing up, if I wanted something and I went and asked my mom, she would say, ask your father first. The man was in control. Where relationship status in the world, women behaved like women and men behaved like men. And there wasn't this massive sleeping around. You had a girlfriend, everybody knew it was a girlfriend, and they stayed together, they got married. And as the 70s turned into the 90s, I saw the change. The dress code changed. Women started behaving promiscuously. And mind you, a woman could only, a man could only be promiscuous if the woman says yes. So men started to lose respect for the women because the women started just simply giving it out. Because by then, we saw a situation happening here in the islands where children started having children. So there was no man in the home. There was no fatherly guidance to correct because we saw no more women. It was a case where I grew up in a home where even I saw the changes where my mom taught us that education was the key. And my mom taught my sister, get your education so no man can tell you what to do. So I even saw the breakaway from the patriarchal happening in my home, and my father was in charge. Because my mother told my sister, sorry, to get your education so no man can tell you what to do. I saw that happen. And I unfortunately brought up my only daughter, my only child, with that same sentiment. Get your education so no man can tell you what to do, which is totally against what the scripture says. So that is what I saw happening from, mind you, I was born in the 70s. I saw the change from the 80s, the dress code, the music. I saw how women started behaving. I saw the change when women started becoming more educated, how they became empowered with education. And that education, that empowerment, further drove the man into a deeper hole. Now, I'm not against a woman being educated. I encourage my daughter to be. She has her master's. But my daughter is age 28 with a master's and no husband. So I failed her greatly because I did not know the scriptures as I should. Now, that empowerment that women, that society that we have all taught our women and our boys to do has left us with women who now make as much money as men, sometimes even more so. And it has left the women with an idea and a sentiment that no man can tell them what to do, and they can do their own thing. Even though they make less money than a man, they still have that attitude. So toxic masculinity is actually, in fact, a woman. Because when did all of this change? Who changed all of this? It happened from the woman. Now we have to call a spade whenever possible. This blame is not solely upon the woman, but the woman has to bear a major portion of what happened. Yes, we understand the Willie Lynch letter. We understand what happened with Section 8 in the United States. And we saw that happen. We see the examples today where they're cutting the cards and the effect it's going to have. Kevin Samuel talked about winter's coming. We know winter's already here, but that change, that educational push that we encourage our girls, our women, and our daughters, our sisters, even our mothers to do. Because my mother has 4 degrees, and those 4 degrees led her away from the masculine side of the man being in charge of the family. The more educated my mother became, I saw the changes in her. I heard the changes in her, and it was disseminated into me, and I passed it on to my daughter to the detriment of her because she's now career oriented with a boyfriend, no marriage in sight, and she's not in the scriptures. So the changes that has happened throughout society from the 70s to now 2025, where relationships is concerned, is it's a free for all. Women don't respect men, and because they don't, first, women don't respect themselves. Because in the 70s growing up, my mom always told my sister, respect yourself. Don't do this. My father implemented it on her, I should say. My sister couldn't go any, she's 17 months younger than I am. We call it a year, but actually 17 months when you check the months. My sister couldn't go to a party unless I was going. My father made that a house rule. She couldn't be outside and I am inside. In other words, I couldn't come home without my sister. We had to go together. I had to keep an eye on her, and we had to come home together. He was outside to pick us up, and we had to get in his car, come home together. If we went to a high school fair, I had to keep an eye on her. We had to keep, I had to keep tabs on each other. And my sister didn't like that. There was a time when my sister hated me because I kept tabs on her, not because I was trying to prevent her from living her life. It's because my father instilled a responsibility in me. And when I started having my own relationships, as I pointed out a little earlier, I ran into trouble because I would meet a woman who would start first during the talking stages. She was very open to the relationship. She liked a man who knows what he's about, a masculine man. But when you put your foot down, there was chaos because as soon as you put your foot down, she becomes offended, and then you're trying to control me, and then there's trouble. And when that trouble erects, I'm like, listen, you don't want to hear what I have to say? I'm gone. And a lot of women thought that concept was, oh, he's only joking. But they found out the hard way. If you don't want to listen, I'm truly gone. And I became a womanizer. I shouldn't say womanizer. I became a whoremonger because as soon as I met a woman and she started listening and she agreed, I shared my views, my interests, and what I wanted out of a woman. She said, yes, that is who I am. That is what I want. And as soon as you started dating, you see the switch. And I said to her, listen, if things don't change, I'm gone. And she would always think that it's a joke, but I was always true to my word. So yes, I was a womanizer uh, to this extent where I would meet a woman and I would move on as soon as trouble started. Thank God, God opened my eyes and IUIC came into the picture where I understood when Bishop was talking, I understood when our leadership was talking, I understood what the Bible was talking about. And the changes can only come through coming back to God. And since I have come into this truth, I have been single. I have one child. I don't have babies all over this world. I have one child, and I am striving to keep the laws daily. It hasn't been easy, but it's a push that I keep going for because the true riches and the true treasures are not here on this earth. I understand that. Leadership has made that clear. The Bible is clear. So where, to go back to your question, the changes came through the decades where women stopped having respect in themselves. And because of that, men stopped respecting women, and we have this total fallout. I mute my mic.
Yes, sir. All praises. Who we got next? Appreciate you, man. That's a good point to bring up because you know most people don't even know the transition, especially these young YNs. Adina.
Yes, Shalom family, Most High in Christ bless. Um, so to the topic, what's toxic about masculinity? Nothing at all. And so the brother before me, he was making some good points, but I just wanted to share a story because it was like last week. I work at a gym, so one of my coworkers, he was walking in, and one of the members, this man, he was walking out. So but they would, you know how like when you're really up close to somebody, you may kind of linger and hold the door open. But the guy, he was far away from the door, and my coworker just kind of like held it for him. So when the member walked up to the door, he was like, man, he was like, he was like, you don't gotta hold the door for me. I appreciate the gesture, but we men, like don't hold the door for me. But thank you though. And then so my coworker, and he's a man, he was so offended, like he just stood there like in shock because of what the dude had said to him. So when he came in, and I was chuckling a little bit because I thought it was funny, but I understood what he was saying because he wasn't up close to the door, and he kind of just like holding it for him, like like he a female waiting for him to get up close to the door. So when he came in, he asked one of the other female coworkers, and he was like, let me ask you something. Is something wrong with a man holding the door, or is that just toxic masculinity? I was like, how is that toxic masculinity? Because I said, what he said to you was, it was true. You didn't have to hold the door for him. Like, he was so far away from the door, and you just kind of there holding the door for him, like, like he a woman. And I said, that's his preference. He didn't want you holding the door for him. I said, but there was nothing toxic about him saying that to you. Like, I was like, don't let it bruise your ego like that. You're like, I'm not. I said, well, why you talking about it then? Just, next time, don't hold the door for him. But yeah, that was funny. That was all I had to say because he was talking about toxic masculinity because the guy, like, don't linger at the door. Just, let me walk into it on my own. But I'll mute my mic.
All right, we kind of went silent there. I think Jeraham was on the call. All right, let's see. I got a call to get on in like 2 minutes, but y'all don't be shy. Come on up to the stage. This is a great topic, and this topic is something that is plaguing our community. Toxic about what's toxic about masculinity. There's a lot of effeminate vibes that's put out in our the Black, Hispanic, and Native American community. You see that with the metrosexual males. That, I guess, that's what everyone wants. They want to see from the Black man walk around with man purses and uh you know whatever they wear. You know what I mean? So skinny jeans, all that good stuff. All right. So But yeah, come contribute. I need, even part of this conversation is the 50-50 relationship. Uh-oh. Some some of y'all might feel that 50-50 relationships, there's nothing wrong with that, but that all kind of ties into that, toxic masculinity stuff, you know what I mean? Men that's trying to be men, and you know what I mean, but what is happening is that when we try to be men, we want to get at least the agenda is to put us back into place. Because believe it or not, this is a new thing on the earth. We do got to read it, right?
Sir.
Yeah, all
Yeah, all
praises. You know what I want. So the woman being on top is a new thing on the earth, and it was outlined in the scriptures. You feel what I'm saying? Go ahead, read that.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 22. How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter?
We put our to be honest, we put ourselves in this situation with the chasing after the other nations and idolatry. Go ahead, keep reading.
For the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man.
You see a new thing on the earth. A woman shall compass a man. It's a divine order. I mean, that's going to say it again. It's a divine order when the man is above the woman. Hold on one second. I gotta get on this call. One second. One second. One second. Read that again.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 22. How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter? For the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man.
Yeah. So that right there is a new thing on the earth. All right. And what we have seen. Thank you, Gabriel. You here to help me out? Cuz I want to call. Hey,
What
Gabriel.
what happened?
You
I just
you're in the
got off work,
spirit.
man.
I know, and the Most High God dropped you here, just like our forefather was grabbed by his hair and dropped.
Bro, I'm cutting my hair off, bro. What's going on?
All phrases. Hey, you mind holding it real quick? I got a call. I was just jumping in because it was dead silence for a few. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. I got you.
I
Where the
appreciate
West?
you,
Where the
Gabe.
West Coast at when you need them, man?
I know, man. I know.
But either way, hey, this is a hell of a topic, man. Some people didn't even know what masculinity was, or toxic masculinity was last night. So maybe we had a couple people that knew what it was this morning. How y'all doing, Shalom, y'all? Hey, Shalom, Amaziah, Jeraham, sir. Most High and Christ bless you both. King, we back in here. Let me see. Let's get some people up on stage, man. Let me see. Don't get it twisted. We will change the topic on y'all, man. We've done it before. Send y'all some invites. Damn. Moini, I'm sending you an invite. Are there any good Christian men out there? You said no, there are not. Damn, that's crazy work. All right. Might switch this topic up 1 second.
My bad. You called me?
No, it was just saying shalom, man. We back in here.
No, no. Yeah, sure. Hold on 1 second. I'm busy right now. I'll be right with you.
Yeah, yes, sir. Michelle, you said that term is very destructive because they only refers to the so-called black man, not Esau, piece of those self. You talking about as far as toxic masculinity? No, I can't say it's only for the black man. Now, our sisters are using that term. Our sisters are using that term, but I don't think they really know what they asking for or even talking about. To be honest, I only know a little on what
toxic masculinity is, so it's a good topic to learn about. Okay, all praises.
Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't know y'all changed the topic.
That was last night. We changed it like I think like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I think.
Oh,
Yeah, we had a dry spell, man. So we said we're gonna change the topic, man.
yeah.
As you can see in the chat, some people don't even know what toxic masculinity is. Sorry. So, um,
Well, I I didn't start hearing about that until black women started saying it, and I was identifying me personally. Um, while they were saying it, I was like, because black people they make up words and they use it how they want to use it, you know, and people who were saying that term, and what they were saying it was, any man that has some type of backbone who put his foot down,
right, right. Yep,
you know what I'm
yep.
saying? They would call that toxic. If he was like, if he's trying to correct something like Ti when he was trying to check for his daughter hymen or whatever I think it was, you know, they call that toxic man. I'm about to okay.
Well, I'm gonna read the AI. I'm gonna read the AI
Yeah.
definition for those who don't know. I think it kind of lays it out, at least what women use it for now. You understand? Watch this. So, toxic masculinity is a term used to describe a narrow and repressive set of cultural expectations and behaviors for men that emphasize traits like aggression, emotional stoicism, and the need for dominance. It does not imply that masculinity itself is inherently bad, but rather highlights specific norms that are harmful to men themselves, to women, and to society as a whole. All right. Now it says core components and traits: emotional suppression, the belief that men should not show vulnerability or express emotions like sadness or fear, often encapsulated in phrases like men don't cry or toughen up. All right. Aggression and dominance, the idea that men must be physically tough and assertive to gain respect and power, which can lead to bullying, physical assault, and control in relationships. Anti femininity, the rejection of anything perceived as feminine, including domesticity, seeking help, or showing empathy. Now, I don't believe these terms fit none of these men up here. You understand, as far as the negative sense, but these terms, as far as toxic masculinity, are used when a man wants to assert his dominance, when he doesn't want to appear as weak or feminine. Exactly. Edomites use these terms, and now our own sisters, you see it all throughout social media, use these same terms.
Yep.
Yep.
The white woman started that. You know, it's
Yep.
like feminists, all that came from a white woman. You know what I'm saying? They use that as a weapon to try to strip a man from being a man. They'll mix those certain. Now, what you was reading, the word oppress. You know, uh, if Gabriel, if you see a group of sisters or a sister that's not, good for your, wife company, right? And you say something about it, and I'm just using an example, they would say that's masculine, toxic. How can you tell who friend she? And she ain't no good. She ain't no good.
Right.
You know, it ain't no different from when a woman don't like one of your friends. Like
I listen. They just try to use that word to control you.
But you see how it's not used on women. So society, it's not no such thing as toxic femininity or something like that garbage. It's mostly used on men to repress traits that I'm gonna say it straight that are biblical. All right, a man should be dominant. Why? Because we are supposed to be the leaders. But when men have these traits, what do women do? They say, no, you don't need these traits. There's 50-50. These traits are not, they're too, what do you call them? They're soda 50s. They're not modern traits. Nah, a lot of sisters be wanting traditional men, but don't want to share those traditional or cultural values that our forefathers used to share. I'm telling you straight, if you want a traditional man, you have to be a traditional woman. For real though, even if society may deem it toxic. All right, talking about dominance is toxic. Uh, Now I'll be straight with you. Men can't show emotion, especially to a woman. I'll tell you straight. I don't know about y'all. If you show a woman a side of weakness, that thing will be used against you. I'm gonna give you an example. It's from this one movie. If I can find it. The dude said he dealt with anxiety. He told his wife he dealt with anxiety. She dipped off to do a dance class or something like that. And when he found, he like, damn, if you wanted to live your life and do dance class, why you didn't tell me? She said, oh, when would I would have told you in one of your anxiety episodes? And that man shut down. He like, damn, I told you my weakness, and the first thing you do is use it in an argument.
Hey, Gabriel.
Yeah, yeah.
They I don't know if you remember. I don't know. I remember growing up. I don't know if you remember Lifetime. It was a show, TV network called Lifetime. They was prepping women back then with their Lifetime movies. It was all about men, you know, I guess being oppressive to women. I mean, they built that TV series, whatever that network was all about empowering women, and
Mm.
it made men look bad as hell. Like, I mean, every movie, every TV show used to come on, it would be about a man dominating a woman, being a woman, or something like that, and it transformed, and a lot of black women used to watch that. Cause I remember my grandma, I used to uh, be watched by my aunties and grandmas. They used to watch that at Lifetime, in the 80s, early 80s, all the way up to the 90s. Now, somebody think I'm lying. You can look this up. I'm not lying. That Lifetime shit, they painted a picture about men. So
No, you telling the truth. And then Tyler Perry in modern times carried it on to where a lot of the movies he put out represented women having to defend themselves from some abusive, crazy ass dude and some Negro from down the street knocking dude wife Doonies up and saving her from it. It's crazy work. It's crazy work, bro. Some of
you know
y'all
how
grew
they
up.
you know how the scripture talk about corrupting good manners, like corrupt that is a corruption, bro. Because they formed the idea about men, you know, and I'm talking about black women. So I'm gonna put that out there. Even though the shows had white men and stuff like that, but it still was about men, you know. But all right, I mean,
Hey Janine, if you wanna ask any question or speak to the topic, come up. Who's the other one? Somebody else said something. TH, if you have any thoughts on the topic, you can come up here. You said, can toxic masculinity teeter on abuse? Where's the line drawn? You can ask that question on stage. We'll answer any question y'all have. Somebody else, go ahead. Who's that? Somebody else said that men don't want women to be feminine no more. That's something new to me as well. I think it was you, Janine.
who, who who said that?
I think it
I
was
said it.
Janine, man. That's crazy work.
Janine said it. I said it.
Elaborate on what you mean.
I think that one, I do think that there is a such thing as toxic masculinity. Um, there are masculinity, just in the sense of a lot of men. It's like require or think that they are worthy of or deserving of what they're not putting out, if that makes sense. Or even with the not wanting feminine women, I think that a lot of men were raised by their mothers, and because they were raised by their mothers, they expect for women to be harder. They don't want soft women. They expect for you to go through all of these things, um, and it's like hold it down, I guess.
Is this men in general or men that are
Men,
raised by females? I just want to make sure I'm getting clarity.
I think it's more so men raised by women, um, which is the same thing in regards to why I said like men don't want feminine women, because like for myself, I had a father growing up. I had a father that corrected me. You know, I mean, I'm grown, and when my father says something, it matters to me. You know, so um, but that comes with a certain level of expectation from a man. It's it's not looking for him to be soft or um, a lot of men don't even correct you. They'll see that you're wrong, they don't correct you. The gaslighting, like there's a lot of things in regards to how men move and operate that it doesn't line up scripturally, but it also is like I feel like men have made up their own set of rules, as well as women. But it makes it very difficult, especially in this time of more times than not, women are more educated, women are making more money, things like
Or
that,
I would say they're more enrolled. They're more
and
enrolled, and as far as the pay disparity, men work in most of the jobs that women do not work in, so they don't make more money. Those are two known facts. But I mean, at
that
least
women
black
don't make more money.
make more money than men. No, that's false.
Yeah, that's a narrative that was pushed by,
Yes.
yeah, that was pushed by black women. Got it from, I don't know who they got it from, but they pushed that on social media so much till they thought that was facts. That is
Yep.
not
Oh,
facts. When you look it up, when you actually look it up,
mm-hmm.
black women are worth. It might be more now, but I think the last 3 years ago, it was 3 years, 5 years ago, something like that. It was worth $5.
I'm sorry, what?
Black women was worth $5. You can look it up. The
What do you
worth out of as a whole. You can look it up. Pull it up. It might not be like that now, but it was like that like 3 to 5 years ago.
okay, well,
I
I
used
wasn't
it. I used a tech. I used one of the in my class. I did a lot of research on it, and I did a class. I can't remember when the class was. It was when I did Cast Down Imaginations. It was a class I did, and I pulled the statistics, and it was like it was worth $5. So putting it out there, y'all can look it up. It might be different now. Gabriel, can you do that for me? How much black
Yeah.
women are worth? How much
Yeah.
black women are worth? I'm
um
not talking about individuals. I'm talking about
uh-huh.
as a whole. As a whole.
Okay, well, I was speaking more
Wait,
so
wait, 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 wait. I'm sorry. Wait, what do you mean $5? I don't under. Break it
But they
down
had,
for us, kid, because I'm
but
confused.
okay, back. I did a class. Hold on one second. I did a class, and the only reason why I went this up because black women was having this uh stands on. They make more money. We more educated and this and that. So I went to start doing my research, and it's like Gabriel said, there was more enrolled.
Oh,
wasn't that
I
they
found an
was.
article that I found an article that he's
It's
talking about.
more
Uh,
than one.
You mean they're more college educated and
Yes.
they got degrees and stuff like that?
yeah, and I did a Cast Down Imagination show, and I had the statistics, and it was saying that black women are worth $5.
Compared to what?
Yes.
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember. That was long.
Sir, I have
Last
the
time I did.
statistics if you want them.
Yeah, I'm
All
about
right,
to say
go
I
ahead.
got the article, but go ahead. Go ahead, read it if you got it, bro.
Matter of fact, it's the same articles. It's like six, seven of them.
Who is that? Enoch.
Well, pin it to the top
It's
too.
Brother Enoch.
Yeah, go ahead and
What'd you
read
say?
it.
What'd you say, Amazon?
Pin it to the top.
Okay. Yes,
Can
sir.
you
Yes, sir.
all hear me?
Yeah.
Hey,
All right,
put it in the chat so I can pin it to the top.
all right, give me
And
one second. I'm gonna grab that.
I'm telling y'all to pin it to the top because as soon as King says that, I'm eating. As soon as King says that, it's gonna be, oh, I told y'all they hate black women.
No.
So let them know
That's not.
that we're not saying that this is what the article says. I've
I'm
never
not
heard that in
saying
my
that.
life because
Yeah.
I don't even want to hear our sisters are worth $5. I know y'all are not worth just $5. That's some
Yeah.
BS right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You understand? But let's see what this thing says.
Hey, Enoch, you pin it in the chat. All right, I got it. I got it.
Sir, I just
Just-
Hey,
pinned one. I'm gonna
hey,
pin a
and
couple other ones, okay?
All right, I
hey,
got it.
while
Go
while
ahead.
y'all
Go ahead. Go
while
ahead.
y'all pin that up at the top, so got some statistics, and this is as far as the black women versus black men as far as wealth disparity or you know salaries, wages, and stuff like that. So to every 89 cents, hold on, let me see. Let me make sure. All right, if to every dollar black man is paid, a black woman is 89.5 cents. All right, now if you look at the overall, like just men and women in general, is to every dollar is like 80, 88 cents to $1. So if you look at it, that lines up, and that confirms what King was saying. That not that the article is different, which they're about to pin, but there is definitely lies that's put out. Like there's a lot of propaganda that's put out. What is happening is that our women, our sisters, are just being more going into school more while we going into prison more, and when I say that is because of prison to the school to prison pipeline. That's a term because it's actually something that's happening. You feel what I'm saying? Now, as far as the even with that though, that's crazy though. Even with that system in place, the black man is still earning more than black women per capita. Just putting that out there. Um, so a lot of stuff we can't just like a lot of stuff that's put out there. Go ahead, Amazon.
Yeah, I just want to say this: black men making more than black women should not be a trigger for y'all black women either. That should not be a trigger. Either way, we are supposed to be one unit, regardless of who makes more than the other. In some marriages, women are making more than the man. That does not mean she gets to boss him around and tell him what to do. No, 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 no. It don't work like that. You still got to humble yourself to your husband. Likewise, if the man is making less than his wife, he can't now treat her bad or something like that because he's feeling inferior because he ain't making more money than his
Right.
wife.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So don't get triggered because there's a disparity in wages. To hell with that. We came on the ships together here in America, and we were slaves together. We're gonna be redeemed together. Don't get it twisted.
But that
Hey,
that
hey,
is
Hundred
Janine,
percent,
we're
100%.
gonna read this
Oh,
article real quick.
hold on. Let's read the article. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna read this
okay.
article real quick, and we actually have a few questions for you, Janine. I wanted to ask you a couple questions.
Oh Lord.
No, you're good. This is not attacking. You're straight, sis. All right, I'm gonna read. I pinned a different article. It laid it out a little bit more better than the other one. So, since a study finds median wealth for single black women at $5, women of all races bring home less income and own fewer assets on average than men of the same race. But for single black women, the disparities are so overwhelmingly great that even in
Hey,
their
your phone's going in and out, bro.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, it might have been King. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna read it again. It says women of all races bring home less income and own fewer assets on average than men of the same race. But for single black women, the disparities are so overwhelmingly great that even in their prime working years, their median wealth amounts to only $5. In a groundbreaking report released Monday by a leading economic research group, social scientists turned a spotlight on the grave financial challenges facing an often overlooked group of women, many of whom could not take an unpaid sick day or repair a major appliance without going into debt. That's at the very top of it. It's quite a bit of it, but I'll read the point again. Among the most startling revelations in the wealth data is that while single white women in their prime of their working years, ages 36 to 49, have a median wealth of $42,600, still only 61% of their single white male counterparts. The median wealth for single black women is only $5. This goes back
Hey,
to the point we said earlier that women, studies show that women do not make more than men, white or
hey,
black. Go ahead.
yeah, I just want to say this real quick before I get out. Listen, I only was put. I barely remember the class. I vaguely remember the class. I remember some of it. The reason why I did it was like a lot of at the time black women. This particular show I did, it was like they was trying to put down black men. You know, it was about how black women was being towards black men. And it was like, oh, we do this, and y'all ain't shit, this, that's it. And I was showing videos. And then I got this article, and I was going through it. It was not, no, you need your man. All this stuff was a lie. So some of the stuff I remember, I can't remember everything, but I was showing that it was a lie. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, they were just trying to put black men down, these particular women. So it was to combat that, y'all. Was not I wasn't trying to not like just to make y'all look bad. I don't want women to think that.
Hey King, they said the new median is like 1,700 or some of that nature, but who knows? At the end of the day, it ain't the fact that their value, the woman's value is $5. It said their median wealth. So like Amaziah had just brought out earlier, irregardless of how much you make, whether it be low or greater, we came in on those ships together, and we're gonna leave together. So we must work together. Uh,
Hey,
Amaziah,
Gabriel.
go ahead, go ahead.
No, no, I'm just just dialogue real quick. And we have to see that all these different things out here, just like I heard the Willie Lynch letter was read last night, is just for the to create a divide amongst us. Every little thing we have to understand. This is like a damn social experiment with Esau. They experimenting on us like crazy, and and you see the fruits of it. They keep trying to find different ways. Y'all have to see that. That's why you have to know who the enemy is versus who your people is. There's going to be multiple ways that the enemy is going to try to find a way to keep the us conquered, which means that's if y'all know the military term, it says divide and conquer. So there any and every way, just like it says in Psalms 83, it's going. This is the confederacy that's put against us, and y'all have to understand that. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all have to understand that all these different things that have been put in place is just to keep us at odds with each other. You feel what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Yosef,
Uh,
and that's
yeah, yeah,
biblical. It says a kingdom divided against itself can't stand.
right.
Marriage is the foundation of a kingdom. So if the black man and black woman can't work together or unify, especially over something like wage disparity, we'll never get the kingdom. We'll
Right,
never get the
100%.
kingdom. Yeah, for real though, we'll never inherit the kingdom if your wage disparity is dependent on how you operate. All right.
And
Uh,
just think about how
yes, sir.
stupid that is, Gabriel. Just think about how stupid the money's still coming to the same house.
Right. It
So
don't make
stupid.
sense, bro. For real, man.
It's dumb.
Okay. So Janine, all right. I had a question. You did speak on various negative traits. So we did source where King had got that information. So all right, we good on that. My question for you is, you had quoted quite a few negative traits in regards to the beta males raised by the women. Could you list could you describe what masculinity looks like? True masculinity.
Love and leadership, like leadership and love and truth. Um, I think that now I feel like my perspective has changed now that I'm awake, right? But even before then, you have a lot of men that don't correct, or if they do correct, it is very it's from a place of it's not from a place of protection or love. It's like,
We're going back to the negative traits. So we gotta.
okay,
What does
okay.
masculinity look like when it's doing it right? Then okay, let's speak on that then. Because okay, you're saying it may be the tone, or it's not
No,
coming from a place
it,
of
it,
protection. So
it
uh,
it's
go
not
ahead.
even the tone. It's not the tone. I think that we have been conditioned to, we want a softness from a man, right? I'm not even speaking on that. It's just masculinity. It is the opposite of femininity, right? Like they're supposed to mesh. So
So femininity, last time I checked, is soft.
right,
All right, it's nurturing towards
hmm
children, and it's nurturing it. It's helpful. It's like a helpmeet, biblically speaking, right?
right.
So what would a man look like in? I wouldn't call it opposition, but in contrast to that.
The structure. Um, at the end of the day, he runs it and we run around in it. Like, we make sure that the vision and the standard of the home is up to what the man says it's supposed to be, regardless of if we like it or not, right? So um, I that is masculinity. Like, you want your children raised a certain way, and it all should line up with the word, right? Like, I think that
Right, right.
once it doesn't line up with the word, that is what makes it toxic, right? Like, when I said women making more money than men, it wasn't from reading articles or social media. It's things that I've experienced, since I've been single for these last years. It's like, you'll have conversations with men, and once you get to a certain place and you happen to talk about finances on any level, I've had so many men say, "Oh, you don't need a man. You don't."
It sounds like we need some context to that conversation.
Well, I'm saying, at the end of the day, I think that you have a lot of men that, regardless of if they were raised by two parents or had their father or whatever, they feel like what they have to contribute is financial. So if you're a woman that it doesn't require or need you to come in and pay bills or contribute financially, if you're not in need of it, then you don't need a man. And I think that that is very foolish. And even I just feel like a lot of men don't know their um their place, what they possess, what's within them. because men offer more than just finance, like financial security.
Okay, okay. Now I want you to meditate on this. The reason I asked you about could you describe masculinity, and ultimately you said if it's toxic would be in contrast to what the words say. All right.
Right.
So in order for somebody to define what toxic masculinity is, they have to know what masculinity looks like in the first place.
Hmm.
Dominance or being a leader shouldn't be a toxic trait.
It's
You
not.
agree? Okay.
I do.
All right. A woman having financial what is the word I'm looking for?
Security.
Uh, I want to call it security. Um, I would say leverage, financial leverage. You understand? Shouldn't be a place for a woman to be in a leadership position.
Correct.
So each role, each gender has a specific role that God has designed for them. Now, my big thing is why are we now defining what God put in place as toxic?
I think but that is the, I don't know. When I say toxic masculinity, I'm not saying dominance or leadership based on income or anything like that. I think, and maybe you're just speaking like on the mat, like on a mass level, um, like social media and things like that. Men being called sassy and all of that. Like I have seen that, men being called sassy because they have a standard or they speak up for themselves and what they want and don't want. Um, I've definitely seen that.
Oh, that's called
Um,
toxic all day. You better not dare speak up on what do they call it when you set boundaries? They call that toxic.
right, but I think that we are in a time where everyone is so emotionally intelligent, right?
Maybe
Um,
maybe emotionally retarded. I can't
well,
call
but what we call it emotional intelligence, right? And you have to protect your peace and um, all of that. But for a woman or for people, period, peace is not the absence of chaos, but the presence of order. And I think that that is what men bring. They bring the order. Um, there has to be a standard. There has to be, or there is no peace. But at the end of the day, I feel like you have a bunch of men who were raised by women, and you have a bunch of women that were raised by women. Women don't know how to
that's
receive.
crazy.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, you don't have women who are able to take correction, who can shut up and just listen. Yes, we are more emotional, but when you when you are in your word, just these last few weeks of me just being immersed, my eyes are, I see things very differently. It is from a place of reason. If it doesn't line up, then it ain't it. Like it's very, very simple. But we want, women as a whole, I do feel like we struggle with the um not seeing women submit to men, not seeing, we live in a, I don't need a man, and I don't respect a man, and men are dogs. And then you have men who talk to women and use women and do all the things and then still want this softness, but that is not what you're pouring into her. But you don't even know how, or you don't even know how to receive love. You grew up with a woman that told you, oh, you don't do this to a woman, you don't do that, you don't do that. But they don't even know what to set the standard set the standard at. They were never taught how a woman is supposed to treat them.
Correct. I agree 100%. Uh, and one thing before we move to I think Aaliyah, I think is up next. Quick question: should a woman be soft regardless of her surroundings?
Yes.
Okay, just had to check that real quick because some sisters, most sisters, I can easily say most sisters, they base on how soft they will be in their community on their surroundings or environment. That's not biblical.
No, I mean it's supposed to be unconditional.
Mm-hmm.
right? Unconditional. And
Yeah. First
we
Peter 3 is the woman, the woman's kryptonite. First Peter 3. How many times we bring this out in councils? We brought it out on her, and it's the hardest thing for a sister to apply. Everybody wants to be an Abigail. Everybody calls their husbands or spouses Nabal, but they're not Abigails. Is my point.
I don't know that scripture. So
Oh,
First Peter
okay.
3,
You don't know that, you say?
I don't.
Okay, let's get it. Go ahead and read that.
This is the book of First Peter,
Hold on,
chapter
hold on,
3.
hold on, hold on. LD, would you like to come up on stage? The hypocrisy is real. Hypocrisy on whose end? My work environment does not allow me to be soft. It's looked at as weak. Why, well, sisters? Why are y'all in the chat? Y'all can come up.
I think that we
Okay.
confuse I think that we confuse softness with
Mhm.
like
Weakness.
from
That's what the sister just said. She said,
yeah, it's
"In my
not.
environment, if okay, you at work. All right. If you have the opportunity to come up and speak to us. This conversation is for all y'all.
When I
But
say
Hey,
when I
yes, sir.
say soft,
Hold on one second, sister. Go ahead, Amazon, sir.
hey, you know what's crazy? And this is what Esau knows about you sisters, man. Esau gave you jobs, supervisor jobs, putting you over men, telling them when to go to lunch, when to move the boxes, do all the labor, and the women run y'all, right? Run the men. And here's what they know about y'all. Y'all can't turn it off when you get home. When you get home, you have that same manly spirit trying to tell men what to do. But remember what I told y'all earlier, you have to remain in your role. Regardless, if you make more than the man, you're still subject and in submission to that man. Or else you're just not gonna get the kingdom. You can't get the kingdom being a manly black woman. It's not gonna happen. So you gotta humble down, even if you do have a supervisor job or a manager job and you telling men what to do at the job. Because that's basically what she said, right, Gabriel?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I'm reading
Right.
it in the chat right
That's
now.
right. Regardless if you have a job where you in that role telling men what to do, you don't tell you when you get home, you ain't telling your husband what to do. You ain't emasculating your husband because now the roles are reversed. Your husband looking at you like you Kimbo Slice. You look like Kimbo Slice to your husband. You understand? Kimbo Slice in a head wrap or something like that with a KRS-One nose, running your lips, telling men what to do. No, no, no. Them days got to be over. So you listen. Y'all got to fight that spirit, man. That spirit y'all have, that Esau gave you, that you don't even recognize he gave it to you because now you want to tell men what to do, and that's how you like it, and you making more money than the man. You gotta see behind the job. Why is just look at society right now? You don't see men in supervisor roles like that, but you do see black women as supervisors, as managers. They're in roles of leadership over the men. Why? What's behind it? And what spirit is it giving y'all? Ponder on that. I'm you, my mic.
Hey, LD, I guess is responding to you. Said this is internet talk. What is
We're
it?
not we're not here for internet talk. We're here for solutions. Call out the problem and solution, not just running our mouths. That's not what we about in this room.
Everything Amazon brought out so far can be applied. We see it. Our wives do the same thing at work. When they may have, I don't care if they have a supervisor position at work. When they get home, it's turned off. You cannot be masculine and effeminate at the same time. Imagine if your husband was like that. Women, okay, LD, peep this out, peep this out. Y'all, hey, make sure y'all follow in the room. Make sure y'all follow in the room first and foremost. But you said women need covering from men. We agree. and the men are waking back up and taking back their role in the earth. The thing is, sisters, I'm gonna give y'all this scripture. We called it earlier. We're gonna go ahead and read it. Read that, First Peter 3.
This is the book of First Peter, chapter 3, verse 1.
Working is not masculine. I don't say it again. Working itself is not masculine. You can be you can be feminine while supporting your husband. So some because what you're saying, I guess you're saying that traditional roles women don't work. In America, that's not gonna always be the case. Anna took up woman's work in the Bible, so we can touch on that as well. Watch this.
Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands,
So the Bible commands the woman to be in subjection to her own husband. You understand? Come on.
that if any obey not the word,
So
the,
you can't just read that fast, my brother. But
yes,
peep
sir.
this out. You will have a case where your husband is not obeying the word. He's moving like a nigga. What does the Bible tell you to do? Is this your opportunity to be masculine and feminine when you want to? Let's see what the Bible says.
They also may without the word be won by the chaste conversation of the wives.
The Lord commands the woman to still be chaste in her conversation. She still got to stay in the spirit. Even if her husband is acting like a nigga on the ball, she still got to stay in the spirit. She still has to be feminine. You understand that, LD? I pray you understand that. Okay, all praise you agree. So the thing is, for a woman to really get that covering, she has to be in her godly design role at all times. Nobody's gonna want to protect a woman that like the chest bump when she feel as if, oh, you know what, I'm working. I'm already doing some masculine things, so I might as well be masculine with you. You chest bumping me, I'm not protecting a damn thing. You understand? No black man is gonna do that. So in order for God to do his part, you must do your part. You understand that, LD? What's the other sister name? You said I'm that woman. You crazy. What's the other sister? What's the other sister? The Bible just say, what's your name? Your name is long. The first lady, Victoria. What did the Bible just say? Did the Bible give you a license to be masculine?